Vhumad God chapter 47:33 to chapter 48:16. A terrifying aura shrouded the entire hall. It seemed like they would attack at any moment. The Wind Clan leader's expression changed a few times. Then, he sighed. Forget it. Lin Gongzi is indeed with us. If you want to see him, then come. But only the two of you can come. She pointed at the Crimson Dragon and Wu Yuan. All right. The Crimson Dragon stepped forward. Wu Yuan nodded. Then, he said to the people behind him, you all wait here. The two of them followed the patriarch of the wind race into the distance. After flying past countless islands, they finally stopped on one of them. They entered the 9-story pagoda. Palace leader, you're back. The people in the pagoda stood up. When they saw that the clan leader had brought two people back, they frowned. The clan leader frowned. Said the leader of the Wind Clan. He was the leader of the Mountain Sea Palace, Yuan Wu, and the young master of the Black Sea Dragon Clan. They were all here to see Lin Xian. Those people sucked in a breath of cold air. Damn it. These people were actually related to Lin Xian. They were too careless. Where's Lin Xian? The Crimson Dragon roared. He looked around and didn't see Lin Xian. The Wind Clan leader pointed at the heaven-swallowing jar. He was inside. What? The Crimson Dragon was shocked. He felt a terrifying aura. Wu Yuan's pupils shrank. He took a deep breath and said. The heaven-swallowing demonic jar. Holy sh*t, it's actually this thing. The dark red divine dragon also jumped up and looked at it carefully. This is the legendary extreme Dao weapon. Now, it seems that it's really terrifying. That kid really got it. Why is there only one weapon? Where is he? The Wind Clan leader said that he's cultivating inside and we're protecting him. You guys are really shameless. You guys sealed me and wanted to get my inheritance. You even wanted to steal my weapons and treasures. Now, you guys have the face to say that you're protecting me. At this moment, a cold laugh came from the heaven-swallowing jar. Hearing this, the Wind Clan people's faces turned dark red. The Crimson Dragon jumped up. Kid, it's really you. Are you okay? Lin Xian said, I'm not dead yet. Rizalong, why are you here? The Crimson Dragon said, I have come to save you. Since you came here on your own, I'm afraid you won't be able to save me. Hurry up and get reinforcements. I understand. Just you wait. The Crimson Dragon turned around and wanted to leave. These people had designs on Lin Xian's inheritance, which meant that they wanted to take Lin Xian's life. He had to go back and call in the people outside to suppress the Wind Clan together. Only then could he save Lin Xian and leave. However, the leader of the Wind Clan waved his hand, and a storm blocked the path of the Crimson Dragon. You can't leave. The Crimson Dragon was furious. What was the meaning of this? You dare to stop me, no one can save him until we get what we want. Don't worry. Once we get what we want, we will send you away safely and personally apologize. So, you two should rest in the 9-story pagoda first. With that, she waved her hand and released a terrifying law, sealing them. There were many great saints inside. Whether in terms of strength or numbers, they were far superior to the Crimson Dragon and Wu Yuan. This was the reason why the leader of the Wind Clan was so fearless. What if I insist on taking him away? The Crimson Dragon's face darkened. Wu Yuan snorted coldly, and the starry sky beast appeared behind him again. Its huge body filled the entire 9-story pagoda. The 9-story pagoda kept shaking. The great saints were terrified. What a terrifying beast, roar. At this moment, the Crimson Dragon roared, and its terrifying dragon roar resounded through the 9 heavens. The leader of the Wind Clan formed a seal to suppress the 9-story pagoda. Seal, suppress everything. This was also a great saint weapon. It was incomparably terrifying. It's useless. You can't spread it. Is that so? The Crimson Dragon sneered. In a flash, it appeared beside the heaven-swallowing jar and said, Kid, let's do it together. Lin Xian expressed that he understood. He used the great dragon sword soul to transmit the dragon roar, and coupled with the Crimson Dragon bloodline. In the next moment, a sword light seemed to be able to tear the 9 heavens apart. Roar! The roar outside the 9-story pagoda spread throughout the Wind Clan's island. What was that sound? What a terrifying aura! Countless people were shocked. In the main hall of a divine island, the experts of the Dragon Clan heard the sound and their expressions changed. Not good. It's the young master's voice. The young master is in danger. They roared angrily, and their bodies changed, turning into true dragons one after another, roaring between heaven and earth. Kill! They directly tore through heaven and earth and rushed to the 9 heavens. On the Mountain Sea Palace's side, Elder Ruachan also said, "Hurry up and leave." They also summoned countless demonic beasts, which rushed over in an overwhelming manner. At the same time, Elder Ruachan formed a seal and transmitted a message to those outside, telling them to move quickly. Outside, Dan Feng and the others also took a deep breath when they heard the news. Let's move. Inside the 9-story pagoda, the leader of the Wind Clan had an ugly expression. Damn it, hurry up and suppress them. The 6 great saints attacked together. The Crimson Dragon's body shook. Although he was the young master of the Dragon Clan, he was only a Saint King. He couldn't resist at all. Fortunately, Wu Yuan followed. He controlled the Starry Sky Beast and cleansed everything. The Starry Sky Beast seemed to have turned into a river of stars. Lin Xian also used all his strength to activate the heaven-swallowing jar, releasing a terrifying devouring aura. Suppress them. The leader of the Wind Clan shouted angrily, and together, they forced the Starry Sky Beast to retreat. Then, they attacked Wu Yuan and the Crimson Dragon. At the critical moment, Lin Xian used the heaven-swallowing jar to swallow the 2 of them and the Starry Sky Beast, blocking the fatal attack. Damn it, the leader of the Wind Clan was angry. She said, "Fully recover for me. Legendary Saint Weapon. I want to suppress him." The Supreme Elders also looked serious and prepared to attack. However, at this moment, a fierce attack came from outside the 9-story pagoda. There were also terrifying dragon roars and the roars of demonic beasts. Damn it, how dare you attack our young master? Do you want to offend the Black Sea Dragon Clan? The Mountain Sea Palace is not to be trifled with. If you really provoke us, we will control millions of demonic beasts to attack the Wind Clan. Elder Ruachan also roared. Damn it, the news had spread. Their faces were cold. What should we do, leader? The elders asked. The leader of the punishment hall walked out and said, "Since that's the case, why don't we just kill them, otherwise, the Wind Clan will be in danger." The people around hesitated, but when they thought of the consequences, they couldn't bear it. A hint of madness appeared in their eyes. Fine, they are in the Wind Clan anyway. No matter how strong they are, they can't escape. We'll use a peerless formation and some trump cards to kill them. These people's eyes were red, and their killing intent swept through the 9 heavens. The leader of the Wind Clan nodded and prepared to attack. At this moment, a loud voice sounded between heaven and earth. The Pill Cauldron sect heard that young Master Lin Xian was in the Wind Clan and came to pay a visit. The Longevity Hall came to pay a visit to Lin Gongzi. The Fire God Palace came to pay a visit to Lin Gongzi. The Gu family came to pay a visit to Lin Gongzi. One after another, the voices resounded through the 9 heavens and 10 lands. When the leader and elders of the Wind Clan heard this, their expressions became extremely ugly. Damn it, why are there more people coming? And they are all peerless sects and ancient families. The people of the Wind Clan fell into endless panic, especially the Wind Clan leader and the others. Their faces were extremely ugly. It seemed that the news had been spread out long ago. But they didn't know that they were surrounded by so many families. Could the Wind Clan resist? Stop them. The patriarch of the Wind Clan ordered. However, it was useless. The people outside saw that the people of the Wind Clan didn't react and directly attacked. They tore open the formation and charged in. A terrifying aura descended from the 9 heavens. The people of the Wind Clan felt their hair stand on end, and the young disciples felt their scalps go numb. They were so scared that they almost knelt on the ground. Heavens, what was going on? Why were there so many experts? Were they going to start a war with the Wind Clan? Finally, they reached the outside of the 9-story pagoda. The Wind Clan leader had no choice but to brace himself and go out. He said, "Everyone, what do you mean by entering the Wind Clan directly? Are you going to start a war with the Wind Clan? Hand over Lin Gongzi." Dan Feng shouted coldly, and the people of the Longevity Hall roared. "Yes, hand over the exalted immortal." The Wind Clan was audacious to dare to suppress the exalted immortal. The experts of the Dragon Clan roared. "How dare you disrespect our young master? Do you want to die?" The terrifying aura of the Tao of Dragons swept in all directions. "Great, our people are finally here." Inside the sky-devouring jar, Lin Xian was overjoyed. He controlled the sky-devouring jar to turn into a stream of light and finally rushed over. Then, Lin Xian, Wu Yuan, and the Crimson Dragon walked out. "Young master!" The people of the Dragon Clan were overjoyed. On the other side, the people of the Longevity Hall and the Fire God Palace exclaimed. When they saw Lin Xian, their expressions became extremely ugly. They found that Lin Xian's robe was covered in blood. It was obvious that he had been punished previously. The Crimson Dragon gritted his teeth. "Damn it, how dare you attack my brother? How dare you suppress me? The Wind Clan is dead meat. He was murderous." The experts of the Dragon Clan also had cold expressions on their faces. As long as the order was given, they would quickly take action. Lin Xian's expression was ice-cold as he stared at the people from the Wind Clan. He sneered. "Wind Clan, very good, you're very bold. He actually dared to suppress me and even wanted to snatch the treasures and inheritances on me. But can you eat it?" The people of the Wind Tribe had ugly expressions on their faces, especially the Wind Tribe leader, who sucked in a cold breath. It had to be known that Lin Xian had led so many experts to attack the Violet Palace realm. They had all seen the power of that attack. The Purple Palace realm was so powerful, but even it was heavily injured, let alone the Wind Clan. She said, "Lin Gongzi, this is a misunderstanding." "That's right." The other Grand Elders also laughed. "Lin Gongzi, this is indeed a misunderstanding. We were just joking with you." "Misunderstanding? What a joke." Lin Xian sneered. "Oh, really? In that case, I'll also create a misunderstanding and joke with you guys." As he said that, he waved his hand, and the experts from the Pill Cauldron sect, Fire God Palace, Gu Clan, and Eternal Life Hall all surrounded him. On the other side, the people from the Dragon Clan also walked over under the command of the Crimson Dragon. The people from the Mountain Sea Lake released their demonic beasts, and terrifying demonic beasts roared between heaven and earth. "Don't attack," the Wind Tribe leader hurriedly said. They were in the wrong this time and they were willing to compensate. "Compensate for what?" "Okay." Lin Xian sneered. He waved his hand and walked over. He first looked at the Punishment Hall leader. "You're really good. You actually dared to snatch the treasures on me. Now, hand over all those things." Now, other than the heaven-devouring jar and the dragon-shaped sword soul, Lin Xian's other things had been taken away. This included the Black Earth, Great Sage Tower, Great Destruction, and his storage ring. Being stared at by countless experts, the Punishment Hall leader did not dare to be presumptuous. He quickly handed over the items from before. At the same time, he gritted his teeth. Damn it, these things had only been in his hands for a few days, and now he had to hand them over. He was indignant. But in the current situation, he could not resist. After Lin Xian took it, he quickly checked it. He found that the soul imprints on the Black Earth and Great Sage Tower had dimmed significantly. It was obvious that these people had been attacking continuously. He re-imprinted his soul imprint and checked the storage ring. He found that the things inside were still there. He heaved a sigh of relief and put them away. Then, he looked at the Punishment Hall leader. "Didn't you want compensation? Let's see how you're going to compensate me." The Punishment Hall leader's face was ugly. In the end, he took out his storage ring and said, "I'll give you my storage ring." Lin Xian took a look and sneered. "Not enough." "Damn it." The surrounding people from the Wind Tribe gritted their teeth. How many treasures were there in the storage ring of a great sage? But this guy still thought it was not enough. Why, do you think this matter can be solved so easily? What a joke. I'll let you know how stupid you are. First, hand over the storage rings of everyone in the punishment hall. The people from the punishment hall were full of despair. The Wind Tribe's patriarch sneered. What are you waiting for? Can't you hear Lin Gongzi's words? Left with no choice, the people from the punishment hall handed over their storage rings. Lin Xian waved his hand and kept them all. Is this enough? The Wind Tribe's patriarch asked. Lin Xian said. This was just the beginning. He looked at the young man again. Previously, you wanted to kill me, suppress me, and search my soul. I'm standing here now. Try moving. Feng Kong kept retreating, his face full of despair. The punishment hall leader also said, my son is insensible and offended Lin Gongzi. I apologize on his behalf. I refuse. Lin Xian said coldly, then looked at Feng Kong. Are you a man? Stand up if you're a man. I'll give you a chance to challenge me. If you can block one of my moves, I'll let you leave alive. Otherwise, you can go to hell and apologize to me. As soon as these words came out, the surrounding people's faces changed. The punishment hall leader's pupils shrank. No, father, save me. Feng Kong's face was full of horror. The Wind Tribe's supreme elder snorted. Trash, you can't even block one move, the punishment hall leader gritted his teeth. Konger, you can do it. You're also a top genius. Although you're not as strong as the Wind Phoenix, you can still be ranked in the top 10 among the younger generation of the Wind Tribe. Feng Kong's scalp went numb, but he still walked forward. Just one move? He quickly moved out and took out many defensive weapons to protect himself. If he can block this move, he'll be safe. Looking at this scene, the Crimson Dragon and the others were full of disdain. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. He said indifferently. Die. In the next moment, Feng Kong, who was protected by the light array and the shield, died. What? Is he dead? The people of the Wind Clan were stunned. They couldn't believe it. The young disciples were horrified. Feng Kong was killed by the other party's words. He was the top expert of the clan. The elders of the Wind Clan were also shocked. What kind of method was this? No, the leader of the punishment hall shouted angrily. He couldn't believe that his son couldn't even block one move. A great saint's face turned ugly. He said, this guy's soul is too strong. He could block my attack before. He killed Feng Kong with his soul eye technique. The others were in an uproar. So it was a soul attack. This method was too strange. Damn kid, I'm going to kill you. The leader of the punishment hall roared. Stop, however, the clan leader of the Feng clan had an ugly expression as he shouted angrily. The leader of the punishment hall stopped. Damn it. He gritted his teeth so hard that they almost broke. The leader of the Wind Clan said, is Lin Gongzi satisfied? Lin Xian said, how far have you gone? How can a young ant quell my anger? Do you think what you did to me can be erased so quickly? Are you kidding me? Lin Xian's eyes were filled with killing intent. He swore that he would take revenge and make the Wind Clan regret it. Then, Lin Xian looked at the people of the punishment hall and said indifferently, those who entered the 9-story pagoda before, kill yourselves. What? The people of the punishment hall were filled with despair. The pupils of the Wind Clan also shrank. This was an elite team, and there were many experts who had entered before. Now, they were going to kill them? What a joke. They wanted to stop him. Lin Xian sneered. What? You're not willing? Then I'll do it myself. As he spoke, he threw out the heaven-swallowing jar. A terrifying devouring aura spread in all directions. Those people quickly retreated in horror. At this moment, the Crimson Dragon laughed. They also attacked me. Kill. After hearing this, the experts of the Dragon Clan quickly moved. Roar. Roar, roar. Dragon roars resounded through the world. All kinds of terrifying Dragon Clan divine abilities flew out. Dozens of people were instantly torn into a bloody mist. Ancestor, it's me, old Zhang, help. Those people roared crazily, but it was useless. In an instant, they were all annihilated. The Wind Clan's people were in despair. What was going on? These people killed their experts in their territory, but their elders and patriarchs didn't say a word. Was this a tacit agreement? Lin Xian looked around at the angry eyes and sneered. What? Were they angry and desperate? But do you know what your Wind Clan has done? The patriarch of the Wind Clan used the excuse of inviting me to the Wind Clan to suppress me. What happened after that? Let me tell you something. 6 great sages, countless elders, and the people from the Hall of Punishments tortured me in every possible way. Do you think what I've done to the Wind Clan is excessive? What? The people from the Wind Clan were stunned. They really didn't know about this matter. They didn't expect that Lin Xian's disappearance during this period of time was actually because he was suppressed by their experts and great sages. Wind Clan Chief's face darkened. She asked, "Are you satisfied now?" Lin Xian snorted coldly and ignored her. Then, he stared at the Hall Master of Punishments. "You attacked me personally. I won't let you off. Brat, do you want to kill me?" The Hall Master of Punishments shouted angrily. He was a great sage. As expected, the people from the Wind Clan also roared, "Enough, don't go too far. We've already tolerated you a lot. Do you really think we're afraid of you?" Lin Xian sneered. "What? You're not satisfied? Then I'll make you despair." He waved his hand, and the people from Pill Cauldron School and Longevity Hall walked over. A terrifying aura enveloped heaven and earth. The terrifying power made everyone despair. Wind Clan Chief gritted her teeth. She said, "If the Hall Master of Punishments dies, will your anger be appeased?" "I don't know if it can be appeased completely, but I'm very angry now. I'll personally return the torture that this guy has inflicted on me. If the Wind Clan won't do it, then I'll do it myself. When the Wind Clan is destroyed, don't blame me." Killing intent appeared in Lin Xian's eyes. The Supreme Elder's expressions were ugly. They said, "Clan Chief, why don't you give up on the Hall Master of Punishments?" Another Grand Elder sighed. If he didn't pay a price, this brat wouldn't be willing to give up. A great sage might be able to appease his anger. Wind Clan Chief sighed and closed her eyes. She said, "Do it." Yes. The great sages received the order and moved quickly. The 4 great sages came in front of the Hall Master of Punishments. "Don't blame us. Everything is for the clan. Damn it, what do you want? Do you really want to kill me?" The Hall Master of Punishments shouted angrily, and the power in his body erupted. He unleashed a peerless attack that caused the 9 heavens and 10 earths to collapse. However, his opponents were 4 great sages, and they were great sages of the same clan. The 4 great sages attacked together. Soon, they suppressed the Hall Master of Punishments. "Cripple his cultivation." Lin Xian snorted coldly. Since the 4 great sages had already made their decision, they wouldn't hold back. They directly crippled the Hall Master of Punishment's cultivation. No. The Hall Master of Punishments was in despair. Without his cultivation, he was nothing. In fact, he even aged a lot in an instant. He really didn't expect his clan to give up on him. "Damn it, you'll regret it. Hurry up and kill this brat together, or the Wind Clan will be in danger. This brat will definitely not let this go. Do you think you'll be safe if I die? Hurry up and attack." However, the people of the Wind Clan ignored him and walked up from the other side. He took out the unparalleled sword and the great destruction spear from his storage ring and began to attack. "Don't you like to torture people? I'll let you know what it's like." Without his cultivation, the other party was like an ant to him. He attacked powerfully. First, he broke all the bones in the other party's body. Then, he began to use all kinds of methods. Screams rang out, and everyone's scalps went numb. The people of the Wind Clan were about to faint from fear. In the end, Lin Xian's eyes shone. Suffer the pain of 10,000 years of reincarnation. Die. The heavenly secret divine eyes activated the power of reincarnation, pulling the other party's soul into an illusion and began to suffer. In the end, the Hall Master of Punishments fell. Lin Xian roared at the sky, venting his anger. "Lin Gongzi, are you satisfied?" A great sage asked carefully. Lin Xian said, "Killing him has indeed calmed me down a lot, but it's still not enough." "What?" As soon as these words came out, the Grand Elders were stunned. The expression of the Wind Clan's patriarch changed drastically. He roared, "Don't go too far. Do you really think the Wind Clan is afraid of you?" Another great sage gritted his teeth. "What do you want?" Lin Xian said coldly. "I won't bully the Wind Clan. Those who attacked me before, no matter if they were ordinary sages or peak great sages, must die." His voice was filled with endless killing intent. Lin Xian wanted blood for blood. The few great sages who had attacked earlier had ugly expressions because they had tried to suppress Lin Xian before. They wanted to take his soul. Now that the other party was here, wouldn't he kill them too? The face of the Feng clan's leader sank. She said coldly, "Before, I also attacked you. Are you going to kill me as well?" Lin Xian sneered. "That's right. Anyone who attacked me before will go to hell. How dare you, you're courting death." This time, countless Feng clan experts roared. The other party didn't even let their clan leader off. This time, the Feng clan couldn't take it anymore. Lin Xian snorted. "What's wrong? Your clan leader's life is important, but my life isn't. I've said that if you attack me, you'll regret it. Now, I'm giving you one last chance. Kill yourself, clan leader, don't talk nonsense with him. This kid is a lunatic. Kill him, and all the treasures on him will be ours." The Feng clan leader also exploded with a sharp radiance. There was still room for discussion before, but since the other party wanted to kill her, there was no room for discussion. "All Feng clan disciples, listen up. Kill." At this moment, endless radiance exploded from her body, sweeping across the 9 heavens and 10 lands. The great sages and elders of the Feng clan also attacked. A storm gathered in the sky, and countless Feng clan martial artists moved. A great array appeared, and pillars of light appeared on the divine islands one after another. The Wind Phoenix gathered a group of forces and began to operate. The Feng clan was completely mobilized. They wanted to kill the person in front of them completely. Lin Xian roared as he raised the heaven-devouring jar, emitting endless killing intent. He shouted coldly, "Everyone, follow me and conquer the 9 heavens together. Kill." The people from Pill Cauldron Sect, Longevity Hall, Gu Family, and Fire God Palace were also roaring. This wasn't the first time they followed Lin Xian. They had attacked him in the Z Mansion before. Now that they were working together again, they were very familiar with each other. Soon, a great battle broke out. Wu Yuan also stepped into the air and summoned the starry sky beast. It covered the 9 heavens, and terrifying stars fell. The Mountain Sea Palace elders he had brought with him also began to attack. On the other side, the toad roared, "Ruzalong, do it quickly." The Crimson Dragon shouted coldly, "Dragons, listen up. Kill the people of the Wind Clan, especially those who attacked us, don't leave a single one alive." The dragon race experts received the order and attacked powerfully. Some of them took human form and were like exceptional war gods. Some were even more straightforward and directly transformed into their true forms. Countless dragons roared between heaven and earth. With a single strike, the few divine islands below were shattered. All the formations, buildings, mountains, rivers, and even the martial artists on them were annihilated. No, the people of the wind race were in despair. They didn't expect these people to be so powerful. "Kill that brat for me." A great sage from the windfolk wielding an axe flew through the air toward Lin Xian. The terrifying aura enveloped Lin Xian like the axe of a giant god. Lin Xian summoned the void beast beside him and dodged quickly. At the same time, he used the great sage tower to block. With a clang, he was forced back, his blood and chi churning. Beside him, another great sage charged over. That great sage was holding a fan. As he waved it, a storm condensed in the sky, wanting to tear Lin Xian's body apart. Lin Xian roared and used the great sage tower to defend. At the same time, he used the heaven-devouring jar to its limit and dodged quickly. At this moment, the great sages of the Pill Cauldron Sect and the Longevity Hall walked over. "Exalted Immortal, retreat. Let's attack." They charged out forcefully. Lin Xian swept his gaze in all directions and looked at the young disciples of the Wind Clan. "Come on, attack together. I'll take it." Feng Huang gritted her teeth and a sharp sword appeared in her hand. The wind shook the 9 heavens. A peerless sword technique swept out. Lin Xian sneered and struck out with both palms. 2-man ruler seals shot out and tore everything apart. He charged in front of Feng Huang. The 9-yang divine body bloomed with radiance as he fought in close combat. How could Feng Huang be a match for the divine body? She was injured in an instant. Wind spirit wings appeared on her back and brought her back quickly. The people of the Wind clan were good at speed. At this moment, they turned into extreme speed and kept dodging. At the same time, they attacked Lin Xian's various vital points. Your speed is a little slower than Guangming's. Lin Xian's eyes bloomed with golden light. He swept his gaze and began to lock onto Feng Huang's position. Feng Huang's speed was indeed very fast, but she couldn't escape his gaze. Soul gazes flew out one after another. Feng Huang felt the soul attack and quickly defended, but she was still a step too late. Lin Xian's soul wasn't something she could resist. After she came out, Lin Xian's finger pierced through her shoulder and one of her arms disappeared. It turned into a bloody mist. Her entire body was also sent flying. Was Feng Huang defeated? The young geniuses of the Wind clan were shocked. Damn it, everyone attacked together, more than a dozen geniuses charged over. Lin Xian laughed loudly. He waved the great shattering sword in his hand and the demonic clouds in the sky churned. The bodies of several geniuses split open. He was too strong. Lin Xian killed his way into the young disciples. Like a giant dragon entering a pack of wolves, he swept across all directions. Anyone who was hit by him either turned into a bloody mist, suffered serious injuries, or died directly. No, when the Feng clan leader saw this scene, her eyes turned red. Damn it, she forced a great saint of the fire god palace to retreat. Then, she roared into the sky. She used her trump card. Activate, sacred weapon. In her hand, a terrifying fan of wind was formed. Wind and rain fan of 8 desolation. The Wind clan's sacred weapon. At this moment, she used her full strength and directly injured the great saint of the fire god palace. Then, the great saints of the Wind clan quickly condensed and came to the Feng clan leader's side. They used all their strength to control the wind and rain fan of 8 desolation. A storm came over and raindrops fell. Each drop could penetrate a peerless expert. Sacred weapon. Among the sacred weapons, it was the top existence. At this moment, it was extremely terrifying. Competing in weapons? You're courting death. Lin Xian sneered. He threw the heaven-devouring jar into the sky and then said, "Give me your power." The great saints on Lin Xian's side also condensed their power and channeled it into the heaven-devouring jar. The heaven-devouring jar emitted a terrifying light. Endless vortexes condensed and spun, swallowing all the storm and rain in the sky. Then, Lin Xian took out the great dragon sword. "Give me power," he roared. The great saints channeled their power to him again. Slash, with a slash, it was as if a divine dragon had been resurrected and swept across the 9 heavens. At this moment, the Dragon Clan expert's pupils shrank. What a powerful aura of the Tao of Dragon. This was the great dragon sword soul. Was this the legendary cultivation technique or saint art? The Dragon Clan people also bowed down in worship. Boom, the Feng clan used the wind fan of 8 desolation to block with all its strength. The explosion of the two was earth-shattering. The Feng clan people retreated and vomited blood. Many of them. The Supreme Elder's mouth was bleeding, and the Feng clan leader also vomited blood. They were too strong. One had to know that this was not a single force attacking them. Lin Xian had gathered several elite experts from the peerless sections. One against many, the Feng clan could not resist at all. Go and ask for help. The Feng clan leader roared. In this situation, the Feng clan alone could not resist. They had to ask for help. The elders of the Feng clan fled one after another. It seemed that they were going to ask for help from other remote antiquity families and peerless sections. Very soon, news of this matter spread. Countless people were shocked. They didn't expect Lin Xian to attack the Wind clan after attacking the Z mansion. He was going too far. The Golden Crow clan was enraged when they heard about it. Who did he think he was? Did he really think he could behave atrociously above the heads of the remote antiquity families? the leader of the Golden Crow clan looked ahead. The elder of the Wind clan said, "Don't worry, we'll send people over." "Thank you." The Wind clan is eternally grateful for the kindness of the Golden Crow clan. At the same time, the Light clan, Holy Heavens clan, Serene Cloud sect, and even the Z mansion went over to invite them to attack Lin Xian. The people of the Serene Cloud sect rejected them directly. The previous incident had caused their sect master to be severely injured. They didn't want to participate in anything now. The people of the Light clan and Holy Heavens clan frowned. Was Lin Xian really so arrogant? They didn't think so. The leader of the Light clan asked, "What happened? Why did Lin Xian attack the Wind clan?" "What?" The elder of the Wind clan hesitated. He couldn't say that they wanted to suppress Lin Xian and steal his treasures. Seeing this, the people of the Light clan understood. He said, "It doesn't seem so simple. If that's the case, we can't help." Sigh. The elder of the Wind clan sighed and turned to leave. Although the Holy Heavens clan was suspicious, the leader of the Holy Heavens clan had joined forces with the Wind clan to attack the Netherworld Hierarch. Therefore, they decided to take a look. Soon, the great sages of the Golden Crow clan and Holy Heavens clan arrived. When the people of the Wind clan saw this, they were so excited that they were about to cry. The leader of the Wind clan exclaimed, "Friend, you came at the right time. Quick, help me suppress them. This brat is too arrogant." When the great sages of the Golden Crow clan arrived, they stared at Lin Xian with murderous intent. "Go to hell." They charged over aggressively. The people beside Lin Xian shouted coldly. The Supreme Elder of the Longevity Hall and the experts of the Dragon clan attacked, forcing the great sages of the Golden Crow clan to retreat. Damn it, why were there people of the Dragon clan? They were shocked. At this moment, the starry sky beasts in the sky shone down tens of thousands of rays of light, which made their scalps go numb. This time, there were even more people than when they attacked the Purple Mansion. When the patriarch of the saintly race arrived and saw this scene, he said, "Everyone, listen to me. This seems to be a misunderstanding. From the looks of it, they didn't intend to attack directly, but were here to mediate. There was no misunderstanding. Just kill them directly." The Wind clan's clan leader came over and said with gritted teeth. On the other side, Lin Xian waved his hand. Everyone stopped and looked at the newcomers with cold expressions. Lin Xian looked ahead and frowned slightly. "Golden Crow race, you dare to come over? You don't know the meaning of death. I'll send you all to hell together." At the same time, he looked at the people from the Saint Heaven's clan. "Saint Heaven's clan, do you want to be my enemy too? Why was Lin Gongzi attacking the Wind clan?" The patriarch of the saintly race asked. If the other party attacked without any reason, they would have to make a move no matter what. Because their Saint Heaven's clan could be the next Wind clan. When Lin Xian heard this, he laughed. "Didn't the Wind clan tell you the reason why they invited you here?" "Alright, I'll tell you. The Wind clan leader tricked me here and suppressed me. 6 great sages wanted to take my soul and steal my 9 sons' inheritance. Do you think I should take revenge? What?" The people from the saintly race were shocked. The great sages sucked in cold air. The patriarch of the saintly race's face darkened. He knew that there was a problem, but he didn't expect it to be so serious. It was no wonder that Lin Xian would lead people to attack the Wind clan. On the other side, the eyes of the Golden Crow race's great sages flickered. They looked at the Wind clan. The Wind clan's clan leader said, "Don't listen to his nonsense. This brat is too arrogant. Let's take him down together." However, the patriarch of the saintly race shook his head and sighed. "Daoist Feng, we can't do this." The Wind clan's clan leader's face changed. The Golden Crow race's clan leader said, "Are you afraid of him?" The saintly race's clan leader said, 6 great sages besieging a young man has already broken the rules we set together. I have no reason to take action. However, seeing that my clan has been on good terms with the Wind clan for many years, I can provide you with some help. But if you want us to attack Lin Xian directly, we won't." The saintly race drew a clear line between them. Lin Xian nodded. "Very good." Then, he looked at the Golden Crow race's clan leader and sneered. "Why? Do you intend to side with the Wind Clan? Then don't blame me. Next, I will attack the Golden Crow race. The Golden Crow race's clan leader's face changed. If that was the case, would they be able to resist Lin Xian and so many terrifying people? For a moment, they were hesitating. The people of the Wind Clan were in despair. However, at this moment, the Wind Clan's clan leader came to the Z mansion and requested for reinforcements. When Feng Xiaoqing heard about this, he sighed. He brought the experts of the Z mansion and headed to the Wind Clan. At this moment of crisis, they descended from the sky. Great, the people of the Z mansion are here. Seeing Feng Xiaoqing and the people of the Z mansion, the people of the Wind Clan recovered. They hoped that the Z mansion would stand on their side. Then, there was hope. It was the people of the Z mansion. The experts of the Dragon Clan frowned. The people of the Mountain Sea Palace sucked in a breath of cold air. The other great sects were also facing a great enemy. Back then, so many experts and sects had joined forces to attack the Z mansion, but the Z mansion could not do anything. They could only injure the other party. If the seal of the Z mansion had not been broken, their losses would have been even more severe. Now that the Z mansion was here, the situation had become complicated. Young man, don't go too far. Feng Xiaoqing looked at Lin Xian and said coldly. You have already killed many experts of the Wind Clan. You can stop now. You want me to stop with just a few words? Ridiculous. Then, I will suppress you, torture you, steal your inheritance, and then apologize to you. Is that okay? If you agree, I will do that to you right now. Lin Xian snorted. Feng Xiaoqing's face sank. What do you want? Lin Xian laughed coldly. I've already said it. It's very simple. Those who attacked me before must die. Including the patriarch of the Wind Clan. Feng Xiaoqing's face changed when he heard that. If the patriarch of the Wind Clan was killed, wouldn't the Wind Clan become a joke? Why are you afraid of losing face and suffering heavy losses? Then, when you were on top of me, did you think about the consequences? Lin Xian snorted. Come on, Z Mansion. Do you think you can represent the Z Mansion? At most, we will just fight another battle. Have the Heavenly Court ever been afraid of you? Lin Xian snorted and the heaven-devouring jar shone brightly. Lin Xian had the heaven-devouring jar and had joined forces with He Shan. Therefore, these people had long thought of him as someone from the Heavenly Court. Since that was the case, there was no need for him to hide it. Today, he would use his identity as someone from the Heavenly Court to fight against the Z Mansion. Since that was the case, there was nothing left to say. Young Master Feng roared. Let's do it. He brought the people of the Purple Mansion out. On the other side, the people of the Golden Crow race took a deep breath. They said that they could do it, but after suppressing this kid, he had to give them a share of the 9 sons' inheritance. Damn it. The leader of the Wind race gritted his teeth. But at this moment, they really needed each other's strength. The people of the Holy Heaven race retreated to the back. They would not participate in the battle. The battle had already broken out. With the addition of the Purple Mansion and the Golden Crow race, the Wind race's strength was extremely strong. The 3 legendary saint weapons were released. Unparalleled radiance rushed over. It was terrifying to the extreme. Kill, Lin Xian roared. He took out the great dragon sword soul, releasing a terrifying radiance. Give me strength. He roared. Ruzalong, array, use the spiritual vein here. Ruzalong, with the help of the experts of the dragon race, set up a huge array. He used the power of the 81 islands and poured it all into the great dragon sword soul. Dragon chi exploded. In addition to the dragon blood provided by the Crimson Dragon and the rest, the great dragon sword soul was extremely strong at this moment. With a slash, heaven and earth shattered. This slash was like the sword of a god. Even if the opponent had 3 legendary saint weapons, they were still pushed back. After the slash, Lin Xian's face was pale. Endless cracks appeared on his hands. Using such power of the great dragon sword soul was too much for him. His arms were broken and turned into a bloody mist. Using the immortality art, his broken arms recovered. Beside him, Dan Feng provided him with a large amount of pills. At the same time, dozens of islands on the wind race's island were destroyed and turned into ashes. All the energy was used up. The people of the wind race were in despair. This was using their strength to attack them. Damn it. Seal. They must not let them use the energy of the spiritual vein. Phoenix led the people to seal the spiritual vein quickly. The people of the Golden Crow race and the Purple Mansion race were shocked. Was this the legendary Great Dragon Sword? It was too strong. Moreover, the opponent was an attacker. The strength of his attack was unparalleled. They were vomiting blood. Without a sage weapon, no one would be able to survive this sword strike. Even great sages would be killed in body and soul. Damn it! Feng Xiaoqing shouted angrily. To those people from the Z government, they had to use their trump cards. The Purple Palace sect had a lot of methods, although they had to pay a price. Someone with terrifying demonic chi around his body said, "I can build the 9 underworld gate. Everyone, provide me with power." Since the Purple Palace Hall had the 9 nether scripture, it was obvious that someone had already mastered it. The great saint began to cast a spell. A 9 underworlds gate appeared behind him, emitting a terrifying aura. The people in the surroundings also provided energy, and the 9 underworld doors opened. A terrifying aura spread out from within. Clearly, an unknown god was about to appear. How terrifying. Legend had it that the 9 underworlds gate was connected to another world. It was terrifying to the extreme. The people from the Longevity Hall were shocked. Lin Xian and the others all frowned. Lin Xian clenched his teeth. He said that he would use the heaven-swallowing jar to block the legendary saint weapon and then use the great dragon sword to attack them. This way, he would split into 2. Although the great saint could provide him with energy, he was afraid that his body would be seriously injured. At this moment of crisis, 9 cauldrons appeared in the sky, suppressing a part of the world. The 9 underworlds gate kept shattering. The great saint coughed up blood and was sent flying. A loud voice rang out. "Purple Palace, do you think the Heavenly Court has no one?" The people from the Heavenly Court had come. The people from the Wind Clan felt their scalps go numb. The 9 cauldrons bloomed in the sky, and faintly discernible figures flickered. If the Purple Palace wants to fight, the Heavenly Court will accompany them to the end. Damn it! Feng Xiaoqing clenched his teeth. The people from the Golden Crow clan also acted as if they were facing a great enemy. They had seen these people's methods before. At this moment, a purple light streaked across the sky from afar, and a scroll appeared in front of Feng Xiaoqing. After Feng Xiaoqing received it, he roared in anger. "What's going on?" asked the leader of the Wind Clan. Feng Xiaoqing clenched his teeth and closed his eyes. He said that the Purple Palace had sent a letter saying that they didn't want them to participate too much. What? The Purple Palace was abandoning them? The people from the Wind Clan's expression changed greatly. It shouldn't be, the Wind Clan was willing to stand on the Purple Palace's side. "Please, the Purple Palace must support us fully," said one of the great sages standing next to Feng Xiaoqing. "Of course we want to help you. But the sealing incident caused serious damage to our Violet Palace mansion. We can't mobilize too much power now. It can only be said that your luck isn't good this time. It's better to do as this kid says. Otherwise, if they really fought, the 81 islands of the Wind Clan would probably be destroyed." Damn it. No, the Wind Clan's great saint roared. The leader of the Wind Clan also clenched his teeth. "Even without the Purple Palace, I can do it too. Do you think we don't have any trump cards? Go, use them." The Wind Clan was an ancient family with tens of thousands of years of inheritance. They definitely had trump cards, but they wouldn't use them unless it was a matter of life and death. The leader of the Wind Clan saw that it was a matter of life and death, so he had to use his trump cards. Endless runes appeared on his body as he used his bloodline power to the extreme. He took out the seal of the Wind Clan. The other 5 great saints also stood in 5 different directions. They formed a formation to communicate with the power of heaven and earth. One of the mountains shone brightly. The ground cracked open, and there were endless divine crystals inside. There were many old men sleeping there. Buzz, at this moment, a saber light slashed across and split the formation into 2. The leader of the Wind clan and the others trembled and spat out blood. Their faces were pale. Who dared to attack them? In the next moment, they saw a skinny old man who looked like a mummy walk over. The power of wind on his body was extremely terrifying. It was Elder Feng Yi. The leader of the Wind clan exclaimed. The other members of the Wind clan also knelt on the ground. Greetings, Patriarch. He was the oldest of the Wind clan's experts who were still awake. In another 30 years, he would be sealed and become their trump card. He wouldn't participate in ordinary battles because it would consume his vitality and life force. However, he had made a move at this moment. Elder Feng Yi, why don't you let me use my trump card? The leader of the Wind clan roared. Elder Feng Yi leaned on his walking stick and snorted coldly. You don't deserve to use your trump card. This time, it's all your own. No. Everything I do is for the clan. Alright, there's no need to say any more. The trump card of the Wind clan is for the true moment of life and death. It's not for you. Elder Feng Yi's eyes shone with a cold light. He walked over and looked at Lin Xian. I already know what you want from me, and I can fulfill your wish. However, you have to promise me that after these people are dead, you can't bring people to attack the Wind clan. Sure, but my request is that the 6 great saints, including the leader of the Wind clan, must die. You don't have any objections, right? Elder Feng Yi closed his eyes and sighed. He had no objections. Upon hearing this, the people of Wind tribe were stunned. Were they really going to let the 6 great sages die? This was a huge loss for any remote antiquity family. Those were great sages, but they had no choice. If the 6 great sages didn't die, more people of Wind tribe would die. Elder Feng Yi turned around and looked at the 6 of them. Why? Do you still want to fight back? To what extent do you want to implicate your tribe? He then looked at the leader of Wind tribe and sighed. Do it yourself. You're the leader of a tribe. Die with dignity. I know. The leader of Wind tribe had despair in her eyes. For the sake of her tribe, she had to die. She looked at the people around her and said, do it. Let's give our descendants a way out. Did we really do something wrong? The faces of the people of Wind tribe were filled with despair. Then, they started burning themselves. 6 balls of divine fire bloomed in the sky. They lit up the entire sky. The terrifying aura sent chills down everyone's spine. Eventually, they turned into ashes. Leader, the people of Wind tribe knelt on the ground. Blood rained down from the sky. The 6 great sages of Wind tribe were gone. Was Lin Gongzi satisfied? Elder Feng Yi looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian said coldly. If there was a next time, it wouldn't be so simple. I'll destroy the entire Wind tribe. Let's go. Those who had attacked him previously, regardless of whether they were great sages or kings, were all dead. Now that all of them were dead, his revenge could be considered complete. Therefore, he could leave now. Let's go. He turned around and left with the people of Pill Cauldron Sect and Eternal Life Hall. On the other side, the Crimson Dragon and Wu Yuan also left with their people. The group of them disappeared from Wind tribe. The people of Wind tribe were filled with despair. Elder Feng Yi looked at Holy Heavens tribe and Golden Crow tribe. Thank you for coming. The Wind tribe will definitely repay you in the future. Then, he looked at the people of Z Mansion. Thank you too. If there's anything you need in the future, please let me know. Feng Xiaoqing looked at the scene and sighed. It seemed that he wasn't the only one who had entered the Z government. In the future, the Wind clan would also be on the Z government's side. Phoenix stood on top of a divine island and was completely stunned. The Wind folk had lost 7 great sages, including their chief, because of a single young man. What kind of loss was this? Damn it, he couldn't accept it. He gritted his teeth, but there was nothing he could do. After this, the Wind clan's strength would be greatly reduced. They would have to recuperate in the future. Furthermore, they would never dare to provoke Lin Xian again. Following that, the Holy Heavens race, Golden Crow race, and Violet Mansion race left one after another. News of this matter quickly spread. When everyone knew the result, they were all stunned. No way, the clan leader of the Feng clan is dead, and there are 6 other great saints as well. More than a dozen of the Wind Clan's divine islands had been destroyed. God, this Lin Wudi was too heaven-defying. Was there no one who could control him? However, the truth was also spread. Some people said that the Wind Clan deserved it. It was said that the clan leader of the Wind Clan had personally led 6 great sages to take Lin Xian's soul away. They even wanted to obtain the 9 sons' inheritance. Lin Xian was a passive counterattack. So there was such a thing. It seemed that the Wind Clan was really unlucky. This time, they had shot themselves in the foot. It seemed that they couldn't touch Lin Xian in the future. Countless families were shocked. Although Lin Xian was full of treasures, the price to pay for provoking him was too high. Lin Xian had stirred up a storm in Taiqing ancient city. At this moment, everyone was in awe of him. Those ancient families and peerless sects dared not touch him. On the other hand, Lin Xian and the rest did not leave. They hid in the void, as if waiting for something. Countless flames soared into the sky in front of him, forming one golden crow after another. These people were the powerhouses of the Golden Crow clan who had left the Wind Clan. At this moment, they were rushing back to their clan. Then, in the next moment, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Countless terrifying auras sealed the surroundings. "Who are you?" The powerhouses of the Golden Crow clan roared. "I've said it before. If you dare to touch me, I'll make you regret it. Since you're going to help the Wind Clan, then go to hell and meet up with the clan leader of the Wind Clan." Lin Xian walked out and said coldly. "Damn kid, it's you, run." The great sages of the Golden Crow clan turned green. They didn't expect that the other party would intercept them halfway. Damn it, the other party had far more great sages than them. They were no match for them at all. Run. These great sages fled in all directions, but how could they escape? In this battle, the powerhouses of the Golden Crow clan who had rushed to help all died. Their souls were destroyed, but their bodies turned into delicious barbecue. They were taken away. Not long after, news came from Taiqing ancient city that several great sages and powerhouses of the Golden Crow clan had also died. No one knew who did it. Countless people were shocked when they heard the news. They had already guessed that it must be Lin Xian who did it, but they didn't have any evidence. After the Golden Crow clan learned about it, they were about to go crazy. However, they could only go crazy with anger and didn't dare to attack. The current Lin Xian was really powerful to the extreme, and he could suppress the clan of the ancients. If they wanted to take revenge, they could only find an opportunity in the future. Lin Xian and the others returned to Pill Cauldron sect. They started a banquet. Yi Wudao was waiting at Pill Cauldron sect. When he saw Lin Xian, he said, "It's great that you're fine." Lin Xian walked over and said, "It's all thanks to you this time. You saved my life. If you need anything in the future, just tell me. I won't frown. We're brothers, so this is nothing." Yi Wudao smiled. "Yes, that's right. Good brother, let's have a drink." Lin Xian laughed and pulled Yi Wudao to drink. The powerhouses of the Mountain Sea Palace, Gu Family, Longevity Hall, Fire God Palace, and other sects didn't leave. They drank and chatted together. Lin Xian thanked them one by one. This time, it was all thanks to them. Otherwise, he would have been in danger. The Crimson Dragon, Toad, and Whitey gathered together and drank happily. As for their food, it was naturally the freshly killed corpses of the Golden Crow Grand Sage. They were as big as mountains and contained endless energy. Not only was it delicious, but it could also increase their strength. After this meal, everyone's body shone brilliantly, as if they had ascended to immortality. Everyone gathered for half a month before the sects said goodbye one by one. The Longevity Hall, Fire God Palace, and Gu Family brought some of their powerhouses back to Mount Eternal. Lin Xian promised them that he would go to Mount Eternal in the future and help them pick immortal herbs. The powerhouses of the 3 sects were very grateful. On the other side, Lin Xian also met Elder Wu Yuan. The Mountain Sea Palace's help had also played a big role in this. Elder Wu Yuan said with a smile, "You're a member of the Mountain Sea Palace. Naturally, I have to help you. The disciples of the Mountain Sea Palace are not to be bullied by anyone. Little guy, I have high hopes for you." Elder Wu Yuan also thought highly of Lin Xian. He was a young genius who could become an unparalleled existence in the future. He might even enter the Emperor realm. The Mountain Sea Palace naturally had to support him. Wu Yuan Palace Lord invited Lin Xian back to the Mountain Sea Palace. Lin Xian was wondering if he should go or not. Anyway, he had already caused 2 huge storms here. The Wind Clan and Zifu Clan probably wanted to kill him. He wouldn't give them a chance. He was ready to go. At this moment, the Crimson Dragon came over and said, "I'll go too. Kid, you have to go back to the Dragon Clan with me. The Black Sea Dragon Clan is our neighbor, so it's on the way." Wu Yuan Palace Lord smiled. Indeed, the Mountain Sea Palace relied on the mountains and the Black Sea on the other side. "Okay, let's go together." Lin Xian nodded. Then, he looked at Yi Wudao and asked, "Wudao, where are you going next?" Yi Wudao said, "I came out to cultivate. Now that I've seen the geniuses in Taiqing Ancient City, I'm going to another city. Holy Abyss Ancient City. This city was stronger than Taiqing Ancient City, and there were more geniuses there. Brother Lin, come after you're done." Holy Abyss Ancient City? Lin Xian took a deep breath. "Okay, I'll go." Then, Yi Wudao left. He went to Holy Abyss Ancient City alone. Lin Xian said goodbye to the people of Danding Sect and returned to the Mountain Sea Palace with the Crimson Dragon, Toad, Elder Ruochen, Wu Yuan Palace Lord, and the others. Danfeng waved her hand and said, "Lin Xian, I'll also go to Holy Abyss Ancient City. We'll meet again then. Let's go." Wu Yuan Palace Lord waved his hand, and the space beast enveloped them and they disappeared. Great sages were very fast, and they didn't have to worry about being attacked. Lin Xian asked, "Rizalong, why do you want me to go back to the Dragon Clan with you?" The Crimson Dragon said, "Other than not seeing you for a long time, there's something I need your help with. It's a long story. I'll tell you later." Lin Xian nodded and closed his eyes to cultivate immortality and indestructibility. They didn't say anything along the way. They returned to Shanghai City and arrived at the Mountain Sea Palace. Greetings to the Palace Master. When the people of the Mountain Sea Palace saw Elder Wu Yuan return, they respectfully bowed. It was that Lin Xian. Had he also returned with the Hall Master? Countless people looked at Lin Xian. When they looked at the Crimson Dragon, they were surprised. Some of the demon beasts they had subdued started to roar anxiously. "Hall Master, who is this?" Many elders walked up and asked. Palace Master Wu Yuan said, "Let me introduce you. This is the young clan leader of the Black Sea's dragon race. He is our neighbor." The young master of the Dragon Clan and the elders of Mountain Sea Palace were all shocked. Furthermore, their bloodline was definitely heaven-defying. It was no wonder that the demonic beasts they had subdued were so terrified. This was the suppression of the dragon bloodline. The Mountain Sea Palace held a welcoming dinner for Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon. After Xiaoxiyu received the news, she rushed over as well. When she saw Lin Xian, her eyes turned red. "Why didn't you come to see me for so long? Did you forget about me?" Lin Xian said with a smile. "How could that be? Didn't I come back?" The toad at the side revealed a strange expression. "Not bad, kid. Another one is here. Go away." Lin Xian kicked the toad away. Next, Lin Xian accompanied Xiaoxiyu in the Mountain Sea Palace for a few days. Finally, he went to the Xiao clan. He paid a visit to the Xiao clan's clan leader, Xiao Mu. Then, he left the Mountain Sea Palace and headed to the Black Sea with the Crimson Dragon and the Toad. The entire buried Emperor Star was divided into 4 seas and 8 desolates. The Black Sea was one of them, and it could be said to be the largest one. The Black Sea was boundless, and there were too many demon beasts hidden in it. The Black Sea's dragon race. It was one of them, and it was an existence equivalent to a supreme overlord. The group of people shuttled through the bottom of the sea. With the dragon race's experts leading the way, a dragon that was tens of thousands of meters long roared. The surrounding sea demons all prostrated themselves, and no one dared to step forward. "Alright, Rizalong, you can speak now, right?" the dark red divine dragon said. "I invited you here because I want to borrow something from you." "Kid, how many eyes of time are left?" "There are 4 left." "What's wrong?" Lin Xian sighed. You can't be thinking of using the Eyes of Time, right? Although this thing is very magical, it's probably useless at our realm. We can only blame ourselves for killing that time serpent. Otherwise, if he had grown to the sage realm, the Eyes of Time would have been more useful to us. Lin Xian had used the Eyes of Time to recover before, and the effect was very good. However, at that time, he was only a king, not even a sage. Now, he had already reached the sage realm, and the gap between the two of them was too big. The Eyes of Time were no longer useful. Otherwise, he would have taken it out and given it to Xiaojiuyo. However, Xiaojiuyo's realm had surpassed ordinary great sages, and the Eyes of Time were probably useless. Unless it was a great sage level Eye of Time, it would be useless. However, that kind of thing no longer existed in the ancient era. I know that too, but there's still a trace of hope. At least, we have to know who the murderer is. Next, the Crimson Dragon explained in detail, and Lin Xian understood after hearing it. The Crimson Dragon was from the Divine Dragon clan of the Dragon Clan. Its identity was very special and very rare. Although it wasn't a member of the nest of 10,000 dragons, its status in the entire Dragon Clan was extraordinary. The Crimson Dragon's father came from the Black Sea and went to other worlds. Now that the Crimson Dragon had come to the buried Emperor Star, it wasn't long before he was sensed by the Dragon Clan of the Black Sea. When they sensed the Divine Dragon bloodline, they immediately brought the Crimson Dragon back. Furthermore, they conferred him the title of Young Master of the Dragon Clan. All of this was originally very good, but the current Dragon Clan was surging with undercurrents. All of this was because of the nest of 10,000 dragons. In the Dragon Clan, the nest of 10,000 dragons was in existence that had produced a great emperor. In particular, the other party had left behind an emperor who had awakened a few years ago. Now, he had grown to an unbelievable level. The goal of this emperor was definitely to become the Dragon Emperor and unify the Dragon Clan of the Myriad Worlds again. The Dragon Clan of the Black Sea was very strong, so they were naturally targeted by the nest of 10,000 dragons. Originally, the Dragon Clan of the Black Sea wasn't afraid because they had a top genius, the previous young master of the Crimson Dragon, called Long Guang. He was very terrifying. However, he had fallen in Holy Abyss Ancient City. This made the Dragon Clan of the Black Sea go crazy. They sent countless experts to investigate, but in the end, they still didn't know who had done it. They had suspected a few people, but there was no evidence, so the matter was left unsettled. However, the Dragon Clan of the Black Sea never gave up. After the Crimson Dragon arrived and learned of this matter, he thought of Lin Xian. He wanted to see if there was a way to use the Eye of Time. At the very least, it would be good to get some clues. Lin Xian understood after hearing this. Don't worry, the two of us obtained the Eye of Time together. I will do my best to help you. Their speed was very fast. 10 days later, they slowed down. Endless rays of light appeared in front of them, and a dragon palace appeared at the bottom of the sea. What a terrifying aura. Lin Xian was surprised. He felt that the great dragon sword soul in his body had become excited and was letting out dragon roars. We're here. Let's go. Treat this place as your own home. Don't stand on ceremony with me. The Crimson Dragon waved his hand. Lin Xian took a deep breath and walked over. Little White also jumped out and said, Ruzalong, is there anything delicious? The Crimson Dragon said, there are enough top-grade spirit fruits. That's good. Little White's big eyes narrowed into crescents. The guards in front walked over and greeted the young master. They were incomparably respectful. Open the array. The Crimson Dragon waved his hand and said. The guards formed seals and opened the array. The group walked in. When Lin Xian walked over, they were extremely curious. Why did the young master invite a human over, and they seemed to have a good relationship? They carefully sensed. Then, when Lin Xian walked past them, their bodies trembled. A hint of fear appeared in their eyes. Damn it, what's going on? The other party had an aura that suppressed their dragon blood. This is impossible. This can only happen to the young master. The young master's bloodline is very terrifying. How can this person have such a terrifying aura of the Tao of Dragon? They didn't know that this was the power of the great dragon sword soul, but they became incomparably respectful to Lin Xian. This was the respect for a powerhouse. The dragon race lived in the dragon palace. In addition, some of the guards were powerhouses of the dragon race. Some were other sea demons, such as shrimp soldiers, crab generals, various fish, and so on. These people were very strong, and they had submitted to the dragon race for generations. The surrounding buildings were even more strange. They had a unique style of the sea. The Crimson Dragon shuttled all the way. After entering, he transformed into his true form. He was very fast. At the same time, he shouted, "Old men, come out. I brought the people back." In the distance, some old figures walked out from the palaces and pavilions in the sea. The aura of the Tao of Dragon on these people was very terrifying. They were obviously at the great sage level. With a single step, they arrived beside him. After greeting the young master, they first bowed to the Crimson Dragon, then looked at Lin Xian. "This must be the friend you were talking about." After greeting his seniors, Lin Xian didn't dare to be arrogant. These were all great sages of the dragon folk. He bowed respectfully to the elders. "Young man, you don't have to be so courteous. You're a friend of the young master, so you're a friend of the Black Sea Dragon race." These great saints all looked at Lin Xian and nodded slightly. Suddenly, they froze, their expressions shocked. From Lin Xian's body, they could sense an extremely powerful aura of the Tao of Dragon. What was going on? They were stupefied. "You're from the dragon race?" Lin Xian shook his head. Another elder of the dragon clan asked, "Then have you consumed dragon blood before, or have you cultivated a divine ability of the dragon clan?" Lin Xian shook his head again. The Crimson Dragon said, "Stop guessing, he is the descendant of the great dragon." "Boy, these people are very reliable." Since the Crimson Dragon said so, Lin Xian didn't hide it. He waved his hand, and the shadow of the great dragon sword circled around him. A terrifying dragon chi swept across the 9 heavens. The surrounding elders of the Black Sea's dragon clan were shocked. The legendary great dragon sword was actually obtained by a human, no wonder it had such an aura. This pressure was not weaker than the young master's bloodline. The elders were extremely shocked. After Lin Xian retracted it, he said, "Senior, do you want to borrow my Eye of Time?" As he spoke, he waved his hand and took out an Eye of Time from his storage ring. A mysterious power bloomed. When the surrounding people sensed it, they gasped. The power of time had always been mysterious. Lin Xian sighed. "To be honest, I obtained this Eye of Time many years ago. The Serpent of Time that I killed was only at the king level, so the effect of the Eye of Time was limited. I hope that the elders can be mentally prepared." A great saint sighed. "This matter has happened for several years, and we have long accepted it. Long Guang's body and soul were destroyed, and not even a remnant soul was left. There was no hope of resurrection. We just want to find clues to the murderer and avenge Long Guang. Then, there's no time to lose. Let's start. Little friend, this way please." The group walked in. The other dragon generals were guarding outside. After entering a large hall, the supreme elders of the dragon race performed hand seals and tore open a crack in the wall. Then, a strange space appeared. "This is?" Lin Xian was surprised. What a terrifying method. The great elder said that this is the place where Long Guang died. "We sealed it and brought it back." The space wasn't big, with a radius of 10,000 miles. It had the aura of the dragon clan. Obviously, the dragon clan's expert died here. After Lin Xian walked in, the Crimson Dragon and the elders of the dragon clan also walked in. They took out the Eye of Time, activated the spell, and placed it in the void. Immediately, the surrounding world spun, and time flowed backward. A mysterious aura filled the air. Gradually, an image appeared between heaven and earth. The originally shattered blood mist gradually condensed, forming a shadow. It was very blurry, but the elders of the dragon clan cried out in surprise. The great elder's pupils constricted. It was Long Guang. It was really useful. They were shocked. Time seemed to have flowed backward. The scenes that happened to Long Guang appeared again, but the voice was a little blurry. Lin Xian was also surprised. He discovered that Long Guang had been tricked here. Then, a few great experts appeared in the surroundings and sealed the entire world. Then, a figure descended. Those people attacked together and killed Long Guang. Damn it! Who was it? The Dragon Clan powerhouses gritted their teeth and roared. Their eyes were red. The Crimson Dragon also frowned. I can't see clearly. Kid, can you see more clearly? Lin Xian said, I'll give it a try. He took out another Eye of Time and activated it with all his might. Immediately, another wave of time power flowed out. Lin Xian said, I can't make everyone appear, but I can make one of them appear. The Great Elder pointed at a figure opposite Long Guang and said, it should be him. He should be the leader. Try your best to restore his appearance. Lin Xian said, I understand. He controlled the power of the two eyes of time and enveloped the figure. The figure gradually became clear, and everything else became blurry. It was a handsome man with outstanding facial features. Dragon Chi surrounded his body. It could crush the heavens. He was like the Supreme Dragon Emperor, so powerful that people looked up to him. Who was this person? What a terrifying Dragon Clan bloodline. Lin Xian was shocked. Even though it was just a scene of time, he still felt a chill down his spine. After the elders of the Dragon Clan of the Black Sea saw it, their pupils constricted. Damn it! It was him. Who is this person? Lin Xian was shocked. Do the people of the dragon race know him? The great elder of the dragon race gritted his teeth. He was Long Wu from the nest of 10,000 dragons. He was also the son of the Dragon Emperor. Lin Xian sucked in a breath of cold air. The son of a great emperor? Is he an imperial prince? It was too unbelievable. No wonder he was shocked by the scene. The other elders also roared. It was indeed the nest of 10,000 dragons. Damn it, they would definitely not let them off. The power of the Eye of Time disappeared and the two eyes shattered. The scene slowly dissipated, but they already knew who the murderer was. A few elders of the dragon race rushed over and roared at the sky, commanding the dragons. At this moment, the entire dragon race of the Black Sea was alarmed. What caused such a change? One figure after another rushed over. They all asked. Is there a strong enemy? Those elders gritted their teeth. At this moment, they wanted to gather all the dragons and kill the nest of 10,000 dragons. However, the Crimson Dragon flew over and said, Old man, I advise you to calm down. The nest of 10,000 dragons is stronger than us. They have an extreme Tao Emperor weapon and are more terrifying than us. If you act rashly, the entire dragon race of the Black Sea might be destroyed. Is this what you want to see? As the Crimson Dragon's voice sounded, the elder's eyes gradually returned to normal. Damn it. An elder stood out and said, if there's nothing else, you can all go back. The surrounding dragons laughed. A few core elders gritted their teeth. Are we not going to take revenge? Revenge? Of course we have to take revenge. But now is not the time for a decisive battle. Since I am the young clan leader of the Black Sea Dragon race, this revenge is also mine. I will go to Saint Distant Ancient City and kill that guy. No, the young clan leader is too dangerous. The great elder shook his head. They had already lost a young clan leader. If another one died, the loss would be too great. After all, there were too few people with a bloodline like the Crimson Dragon. Don't worry, I am not alone. This kid will go with me. Especially since this kid has the great dragon sword soul. He can be considered half a member of the dragon race. If the two of us join forces, I don't believe that we can't take him down. Young master, it's not that I don't believe you, but the gap between us is just too big. He was an imperial prince with an extraordinary bloodline. He was a saint when he was born, and now he was already standing at the peak of the Saint King realm. He would soon become a great sage. Moreover, it was said that his battle prowess was no weaker than that of a great sage. Furthermore, he had already ascended to the 90th level of the Sacred Gulf Tower and would soon be crowned the champion. Such a character was simply undefeatable. We don't stand a chance in a one-on-one battle, and if you want to attack him, that's even more impossible. He has even more experts of the Tao of Dragon by his side. Unless we use the power of our entire clan, we won't stand a chance. Was that guy really that terrifying? The Crimson Dragon gasped. Lin Xian was also surprised. Although there were many words in it, he did not understand what they meant. However, Prince Guang's identity was different. He knew that this Long Wu was extremely powerful. Most likely, he was even more talented than Leaf Dao Denier, Light, and the others. Moreover, the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty had been revived from the true spirit world. It had only been a few years, yet the other party was already close to becoming a great sage. His speed far surpassed theirs. One had to know that Lin Xian's own cultivation speed was already heaven-defying. How many inheritance treasures did he have? Yet, he still couldn't compare to the Emperor's. The identity of the Emperor's son was truly terrifying. The Crimson Dragon took a deep breath. Although that guy is terrifying, I won't give up so easily. Besides, even if you really want to attack the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty, you have to be fully prepared. I'll go to Holy Abyss City first and meet that guy to buy time for you. It won't be too late to make a move when you're fully prepared. Lin Xian also said, I'll go too. I haven't seen the real Emperor's son yet. One day, I'll fight him. Indeed, if he wanted to become a great emperor, Lin Xian would definitely clash with the other party on his emperor's road. Besides, the other party was the Crimson Dragon's enemy, so he was his enemy. The Grand Elder and the others still disagreed. The Crimson Dragon argued for a long time before they agreed. They could go to Holy Abyss City, but they had to be careful and not rashly attack him. Give us some time. We'll definitely not let him off. Next, Lin Xian and the others went back to rest. After the Crimson Dragon arrived, Lin Xian asked, How much do you know about that guy? Tell me. The Crimson Dragon said, I don't know either. I only know that he has only been awake for a few years, but he's already so terrifying. His bloodline power is probably beyond our imagination or even our understanding. If you meet him, you have to be careful. He might snatch your great dragon sword soul. Lin Xian said, Sooner or later, I'll fight him. No matter if we have grudges or not, we'll meet in the battle for the Emperor's road. However, he frowned and said, I don't understand some of the things you said before. What does the Holy Abyss Tower mean? What does the coronation mean? What does the crown mean? Let me tell you. The Crimson Dragon sat down and drank spiritual wine while eating barbecued meat. Then, he told Lin Xian everything. Lin Xian was surprised after hearing it. Holy Abyss Ancient City was also an ancient city, but it was even more terrifying than Taiching Ancient City. There were even more ancient families and peerless sects there. There was also a divine object in Holy Abyss Ancient City called the Holy Abyss Tower. It had been passed down since ancient times. No one knew who created it, but it was very mysterious. It was said that Holy Abyss Ancient City was named after it. This was somewhat similar to Qianquan Ancient City. Qianquan Ancient City was related to Emperor Qianquan, and Holy Abyss Ancient City was related to the Holy Abyss Tower. Lin Xian guessed that it was very likely to be related to the ancient Emperor Qianquan. The Holy Abyss Tower was a trial and cultivation place. After entering, one would be trained and challenged. If one succeeded, they would obtain heaven-defying opportunities to increase their cultivation and strength. The Holy Abyss Tower had a total of 99 floors. With each level, the difficulty would increase. Even a top-notch expert would only be able to climb a few dozen levels. Once one completed all 99 floors, they would be crowned and become the Crown King. This was an unparalleled honor. In history, anyone who passed the 99 floors and became the Crown King could be said to be the top geniuses of the world. No one could surpass them. In the future, they would also become a heaven-defying expert, sweeping through a region and being recorded in history. This was equivalent to the most supreme glory and the proof of one's talent. The Toad was also surprised after hearing it. Crown King? Was there a double Crown King? Triple Crown King? The Crimson Dragon nodded. Don't tell me there is. What's going on? Lin Xian was also surprised. Was the Triple Crown King successfully reaching the top 3 times? The Crimson Dragon nodded. That's right, it's successfully reaching the top 3 times. However, it's not the 3 times you think it is. After successfully reaching the top and becoming the Crown King for the first time, entering again would be 10 times more difficult than before. If one could still reach the top like this, it would be the double Crown King. the difficulty of entering the double crown king would increase by 20 times. Reaching the top again would be the triple crown king. Becoming the crown king was already as difficult as ascending to the heavens, let alone the double crown king and the triple crown king. Then, has anyone ever broken through to the first crown? How many crowns were there? In history, there were indeed people who broke through to the first crown, double crown, or even triple crown. Of course, the highest was the last great emperor from 40,000 years ago, Emperor Qing. He was the 10-crown king. 10-crown king. Lin Xian gasped. Didn't that mean that the other party had entered 10 times and successfully reached the top? The last time was 100 times more difficult. No wonder this person could become a great emperor. Yes, it was heaven-defying. After him, there hadn't been a great emperor for 30,000 years. What level had Martial Dragon reached? Lin Xian asked. The Crimson Dragon thought for a moment and said. He had checked before and it was said that he had already reached the 90th floor. It was only a matter of time before he reached the top and became the first crown king. And it seemed that it wouldn't take long for him to reach it. As for how many crowns he could become in the end, it was hard to say. The toad exclaimed. Such a person should be unrivaled in the world. However, the Crimson Dragon shook his head. No, he had an opponent. There was even someone whose current record was better than his. What? That was impossible. Someone had surpassed the emperor. The toad was surprised. Even Lin Xian was curious. Who was it? Dark North. He had already reached the 95th floor. His identity was also extraordinary. He was Kuan-Pengzi. He was the emperor's son of the great emperor of the Kuan-Peng clan. Another emperor's son. Lin Xian was shocked. Holy Abyss Ancient City was too extraordinary. One had to know that the strongest in Taiqing Ancient City was only the ancient desolate body. But there were actually 2 emperors in Holy Abyss Ancient City. This Kuan-Pengzi was very strong, and he had awakened earlier than Martial Dragon, so he was stronger now. Everyone guessed that he might be the first to be crowned and become the first king in this generation. Speaking of which, we suspected 2 people of Long Guang's death. One was Kuan-Pengzi, Dark North. The other was the Dragon Prince, Martial Dragon. Because only these 2 people could threaten and kill Long Guang. What was Long Guang's strength before? Lin Xian asked. His cultivation was at the Saint King realm, and his battle record had already reached the 93rd floor of the Saint Origin Tower. If he didn't die, he would also become a champion. So powerful. Lin Xian sucked in a breath of cold air. No wonder those elders were so angry. He was indeed a top-notch genius. It was a pity that he had fallen. Kid, are you interested in going to the Holy Abyss Ancient City? When the time comes, we'll see just how magical this sacred Abyss Tower is. Lin Xian said. Of course he was interested. His eyes shone with a cold light. What kind of scene would it be to compete with the Crown Prince? These people are all in different sections. I wonder which sect you would like to join when the time comes. A sect? Aren't they all from the desolate ancient emperor clan? Lin Xian was shocked. Within the Holy Abyss Ancient City, there were 3 ancient orthodoxies that had been passed down for a very long time. They were the Tao sect, Heaven sect, and Earth sect. The Dragon Prince was from the Path sect. Kuan-Pengzi had joined the Sky sect. After entering these 3 ancient orthodoxies, one would be able to obtain powerful resources. Moreover, these 3 orthodoxies had close ties with the desolate ancient families and the great sections. There were many experts in these orthodoxies. They were all disciples of the great sects and the desolate ancient families. They were all geniuses among geniuses. They could even create their own sects and forces. Among them, the force that the Dragon Prince had created in the Path sect was the Dragon Palace. Lin Xian's eyes lit up when he heard this. He was surprised that there was such a thing. He thought for a moment and said, since our target is the Dragon Prince, we should join the Path sect. Alright, that's what I think too. The Crimson Dragon nodded and said, after resting for half a month, we'll set off. They were very close to the Path sect's recruitment test this time. The 3 orthodoxies would have a test every year. Those who passed would be able to enter and cultivate as disciples of the orthodoxies. Those who failed would have to wait a year and could only participate again in the third year. Ordinary geniuses were not qualified to enter at all. Only the top geniuses and experts could enter the three orthodoxies. Since the decision had been made, Lin Xian and the other two began to cultivate at the bottom of the sea. On this day, the first elder found the Crimson Dragon and Lin Xian and said, "Since you want to join the Path sect, we'll give you an opportunity to increase your strength. Especially your dragon power. Young master, you might be able to improve your bloodline power." Then, the first elder looked at Lin Xian and said, "Young man, although you're a human, you have the dragon sword soul. It seems that you've merged with the dragon sword soul. This means that you have the dragon soul. You're half a dragon. This opportunity will be good for you." "Thank you." Lin Xian was delighted. The opportunity that the dragon tribe of the Black Sea was talking about would definitely be good. The first elder said, "Young man, you don't have to thank us. We should be the ones thanking you. If it weren't for you, we would never have known who the murderer was. This time, we'll repay you for your help." The toad also wanted to go, but he wasn't a dragon and didn't have the dragon power, so he couldn't go. After that, he and Little White stayed here. The dragon tribe also provided them with many heavenly treasures. The two of them ate to their heart's content, and forgot about the matter of fortuitous opportunities. Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon followed the first elder forward. Soon, the surrounding figures became fewer and fewer. This seemed to be a forbidden area where no one could come. The Crimson Dragon said, "Damn, old man, you're not taking us to that place, are you?" Now, the Crimson Dragon had guessed where they were going. The first elder said, "That's right. This time, you have 10 days to enter that place. Whether you can get anything after 10 days depends on your luck." "What is that place?" Lin Xian was curious. The Crimson Dragon said, "Dragon Tomb." The Dragon Tomb was the place where the dragon tribe of the Black Sea was buried for generations. This was a forbidden area. Under normal circumstances, it wouldn't be opened. Only extremely terrifying dragon clan powerhouses could be buried here after their deaths. This was also a supreme honor. At this moment, Lin Xian and Little White entered the Dragon Tomb. In front of them, there was a stone tablet carved by millions of dragons, standing there. It was like the hand of a god guarding the Dragon Tomb. The aura on it was really too strong. The first elder held the dragon court walking stick in his hand to block this aura. The array around them flickered. The first elder stood in front and said, "I'm going to open the Dragon Tomb. You two go in. It can temper your dragon power, and even strengthen your dragon power bloodline or physique. It's up to you what you choose." As he spoke, the dragon thunder staff in his hand bloomed with light. Endless array formations condensed and swept toward the million dragon steel in front of him. The million dragon steel bloomed with light, and the door of the Dragon Tomb slowly opened. A terrifying aura filled the air, accompanied by an extremely terrifying power of death. "The Dragon Tomb is open. You can go in." Hearing this, Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon took a deep breath and quickly walked in. The aura inside was very terrifying. There were dragon shadows in front, and the door to the Dragon Tomb was closed. The light dimmed. "Kid, let's each go in a direction." "I'll go this way." The Crimson Dragon waved and walked to one side. Lin Xian walked to the other side. The dragon roared in front of him, and in the next moment, a golden light flashed. A golden dragon appeared between heaven and earth. Its body was tens of thousands of miles long, as if it was a real divine dragon. However, Lin Xian knew that it was just an illusion, because these dragon clan members were all dead. In addition to the golden dragon, there was a purple dragon, a dragon with 8 arms, and a sword dragon surrounded by sword chi. There were all kinds of forms of the dragon clan here. Lin Xian summoned the great dragon sword soul and merged with him. The great dragon sword soul formed a dragon shadow outside him. At the same time, he circulated the dragon clan's breathing technique. He felt the terrifying killing intent around him disappear. Although it was very stressful, it would not take his life. He began to feel the aura of the dragon clan. Lin Xian took a deep breath. At this moment, he forgot that he was a human. It was as if he had become a dragon. He saw his body grow bigger, turning into 1,000 meters long. his body bloomed with bright golden light. He formed a golden divine dragon, baring his fangs and brandishing his claws between heaven and earth. This feeling was truly too wondrous. The great dragon sword soul also let out a roar. Lin Xian walked along, passing dragon shadows one after another. The deeper he went, the more terrifying the aura of the dragon clan was. There was a Tyrannosaurus Rex in front of him, standing between heaven and earth. Just the aura alone made Lin Xian unable to move forward. Lin Xian changed direction and continued to walk. However, there was a sword dragon in front of him that swept across heaven and earth. The terrifying sword chi made his hair stand on end. These dragon clan powerhouses must have been unparalleled heroes who swept through the world in the past. Now that he was dead, he still had such power. Lin Xian sat down cross-legged and started to absorb the Tao of Dragon aura. Gradually, he realized that his fusion with the great dragon sword soul had become even more perfect. It was as if the great dragon sword soul had become a part of his soul. This feeling could reduce the consumption of his great dragon sword soul. At the same time, he made another shocking discovery, and that was his bloodline. Lin Xian himself didn't have any amazing bloodline. However, after growing to this point, coupled with the fact that he cultivated the super physique, the 9-yang divine body. Therefore, his bloodline had long contained boundless power. A drop of golden saint blood could crush mountains and rivers. This type of bloodline was an exceptional bloodline, and it could already be passed down. However, this was not Lin Xian's ultimate bloodline. At this moment, in the dragon tomb, his bloodline had undergone some changes. Other than the power of the 9 Suns' divine blood, there was also the power of the dragon clan's bloodline condensing inside. One had to know that the dragon clan's bloodline was unique to the dragon clan and had been passed down through countless generations. It was basically impossible for others to condense the dragon clan's bloodline. No matter how much dragon blood one swallowed, this bloodline couldn't be passed down. But now, Lin Xian's situation was different. He seemed to have really condensed the dragon clan's bloodline. No one would believe that a human could condense the dragon clan's bloodline. However, Lin Xian's situation was different. He had the great dragon sword soul and had even fused with it. In addition, there were so many terrifying auras here, so it wasn't impossible for such a bloodline to be born. Moreover, it seemed to be more than one type of dragon bloodline. It seemed to be the bloodline of 10,000 dragons. Lin Xian's body bloomed with endless light. The great dragon sword soul fused with him and let out a dragon's roar. Lin Xian's dragon clan's breathing technique made him completely turn into a god at this moment. The light on his body bloomed, and the surrounding dragon clan's phantoms all flew into his body and fused with it. On the other side, the Crimson Dragon also underwent a bloodline evolution. He was a member of the Divine Dragon clan. Endless dragon aura surrounded him, causing his divine dragon bloodline to improve further. 10 days passed quickly. A low voice came from the dragon's tomb, and then it slowly opened. Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon felt a force repelling them. They knew they couldn't stay any longer. Lin Xian looked at the surrounding dragon clan's phantoms and bowed deeply, thanking the dragon clan's seniors for giving him strength. The dragon clan of the Black Sea will always be my friend. If I'm lucky enough to reach the Emperor realm in the future, I can protect the dragon clan of the Black Sea and become the overlord for 10,000 years. Roar! Roar, roar! As Lin Xian's voice fell, the surrounding dragon clan's phantoms roared loudly, and the 9 heavens and earth shook. Outside, the first elder and the others were waiting anxiously. Suddenly, a dragon's roar came from the dragon's tomb, causing their blood to boil. What happened inside? Could there be an accident? They were extremely worried. After all, a human had gone in this time. But fortunately, they soon saw Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon coming out safely. They heaved a sigh of relief. The dragon's tomb in front of them slowly closed, and once again fell into silence and deep sleep. What happened before? The second elder asked. The third elder also asked. How was it? Did the young lord's strength improve? The Crimson Dragon said. Feel it. As he spoke, he activated the power of his bloodline, and the dragon aura on his body swept across the 9 heavens. Phantoms of divine dragons circled between heaven and earth. Great, he had indeed become stronger. His bloodline was now no weaker than Long Guang's. They were really overjoyed. The only difference between the Crimson Dragon and Long Guang was the difference in cultivation time and cultivation. In other words, if the Crimson Dragon had enough time, the Crimson Dragon would definitely be able to reach Long Guang's level in the future. He might even be able to grow indefinitely. Then, they looked at Lin Xian with anticipation in their eyes. They wondered if this human had made any breakthroughs. I was the one who caused this sound earlier because I promised the seniors of the Dragon Clan that in the future, I would reach the Emperor realm. I would also let the Dragon Clan of the Black Sea stand at the peak of the universe. This was a promise. After all, the Dragon's Tomb was a forbidden area of the Dragon Clan. Other than the clan leaders and young clan leaders of the past who could enter, no one else could. If one wanted to enter, they could only do so after death. Now that Lin Xian could enter as a human, this was simply a peerless gift from the Dragon Clan. The people of the Dragon Clan naturally knew that Lin Xian's strength and talent were unparalleled. They were also betting on his future. It was just that they didn't know if he could become a great emperor. However, when a 9-yang divine body grew up, it could also sweep through everything. However, when they saw the scene that Lin Xian displayed, these people of the Dragon Clan were really stunned. Even the Crimson Dragon was shocked. Behind Lin Xian, dragon shadows appeared one after another. There were golden dragons, Stegosaurus, Tyrannosaurus Rex, and other dragon shadows roaring. That aura was terrifying and mysterious. What was going on? The elders of the Dragon Clan were stunned. The Crimson Dragon also said, "Kid, you didn't swallow them all, did you?" Lin Xian said, "I didn't. I seem to have condensed the bloodline of the Dragon Clan. Let me see." The Great Elder walked over, grabbed Lin Xian's wrist, and carefully sensed it. Then he said, "Can I see your blood?" Lin Xian nodded, cut his palm, and dripped a few drops of his blood. The golden blood was wrapped in a dragon's shadow, and it let out a dragon's roar. There was really the power of the Dragon Clan in it. You actually condensed the bloodline of the Dragon Clan. The Great Elder was shocked. The powerhouses of the Dragon Clan were all stunned. How heaven-defying was this? The other party was just a human. The Crimson Dragon also came over and carefully examined it. Then he said, "It should be because of the Great Dragon Sword Soul. Kid, you really have completely merged with the Great Dragon Sword Soul this time." The Great Elder said with a smile, "Little friend, you will also be a member of the Dragon Clan in the future. I will confer you the title of Young Master of the Dragon Clan, and you will be treated like an elder." "Thank you, Senior." Lin Xian cupped his fists and smiled. With the Crimson Dragon and Lin Xian, the people of the Dragon Clan of the Black Sea seemed to have seen hope. After returning in the hall, the Toad and Little White were sleeping there, and their bodies were emitting countless rays of light. These two guys had eaten so many heavenly treasures that they were about to vomit. "Get up, we should go." The Crimson Dragon kicked the two of them awake. "Don't disturb my sleep." Little White was very dissatisfied. The Toad also said, "The two of you are back." As he said that, he kept emitting rays of light. "Damn, why didn't you two eat to death?" The Crimson Dragon said with a look of disdain. "Look, my bloodline has increased." He released his dragon bloodline, and the Toad felt his hair stand on end. He then looked at Lin Xian and asked, "Kid, what about you?" Lin Xian smiled. "Try sensing it." He unleashed his bloodline power, and tens of thousands of dragon shadows floated around him. "What the F***ck, you, what's wrong with you?" The Toad was stunned. Little White had also woken up. She blinked her large eyes and said, "I think I saw many dragons." Lin Xian said with a smile. "This is my newly condensed dragon race bloodline. In addition to my 9-yang divine body, my current bloodline is called 10,000 dragon divine blood." How hateful. I want to go in too. I also want to condense the 10,000 dragon blood. The Toad roared. Lin Xian gave him a slap and stepped aside. The Crimson Dragon also laughed. "A toad like you is not qualified to enter the dragon tomb of our Dragon Clan. Alright, get ready. We're leaving in 3 days. Our target is Holy Abyss Ancient City." This time, we're going to conquer that place. 3 days later, the first elder and the others led them to activate the super teleportation formation and tore open the endless void. They started the teleportation. They were close to Shanghai City, but they were far from Holy Abyss Ancient City. Therefore, it would take a long time to fly over. Perhaps they would miss this year's test. They directly used many resources to activate long-distance teleportation. When they came out again, they had already left the Black Sea and arrived in the vast mountains. They took out a map, asked for directions, and set off on the Black Earth. This way, they could shorten the time by several times. Holy Abyss Ancient City was very ancient and mysterious. It was even more terrifying than Taiching Ancient City. There were countless powerful families and sects here. However, there were 3 places that were incomparably dazzling. They were the Taoist sect, the Celestial sect, and the Terrestrial sect. These 3 orthodoxies gathered all the powerful people in the world. Those who walked out from here. They were existences that could sweep the world. And this time, Holy Abyss Ancient City became incomparably lively because 2 things were going to happen. The first thing was that the Taoist sect was about to take the test. Countless geniuses who wanted to participate had to come to take the test. If they missed this time, they would have to wait another year. The second thing was even more shocking. Someone was going to be crowned as the Crown King. This was an earth-shattering event that would be recorded in history and looked up to by thousands of generations. When Lin Xian and the others arrived at Holy Abyss Ancient City, they looked at the huge city in front of them and felt emotional. Indeed, this scene was even more majestic than Taiching Ancient City. The Crimson Dragon frowned. That's not right. What's going on this year? Why are there so many people? It's a few hundred times more than before. And some people didn't even have the qualifications to take the test. Indeed, Lin Xian was also puzzled. According to the Crimson Dragon, the people that the 3 orthodoxies wanted to recruit were the best of the best. However, the people around them weren't weak. They just didn't meet the requirements. Toad stopped someone and said, "Brother, I don't know what's going on here. Are the 3 orthodoxies recruiting? Damn, where did this monster come from? He scared me to death." A fatty exclaimed. He said, "You guys want to join the 3 orthodoxies? What a joke." Toad was furious. "How dare you look down on me? Take my divine toad fist. How dare a puny demon be so arrogant in front of me?" That fatty was furious as well. In an instant, they displayed their powerful strength. They even took out dozens of weapons and charged at Yi Shiwen from all directions. "I'm not strong, but I'm rich." "What? My sacred weapons?" Those sacred weapons were indeed terrifying. However, Toad had eaten too many heavenly treasures recently and his strength had increased greatly. He dodged all the attacks, charged in front of the fatty, and beat him into a pig head. "Brother, I was wrong. I'll change. Please don't hit me." The fatty immediately begged for mercy. He didn't expect this Toad to be so terrifying. "That's it. Say, why are there so many people?" Toad stepped on the fatty and asked coldly. "Brother, which mountain did you guys come from? You don't know about such a big thing?" The fatty was shocked. "Someone is going to be crowned as the Crown King." "What?" Toad jumped up. The Crimson Dragon was also shocked. Even Lin Xian's eyes shone with a cold light. He had heard the Crimson Dragon say before. "Does this mean that someone has reached the top of the Sacred Abyss Tower?" The Crimson Dragon asked. "Who is it? Is it Dark North or Martial Dragon?" The fatty's scalp went numb. How dare you call those 2 people by their names? He didn't dare to call them by their names. Instead, he said, "It's Kuan-Ping-Zi." 6 days ago, he successfully reached the top and stood at the peak of the Sacred Abyss Tower. The heavenly sect wanted to crown him as the Crown King. His statue and name would be engraved on the Sacred Abyss Tower forever. He would be worshipped by future generations. Sure enough, it's Kuan-Ping-Zi. The Crimson Dragon took a deep breath. Previously, the other party had already reached the 90th floor. Now, he had finally reached the 99th floor. It seemed that the Dragon Prince would be there soon. He felt tremendous pressure. Lin Xian also gasped. He had heard the Crimson Dragon talk about it before. The matter between the two of them. He didn't expect that now. They had just arrived at Holy Abyss Ancient City. They heard about Kuan Pengzi reaching the top. As expected of the emperor, he was really too strong. The ceremony would be held in half a month. Countless people were about to witness a miracle. Would you like to go and take a look? Half a month? Definitely. Based on their current time, they could finish watching this grand event first, then participate in the Dao School's assessment. There was still half a month left. Lin Xian and the others could take a good look at Holy Abyss Ancient City. Brother, why don't we go together? I have been to this ancient city several times. The fatty looked at Lin Xian and smiled. The toad and the Crimson Dragon seemed to be beasts. Only the kid in front of him was human, which made him feel very close. This guy is so useless. We don't want him. The Crimson Dragon shook his head. The fatty's face turned green. Although he wasn't a heaven-defying genius, he was still a top-notch genius. He was actually called a piece of trash. However, he had to admit that these people were really strong and mysterious. Lin Xian smiled. Don't be so harsh. We are unfamiliar with this place. We need this brother to lead the way for us. The fatty's eyes lit up. Don't worry, with you by my side, I will pay for all the expenses in the ancient city. Then we won't stand on ceremony. The Crimson Dragon also smiled. The toad nodded. I don't know. What are the specialties of Holy Abyss Ancient City? Are there any old herbs that are tens of thousands of years old? The fatty was about to cry. These ancestors are too greedy. How should I address you? The fatty walked up. The fatty was called Nalan Liang, a young master of the Nalan family. The Nalan family was considered a top-notch family. Although it wasn't a remote antiquity family, it wasn't weak. To become a remote antiquity family, apart from having super strength and background, there was another characteristic, which was that it had been passed down for a long time. The Nalan family had only developed in the past few thousand years, so their background and strength weren't strong enough to become a remote antiquity family. However, the Nalan family had developed very rapidly recently. If they could continue, they would become a remote antiquity family in the future. Your name is Nalan Liang? Toad's face was filled with suspicion. This is a woman's name. Brother, you can't be a woman, right? Nalan Liang sighed. Back then, my father really wanted to have a daughter, so he had already thought of a name. Who would have thought that the one who was born would be me? They didn't change my name either. Alright, don't mind these trivial matters. Let's go, I'll bring you to the most famous place in Holy Abyss City. White Crane Tower. It was extremely majestic, and it was very famous in the Holy Origin City. Its unique architecture and style made countless people yearn for it. The White Crane Tower was built from the corpse of a great sage. This great sage was a demon sage of the White Crane clan after his death. The corpses were perfectly preserved, and they were used to create this strange pavilion. When Lin Xian and the others arrived and saw this scene, they were also amazed. The pavilion in front was very spectacular. It was very tall, and one could tell at a glance that it was made of bones. It looked like the wings of a white crane. The design was really strange. Nalan Liang said. Brother, you don't know this, but this is really the corpse of a great sage. No way, the Crimson Dragon also went up to take a look, and then he exclaimed. As expected of the Holy Origin City, it was really extravagant. Of course, ordinary people couldn't enter this place. But I can bring you in. They walked forward. Stop, who are you? Seeing the Crimson Dragon and the others walking over, the guards of the White Crane Tower immediately moved out. This wasn't a place where ordinary people could come. When they saw Lin Xian and the others, they shouted coldly. At this moment, Nalan Liang walked out from behind and said, Why, my friends can't enter. So it's young Master Nalan, please come in. The guards immediately made way. Nalan Liang brought Lin Xian and the others in. Io, isn't this the young master of the Nalan clan? Why do you still have the face to come? You have already failed twice, and you didn't enter the 3 great inheritances. Now you are preparing for your 3rd failure. I think the Nalan clan's face has been thrown away by you. At this moment, a cold laugh could be heard. Nalan Liang was instantly enraged, and he turned around. So it's you, damn you, do you want to die? Behind him, there were a few men in white robes with long blades on their backs. They looked extremely cold, and it was obvious that they were top swordsmen. Shi Changfeng, didn't you fail the previous time as well? What right do you have to talk about me? Shi Changfeng laughed coldly. I wasn't prepared the previous time, but this time I am fully prepared. I can definitely enter the Dao sect. F*CKU, I will definitely fail this time. Nalan Liang snorted coldly. Who doesn't know how to boast? With your strength, you think you can enter the Dao sect? Of course, because I have invited a big shot this time. Brother Lan, please come out. Shi Changfeng said respectfully to the private room beside him. A figure walked out from the private room. Fatty gritted his teeth. That was originally my room, but it was taken over by someone else. Who is this? Shi Changfeng laughed coldly. This was Prince Lansong from the Blue Clan. Seeing Prince Lansong, why aren't you kowtowing? It's actually someone from the Blue Clan. Nalan Liang frowned. The toad at the side asked. Is this guy strong? He doesn't look like much. Nalan Liang sighed. The other party is from a clan of the ancients. So that's how it is. The Nalan clan is strong, but compared to the clan of the ancients, they are still lacking. The people from the Heavenly Saber Manor shouted angrily. How dare you be so disrespectful to Prince Lan? Do you want to die? Shi Changfeng, who was leading the group, frowned. Nalan Liang, look at these strange clothes. They don't seem to be from the Nalan clan. If they didn't have any background, they would have fallen here today. You want to fight with us? Are you worthy? The toad sneered. The Crimson Dragon also looked at them from the corner of his eyes. A few ants, they didn't care about them. Shi Changfeng and the others were mad with anger. These people were too audacious. Lan Song frowned and said coldly. It seems like this is your first time in the Holy Abyss City. I'm afraid you haven't heard of the strength of the Blue Clan. The toad sneered. Is the clan of the ancients that amazing? It's not like we haven't fought them before. Isn't the Wind Clan also a clan of the ancients? Didn't they still get beaten down by them? What's there to be arrogant about? Are you sure you don't want to die? Lan Song's face darkened. He closed the folding fan in his hand and a killing intent appeared. The people from the Heavenly Saber sect laughed. These ants, there's no need for Brother Lan to deal with them personally. Shi Changfeng waved his hand. Instantly, a top swordsman from the Heavenly Saber Manor walked over. Ignorant ants, I'll send you to hell today. He waved his hand and a saber light flashed. Terrifying law swept across the area. The attack was indeed powerful. It was even more powerful than some of the geniuses from the remote antiquity families in Taiching ancient city. However, it was nothing in front of Lin Xian and the others. The toad jumped out and said, How dare you compete with me? Go to hell. He slapped out with his palm. Boom, the sound of thunder rang out. Then, a figure was sent flying, and the Tao light between heaven and earth shattered. The genius from the Heavenly Saber Mansion flew out of the White Crane Tower. Did someone make a move? The people on the other floors of the White Crane Tower were stunned. They looked over in surprise. It was the Heavenly Saber Mansion. Who did they fight with? The Nalan family? Interesting. These two forces had a grudge against each other before. Discussions broke out one after another. Obviously, someone made a move in the White Crane Tower. No one was surprised. It seemed like the martial arts in Holy Abyss Ancient City was more prosperous. They could make a move at any time. The people from the Heavenly Saber Mansion were stunned. They didn't expect a toad to be so powerful. The White Crane Tower was a place where countless geniuses gathered. If they lost face here, it would spread throughout Holy Abyss Ancient City. At that time, the Heavenly Saber Mansion would become a laughingstock. Lan Song narrowed his eyes. You have some strength. No wonder you dare to fight with me. Tell me your identity. Let's see if you have the qualifications to be my opponent. Nalan Liang, who are they? Shi Changfeng also roared. Nalan Liang was also confused. To be honest, he didn't know who these people were. He only knew that they were fierce. We came from Taiching Ancient City. As for our true identity, you don't have the qualifications to know. The toad snorted. So they came from Taiching Ancient City. The surrounding people were shocked. The people from the Heavenly Saber Mansion frowned. Lan Song nodded. Taiching Ancient City was also an ancient city. There were countless geniuses, but it was still lacking compared to Holy Abyss Ancient City. So, you can show off in Taiching Ancient City. But in Holy Abyss Ancient City, even a dragon has to lie down in front of me. He flapped the folding fan in his hand with supreme confidence. F***CKU. The Crimson Dragon was enraged and roared. The dragon roars of the 9 heavens 10 earths rang out. Everyone's chi and blood surged, their faces filled with horror. What a powerful bloodline suppression. The faces of the people from the Heavenly Saber Mansion turned pale as they retreated a few steps. Even Lan Song's expression changed. That's right, I'm a member of the Dragon Clan. Didn't you say that you wanted me to lie down? I want to see what qualifications you have to make me lie down in front of you. A cold killing intent appeared in the Crimson Dragon's eyes. He waved his hand and slapped forward. Damn it, you dare to attack me? Lan Song shouted angrily. However, it was useless. The Crimson Dragon was the young master of the dragon race in the Black Sea. Countless people respected him. No one dared to provoke him. The Crimson Dragon didn't care about a clan of the ancients. When the people of the Heavenly Saber Manor saw this scene, they shouted angrily, "Quickly protect young Master Lan Song." 5 figures pulled out their long sabers and charged toward the Crimson Dragon. Divine Dragon Finger. Heaven Transformation Palm, with a finger, the sky was destroyed. On the other side, the Dragon Claw turned into a sky and pressed down. This was the ultimate technique of the Dragon Clan. The people from the Heavenly Saber Mansion were forced to retreat, their chi and blood surging. Shi Chongfeng roared and rushed to the back of the Crimson Divine Dragon. You dare to sneak attack? The toad roared and spat out poisonous fog that covered the sky, enveloping Shi Chongfeng. Shi Chongfeng unleashed a monstrous saber light to defend himself. At the same time, he roared again. From the other floors of the White Crane Mansion, more people from the Heavenly Saber Mansion walked out. When these people saw this, they pulled out their long sabers and walked over. More than 10 people surrounded the Crimson Dragon and the others. Nail and Liang sighed. Damn, so many people came this time. Although Lin Xian and the others were powerful, there were too many of them. With a difference of 10 times, they might not be able to gain any advantage. Therefore, he said, Lin Gongzi, why don't you leave quickly? A wise man knows better than to fight when the odds are against him. Lin Xian smiled. Leave? Why should I leave? What's the use of having more people? They're just a bunch of ants. With that, his figure flashed and he walked forward. His target was not the people from the Heavenly Saber Mansion, but Lan Song. Lan Song sneered. In his opinion, he didn't need to do anything to deal with these people. The people from the Heavenly Saber Mansion could deal with them. But in the next moment, his vision blurred and he saw a figure appear in front of him. You're courting death. How dare you attack me? Lan Song was furious. He waved his fan. This attack was accompanied by a terrifying frost that froze the world. Lin Xian was instantly frozen. There were hundreds of ice crystals on his body. Seeing this, Lan Song sneered. An ant is an ant. How can you fight me? Before he could finish his words, he saw the hundreds of ice crystals in front of him shatter. A palm grabbed at his head. He quickly retreated and disappeared. However, no matter how he shuttled through the void, the palm easily grabbed his head. In the next moment, a terrifying sword chi surged into his body, shattering his strength and meridians. At the same time, Lin Xian's voice rang out. Everyone stop. Otherwise, this young Master Lan will lose his life. Hearing this voice, everyone was stunned. The people from the Heavenly Saber Mansion turned their heads and their faces turned pale. They didn't expect that there would be someone who could suppress young Master Lan Song. Shi Chongfeng was even more furious. Kid, let go of young Master Lan Song quickly. Otherwise, you're dead meat. Lin Xian looked around and smiled faintly. You want to save my life? Fine. You people from the Heavenly Saber Mansion can kneel down and beg me. If I'm in a good mood, I can consider letting him go. What an arrogant kid. The expressions of the surrounding people became very interesting. Those who were able to come here were all geniuses and experts from their families. At this moment, they were all investigating the purpose of these people. However, after looking around, they realized that there was no such person in Holy Abyss Ancient City. As expected, they came from Taiching Ancient City. They didn't know which family or sect they were from. Damn it, are you kidding me? Shi Changfeng roared. As the geniuses of the Heavenly Saber sect, how could they kneel down to others? You're not willing. The toad also laughed. You were so respectful to him before. I thought he was your father. Damn toad, what did you say? The people from the Heavenly Saber Mansion shouted angrily. The toad sent a slap over. What did I say? You're not convinced? You still dare to dodge. If you dodge again, I'll get my companions to crush your head. Let's see if you dodge or not. The face of the person from the Heavenly Saber Mansion turned black. In the next moment, he was slapped to the ground by the toad. Next, the toad and the Crimson Dragon attacked again. The remaining people from the Heavenly Saber sect were all slapped to the ground. The strength of the two was so strong that the faces of those people were smashed. Some of their bodies were torn apart. They were seriously injured. Damn it! Shi Changfeng wanted to roar, but the Crimson Dragon smashed all his teeth with a slap. Then, his body was split into two. The toad held the other party's saber and laughed. Aren't you very powerful? Are you looking down on us? Fight back. As he spoke, he slashed out again. Shi Changfeng was about to go crazy. When had he ever been suppressed like this? Damn it. He roared in anger. However, Lan Song roared in front of him. He could feel Lin Xian's killing intent. He didn't want to be torn apart. The people from the Sky Saber sect stopped and retreated with killing intent. However, Lan Song said, all right, my friends, it was my fault before. I have offended you all, but this time, your anger has dissipated. Can you let me go? I promise that our grudge will be written off. Written off? Lin Xian laughed after hearing this. What right do you have to say such words to me? Lan Song's pupils constricted. Is the other party still unwilling to give up? His face was gloomy as he gritted his teeth and said, Brother, you have already offended the people from the Sky Saber Manor. If you attack me again, you will offend our Blue Clan. There will be no place for you in the entire Holy Abyss Ancient City. Threatening me? Lin Xian sneered and waved his hand. Immediately, the other party's bones cracked and many of them broke. Lan Song's face became extremely ugly. He gritted his teeth so hard that they were about to shatter. Damn it, the other party isn't afraid of my threat. Just when he thought that he was finished, a voice came from outside the White Crane Tower. Let's see who dares to make a move. Then, a few figures walked in. Everyone turned their heads and realized that the auras of these people were abnormally strong, especially the leader. Brother Baizhen, save me. Lan Song seemed to have seen hope. The surrounding people exclaimed. Baizhen, he's Baizhen from the Dao sect. Many people sucked in a breath of cold air. Lin Xian walked over with a frown. It seemed that the people from the Dao sect had come. Baizhen walked over with the people from the Dao sect. He looked around and frowned slightly. Then, he looked at Lin Xian and said coldly, Kid, let them go. There was a command in his words. However, to everyone's surprise, Lin Xian had no intention of letting them go. He asked coldly, Who are you? Were they from the blue race? I'm not. What right do you have to meddle in my affairs? Get lost. Lin Xian sneers. Previously, the Heavenly Saber Manor and Lan Song relied on their powerful identities to bully and suppress them. They even wanted them to kowtow and kneel. How could Lin Xian let these people off? Now, another person had appeared and directly ordered him to release them. Who does he think he is? Baizhen's face darkened. Seems like you're really ignorant. I'm from the Dao sect. Lin Xian smiled. So what if it was the Dao sect? You just came a few years earlier. Now that I'm here, I can also easily join the Dao sect. This identity doesn't scare me. Countless people were shocked. It seemed like this group of people was here to participate in the Dao-Sex test. Baizhen was taken aback. Then, he smiled. It seemed that this was a top-notch genius from another place. He was very confident. However, so what if you have joined the Dao sect? I am a member of the Dao sect's Dragon Palace. In his eyes, there was a strong confidence. Some of the genius disciples in the Dao sect could form their own forces. The Dragon Palace was one of them. Moreover, it was the strongest force because the founder of the Dragon Palace was the son of the Dragon Emperor. In the Dao sect, other than the elders, who would dare to go against the Dragon Palace? That was courting death. Dragon Palace. Hearing this name, the Crimson Dragon's pupils constricted. A cold killing intent appeared in his eyes. It was actually related to that Long Wu. Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. He didn't expect to meet someone from the Dragon Palace so soon. They were really arrogant. Kid, I advise you to obediently let them go. I'm not someone you can provoke. The blue race is also not someone you can provoke. This Lansong's brother is also a genius of the Dragon Palace. Therefore, the outcome of offending us will be very miserable. Is that so? If you had other identities, then I would really let them go. But the Dragon Palace? It's a pity that I won't let them go. As for the reason, it's very simple. This guy said that he's very strong, and even a dragon has to lie down in front of him. I really want to know, how will your Dragon Palace people deal with this? Baizhen's expression changed. A biting cold light appeared in his eyes as he stared at Lansong. You said that? Lansong was about to cry. Previously, he was just making a metaphor. Who would have thought that the other party would take it seriously? Furthermore, if these words were to spread to the Dragon Palace, he would be dead for sure. Although his brother was also a member of the Dragon Palace, he couldn't save him because the founder of the Dragon Palace was a member of the Dragon Clan. What a reckless thing. Big brother Baizhen, I was wrong. I am willing to accept the punishment. Please save me. Baizhen said coldly. If he did something wrong, our Dragon Palace would punish him. You don't have the qualifications. Is that so? Then what if I make a move? Lin Xian coldly snorted. With a wave of his hand, an endless amount of sword qi enveloped Lansong. Lansong let out a miserable scream. He wanted to escape, but his soul was instantly destroyed. Is he dead? The surrounding people were all stunned. They couldn't believe it. That was a genius of the Blue Clan. He was actually killed in one move. Was this a slap to the Blue Clan's face? Furthermore, Lansong's brother was from the Dragon Palace. Baizhen was here, representing the Dragon Palace. He wanted to release him, but the other party didn't. Was this a challenge to the Dragon Palace? Where did this ferocious person come from? He was too strong. The people of the Heavenly Blade Manor were terrified. They were about to kneel down. What kind of demon king did they provoke? Many people trembled, and Baizhen's pupils constricted. You actually killed him? He was really angry. What, do you want to avenge him? I'll give you a chance. Lin Xian looked at Baizhen, his body emitting an extremely terrifying sword Dao aura. He was like a peerless sword god. Baizhen's face was cold. This guy was able to kill Lansong in one move. He was very strong, and he didn't even know who the other party was. Who the hell are you? My name is Lin Xian, and I come from Taiqing Ancient City. If you want revenge, then do it. Otherwise, scram. Lin Xian. Countless people were shocked as they recalled this name. Someone said, which clan of the ancients was it? A peerless sect? It didn't seem like it. They had never heard of such a top genius. Moreover, what he used before wasn't that kind of family's secret technique. At this moment, someone exclaimed, I remember now. Some time ago, Taiqing Ancient City could be said to be surging like a storm. The Heavenly Court appeared, and the Purple Mansion appeared. Later, the Purple Mansion was severely damaged, and the Wind Clan was also attacked. It seemed that there was a young man called Lin Xian among them. They naturally paid attention to the matters of Taiqing Ancient City. After all, it was also the primeval city. It was very terrifying. Although it was very far from Holy Abyss Ancient City, the news still spread. They knew about the heavenly court and the purple mansion. They also knew that there was a key person in these matters called Lin Xian. It can't be, right? That Lin Xian is said to be very terrifying. Would he come here? It's hard to say. Discussions broke out one after another. Baizhen furrowed his brows and asked coldly, "You're the legendary Lin Xian?" "That's right, it's me," Lin Xian said proudly. The surrounding people were in an uproar. They all widened their eyes. It's really him. This guy had stirred up a storm in Taiching ancient city. What's so special about him? The people from Heavenly Blade Manor felt their scalps go numb. It turned out to be such a terrifying guy. They regretted it now because they had kicked an iron plate. Baizhen's face was gloomy. But soon, he snorted coldly. "Kid, so it's you. Do you think you can be arrogant here because you can do whatever you want in Taiching ancient city? Let me tell you, you're too naive. This is Holy Abyss ancient city. It's not a place you can imagine. Besides, if you're really that person, then you should be the person from the immortal graveyard that the Purple Mansion mentioned. You have no future at all. Although you're about the same as us and are all top geniuses, we can continue to advance and reach the great sage realm or even higher. But you'll only be a sage king for the rest of your life. Today is your peak. From now on, you'll be going downhill. What right do you have to compete with us?" Many people around nodded. That's right. There had been two people from the immortal graveyard since ancient times. Even if they were top geniuses, they still died without a burial ground. There was nothing to look forward to from such a person. Baizhen naturally knew that, so he didn't care about it. He sneered. "A person like you isn't qualified to enter the Dao sect." Countless people were in an uproar. Baizhen said that. Was there really no hope for this kid? At that moment, another loud laughter rang out. The Dao sect doesn't want him, but the Heaven sect does. Then, a group of people walked down from the upper floor. These people were wearing cloud robes. They had an imposing appearance and were extraordinarily mighty. As they walked down, the surrounding energy of heaven and earth boiled. Everyone felt their scalps go numb. Some people exclaimed that they were from the Heaven sect. The leader was actually Jun Mo. Even Baizhen frowned. This Jun Mo wasn't simple. In fact, his strength was even stronger than his own. However, he wasn't afraid. Snorting coldly, Baizhen smiled and said, "What, you want this kind of trash?" The Sky Sect had truly declined. Jun Mo Xiao said. "A piece of trash? Could it set off an unparalleled storm, Baizhen? Don't deceive yourself and others." Although he had no future, he was still a top-notch expert. There were so many people from the Heavenly Saber Manor, yet they could not take him down. After he finished speaking, he looked at Lin Xian, his eyes shining with starlight. He smiled and said, "You can come to the Sky Sect to take the test. With your strength, I guarantee that you will pass." Everyone was astonished. It seemed that the Heaven sect thought highly of this person. Lin Xian also looked at him and nodded. Jun Mo smiled. "Don't be in such a hurry to thank me. If you are Lin Xian, then I heard that you obtained an extremely terrifying weapon in the heavenly court called the Heaven Swallowing Jar. Why don't you take it out and let us have a look? It was said that the Heaven Devouring Jar was an extreme weapon. I wonder if the rumors are true or false." As soon as these words were said, everyone exclaimed again, and their eyes turned red. The Heaven Devouring Jar was a legendary item. Did this kid really obtain it? Lin Xian's face also darkened. He originally thought that the other party was sincerely helping him, but now it seemed that was not the case. The other party was only after the Heaven Devouring Jar. Thinking of this, he said indifferently. "Looking at you, you should be a very powerful genius in the Sky Sect. Thinking about it, you should have cultivated the ultimate techniques of the Sky Sect. Why don't you give me a copy of your ultimate technique and let me have a look?" Jun Mo's face darkened. The people from the Sky Sect snorted coldly. "How dare you? Who do you think you are? You haven't even entered the Sky Sect yet, and you want to see our ultimate technique?" Killing intent appeared between heaven and earth. The toad snorted coldly. "Why? You're not willing? Then who do you think you are? Do we know you? Why should we show you our Heaven Devouring Jar?" The two sides confronted each other, and the faces of the people from the Sky sect turned ugly. Vhumad said coldly. Young man, I am sincerely helping you. Are you sure you want to refuse me? Xianxia said coldly. Sincerely helping me? If you really wanted to help me, you wouldn't say such things. Who else told you that I wanted to join the Sky sect? I have no interest in the Sky sect at all. This time, I am here to join the True Path sect. What did you say? Vhumad was also angry this time, and a fierce killing intent appeared in his eyes. Was the other party looking down on the Sky sect? Damn it. The Sky sect disciples were all filled with killing intent. The surrounding people were also shocked. This Xianxia was really too arrogant. In an instant, he had offended 2 out of the 3 major orthodoxies. Did he have a way out in the future? I think he can't even enter a single orthodoxy. Someone sneered. Baizhen also laughed. Vhumad, looks like this guy doesn't appreciate your kindness. But kid, since you have offended both the Sky sect and the True Path sect, let's see how you will proceed from here. Xianxia also laughed. You think too highly of yourself. You are just a disciple of the True Path sect. Do you think you can represent the True Path sect? You can't stop me from finding the path I want. Xianxia's eyes were filled with confidence. Was he being looked down on? Baizhen was going crazy. He was from the Dragon Palace. Who would dare to look down on him? Good kid, keep being stubborn. I want to see how you will enter the True Path sect later. Baizhen turned to leave, but after taking a few steps, he stopped and turned back, a cold smile on his face. Oh right, I forgot to tell you. This time, the True Path sect's assessment will be hosted by the Dragon Palace. And I am also one of the participants. When the time comes, I want to see how you will pass through my hands. After saying that, he laughed and left with his men. Stupid thing. There is a path to heaven. You can go to hell by yourself. Vhumad snorted and left with his people. Countless people were in an uproar. It's over. This kid is dead. This time, he had offended the Dragon Palace by offending Baizhen. How can this kid pass the assessment hosted by the Dragon Palace? The Crimson Dragon also frowned. The situation is not good. Xianxia laughed. Don't worry. Even heaven and earth can't stop our path, let alone a mere Dragon Palace. Xianxia's voice rang out in the White Crane Tower. Everyone was shocked. Is this the person who has stirred up a storm in Taiching City? He is too confident. Ancestors, hurry up and leave. Liang walked over and asked Xianxia and the rest to leave. He booked a mansion in the ancient city and apologized to everyone. It's all because of me that you have offended the Dragon Palace. I'm sorry. Looks like you don't have a chance this time. Wait for the next time. You can also participate in the Earth Sex assessment. Of course, I'll compensate you for your losses. Xianxia smiled and shook his head. It's okay, you don't have to blame yourself because we're here for the Dragon Palace. Even without you, we'll fight the Dragon Palace one day. Liang was dumbfounded. Were these people here to make fun of him? Did they know how terrifying the Dragon Palace was? The founder of the Dragon Palace was the Dragon Prince. Who could resist the son of the Dragon Emperor? Other than the other princes, no one could. No matter how strong Xianxia and the others were, they wouldn't even be a match for a finger of the Dragon Palace. Xianxia didn't explain much. He looked at the Crimson Dragon and said, "It seems that the people of the Dragon Palace are not only arrogant, but also have many experts. We'd better not reveal our true identities for the time being. Otherwise, they'll take action immediately. This identity is to hide that they're from the Black Sea's dragon tribe." The Crimson Dragon nodded and said, "I understand." For the next few days, Xianxia and the others stayed in the mansion temporarily. Liang went to the White Crane restaurant to buy a lot of delicacies and brought them back. They were familiar with each other after a few days of interaction. Although Liang was a little timid, he was indeed a good person. Xianxia felt that it was good to be friends with him. Finally, they woke up early in the morning. Today was the day of the grand ceremony. Let's go and see how divine the legendary Kuanpingzi is. The group left the mansion and walked towards the Holy Gulf Tower. At this moment, the Holy Gulf Tower stood above the 9 heavens. Countless people had already gathered around it. They weren't ordinary people, but experts. Other than the Holy Gulf ancient city, there were many experts from other places in the continent. There were even many great sages. They wanted to witness this miracle. At the front were some disciples of the heavenly sect. Junmo and the others were also there. At this moment, they raised their heads as if they were victorious. They were overjoyed. This was the glory of the heavenly sect. The 3 great orthodoxies were allies, but there were also many conflicts between them. After all, everyone wanted to be above the other 2 great orthodoxies. In the past, the 3 great inheritances all had this type of grand occasion where someone was crowned as a king. However, in the recent 3,000 years, no one could be crowned again. Now, Kuanpingzi had appeared and reached the peak in the shortest amount of time. These 2 sects were extremely excited. Everyone knew that this was only the first coronation. With Kuanpingzi's strength, there would definitely be a second and third coronation. On the other side were the people from the Tao sect. They had also arrived. At this moment, the faces of the people from the Tao sect were solemn because they felt that their limelight had been stolen. The True Path sect had the most dazzling genius, the Dragon Prince. His status and bloodline were no weaker than the Kuanping's. It was just that he woke up a little later. At first, they thought that the Dragon Prince might be able to improve by leaps and bounds and be the first to be crowned. But now, it seemed that they were still one step behind him. The feeling of being suppressed by others was really too unpleasant. Opposite them were the people from the Earth sect. The people from the Earth sect were very calm. Because of this incident, they had already given up on participating and competing for the throne. It was not that the Earth sect was weak. The last coronation ceremony 3,000 years ago was the people from the Earth sect. However, this time, there were 2 princes from the Tao sect and the Heaven sect, so the Earth sect could not compete. In addition to the people from the 3 great inheritances, the other ancient families and great sects were all here. There were many people from the Taiqing ancient city, including the Light clan and the Sacred clan. The people from the Pill Cauldron sect were also here. Even the people from the Gu clan and the Longevity Hall who were near Mount Eternal were here. The people from the Yi clan were also here. The people from the Purple Mansion were also here. These people were all here to watch the coronation ceremony. Once the princes appeared, they would stir up a storm. No one could ignore them. Lin Xian and the others were also here. They looked at the people from the Purple Mansion and the Wind clan in front of them. They kept it a secret. Now, he only wanted to join the Tao sect and compete with the Dragon Palace. It would be best if he could kill the Dragon Prince. Therefore, he did not want to be attacked by the magistrate and the others. Moreover, there were too many people here. The people from the Purple Mansion were all looking at the Sacred Gulf Tower in front of them. They all wanted to see the princes, so no one paid attention to the crowd. Whitey held the spirit fruit and exclaimed, "Ah, there are so many people here." The toad also said, "I wonder when Kuanpingzi will come." When the sun hung high in the sky, a figure walked in front of the Sacred Gulf Tower. It was an old man. He was the Grand Elder of the Heaven sect. At this moment, he was very happy. He looked at the 8 barren lands and smiled, "Thank you all for coming from all over the world to attend this coronation ceremony. This time, Bei Ming of the Heaven sect has successfully reached the top of the Sacred Gulf Tower and been crowned as the King of the Crown." After that, an expert from the Sacred Gulf Tower also walked over with a crown in his hand. He released a terrifying aura. At the same time, the clouds in the sky changed. A figure like a god fiend descended from the sky with a terrifying yin and yang aura. Everyone felt a wave of pressure, as if their blood vessels had frozen. So powerful. Is this the bloodline of the princes? It's really terrifying. Countless people were shocked. In the crowd, the Crimson Dragon's bloodline let out a low roar. Lin Xian did the same. The great dragon sword soul seemed to want to break through the sky. However, it was suppressed by the 2 of them. Now was not the time to fight. Lin Xian's eyes emitted a golden light as he looked forward. The yin and yang aura was so terrifying. Is this the princes? The Crimson Dragon said that the Kuanping had 2 forms, and it controlled the yin and yang laws of the world. It could be said that it was extremely powerful. Lin Xian took a deep breath. He also had the yin and yang laws, and he cultivated the Tai Chi art. He wondered how it would compare to the other party's great emperor bloodline. Lin Xian felt a hot battle intent. Next, it was the coronation. The expert of the Sacred Origin Tower personally placed the crown on Bei Ming's head. On Bei Ming's back, there were black and white wings that emitted a terrifying yin and yang aura. He was like a supreme god king, accepting everyone's worship at this moment. At the same time, another statue appeared in the main hall of the Sacred Gulf Tower. It was a statue of Bei Ming. At the same time, Bei Ming's name would be engraved on the Sacred Gulf Tower. Congratulations, Pingzi. Congratulations, Tianzong. The surrounding clan of the ancients and the peerless sects sent experts to congratulate them. The gifts alone were piled up like a mountain. At this moment, it seemed that Tianzong was the only one among the three great orthodoxies. Looking at this scene, Lin Xian clenched his fists. One day, he would also reach the peak. Just as countless people were worshipping, a terrifying power suddenly erupted between heaven and earth. Immediately after, the roar of thousands of dragons was heard. Countless people were shocked and looked up at the sky. What happened? Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon's expressions also changed. They felt that the bloodlines in their bodies seemed to be about to erupt. It was a powerhouse of the dragon race. The two of them looked at each other. To be able to make their bloodlines so uneasy, could it be? The people of the Path sect raised their heads, and the people of the Dragon Palace exclaimed. It was the prince. The people of the Sky sect were also in an uproar. Dark North wore a crown on his head and looked up at the sky. His black and white eyes pierced through the 9 heavens. A figure appeared from the void. He was wearing a dragon robe. His face was handsome, and there were tens of thousands of dragons floating around him. It was as if the Dragon Emperor had come out, and he was extremely powerful. Who was this person? How terrifying. The people from the other cities were shocked. Why did they feel that this person's aura was not weaker than Kunpeng's at all? The people of Holy Abyss Ancient City exclaimed. It was him. The Dragon Prince had really come. Previously, they didn't see the Dragon Prince in the Path sect and thought that he wouldn't come. Who would have thought that he would come at the last moment? Pengzi looked at the sky and said indifferently, "You're too late. Dark North, don't be arrogant. I was in seclusion before, so I didn't break through to the peak. I didn't expect you to beat me to it. However, if we really compete, I might not lose to you. Do you dare to fight?" The Dragon Prince snorted coldly. Tens of thousands of dragons gathered, forming a dragon spear that suppressed heaven and earth. The long spear pointed downward, and the dragon aura on his body continued to erupt. At this moment, the 9 heavens and 10 lands were collapsing. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Could it be that a war was about to break out? Was there going to be a peak battle between the two princes? This guy was too strong. The toad exclaimed. The Crimson Dragon's eyes were filled with extremely cold killing intent. Was this the Dragon Prince? He was the one who killed Long Guang. He was also the target of his killing intent. Lin Xian's expression was also solemn. Although he had entered the dragon tomb before and obtained the divine dragon blood, he still felt the suppression from the bloodline when facing the prince. The great dragon sword soul in his body also let out a ferocious roar to destroy this aura. Too strong. Lin Xian clenched his fists. The imperial prince's bloodline surpassed everything. It was stronger than anyone he had ever seen. In fact, his bloodline and physique were vastly superior to that of Leaf Dao Denier, Radiance, and the others. However, he was not afraid. One day, he would trample the other party beneath his feet. Thinking of this, he reached out a hand and pressed down on the Crimson Dragon, suppressing the aura of the Way of the Dragon in its body. Don't get too excited, now is not the time. In front of them, Kunpengzi's black and white wings flapped behind his back. Yin and Yang Qi condensed, and at the same time, a terrifying extreme Dao bloodline appeared. The clash of the bloodlines of the two princes was like a battle between two great emperors. The Sky Sect's people's expressions changed. The Sky Sect's great elder said no. Today was their moment of glory. How could they allow others to disturb them? Kuanpingzi waved his hand and stopped the first elder. Then he looked at the sky and said coldly, Long Wu, you're too late. You're already behind me. The current you is no longer qualified for me to make a move. What did you say? Dragon Prince roared. 10,000 dragons roared. Was the other party looking down on him? A wisp of killing intent appeared on his body, piercing through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Kuanpingzi said coldly, if you want to fight me, you'll have to reach the peak of the Holy Gulf Tower first and come back after you've been crowned. Fine, just you wait. When I'm crowned, it will be the time of your death. The Dragon Prince withdrew his dragon spear, then turned around, broke through the void, and left. They didn't fight? Countless people sighed, but they also understood that the meaning of the battle between the two princes was too different. Perhaps they would have to wait until the coronation of the Dragon Prince, and then they would have to fight. Let's go. Lin Xian left with the Crimson Dragon, Little White, and the others. There was no need to watch what happened next. Today, he had come to witness the glory of the two princes. He had already seen it. He felt the pressure. He wanted to break through again. He wanted to enter the True Path sect first and then climb the Holy Gulf Tower. He wanted to reach the peak too. When Nalan Liang returned to his residence, he realized that Lin Xian and the others were already cultivating. He exclaimed, you guys are here so early? The event had just ended. Lin Xian opened his eyes and said, what happened next is too boring. We're going to prepare ourselves for the upcoming test. Are you guys really going to join the Dao sect? Nalan Liang's face changed. He said, Baizhen has already said that this time, the Dragon Palace will be hosting. He will definitely target you guys. When the time comes, not only will you fail, your life might even be in danger. I've already made up my mind. You don't have to persuade me anymore. You have to prepare well. Otherwise, you'll really become the laughing stock of the family. Hearing this, Nalan Liang sighed. Maybe I really can't enter the Dao sect with my talent. If I can't do it this time, I don't plan to participate. Anyway, my family is very strong. Lin Xian said, don't be discouraged. When the time comes, follow me. I guarantee that you'll pass. The heroes thanked him. Nalan Liang smiled. He didn't take it seriously. Because in his opinion, Lin Xian and the others had offended Baizhen. It was impossible for them to pass. He didn't have much hope. Lin Xian smiled too. Without saying anything, he closed his eyes again. A few days later, they were all in peak condition. Some of the people who came to participate in the Holy Abyss ancient city had already left and returned to other parts of the world. At the same time, some of them stayed because the test of the 3 orthodoxies was about to begin. While everyone was talking about the coronation, they were also preparing anxiously. Finally, on this day, Lin Xian opened his eyes. He and the Crimson Dragon set off for the Dao sect again. The Holy Abyss ancient city was very big. It was almost the size of a country. The Dao sect was in the east of the ancient city. Along the way, they saw many people flying in that direction. They were probably here to participate in the test. Among them, Nalan Liang met some familiar faces. It was obvious that some of the losers were here again. Lin Xian was also looking around. Suddenly, he stopped and looked in a direction. There was a figure over there. He was flying very fast. However, he wasn't flying towards the east. Instead, he was flying towards the south. Lin Xian shouted. Wu Dao. The figure in front stopped and turned around. There were a few figures beside Yi Wu Dao. They stopped as well. They were puzzled. What's wrong with Brother Yi? Yi Wu Dao said that he saw an old friend. His body flashed and he flew forward. The people beside him followed. Yi Wu Dao came to Lin Xian and smiled. You're really here. How is it? Have you decided which orthodoxy you want to join? Lin Xian smiled. He said, I'm going to the Dao sect. What about you? Yi Wu Dao said, Heaven sect. My goal is Kuanpingzi. More or less. My goal is the Dragon Prince. The two looked at each other and smiled. Time is running out. We'll split up first. I'll wait for your good news. Lin Xian waved his hand. Yu Wudao said, "We'll meet again at the Saint Origin Tower." The two of them flew in different directions. The young disciple beside Yu Wudao asked, "Brother Yi, who is he? How dare he target the Dragon Prince?" The Dragon Prince was an imperial prince. Yu Wudao had the sacred body of the ancients, which was why he dared to have such a goal. Who was the other party? His name is Lin Xian, and he's no weaker than me. In fact, he might even be a bit stronger. The young geniuses around him could not believe it. Stronger than Yu Wudao. When they heard the name Lin Xian, they all gasped. It turned out that he was the one who stirred up a storm in Taiqing ancient city. They did not expect that even such a person would come to support the ancient city. Lin Xian continued to fly. During this time, he met some people, such as Guangming from the Light Clan. He also had the body of the ancients. It seemed that he also wanted to compete here. I wonder which place he wants to join. In fact, it was not just Guangming. There were some old friends that Lin Xian did not see. Two figures appeared in the Earth sect. One of them was surrounded by a sky full of gods and demons, looking very terrifying. If Lin Xian were here, he would be surprised because that person was Yao Guang. As one of the successors of the Purple Mansion, Yao Guang was also participating. It was unbelievable. Other than him, there was another person who joined the Earth sect. That person was Gu Feng. This guy was previously grounded by his family because he challenged Lin Xian. Now, he was finally released. His face was cold. He had not shown his talent before. This time, he was going to make a name for himself. Thinking of this, the power of space in his body became even more terrifying. Many people came from the Path sect. When Lin Xian and the others landed, the others looked over. Then, they stopped paying attention. Because of the Dragon Palace, Lin Xian and the others restrained their power. Therefore, everyone thought that Lin Xian and the others were just ordinary geniuses. In fact, when they saw Nalan Liang standing beside Lin Xian, they all started laughing. Nalan Liang had already failed twice. Such a person probably had no hope this time. Lin Xian and the others who wanted to be friends with Nalan Liang did not have a chance. Toad gritted his teeth and wanted to refute. Lin Xian waved his hand and said, "Forget it. When the results are out, they will know who is the laughable one." Did this brat really come? Shi Chongfeng gritted his teeth as he looked at the backs of Lin Xian and the others. He really couldn't figure out why these guys dared to come here. Some people were astonished that Brother Chongfeng recognized them. Shi Chongfeng said. They were more than acquaintances. Do you have a grudge against him? A blue-robed man laughed. When the time comes, I can help you get rid of this brat. His eyes were filled with confidence. At this moment, cold air filled the air on the other side. The surroundings were sealed in ice. Everyone felt their hair stand on end. They all circulated their laws to resist the chill. Lin Xian's body was surrounded by sword radiance, cutting off the chill. At the same time, he was surprised that an expert had come. Furthermore, he was an expert of the ice element. In the next moment, he saw a woman in ice armor flying through the air. She was like an ice goddess. Not only was she powerful, but she was also extremely beautiful. She had a cold and noble aura, which attracted the attention of countless people. Immediately, someone exclaimed. It was Lan Jiyu. The rumors were true. She really came to participate. Oh no, she was the little princess of the Blue Clan. Nalan Liang saw this scene and said, "Brother, let's quickly retreat. Don't let her discover us." Lin Xian had killed a member of the Blue Clan. Now that he was discovered by the other party's geniuses, they would definitely fight. Lin Xian didn't move. He stood with his hands behind his back. No one could make him retreat in fear. Fairy Jiyu. Many young geniuses walked over and greeted her with a smile. Lan Jiyu just nodded coldly, as if she didn't care. Those geniuses' faces were a little ugly. But no one dared to do anything. Because Lan Jiyu was very strong, and she was the little princess of a clan of the ancients. Another important point was that he had an older brother called Lan Zilu who had joined the Dao sect and successfully entered the Dragon Palace. He was considered a core member of the Dragon Palace. Who dared to provoke such a person? If they offended Lanjiu, even if they joined the Dao sect in the future, they wouldn't be able to survive. Lanjiu stood there like a supreme queen looking down on the world. Suddenly, she frowned and looked in Lin Xian's direction. Her eyes were filled with a cold light. Lin Xian's surroundings were frozen. Nalan Liang felt his hair stand on end and quickly blocked it. Lin Xian's eyes were also filled with coldness. The 9 Suns Saint Flame swept around and blocked the ice. The toad roared. What, you want to fight us? Come on, do you think I'm afraid of you? The surrounding people were going crazy. Who was this person? He actually dared to challenge Lanjiu. Did he want to die? Shi Changfeng and the others were stunned as well. Soon after, a smirk appeared on their faces. This brat was dead meat. The blue-robed man from before also smiled. Stupid thing. Looks like I don't have to do anything. Lanjiu walked over and looked at Lin Xian. She frowned. I can feel the blood of the Blue Clan in you. Have you ever heard a disciple of the Blue Clan? Her soul was pretty strong. Lin Xian was surprised that she could sense it. He had already dealt with it well. He nodded. He didn't deny it. Previously, in the White Crane Tower, there was a guy who recklessly challenged me. In the end, he was killed by me. I think he was from the Blue Clan. Lin Xian said it casually, but it was like a bolt from the blue in everyone's ears. Everyone was stunned. This guy actually killed a disciple of the Blue Clan. The blue-robed man standing beside Shi Changfeng also narrowed his eyes with a smear of shock. Even he didn't dare to offend the Blue Clan, but Lin Xian dared to kill them. How ruthless was he? Did he dare to challenge such a person? He was scared, but soon he sneered. He knew that Lin Xian was dead for sure. The experts of the Blue Clan beside Lanjiu were also enraged. They all unleashed their terrifying ice. Kid, you dare to kill a disciple of the Blue Clan? Kneel down and accept your death. How arrogant. Lin Xian sneered. You don't even ask for the reason. I killed him because he deserved to die. If you want to fight, I'll send you to hell too. Just based on a few ants like you? Lanjiu's lips curled up in disdain. At this moment, many young geniuses felt that this was a good opportunity. They all walked up. Fairy Jiu, ants like them aren't worth your time. Let me help you. Many of them had killing intent in their eyes. Let's do it. Lanjiu said indifferently. The people in front of her were indeed not qualified for her to make a move. The surrounding geniuses sneered. Kid, you can only blame yourself for offending the Blue Clan. Now, you can go to hell obediently. Their bodies emitted terrifying laws. The others shook their heads and sighed. They knew that Lin Xian and the others were unlucky. At this moment, the sound of a bell rang from afar. At the same time, a loud voice was heard. Now, the Path Sex test had begun. Everyone who was going to take part in the test immediately entered the test grounds. In front of them, a door opened. At the same time, a few doors appeared on both sides. Each door corresponded to the cultivation level of a Holy King beginner, Middle Holy King, Late Holy King, Peak Holy King, and even Great Saints. They would all enter their respective test grounds. The Path Sex test was to test one's strength and talent. Every test was a competition between people of the same cultivation level. Even weapons couldn't be used. This was to ensure fairness. Between heaven and earth, the bell rang 9 times. Everyone's expression changed. They knew that they couldn't delay any longer. They all flew into the sky. Some people looked at Lin Xian and sneered. Kid, you're lucky. You can live longer. But you're also a Middle Holy King. We'll enter the same test grounds. Unless you're a coward and don't dare to enter. If you meet us there, we'll let you know what it means to live a life worse than death. After that, they all flew into the sky and entered the second door. The Crimson Dragon snorted. You're lucky. You can live longer. Then, he looked at Lin Xian and said, Kid, let's go. Lin Xian nodded and kept Little White. Then, he, the Crimson Dragon, and Nalan Liang walked towards the second door. At the same time, he gave each of them an array. After entering, we might be randomly teleported. So, we'll meet up first and then attack together. After all, this test was different from the previous ones. They had offended the Dragon Palace and the Blue Clan. These people might join forces to attack them. If they acted alone, it would be too dangerous. Lin Xian was worried about the safety of the Crimson Dragon and the others. So, he decided to meet up with them. Don't worry. After we enter, we'll use the array to search for you. The Crimson Dragon and the others took the array and nodded. Nalan Liang prayed in her heart. She didn't want to succeed. She just wanted to be defeated safely. After they entered, they were teleported to different places. Lin Xian's figure appeared. He looked around and found that this was an independent space. It should be a place specially opened up by the Dao sect to conduct trials. The second Dao sect's test was for mid-stage Saint Kings. These people were all geniuses, so it wasn't a problem for them to fight against cultivators of a higher level. However, they weren't any weaker than ordinary late-stage Saint Kings or even peak Saint Kings. Some of them could even kill peak Saint Kings. This was the capital of a genius. Even so, not everyone was able to enter the Dao sect. Only a small number of people were able to pass each time. The number was so small that it made one feel despair. In the heavenly Dao sect, Tianxing carried a long saber on his back as he flew carefully. He had followed Shi Changfeng here. However, due to the random teleportation, they had all been separated. At this moment, he was walking in the forest when suddenly, the mountain split open and a hand reached out to grab him. Damn it, the divine saber was unsheathed. Tianxing shouted angrily as he pulled out his saber and slashed out. This was the Heavenly Saber Mansion's ultimate technique. His saber could kill a late-stage Saint King. However, that enormous stone hand was truly too frightening. With a single strike, it shattered his blade light and sent him flying. Then, his body became dim as he was teleported out. Damn it, how could this be? Tianxing roared. He was full of hope and thought that he could show off his skills. Who would have thought that he would be sent out not long after entering? He didn't even know who the enemy was. Not only him, but many other people had already come out. When they came out, they were all confused. The blue-robed man who had been standing with Shi Changfeng also went out alone. There was an extremely terrifying star on his body that was shining brightly. Suddenly, he realized that there was an extremely terrifying aura between heaven and earth. It condensed and formed a long spear. It shrouded him. Damn it, he quickly retreated. The starlight in the sky turned into shooting stars. However, he couldn't dodge it, so he could only fight back. He formed a seal with his palms, and the starlight formed a star diagram as he attacked. It collided with the divine sword that fell from the sky. In the next moment, his arms shattered and turned into a bloody mist. He was eliminated. How could this be? After he came out, he roared to the sky. He couldn't even block a single move, damn it. It was really too embarrassing. Before he came, he was full of confidence and didn't put anything in his eyes. But after he went in, he realized that his strength wasn't as strong as he thought. He couldn't even withstand a single blow. How could this be? He started to doubt his life. Outside, there were many people watching the battle. Although they couldn't see the people inside, they could see the defeated expression of those who came out. Among them, some people looked at the blue-robed man and laughed. This guy was probably going crazy. Sigh, there was nothing they could do. Geniuses were worse than cabbages here. Only the geniuses of the three great orthodoxies could enter. There was no hope for the others. Sure enough, more and more challengers came out. Some of them went crazy and couldn't believe it. Some roared to the sky and even wanted to rush back, but they were turned into bloody mist by a force. Everyone's scalp went numb, and they didn't dare to be presumptuous anymore. They could only grit their teeth and hope to come back the year after next. In a valley of the True Path sect, a few figures stood in the air. There was a screen of light in front of them. At that moment, it was displaying the scene inside the trial grounds. The leader of the group was a man with a biting cold aura, as if he was the king of ice. There were many people standing beside him. They had different expressions, but they were all outstanding and had a cold aura. Moreover, they all had a dragon shadow on them. They were from the True Path sect, and they were also from the Dragon Palace. The man leading the group was called Lan Zilu. At this moment, he was in charge of the test in the second door. The geniuses this time weren't very good. Someone beside him shook his head. Another person laughed. Although there are few geniuses, there are still some, such as Sister Jiu. She is in the second door. I think with her strength, she can pass easily. Speaking of this, he looked at the man in front of him. Senior brother Zilu, your sister is also a top genius. After she enters, she can come to the Dragon Palace directly. That's right, the others also agreed. The man in front turned his head and laughed. Jiu is talented, but she still needs to temper her princess temper. Moreover, the Dragon Palace has its own rules. It can't be broken just because she is my sister. However, even if we follow the rules, it shouldn't be a problem for my sister to enter the Dragon Palace. His words were filled with confidence because he was very confident in his younger sister. Lan Jiu was extremely formidable indeed. Everywhere he passed, the heavens and the earth were sealed in ice. It was even to the extent that no one was willing to be a match for him. She'd gathered a group of followers to help her resist danger. Just like that, he walked all along the way. He was extremely swift. The members of the Dragon Palace watched this scene through the formation, and they nodded incessantly. Suddenly, Baizhen frowned and pointed at a figure on the formation. Senior brother Zilu, it's that fellow. He challenged our Dragon Palace, and he even killed a genius of the Blue Clan. As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of the members of the Dragon Palace changed, and all of them stared at the figure on the formation. Lan Zilu's face fell while a trace of a piercingly cold glow erupted from his eyes. He dared to kill a cultivator of his clan? He really was courting death. Senior brother Zilu, let me deal with him for you. Right, that kid doesn't have the qualifications to enter our Dao sect. Many voices resounded. However, one of them frowned. He said, even though that's the case, we're presiding over the test now. If we act against him now, then it would be slightly unfair to him. Wenrenyu, are you challenging senior brother Zilu? Baizhen laughed coldly. The others had hostile expressions as well. Wenrenyu said, I naturally don't interfere in the matters of senior brother Zilu's clan. But this is a test after all. Baizhen and the others had gloomy expressions, and they intended to say something. However, Lan Zilu waved his hand and stopped everyone. Alright, Wenrenyu is right. This is a test indeed. However, I won't let that kid off. A strand of piercingly cold killing intent appeared in his eyes. A wisp of a smile arose on the corners of Baizhen's mouth when he heard this. He understood that Wenrenyu's words had made his attitude clear, but it also meant that it wasn't convenient for him to make a move. So, he needed someone to help him. Baizhen decided to make a move. Even though they were both members of the Dragon Palace, his status was too inferior when compared to Lan Zilu. If he was able to curry favor with Lan Zilu, then he wouldn't hesitate to do anything. Moreover, he'd made preparations a long time ago. He'd notified some people who were participating in the test to make a move against Lin Xian and the others. It was even to the extent that he'd snuck a group in. These people should be making a move now. The Crimson Dragon, Toad, and Nalan Liang were teleported to different places. The strength of the Crimson Dragon was extremely strong, so even if it acted alone, it was not afraid at all. His speed was extremely fast. At the same time, he took out a spell formation. The spell formation flickered with light as he rapidly converged it. Coax. The earth split open as a longsword quickly struck out and slashed at the Crimson Dragon. The Crimson Dragon swayed its body, and with a swing of its tail, it split the enemy into two halves. That silhouette quickly retreated. His body was shattered, and his face was filled with shock. What a powerful physique. That sword of his was a sure kill sword. Even a late-stage Saint King would have died without a doubt, but the other party was completely fine. Get out of my sight. The dark red divine dragon roared furiously, and the roar of the dragon tore the other party's body into pieces. That person's face was filled with terror. Too powerful, he quickly fled. However, it was shattered by a finger. With a wave of his dragon claw, the opponent's soul was completely destroyed. A mere ant dared to fight against Ben Huang? The Crimson Dragon sneered. You are quite powerful, but so what? Between heaven and earth, a cold voice rang out. Then, 6 silhouettes appeared in the surroundings, with terrifying murderous intent. Terrifying precepts covered their faces. Who are you? The Crimson Dragon frowned and asked. One of them laughed and said, We are the ones who will kill you. He stretched out his palm, which was filled with thunderbolts. He struck the void, causing the entire sky to shatter as he charged towards the Crimson Dragon. Another person took out a long sword, which was filled with poison. As long as a Saint King touched a little bit of it, he would die without a doubt. The last person formed a saint's domain. A dense fog appeared in the sky, blocking all sight and even suppressing souls. Attack. With a low roar, the 6 of them attacked together. Heaven transformation palm, the Crimson Dragon roared and waved its claws. The huge hand of the dragon covered the sky and turned into a piece of the sky, directly tearing the opponent's body apart. At the same time, the aura of the dragon condensed on his body. It turned into endless dragon knives, slashing in all directions. These 6 people were all top geniuses, but they could not suppress the Crimson Dragon at all. In fact, the Crimson Dragon even had the upper hand, injuring 6 of them, and the other 4 were pale. Damn it, he was actually so strong. Don't worry, I will help you. The 7th person walked over. This person had a rotten aura, as if he was a corpse. Some parts of his body were even wrapped in bandages. Green light bloomed in his eyes, and then his glabella split open. An ancient coffin appeared, with a gloomy and cold power on it. The ancient coffin opened, and one figure after another appeared. These people were also extremely rotten. Obviously, they were corpses that had been controlled by someone. A total of 49 corpses stood up, and their eyes bloomed with green light. They seemed to have crawled out of hell and quickly charged towards the Crimson Dragon. These people were also powerful Saint Kings when they were alive. After they died, they were controlled, and some of their supernatural powers were even preserved. For a moment, it was extremely terrifying. The Crimson Dragon was attacked by more than 50 people. It could be said that it was extremely dangerous. Roar, the Crimson Dragon was also furious. He roared and turned into his dragon form. His body grew to tens of thousands of miles long, and he started to sweep in all directions. A huge battle erupted in an instant, and it was extremely intense. On the other side, the toad felt the aura, and its expression changed. Nalan Liang exclaimed. He also moved quickly. He found the toad first, and then he charged forward and attacked quickly. Nalan Liang was shocked. Damn it, the number of people is wrong. I have participated twice before, so I know that there are usually not so many people participating in the test. How did these people get in? The toad gritted its teeth. Damn it, it was definitely the Dragon Palace. They were the hosts, so it was no problem for them to secretly let some people in. These were all people that they had arranged. It was indeed correct. Baizhen looked at the array and smiled. Let's see how you all will die this time. Lan Zilu looked at the array and frowned. This is the dragon race. Is it okay to attack like this? He looked at Baizhen. Baizhen said, Senior brother Zilu, don't worry. I have already asked around. They are not from the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty. Moreover, I have already stated my identity. Our Dragon Palace was built by the Dragon Prince, but they still dared to challenge us. It was obvious that they didn't belong to the Dragon Prince's family. Since that was the case, there was no need for them to exist. There were many Dragon race members, and they couldn't be respectful to everyone. They only submitted to the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty. As for the other Dragon race members, if they dared to challenge them, they would kill them. Lan Zilu nodded and didn't ask anything else. To him, these people were definitely going to die. The Crimson Dragon was in a bad situation. He was being attacked by more than 50 experts. No matter how strong he was, he couldn't resist. He was dodging quickly, but he didn't retreat at all. His eyes were red. He knew that these people were sent by the Dragon Palace. Since that was the case, he didn't need to hold back. He used all kinds of killer moves. In a short time, more than a dozen figures died. Moreover, he was also injured. In addition, these people used poison, which caused him to suffer internal injuries. The poison broke out and he felt his strength weakening. When the toad saw this scene, it roared, "You're courting death, I'm your ancestor when it comes to poison." He instantly spat out a poisonous mist that filled the sky and shrouded the surroundings. Not good. Dodge quickly. These people opened their sacred domains to resist. The toad came to the Crimson Dragon's side and asked, "Are you okay?" The Crimson Dragon said, "I won't die from this small injury. I'll kill them all today." "Damn fatty, why aren't you coming over?" The toad roared. Nail and Liang sighed, but then he gritted his teeth and rushed over. "Okay. The three of us will fight our way out." The three of them charged. The mysterious people sneered. One of them had green light in his eyes. He controlled his corpses and moved quickly. The others attacked from afar. It was a good combination. On the other side, Lin Xian frowned. He saw that the three light spots on the array had gathered, but they didn't move. He had a bad feeling. He guessed that the three of them might be surrounded and couldn't escape. Therefore, with a flash of his body, he flew toward the location indicated by the formation. "Don't go. Stay." Between heaven and earth, saber lights flashed. The people of the Heavenly Saber Mansion walked out and blocked Lin Xian's path. 8 people appeared in front of Lin Xian, while another 8 appeared behind him. 16 people surrounded Lin Xian. Lin Xian frowned. "Where's Shi Chongfeng from the Heavenly Saber Mansion? Tell him to come out." The leader sneered. "Senior brother Chongfeng has already brought people to kill your companions. Your companions must have gone to hell by now. We'll send you to hell to meet your companions." Attack! With a furious shout, the 16 people quickly moved out. Every one of them was a powerful bladesman. Now that they made their move, it was truly horrifying. Lin Xian's face sank. It seems that the Crimson Dragon's situation is very bad. He had to end the battle quickly and then go there to provide support. Lin Xian's eyes exploded with a terrifying light. Endless sword chi rushed out of his body and swept through the 9 heavens. Kill! With a roar, he transformed into a sword god and rushed over. The people from the Heavenly Saber Manor used their peerless saber techniques to fight back. Between heaven and earth, the sound of swords and sabers clashing rang out, producing thunderous sounds. It was as if the Milky Way was flowing backward. The destructive power swept through everything. When the other examinees felt this aura, their scalps went numb, and they quickly dodged. No one dared to approach. The 16 bladesmen from the Heavenly Saber Mansion were surrounded by peerless saber light. They formed the peerless Great Heavenly Saber Array. They wanted to completely suppress Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian was really too strong. His sword chi was like a divine sword. With a slash of his sword, the saber light that filled the sky kept shattering. Man-ruler seal, with a palm strike, 2 peerless bladesmen turned into blood mist. At the same time, Lin Xian waved his long sword and formed the dragon elephant finger. This sword was accompanied by the phantom of the dragon elephant between heaven and earth. The bodies of the 3 peerless bladesmen were torn to pieces. Kill, kill! Lin Xian was filled with killing intent. He had nothing to say now. He had to send these people to hell. The power on his body became more and more terrifying. The people around him became terrified. Damn it, the other party is too strong. The man in the lead shouted angrily. Don't hold back. Use the Heavenly Saber Totem. We must kill him. Endless Tao patterns appeared on the 16 people and quickly condensed. They formed the most terrifying peerless technique. The Heavenly Saber Totem. Each of them turned into a heavenly saber. They became one with the saber and rushed over quickly. The phantom of the dragon elephant in the sky was completely pierced through by them and disappeared. They rushed to Lin Xian's side and attacked Lin Xian. Lin Xian's body swayed and kept retreating. Great, we can take him down in one go. The man in the lead laughed loudly. His whole body was incomparably powerful, as if he had turned into a peerless divine saber. Take me down? With just you guys? Lin Xian snorted coldly. Great wilderness hunter hand, tearing the sky with both hands, a terrifying crack spread forward and instantly struck the man in the lead. The man was sent flying. Cracks appeared on his body. The terrifying saber pattern also disappeared quickly. Damn it, how is this possible? After using the heavenly saber totem, their bodies were so strong that they were simply invincible. But now, they couldn't block the other party's attack. I don't believe it. He attacked again. Lin Xian clenched his hand into a fist and threw out a punch. This punch was like the sun falling and the golden crow rising. With a bang, the man in the lead was smashed into pieces. Damn it, his soul was pierced through by Lin Xian's gaze. The soul flame burned and extinguished it. Senior brother. The surrounding people went crazy. They didn't expect that the senior brother in the lead had already fallen. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Don't worry, soon, you will go to hell to see him. Quickly, the totem fuse. One of them was furious. The Tao patterns on their bodies condensed and fused together. The remaining people combined and turned into a long saber. With a slash of the saber, the 9 heavens were destroyed. The divine fire in the sky was split apart. The remaining 8 people were really crazy. They wanted to do it at all costs. The entire world was shattering. Competing with me in bloodline? Lin Xian sneered. I'll let you see my new bloodline. With a furious roar, dragon blood appeared on his body. Behind him, terrifying figures appeared one after another. There was a golden dragon, a Tyrannosaurus Rex, a terrifying saber dragon, and a pterosaur. 10,000 dragon phantoms appeared, covering the sky and the earth. How was that possible? Those people went crazy. They couldn't believe it. In the next moment, the 8 people were torn into pieces by the terrifying dragon phantoms. The world shattered and turned into chaos. Path sect. In the valley, everyone looked at the array formation in front of them and frowned. What was going on? Did the 16 people of the Sky Saber sect die? Baizhen's expression changed drastically. That was impossible. He carefully checked and found that the last attack was a monstrous phantom that covered everything. He couldn't see it clearly at all. Damn it, what trump card did that kid use? The situation didn't look good. After Lin Xian killed these people, he took away all their storage rings. He even used the Hand of Creation to condense the power of these people after they died into 16 blood essences. They circled around his hand and were put into a white jade bottle. Then, he set off again. At this moment, the situation on the Crimson Dragon's side was very bad. Because after dozens of people came, the people of the Sky Saber sect also came. Shi Changfeng came with 12 people. These 12 people were very strong. With their addition, the pressure on the Crimson Dragon's side increased. Each of them had to face more than 20 experts of the same level. They were not ordinary mid-stage Saint Kings. They were all geniuses who could fight above their level. Some could even kill late-stage Saint Kings, and some could even kill peak-stage Saint Kings. Not to mention the Crimson Dragon, even if they were 3 peak-stage Saint Kings, they would have died long ago. This group of geniuses was extremely powerful. However, the Crimson Dragon and the others were not weak, especially the Crimson Dragon. His bloodline had recently erupted, and his strength was unimaginable. The toad's poison was also very powerful. The weakest one was Nalan Liang. This Nalan Liang had suffered many injuries, and his body was dyed red with blood. Shi Changfeng walked over and said, Nalan Liang, you are courting death by going against us. Today, we will send you to hell. You can forget about entering the Tao sect for the rest of your life. He had just arrived and was in his peak condition. However, Nalan Liang had been through a great battle and had consumed a lot of energy. Moreover, he was heavily injured. The gap between the two sides was very big. Seeing this, the Crimson Dragon roared, Fatty, run. We won't blame you. Let's save your life first. You want to run? Can you run? Shi Changfeng laughed as he was surrounded by an inescapable net, which cut off his escape route. Kneel down and kowtow to me 3 times. Call me Grandpa 3 times, and I will give you a quick death. Are you courting death? Come find me if you have the ability. I will beat you until you call me Ancestor. The toad roared at the side. At the same time, he looked at Nalan Liang. Damn Fatty, run quickly. We don't have the strength to care about you. At this moment, the two toads were also in danger. Nalan Liang said, "You guys treat me as a brother. How can I run away?" "Oh, righteous as the clouds, how touching." Shi Changfeng sneered. "I wonder if the two of you will still be together when you go to hell." The few of them accompanied each other on the road to the Yellow Springs, so they weren't lonely. Shi Changfeng sneered and slashed down with his blade. "Not good." The Crimson Dragon's face changed. Although Nalan Liang was loyal, he was afraid that he would lose his life. Nalan Liang's expression was ugly. He gritted his teeth and said, "Do you really think that I'm useless, Shi Changfeng? You are courting death. Take my mixed element strike, the ultimate strike, a sure kill strike," Fatty shouted angrily. The surrounding people felt their scalps go numb. "What kind of ultimate move is this? What a powerful trump card." However, Shi Changfeng sneered. "Useless Fatty, if you really had a trump card, you wouldn't have failed twice. Go to hell." The skyblade in his hand was even more terrifying. However, he was wrong this time. Nalan Liang, who was in front of him, suddenly burst into flames and disappeared in an instant. He had turned into a skinny man, so skinny that he looked like a skeleton. His fist, however, was blooming with incomparably resplendent light. Boom, with a single punch, the heavenly blade in the sky was instantly shattered. Shi Changfeng's expression changed greatly. He wanted to flee, but it was already too late. This punch pierced through his head and turned his body into a bloody mist. His soul was also killed with a single blow. Boom. Boom, boom. Not only that, the void in front of him kept shattering. The ground cracked, forming an endless huge crack. Those who were close to it were also sent flying, vomiting blood. Everyone was going crazy. "What is this?" The Crimson Dragon and the Toad were also shocked. F***ck, this Fatty. What kind of pill did he take? How did he become so terrifying? For a moment, no one dared to make a move. They all thought that Fatty was a super expert who had hidden his strength. Between heaven and earth, the crack slowly healed. Dust filled the air, and a figure appeared in front of everyone. In the morning mist, the figure gradually became clearer. In the next moment, everyone looked over. Many people were shocked. Did an expert come? Who is this person? The figure in front of them was tall and slender. It wasn't the Fatty from before at all. The Toad also frowned. Did this guy transform? They tore open the storm and looked carefully. Then, they were stunned. The Fatty was no longer there. Instead, he was a skinny person, like a mummy. There was no flesh at all. Only skin and bones were left. There were even wounds on his body. This person's face was pale, and his body had a sinister expression. Who is this person? Everyone was stunned. The Toad also asked, "Where did you take Fatty?" The figure in front said, "Heroes, it's me. Hurry up and support me. I'm about to fall." After saying that, he fell to the ground with a plop. The Crimson Dragon exclaimed, F***ck, it's that damn Fatty. The Toad also jumped over. "It can't be, this guy is so strong. You burned all the energy in your body just now, right? That punch directly killed a top genius." Nalan Liang was very weak at the moment. However, he grinned. "This is a sure kill skill I researched. It's not my final trump card, so I didn't use it before." That Shi Changfeng was too arrogant. "I'll teach him a lesson." The people of the Heavenly Blade Manor were stunned. Shi Changfeng was killed just like that? Damn it. They all went crazy. Shi Changfeng was their Heavenly Blade Manor's top genius. This time, he definitely had hopes of entering the Dao sect. His future achievements were limitless. But now, he actually died. Damn it, kill him and take revenge for senior brother. The people of the Heavenly Blade Manor gritted their teeth and charged forward. The other mysterious people also sneered. One of the three was already crippled. There were only two left. "You guys will definitely die this time." The remaining people still had many things to do. At this moment, they were filled with killing intent. They were all prepared to use their trump cards. Nalan Liang said, "Let's retreat first. I don't have any energy left." The Crimson Dragon said, "There's no need to retreat. We have to die today. Brother, you have a trump card. Do you think we don't? I just didn't want to use it before. Alright, I'll let them see my true ultimate skill. The toad's eyes lit up. The aura of the two became abnormally terrifying. In the Dao Sex Valley, everyone looked at this scene and frowned. Someone said, this Nalan Liang has such an ultimate skill. It doesn't seem to be from the Nalan family. Another person said, I guess it's an ultimate skill that he researched himself. This kid is really creative. But it's useless. If he uses this skill in a one-on-one fight, if the opponent doesn't die, he will die. Indeed, this was equivalent to his final trump card. As for Bai Zhen, his face was incomparably cold. He could already feel how ugly Lan Zilu's face was. Thinking of this, he quietly retreated. It seemed like he was preparing other trump cards. He left the valley and said to the people around him, activate the hunter. Yes, we know. Looking at the leaving figure, Bai Zhen sneered. The real killing move was about to begin. In the training ground, the Crimson Dragon's aura became extremely terrifying. On the other side, the toad was also circulating its energy. Its body was originally only the size of a palm, but at this moment, it was constantly growing. It became even more terrifying than a mountain. Damn it! Hurry up and attack. We can't let them use their ultimate skills. The people on the other side rushed over when they saw this scene. It's useless. It's too late. I'll let you see Benhuang's ultimate skill. Dragon Saber. The dragon scales on the Crimson Dragon rose into the air and condensed into a dragon saber. Imbued with his divine dragon bloodline, he slashed down with his saber. This attack turned into a divine dragon that was tens of thousands of feet long. It descended from the sky and destroyed everything. The people of the Heavenly Saber sect were in despair. This saber was too terrifying. Even their elders couldn't use such a terrifying saber technique. Damn it! Hurry up and use the Heavenly Saber totem. The remaining people didn't dare to be careless. Endless runes appeared on their bodies and formed the Heavenly Saber totem. They tried their best to block it. However, it was useless. Under this attack, the dragon saber shattered everything. The bodies of the people of the Heavenly Saber sect were all split open. They died in despair. The people of the Heavenly Saber sect fell. The dragon saber in the sky slowly faded. The mysterious people saw this scene and rushed towards the Crimson Dragon. This guy's trump card was too strong. They had to kill him or there would be endless trouble. At this moment, the toad roared. Its body had become as huge as a mountain. There was a terrible sound behind his head. The Song of Destruction. This sound was truly too terrifying. Nothing could stop it wherever it passed. The remaining mysterious people suffered a violent impact. They roared crazily and tried to resist. However, under this destructive force, they disappeared and no longer existed. The sky in front of them was shattering. The earth was cracking. It was a scene of destruction. Clang, the dragon saber turned into scales and returned to the Crimson Dragon. The Crimson Dragon's body shrank and roared. On the other side, the toad had also recovered. It sneered. Did you see that without my ultimate skill? Can you resist it? Is it over? Nalan Liang was shocked. He thought that his trump card was strong enough. He didn't expect these two guys to be even more terrifying. More than 70 experts were killed by the three of them. Especially at the end, the Crimson Dragon and the Toad's two moves directly destroyed more than 50 people. How terrifying was that? There was absolutely no problem for the two of them to enter the Dao sect. In fact, they might even be extremely formidable existences within the Dao sect. As expected, some of the trial challengers were watching from afar. When they saw this scene, their scalps went numb. Was there such a terrifying expert among the challengers this time? Originally, he thought that only Lan Jiu, a top-tier expert, would be present. No one else would be able to compete with him. From the looks of it, these two demonic beasts were pretty strong. Everyone was talking about it. At this moment, someone sneered. Don't you think this is a good opportunity? The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. While they were weak, they quickly eliminated these people. Some of them even turned into shadows and rushed over. The Toad and Crimson Dragon in front of him had just heaved a sigh of relief when they suddenly frowned. They roared angrily and tore apart heaven and earth with a claw. A figure was sent flying while coughing up blood. The Toad used poisonous gas to envelop the area. The human figures began to rot as they fled in terror. The three souls escaped into the sky, trying to escape into the distance. But at this moment, their souls stopped and gradually disappeared. It was as if it had been swallowed by something. What kind of method was this? It was too terrifying. The people watching from afar felt their scalps go numb. They originally thought that the three of them were weak and wanted to use this opportunity to eliminate them. But now, it seemed too difficult. This kind of genius had completely surpassed them. Even if they were weak, they weren't people they could provoke. However, the dark red divine dragon's brows were tightly knitted together. They were the ones who launched the previous attack, but the souls of the three had not been devoured by them. Who was it? The Crimson Dragon roared, and the pressure of its bloodline spread in all directions. The void rippled, and a figure walked out. Dragon Clan. The figure smiled and said, "I wonder what your dream is like. Who are you? Were you the one who swallowed the souls before?" The Toad also snorted coldly. "You want to attack us? You're still lacking. Hurry up and scram, or I'll send you to hell." "Toad, I guess your dream isn't much. I'll just destroy your soul." The figure that came out floated in the void. His figure was like a dream, and there was a terrifying soul energy on his body. The Crimson Dragon frowned. "Be careful, this guy is probably a soul expert. Don't fall for his illusions." As soon as they finished speaking, they felt their souls shake. In the next moment, they seemed to have arrived in a forest. There was no danger around, and there was an endless amount of delicious food and wine in front of them. Lin Xian walked out of the forest and said, "Rizalong, the Toad is no longer in danger. The enemy has been killed. Let's drink and chat." Nalan Liang grinned. "I need to nourish myself." He pounced forward. The Toad was also suspicious. The Crimson Dragon roared. "Damn it, this is a dream. Break for me." His dragon blood transformed into a dragon saber that cut through everything. Like a broken mirror, the three of them came back to their senses, and they were covered in cold sweat. What just happened? Nalan Liang was dumbfounded. The Toad also jumped up. "Damn, you dare to use illusions on us?" The Crimson Dragon's face turned ugly. This person was definitely a soul expert. He was even more terrifying than the previous 70 people combined. Nalan Liang thought of something and kept retreating. "I know who you are. You are the Dream Eater Wolf. Damn it, are you here to join the Dao sect too?" The Dream Eater Wolf was a mutated species of heaven and earth. It was an extremely terrifying demonic beast that specialized in creating dreams and devouring others' dreams. The souls that were devoured would disappear and become someone else's power. The souls of the previous 3 people were devoured in this way. The Crimson Dragon and the others also suffered the same attack. If it wasn't for the Crimson Dragon's bloodline exploding at the end, the 3 of them would be in danger. They had really underestimated the people of the world. As expected of the 3 great orthodoxies. Even the people who came were so terrifying. The Crimson Dragon originally thought that with their strength, they would be able to wipe out all of them without fear. But now, it seemed that they were too careless. This Dream Eater Wolf was indeed a difficult opponent. Dream Eater Wolf. When the people in the distance heard about it, they all retreated. This guy killed people without leaving a trace. They wouldn't even know how they died. They didn't dare to stay any longer. The Dream Eater Wolf looked at Nalan Liang and smiled. "You guys are not stupid to be able to recognize me. Alright, give up on resisting." Dreamy bubbles appeared on his body and swept forward. A huge dream was about to be created by him. "Damn it, let's fight it out. Tighten your soul. Don't let him control you." The Crimson Dragon reminded. The dragon scales on his body condensed again, forming a dragon blade. The Toad beside him also spat out poisonous fog to defend against the attack. Seeing that the battle was about to erupt again, the Dream Eater Wolf was stunned. He looked around. Then, the corner of his mouth curled up. Seems like I don't have to do anything. You guys are already targeted. To send such a person here, you guys have really offended someone powerful. After speaking, he smiled and said, "You three, take care of yourselves. I don't want your souls." He turned and left. The Dream Eater wolf came quickly and left quickly, disappearing without a trace in an instant. Toad heaved a sigh of relief. Were they scared away by us? Nalan Liang also smiled. Perhaps Brother Lin was here. They thought that Lin Xian should be here to help. But soon, they realized that wasn't the case. Lin Xian's figure hadn't appeared yet, but there were 4 auras surrounding them. They spread out in all directions and shrouded them again. What a terrifying aura. Nalan Liang's scalp went numb. The Crimson Dragon was furious. Were their experts hunting them again? Did they really think that they were pushovers? 4 figures appeared in all directions. These 4 people were wearing battle armor, and even their faces were covered. It was impossible to tell who they were. Only a pair of eyes were emitting a biting cold radiance. The 4 of them held 4 sabers in their hands, and a terrifying murderous aura came from them. The atmosphere in the entire area was extremely oppressive. There were still some people in the distance who didn't manage to escape in time. When they saw this scene, their pupils constricted. Someone exclaimed, "Hunters! Damn it, the people from the Dao sect of this world are also here?" These people were crazy. Usually, the beginning of a trial would be a battle between cultivators and there would be arrays and traps in the trial space. There shouldn't be hunters. Even if there were, it shouldn't be. This should be the end. A battle between a few top experts should be one-on-one. Now that the 4 hunters were attacking together, it was obvious that they had the intention to kill. Who was giving orders to these hunters? What kind of terrifying existence did the 3 of them offend? Someone said, "I heard that they were reckless and offended the Dragon Palace." What? Offended the Dragon Palace? The Dragon Palace was the host this time. They could mobilize all their forces. The 3 of them were dead meat. No wonder the Dream Eater wolf retreated. He didn't want to offend the Dragon Palace. Let's go too. At this moment, everyone retreated. No one dared to offend the Dragon Palace. No one was a match for the hunters. The hunters were disciples who cultivated in the Dao sect. The experiences and cultivation resources of these people were not something the hunters could compare with. Crimson Dragon and the others felt their blood run cold. Although there were only 4 of them, they were much scarier than the previous group of geniuses. From the looks of it, there would be a tough battle ahead. The faces of the 3 turned cold. At this moment, a 5th figure descended from the sky. He swept through the area like a golden god of war. "Brat, you're finally here." The Crimson Dragon was pleasantly surprised, and the Toad let out a sigh of relief. Now that Lin Xian was here, the pressure on their side would be greatly reduced. Lin Xian frowned as soon as he arrived. The world around him was shattered. It was obvious that a terrifying battle had taken place here. Now, there were 4 more mysterious people here. Their aura made his hair stand on end. "Who was this person?" he asked. The Toad said that he heard that the hunter was a Dao sect disciple. Lin Xian snorted coldly. "Were they sent by the Dragon Palace?" The Crimson Dragon said, "Brat, don't force it. We killed 70 geniuses earlier and consumed a lot of energy." Nalan Liang was severely injured and retreated first. Lin Xian nodded and waved his hand, leading them to retreat. However, the 4 hunters all walked up. One of them said coldly, "It's useless. No matter how strong you are in front of us, you are no match for us." As disciples of the Dao sect, they had absolute confidence. These people who had not entered the Dao sect to cultivate could not be compared to them. One of them slashed with his saber. It was very powerful. The Crimson Dragon and the others were shocked. It seemed that they still had a long way to go after entering the Dao sect. Lin Xian sneered and waved his hand. He enveloped them. His other hand enveloped the Crimson Dragon. The 3 of them. Then, he used the power of the void and tore everything apart. They disappeared. What was going on? The other 3 hunters walked up with their brows tightly knitted. Did the teleportation disappear? Chase. The 3 of them moved quickly. Dao sect, in the valley. Wenren frowned when she saw that the hunters had moved out. You actually dared to use the hunters without permission. You have violated the rules. Baizhen sneered. Don't you think you are meddling too much? Wenren shouted coldly. As the organizer, the most important thing was fairness. You sent 4 hunters to target them. How could they survive? After speaking, he looked at Lan Zilu. Senior brother Liu, please stop this immediately. Lan Zilu said indifferently. The hunters had been activated during the trial, so there was no need to make a fuss. These people were very strong, but they still needed to temper themselves. The hunters were the best for them. Hunters also needed powerful prey in order to level up. But what else did Wenren want to say? Lan Zilu waved his hand to stop her. Baizhen did not violate the rules. Wenren sighed. He knew that he was just an ordinary member of the Dragon Palace. His identity could not be compared to Lan Zilu. So he could only shake his head and sigh. He wanted to leave. However, Baizhen stopped him. Where are you going? You should stay in the valley before the competition ends. Wenren gritted her teeth. Looks like they were afraid that I would report this matter to the elders. At this moment, Wenren felt slightly disappointed. Is this the Dragon Palace that I've always admired? After all, I've always been proud of joining the Dragon Palace. But now it would seem like the Dragon Palace is really too disappointing. He could only pray that they were strong enough to avoid the attacks of the hunters. Space split open beneath a cliff, and then the figures of Lin Xian and the others appeared. The hunter shouted coldly and activated his Saint Domain to defend himself. He laughed coldly. Do you think you'll be a match for me if you teleport us away? It's useless. Actually, I can crush all of you by myself. Is that so? Lin Xian laughed coldly. Perhaps you don't know our strength. A terrifying radiance erupted from him. The Crimson Dragon and the Toad walked over as well, and all 3 of them revealed cold smiles. Lin Xian slapped out with his palm. The primeval demon mountain appeared in the sky and descended from the sky, causing the entire world to shatter. The hunter roared furiously and slashed with his saber towards the primeval demon mountain. At the same time, his other hand swept out, and it seemed to have transformed into a divine sword. The 3 of them were courting death, so he fulfilled their wishes. However, he quickly realized that he was wrong. He was actually unable to resist them. First, the primeval demon mountain in the sky directly blocked his saber light. The Toad and the Crimson Dragon were very strong as well, and they didn't fear his attacks at all. Damn it, I miscalculated. These 3 people can't be measured by top-rate geniuses. They're heaven-defying geniuses. Especially this newcomer. Every single move of his carried strength that was too strong, and he was like a golden god of war. Retreat, the hunter actually retreated at this moment. If anyone else saw this, they would probably be dumbstruck. When the people from Dragon Palace saw this, they frowned in the Dao sect's ancient mountain. This is the first time a hunter has fled, don't you think it's too late to leave? Lin Xian's figure flashed and blocked the hunter's path. Get lost. The hunter punched out. Lin Xian waved his sword and resisted. The hunter was knocked back, and his hand was split open. Damn it. Why is the opponent so strong? Under the attacks of the 3, the hunter was about to cry. In the end, he was suppressed by the Tai Chi diagram. Nalan Liang walked over in shock. It was the first time a hunter was suppressed. Quickly take off his helmet. What kind of person was it? The Toad took off the hunter's helmet. Inside was a young man. At this moment, his face was extremely ugly. Damn it. Let me go. You wanted to kill us before. Now you want us to let you go. Don't you think it's funny? The Crimson Dragon sneered. That hunter said, I'm just following orders. Follow your ass. The Crimson Dragon slapped him. The hunter's face turned black. What? You don't accept it? If you don't accept it, I'll kick you to death. The Toad jumped on the hunter's face. The Crimson Dragon also waved his dragon claw. Nalan Liang was dumbfounded. The hunter was beaten into a pig's head. In the Dao sect's ancient mountain, the people of the Dragon Palace were also stunned. The hunter was beaten up. when Renla was stunned. Previously, he was worried about these people. Now, it seemed that his worries were unnecessary. Thinking of this, he laughed. Baizhen, it seems that your scheme won't succeed. Baizhen's face was ugly. Damn it. Lan Zilu's face was also cold. He turned his head and glanced at Baizhen. Baizhen's scalp was numb. He said that there were 3 more people. The remaining 3 wouldn't make a mistake. On the cliff, the hunter was about to cry. 3 heroes, please spare me. I'm just following orders. I won't dare to do it again. Brat, how should we deal with this? Kill him directly? The Crimson Dragon's eyes were filled with killing intent. The hunter's scalp was numb. I'm a disciple of the Dao sect. You can't kill me. Can't kill me? The toad sneered and slapped him again. The hunter's teeth flew out. Nalan Liang said. Indeed, they couldn't be killed because they had a safety token. It was made by the Dao sect's elders. When the hunter came in and faced with certain death, the token would shatter and teleport him away. So that's how it is. Lin Xian nodded in understanding. Since he couldn't be killed, then he would beat him up. Then, Lin Xian snatched the armor and saber from the man and put them on. After he put on the mask, he said, "Can you tell who I am?" The dark red divine dragon shook its head. Brat, are you thinking about it? The toad also laughed. Ha 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 ha, I can already see the following scene. That. 1. Next, they began to torture the hunter. The hunter even had the thought of dying. 2. Alright, let's go. You 3 hide. Lin Xian put on the hunter's armor and flew into the sky. Dao sect. In the valley, the people from the Dragon Palace went crazy. They couldn't believe it. Baizhen's face turned even uglier. He had a bad feeling. Sure enough, Lin Xian swept across the sky. He didn't hide his terrifying killing intent. Countless people looked up in fear. It was a hunter. Oh heavens, run quickly. Those cultivators saw him and ran away quickly. Soon, Lin Xian saw a hunter. He flew over and asked, "Have you dealt with that kid?" Lin Xian nodded. Yes, he's dead. I killed all 3 of them. Hey, look at who's behind you. The hunter on the other side turned his head. Lin Xian's palm landed on the other party's body. The Taiji diagram spun and directly split the other party into 2. Ah, damn it. You dare to attack me? That hunter had gone crazy. He couldn't figure out why his companion would suddenly attack. Lin Xian sneered. If I attack you, I'll let you go to hell. With that, he waved his hand and formed a boundary space, enveloping the other party. Then, the toad and the crimson dragon appeared. Nalan Liang also had a smirk on his face. Damn it, why aren't you dead yet? He looked at Lin Xian and shouted angrily. What are you doing? Lin Xian took off his mask. What do you think we are doing? Damn it, it's you. Where was that person? The hunter went crazy. It wasn't his companion, but these guys. Attack, don't give him a chance to escape. Lin Xian shouted angrily. The 4 of them attacked. It didn't take long for the hunter to be suppressed. This time, they directly sealed the other party. Even if they couldn't kill the other party, they couldn't let the other party escape. Moreover, these hunters were able to listen to the orders of the Dragon Palace. They must be from the Dragon Palace. Since that was the case, they wouldn't hold back. After being tortured for a while, the hunter even had the thought of dying. Next, the other 2 hunters were in the same situation. Lin Xian approached with their companions and then suddenly attacked. The 3 hunters were suppressed. Their faces were swollen like pig heads. Lin Xian used the dragon-shaped sword qi to completely seal the 3 of them. Then, he threw them in. The 4 of them put on the hunter's armor. Go. The 4 of them waved their hands and quickly soared into the sky. In the Dao sect, the atmosphere in the valley was extremely strange. No one dared to speak. Only Wenren Yu had a cold smile on her face. These people broke the rules, but they didn't expect that the other party was too strong. This was really embarrassing. If this spread out, the Dragon Palace would probably be laughed at. What did you do? Lan Zilu turned around with a cold expression. This Baizhen really couldn't do anything but spoiled everything. Not only did he not kill a single enemy, he even caused the 4 hunters to be heavily injured. The 3 of them were suppressed. Was this a slap to the Dragon Palace's face? I was wrong. Senior brother, please calm down. I will deal with them myself. Baizhen's hair stood on end. He wasn't a match for Lan Zilu. Lan Zilu was very strong. He estimated that even 10 of him together wouldn't be able to defeat him. Baizhen hurriedly retreated. This time, he wanted to personally lead people in and kill those people. This is your last chance. The Dragon Palace doesn't want trash. Lan Zilu turned around and said coldly. I know. Senior brother, don't worry. There won't be any more accidents this time. Baizhen's expression was cold. He put on the hunter's armor. He led people in again. Yiwuya and Shuidan. They were scouting the surroundings. They came here with Lan Jiyu. If they could gain Lan Jiyu's favor, then their future achievements would be limitless. There's no danger here. Yiwuya said. Shuidan nodded. There's no danger here either. The 2 of them met up and prepared to return to tell Lan Jiyu. But at this moment, they discovered that 4 figures were about to arrive. Who are they? The 2 of them shouted angrily. Killing intent appeared on their bodies. But when they saw the 4 figures, their expressions became extremely unsightly. Hunters. Damn it. Why are hunters here? And why are they here? Run. The 2 of them didn't dare to fight back. Want to run? Lin Xian and the others sneered. They knew these 2 people. When Lan Jiyu faced them, these 2 people wanted to kill them. How could they hold back now? Soon, the few of them were subdued. The Crimson Dragon and the others sneered and began to torture the 2 geniuses. They were better off dead than alive. Lan Jiyu frowned. The people next to him said, why aren't they back yet? Are they in danger? A genius from the Blue Clan sneered. Trash. With such strength, do you think you can stay beside Sister Jiyu? They won't come. At this moment, a voice sounded. Then the 2 heads were thrown from the sky. The 2 heads roared crazily. Fairy Jiyu, save us! Lan Jiyu's pupils constricted. The people around were in an uproar. Who dared to attack these 2 people? Although they said it disdainfully, Yiwuya and Shuidan were both top tier. They were on par with them. At this moment, there was someone who could easily injure the 2 of them. Who exactly was this person? Soon, they saw 4 silhouettes appearing in all 4 directions. They were wearing armor and holding swords. They were emitting terrifying killing intent. Hunters, the geniuses' scalps went numb. Lan Jiyu couldn't believe it either. Of course, she knew about the existence of hunters, but who was she? Her brother was a genius from Dragon Palace. He was the leader of this event. How could they send hunters to kill her? Who sent you? Don't you know who I am? Lan Jiyu said coldly. No matter who you are, you will have to accept our test. Kill. Lin Xian roared in anger and quickly attacked, slashing out with his saber. The other 3 also attacked aggressively. The biting cold aura made their scalps go numb. Damn it. Lan Jiyu slapped out frost, forming a world of ice and snow. She said, attack. The people around also attacked. But how could they be a match for her? Apart from Nail and Liang, who they could contend with, they couldn't contend with the others, especially Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon. Lin Xian's sword was terrifying. Every attack contained the aura of the dragon sword spirit. The geniuses couldn't even block one attack. They were split in half. Too many of them had perished. Damn it. How could it be like this? In the Valley of the True Path sect, the people from Dragon Palace saw this scene and their faces changed. They could clearly see what had happened. Naturally, they knew that this was a hunter disguised by Lin Xian and the others. However, they didn't expect the other party to meet Lan Jiyu. They all looked at Lan Jiyu. Lan Jiyu's face was also cold. Damn it, was his little sister in danger? Although he had boundless confidence in his younger sister, The strength displayed by Lin Xian and the others was simply too astonishing. Senior apprentice brother Zilu, don't worry, Baizhen has already brought people over. They should be arriving soon. In the trial grounds. The battle was terrifying. Other than Lonjiu, the other geniuses were all killed. Lonjiu's face was ugly. She could fight against one, but 3 of the 4 challengers were very strong. If they attacked her together, she wouldn't be a match. Thinking of this, she shouted coldly. Stop, I know the rules of the challengers. 1-on-1. Why are you attacking together? Don't worry. When you're alone, we'll fight 1-on-1. With that, Lin Xian slashed out again, turning a genius next to him into a bloody mist. Roars sounded. The people of the Blue Clan were usually high and mighty. But now, they were like ants. They died instantly. Lonjiu's face turned cold. She felt that something was wrong. They definitely weren't real challengers. Who were you, the people who killed you? Lin Xian's voice was cold. His killing intent swept across the sky. Lonjiu's body shook. Blue light burst out of her eyes. She shouted coldly. So it was you. As a top expert, she finally recognized Lin Xian. He was the one who killed her family's geniuses. She didn't expect him to pretend to be a challenger. Looks like you're not stupid. If that's the case, will you kill yourself or let us do it, 1-on-1? Let's fight. I'll let you know the difference between us. Lonjiu's cold eyes stared at Lin Xian. As you wish, Lin Xian walked out. I'll let you have 3 moves. You're courting death. Lonjiu roared. Endless frost rushed out of her body, forming a world of frost that covered the land. A terrifying frost aura condensed. It seemed to be able to freeze everything. Seeing this, Lin Xian sneered. With a wave of his hand, he swung the man-ruler's seal forward. Like a celestial emperor, he shattered the frost. He rushed towards Lonjiu. Lonjiu snorted. She waved her hand. The ice in the sky turned into an ice dragon, blocking the man-ruler's seal and sealing it between heaven and earth. Then, with another attack, countless frost arrows fell from the sky. Lin Xian used the great desolate sky-splitting hand. He tore the world apart, shattering all the frost swords. At the same time, he attacked again. The battle between the two was terrifying. Lonjiu's face was serious. Her eyes were filled with confidence. She didn't think she would lose. But soon, her face turned cold. She found that her opponent was really strong. He gave her a lot of pressure. Especially when she found that her opponent was calm. He didn't seem to be nervous. In fact, he seemed more relaxed than her. Was this a casual attack? Damn it. She didn't believe it. Lin Xian was calm. He attacked casually. Dragon Elephant Finger. The Dragon Elephant Phantom danced in the sky. The space in front of them was shattered. The entire world of frost shook violently. Lonjiu gritted her teeth. Was he looking down on her? She was furious. Her bloodline erupted. She was about to use her trump card. But at this time, a cold voice came from the sky. Kid, I finally found you. As soon as the voice rang out, Lin Xian frowned and looked up into the sky. The Crimson Dragon and the others also exclaimed. Oh no, what a terrifying aura. Lonjiu retreated and didn't attack. She saw a familiar person. Baizhen, her brother's subordinate. Baizhen had come, and he had brought 10 hunters with him. They descended from the sky. The whole world froze. These hunters were all from the Taoist sect. They were very strong. Baizhen had joined the Dragon Palace. Such a strong team could definitely suppress everything. Kid, I let you go last time at the White Crane Tower. I didn't expect you to come here and cause trouble. You don't know what's good for you. Since you dare to come here, I don't think you need to live. Just you? Lin Xian sneered. You didn't attack me at the White Crane Tower because you were afraid of me. Do you think you're my match now that you've called over 10 helpers? The moment he said that, even the 10 hunters were stunned. What a bold person, daring to challenge Baizhen. Seems like he's tired of living. Baizhen's face darkened. Kid, I'll let you know what it's like to wish you were dead. Nalan Liang stood out and shouted. Your cultivation isn't at the middle stage of the Saint King realm. Even if the challengers want to attack, you can't. You've broken the rules. Indeed. Baizhen's cultivation was at the late stage of the Saint King realm. He shouldn't have come to the second gate. Baizhen sneered. You talk to me about the rules, I'm the rules. I can change them at any time. Are you unhappy? What strong words, Nalan Liang and the others gritted their teeth. Damn it. Lin Xian sneered. How disappointing. So this is the True Path sect? I thought that the True Path sect was an ancient inheritance. The geniuses inside are all at the peak of the world. Who would have thought that there would be trash like you? If the True Path sect is filled with people like you, I don't think I need to join. What did you say? Baizhen was furious. The True Path sect isn't something you can comment on. Do you believe that I won't kill you right now? You can try and see if you can do it. Lin Xian's expression was cold. Although they couldn't use weapons here, so what? Lan Jiu frowned and said coldly. Senior brother Baizhen, it's indeed against the rules for you to attack. Let the hunters behind you do it. Sister Jiu, don't be afraid. I'm in charge here. Baizhen smiled. However, Lan Jiu frowned even more. The True Path sect has its rules. I don't want to break them because of me. I think my brother doesn't want this to happen in the test he's in charge of. If this spreads, it won't be good for my brother's reputation. Damn it. Baizhen's expression was cold. This Lan Jiu was really an idiot. What was there to be proud of? If it wasn't for the fact that his brother was Lan Zilu, he wouldn't have bothered with him. Thinking of this, he snorted coldly. Fine, since you've said so, I won't make a move. However, these 10 hunters were all at the early stage of the Saint King realm. Let them do it. Baizhen waved his hand and sneered. Go and take him down. The 10 hunters stood in the void, and the atmosphere was extremely tense. However, what was surprising was that the 10 of them did not attack together. Instead, only one of them stepped forward. Baizhen's face sank and he said coldly, I said let's attack together, didn't you hear me? The hunter who walked out was wearing a mask. He said coldly. Senior brother Baizhen, the rule of the hunters is to fight one-on-one, not group attacks. As a genius, I have my own pride. I hope that senior brother Baizhen won't make things difficult for us. That's right, senior brother Baizhen hopes that you will act according to the rules. The 9 hunters behind him also spoke coldly. Baizhen's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. Damn it, these guys actually dared to refute him? He was mad with anger. Nalan Liang was also stunned. Damn, what's going on? However, the toad laughed loudly. Ha 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 ha, this is really a slap in the face. It seems that only you are despicable and shameless in the True Path sect. The others are normal. Lin Xian also laughed and nodded. The True Path sect is indeed an ancient inheritance. I take back my words from before. These top geniuses all had their own pride. The fact that they could come to the True Path sect meant that they had already surpassed the majority of the geniuses. Would they join forces to deal with a mid-stage Saint King? They were disdainful in their hearts. However, this also gave Lin Xian a chance. Baizhen gritted his teeth. A bunch of stupid things. He didn't say anything and just stood there coldly. The first hunter walked out and said, you can attack. Boom, Lin Xian punched out, and it was as if a sun was rotating between heaven and earth. The terrifying divine fire swept through the 9 heavens. Everyone felt a wave of heat, as if their bodies were about to melt. Lan Jiu frowned tightly. This guy was indeed strong. He could actually counter her frost. The hunter's pupils also shrank. He took a deep breath and shouted angrily. He formed a seal with his palm, and a divine eagle swooped down. Boom, the two collided, and the heaven and earth shook. The hunter retreated, and endless cracks appeared on his body. He stopped there in disbelief. After a while, he sighed. You are really strong. I am not your opponent. The 9 hunters behind him were also shocked. The power of this punch made their hair stand on end. In an instant, the 7 hunters shook their heads. We are not his opponent either. Their strength was the same as the first hunter, or at least not much higher. Therefore, they probably couldn't take this punch. Only two hunters' eyes flashed. One of them walked out and said, "Let me try." Now, they were no longer here to hunt. Instead, they were here to challenge. Lin Xian nodded. He formed a seal with one hand and used the man-ruler seal. It was as if a celestial emperor had come out. So terrifying. The hunter's pupils shrank. The power of this palm was even more terrifying than the previous punch. Tianluo Divine Fist. He didn't dare to be careless. He used his most powerful technique. The two collided. The hunter flew out and smashed into the endless mountains. He climbed up from the ruins and spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. He was really strong. To be able to become a hunter, he was very powerful in the Taoist sect. But now, he couldn't even take one punch from Lin Xian. The last hunter also shook his head and sighed. "There's no need to fight. I'm not his opponent. With your talent, even if you can't be first in the middle stage of the Saint King realm, you are definitely in the top 3. They were ashamed of their inferiority. The 10 hunters admitted defeat. Longji was shocked. She couldn't believe it. She furrowed her brows tightly. She originally thought that she would be the first person to take the test, but now it seemed that she might not be the first. The young man in front of her made her feel a great pressure. It was the same pressure that her brother had given her back then. Baizhen's expression turned even uglier. Damn it. He clenched his teeth so hard that they almost broke. He didn't expect that he would admit defeat so easily with 10 hunters. Although the opponent was strong, if the 10 of them attacked together, they would definitely win. But the 14 of them didn't listen to him at all. What a laughable pride. He cursed in his heart. Okay, only you are left. Lin Xian looked at him and said indifferently. Baizhen, do it yourself. Baizhen was stunned. He couldn't believe it. Even Longjiu's expression changed. In her opinion, defeating 10 hunters was enough to pass the test. But the other party still wanted to challenge Baizhen. Baizhen wasn't someone these hunters could compare to. Perhaps even 10 hunters added together wouldn't be a match for Baizhen. Baizhen sneered. Are you sure you want to fight me? You really don't know what death is. Great, I'll take advantage of this opportunity to kill him instantly. The Crimson Dragon sneered. You think too much. Suppress your cultivation and fight at the same level. Suppress your cultivation. Baizhen's expression turned ugly after hearing that. Cultivation was his advantage. Although he was only a late-stage Saint King, with his strength, killing a peak-stage Saint King was a piece of cake. This was the method of a genius. But if he suppressed his cultivation, he wouldn't have much of an advantage over the other party. Even if he won, it would be a difficult victory, so he wasn't willing. The toad sneered. Why not? If you suppress your cultivation, I'll only use one hand. Lin Xian also laughed. If you don't even dare to fight at the same level, how can you call yourself a genius? Is the Dragon Palace filled with trash like this? At this moment, Longjiu looked at the other party. The 10 hunters also looked at Baizhen with a hint of doubt in their eyes. Baizhen doesn't dare? Damn it, are they all looking down on me? Baizhen was angry. Brat, if you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. So what if you suppress your cultivation? He formed a seal with his palms, forming a few steels to suppress his cultivation to mid-stage Saint King. Then he roared and rushed towards Lin Xian. You really dare to fight me? Looks like you're not very smart. How can you be my opponent at the same level? Lin Xian sneered and struck out with his palm. The primordial demon mountain fell from the sky. At the same time, he said, not to mention suppressing your cultivation, even if you're at your peak, you can't beat me. Boom, Baizhen roared and split open the sky with his palms. He actually blasted the primordial demon mountain away. It could be seen that even if he suppressed his cultivation, he was still a top existence. But it was a pity that Lin Xian's methods were beyond his imagination. Lin Xian condensed the yin and yang qi in his hands, forming a taiji diagram and striking out. Baizhen's pupils shrank. He was too shocked by the laws of yin and yang. Kuenpingzi cultivated this kind of law, so he naturally knew how terrifying the laws of yin and yang were. He didn't dare to be careless. With a roar, his black hair danced wildly. His gaze was like a knife as he split open the sky. He slashed forward, and a sword light swept across the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Everywhere it passed, laws crushed everything. A shocking sword light collided with the Taiji diagram. The yin-yang qi that was scattered by the yin-yang diagram was too terrifying. The yin-yang qi rotated and destroyed everything. The world-shaking sword was shattered. The yin-yang diagram cut off one of Baizhen's arms. Baizhen retreated, clutching his wound. His face was full of shock. "Damn it, how could he be so valiant?" the 10 hunters exclaimed. Cold sweat dripped down from his forehead. The other party had such a terrifying technique. Previously, they had defeated the other party with a single move. Now, it seemed that even if the 10 of them attacked together, they would not be able to take down the other party. "You're pitifully weak. You're no match for me." Lin Xian withdrew the yin-yang diagram and stood with his hands behind his back. He said, "Ruzalong, I'll leave it to you." The Crimson Dragon walked out and smiled. "All right, I'll teach him a lesson." He looked at the other party and waved his hand. "Go all out and let me see your strength." "Damn it!" Baizhen shouted angrily. His broken arm was restored, and his face was extremely ferocious. "Kill!" With a roar, he charged out. Rock seal. His palms formed imprints, forming a great pung. This was a type of extreme Dao imprint. It flickered with radiance, illuminating heaven and earth. The great ping descended from the sky. Its power was comparable to the human ruler seal. It seemed that the Dao Sect's foundation was indeed strong. The Crimson Dragon snorted coldly. Divine Dragon 8 strikes. He waved his dragon claws and attacked quickly. It was as if a giant dragon had come into being, sweeping across all directions. He collided with the golden pung. The pung was torn apart by the giant dragon. Baizhen spat out blood and flew backward again. His body was torn in half. "Trash, what a piece of trash." The Crimson Dragon sneered. How could this be? This guy was also so strong. The 10 hunters were stunned. Lan Jiu also gasped. Baizhen was so angry that he vomited blood. Damn it, not only could he not defeat Lin Xian, but he could not even defeat the snake next to him. He was really mad. "Toad, he's trash. I'll leave him to you." The toad jumped out and laughed. "Come, I'll teach you how to be a human. You're courting death." Baizhen's eyes were red, and his killing intent was shocking. Even a toad dared to jump out at this time. Damn toad, die. Dark demonic blade. Heaven and earth darkened. A terrifying aura erupted. This blade could cut through one's soul. Lin Xian frowned. This guy actually used such a poisonous martial art. The toad sneered. "Playing with poison with me? I'm your ancestor. Watch me." Toad, big face slapping technique. The toad's body quickly shrank until it was as small as an ant. It dodged the fatal blade. At the same time, its 2 palms kept growing. It was as if they had turned into 2 mountains. It attacked from left and right, slapping Baizhen's face. Boom, boom, the world shook. Baizhen's face was smashed, and his teeth flew to the ground. Ah! Baizhen went crazy. Smoke came out of his body. His internal organs were about to explode. The demonic aura on his body became more and more terrifying. Darkness accompanied him as if he was about to revive. In an instant, his aura erupted and broke through the seal. He recovered his late-stage Saint King cultivation. "Damn ants, I'll kill you." The toad quickly retreated and pulled away. "What? Did you break the seal? So you can't beat me at all. How can someone like you be a genius? I think it's better to call you trash." The Crimson Dragon sneered. "Do you think you can defeat us just because you broke the seal and recovered your cultivation? Since you don't follow the rules, don't blame us for joining forces." Lin Xian also walked over. The 3 of them stared at Baizhen. The aura of heaven and earth kept exploding. The 10 hunters felt their hair stand on end. How terrifying would it be for the three top geniuses to attack at the same time? They were all worried for Baizhen. In the Daosek's ancient mountain, everyone's face turned ugly. Baizhen was from the Dragon Palace. Now, he was being slapped in the face. He was defeated by 3 people. This was not just a slap to the other party's face. The Dragon Palace was also embarrassed. Lan Zilu snorted. In the next moment, he waved his hand and a formation appeared beside them. Their bodies disappeared into the valley. In the training ground, Baizhen's aura was very heavy. Today, he had to kill the 3 of them no matter what. But at this moment, the void cracked and a cold voice sounded. Shameless thing, stop it. Baizhen's body shook when he heard the voice. Lan Jiu also exclaimed, brother. A few figures descended from the sky. The one standing at the front was clad in blue armor and looked extraordinarily valiant. His aura was very terrifying. Although he was a late-stage sage king, he was much stronger than Baizhen. Even Lin Xian's brows were tightly knitted together. This person was very strong. Baizhen said, Senior brother Zilu, give me a chance. I can definitely kill the 3 of them. Useless thing, don't you know how to repent? Go back and reflect on your mistakes. Everything was planned by Baizhen. But the mysterious person, Shi Changfeng, and the rest of the Sky Blade sect joined forces to attack, but they couldn't do anything. Later, they attacked 4 more hunters, but it was still useless. In the end, the 10 hunters and Baizhen were all defeated. Now, Baizhen still wanted to attack. If Baizhen were to use his true strength and be defeated by the 3 of them, the Dragon Palace would lose all face. Baizhen gritted his teeth, but he had no choice. In front of Lan Zilu, he could only lower his head and turn around. He stared at Lin Xian and the others. Brat, you're lucky this time. But when you enter the sect, I'll let you know what despair is. Hearing this threat, Lin Xian and the others sneered. A loser was nothing to be afraid of. Then, Baizhen left. The 10 hunters left. Lan Zilu looked deeply at Lin Xian and the others, then disappeared as well. The test continued. There was only one last test left. That was to climb the stairway to heaven and complete the test. The pressure on the stairway was very strong. But for Lin Xian and the others, it wasn't a problem. Nalan Liang, on the other hand, felt like he was facing a great enemy. He felt like all the bones in his body were about to break. But luckily, the Toad and the Crimson Dragon helped him resist some of the pressure. The 4 of them finally succeeded in climbing the stairway to heaven. They passed the test. On the other side, Lan Jiu also passed. Other than him, there was another person. This person's body was like a dream and was abnormally mysterious. His terrifying soul made people's scalps tingle. His appearance made the Crimson Dragon and the others frown. Brat, this is the Dream Eater Wolf. He attacked us before. His soul is very scary. Lin Xian was surprised. He looked at the other party. He didn't expect that other than Lan Jiu, there was another top-level Xianxia. The Dream Eater Wolf also looked at Lin Xian. He hadn't seen this person before, but he could feel how powerful he was. Thinking of this, he sneered. His eyes shone with a dreamy light. Lin Xian felt the pressure on his soul. He snorted. Golden light exploded in his eyes, and the other party's dreamy bubble burst. The Dream Eater Wolf was surprised. To be able to break his dreamy soul, it seemed that the other party wasn't simple. He probably cultivated other eye techniques. Interesting. What's your name, Lin Xian? Lin Xian, right? Very good. I'll remember you. You deserve my special attention. After entering the sect, we'll have plenty of chances to fight. Lin Xian's group of 4, the Dream Eater Wolf and Lan Jiu. A total of 6 people passed the test. The others had all failed. Some of them were directly eliminated, while others were killed and died inside. Only 6 out of 1,000 people passed? That was really too little. The Toad exclaimed. Nalan Liang said. No, it was enough. In the past, at most 1 or 2 people would pass the test. On a good day, there would only be 3 or 4. This time, it was several times more. Indeed, Lin Xian, the toad, and the Crimson Dragon had joined forces to help Nalan Liang, which was why the number of people had increased. However, even with this being the case, only 6 people had joined. From this, one could imagine how difficult it was to enter the Dao sect. After the test, they walked out of the second door. At the same time, people from other Dao sects also appeared. Sure enough, there were 4 people at most, and only one at least. In fact, not a single person from the Daoist sect in the early stage of the Sage King realm had succeeded. Those who succeeded stood in the sky, receiving the attention of the crowd. Countless people looked towards Lin Xian and the others. Then, they exclaimed, "Oh my God, look, isn't that the arrogant brat? He had actually succeeded. Didn't he offend the Dragon Palace and wasn't targeted? What was going on?" His ranking was higher than Lan Jiu's. Everyone looked over and was shocked. The first place was actually Lin Xian and not Lan Jiu. This was unbelievable. The arrogant blue-robed man and the others looked at Lin Xian with fear. Previously, they had even mocked Lin Xian. But now, they couldn't wait to run away. What was even more shocking was that there were very few people who had been eliminated from the second door. What about the others? Could it be that they all perished in there? Thinking of this, they were going crazy. What exactly had happened inside, at this moment? Lan Zilu and the others appeared again. They said coldly, "The Dao sect's test has ended. Everyone, come back next year." As for those who failed this time, they would only be able to enter the test the year after next. After speaking, he looked at Lin Xian and the others and said, "You guys can join the Dao sect if you pass." Soon, he led Lin Xian and the others inside. They had finally entered the Dao sect. The Dao sect was a place where spiritual energy and the Great Path intertwined. It was extremely terrifying and much stronger than the outside world. It was even more terrifying than the average clan of the ancients. No wonder it was an ancient inheritance. After entering, the Dao sect's disciples came to receive them. They led Lin Xian and the others to different places. The Dream Eater Wolf left immediately with this person. As for Lan Jiu, he left with his brother, Lan Zilu. As he left, Lan Jiu turned to look at Lin Xian and said coldly, "I'm sorry. This time, my ranking is lower than yours. It's not that I'm not as good as you. It's because I didn't use all my strength. Let's meet on the stars ranking." After speaking, she turned and left. On Lin Xian's side, a young man led Lin Xian and the others in another direction. They landed in a mountain range and there was a courtyard inside. It looked very desolate. Lin Xian frowned slightly. The Crimson Dragon also said, "Is this a place for humans to live?" The young man snorted. "What? You don't like this place? Then you can find your own place." After speaking, he sneered and turned to leave. The Crimson Dragon was furious. "Stop. Speak clearly. Is someone trying to harm us? What a joke." In a place like the Dao sect, even the ordinary disciples had a lot of resources. They were even better than the clan leaders of the other clans. But now, what they were given was not enough. How could they not be angry? "What? Do you dare to fight me? Looks like I have to teach you junior brothers a lesson." The young man sneered and pointed with his finger. Finger of death. The surrounding trees withered quickly. Heaven transformation palm, the Crimson Dragon slapped over. His dragon claws turned into a sky and broke the young man's finger. The young man retreated with an ugly expression. "Damn it. How can he be so strong? What? Are you surprised? You're a subordinate of the Dragon Palace, right? Didn't anyone tell you what happened in the trial ground? You want to fight against us?" The toad walked over and laughed. "Tell me who ordered you to do this. Otherwise, I'll let you know what it means to live a life worse than death." The young man still wanted to resist. Lin Xian struck out a sword reaches the world and enveloped him. The few of them attacked and beat the young man into a pig's head. The young man was about to cry. He had never seen such a terrifying newcomer. "Don't you know that you can't casually attack your fellow disciples in the Dao sect? You've violated the rules. You'll die a horrible death." As soon as he finished shouting, Lin Xian kicked him and almost broke his teeth. You're the one who made things difficult for us first. We were just forced to fight back. Even if the elders find out, we're in the right. Also, do you think that the Dragon Palace will care about your life for the sake of their reputation? Hearing this, the young man's expression became incomparably ugly. He was not a match for these people at all. In addition, these people's methods made him hover between life and death. He finally begged for mercy. Please let me go, I'm just following orders. It was Senior Brother Baizhen who told me to treat you like this. Baizhen. Hearing this name, the faces of the few people darkened. It was him again. He really didn't know what was good for him. Where was that Baizhen? Lead the way? Lin Xian snorted coldly. The young man was shocked. You want to go to Senior Brother Baizhen's residence? He was really too shocked. Why didn't I lead the way? Then don't blame me for collecting your soul. Lin Xian's eyes flickered with a terrifying light. The young man felt a huge soul pressure, as if his soul was about to split open. No, don't do it, I'll lead the way. He had no choice but to lead the way. The Crimson Dragon and the Toad used their laws to seal him. The young man had no choice but to fly ahead. They were very fast, but the Dao sect was very vast. Even so, it took a long time to reach Baizhen's residence. On the way, they met many people who were quickly gathering. When those people looked over, they were surprised. What was going on? This young man was also an expert in the Dao sect. Why was he locked up? The young man lowered his head. He even had the heart to die. He reckoned that from now on, he would really have no face to come out. Lin Xian frowned and looked around. He said that something big seemed to have happened. Nalan Liang went over to ask and then returned. He said that something big had indeed happened. Someone wanted to challenge a star's ranking expert. Who was it? This time, even the young man who was suppressed was curious. Nalan Liang said that it was Lan Jiu. She wanted to challenge Tai Zhentian, who was ranked 90th on the new star's ranking. This was impossible. The young man roared crazily, his face full of disbelief. The Crimson Dragon slapped him. What did he say? What was going on? What was the star's ranking? Why did you think it was impossible? The young man had already been suppressed. At this moment, he could only answer honestly. He said. In the Dao sect, there were 3 rankings. They were the Stars ranking, the Jade ranking, and the Xian ranking. The 3 rankings corresponded to Middle Holy King, Late Holy King, and Peak Holy King respectively. Even though the Dao sect would only search for a few disciples each time, they would recruit new disciples every year. Furthermore, the Dao sect had a long history. Therefore, there were many people who joined the Dao sect. In order to enter the Stars ranking, one had to be a Middle Holy King in the True Path sect and be ranked in the top 100. Such strength was terrifying. It was impossible for a newcomer to succeed. It could only be said that he was courting death. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. It seemed that the people on the Stars ranking were all in the middle stage of the Holy King realm. They should be terrifying existences. That's right, the young man said proudly. Those on the Stars ranking were all geniuses who could fight above their level. Killing Saint Kings and Peak Saint Kings was a piece of cake. It was to the extent where some of them could kill more than one. What kind of power was this? He was definitely not someone a newcomer could compare to. The Crimson Dragon's interest was piqued. In that case, let's go and take a look. Lin Xian nodded. All right, lead the way. The young man was on the verge of tears. He was now a prisoner and did not want to be seen by others. However, this challenge would probably be watched by countless people. If he went, wouldn't he be laughed at? He wanted to retreat, but when he saw Lin Xian's cold eyes, his scalp went numb. He could only brace himself and fly forward. The few of them landed on a mountain peak. There were many people standing on the surrounding mountain peaks and on the ground. There was an ancient battlefield in front of them. On the battlefield, a woman stood with her hands behind her back. The icy aura on her body formed a world of ice. What a terrifying icy aura. Many people around were shocked. This newcomer was really too strong. However, there were also people who said that she did not know her limits. This was the Dao sect. It was not a place where a newcomer could behave atrociously. I think she will lose in 3 moves this time. The person who spoke was also an expert on the stars ranking. When he said this, the others nodded. The stars ranking was not something that anyone could challenge. At this moment, a voice sneered. What do you know? This Longiu was not an ordinary person. Everyone turned around and wanted to refute. However, when they saw the person, their faces changed. He was from the Dragon Palace. Moreover, he was on the Jade ranking. His strength was much stronger than theirs. The expert on the Jade ranking said. Longiu was Zilu's sister. Do you think her talent is bad? So that was the case. The crowd was in an uproar. No wonder this woman was so arrogant. She was Lan Zilu's sister. Lan Zilu was one of the experts from the Dragon Palace. He was also an expert on the Jade ranking. He was ranked 36th on the Jade ranking. His strength was terrifying. They could not be compared to him. As expected, the surrounding people did not speak anymore. Even the expert on the stars ranking who spoke earlier apologized immediately. He said that he did not recognize Mount Tai. I will let you off this time. The expert on the Jade ranking sneered. He turned around and flew towards the mountain peak. Over there, Lan Zilu and the people from the Dragon Palace stood with their hands behind their backs. Seems like Zilu's sister is going to win this time. One of them laughed. Another person said. That's for sure. She is going to challenge the 90th ranked one. Nothing will go wrong. I think with her strength, it is possible for her to challenge the 80th ranked one. After this battle, I think we can let Zilu come to the Dragon Palace. Lan Zilu nodded his head slightly. He had nothing to worry about in this battle. Then, he frowned and looked at the figures in the distance. Those guys. He was looking at Lin Xian and the rest. The other people from the Dragon Palace saw them too. Their faces turned cold. They had seen everything these fellows had done through the array formation. It was truly shocking. Senior brother Zilu, do you want me to teach them a lesson? Lan Zilu said. There was no hurry. We have time. If we take action now, people will think that the Dragon Palace is too stingy. They understood. The surrounding people laughed. They would take action in a few months. By then, everyone would forget about this matter. They would not say anything about the Dragon Palace. In this way, the reputation of the Dragon Palace would not be damaged. Lan Zilu continued to ask. What about Bai Jin? When he said this, his eyes turned cold. It's all because of this good-for-nothing. Otherwise, why would there be so much trouble? Bai Jin said that he went out to accept a mission. I think he wants to avoid the punishment. If he messes up, let's see how he will explain it when he comes back. Can he avoid it? Lan Zilu snorted. If it were not for his sister, who was an expert on the Jade ranking, he would have chased him out of the Dragon Palace. Senior brother Zilu, you don't have to be angry with such a person. Look, Zilu's sister's battle has started. On the battlefield, other than Lan Zilu, there was another tall man. He was wearing black iron battle armor and had a terrifying aura. Tai Jintian's face was cold. Today, he was cultivating at the bottom of the lake. But suddenly, he received news that someone wanted to challenge him. Moreover, it was a newcomer who had just entered the sect. Tai Jintian couldn't believe it. Although he was only ranked 90th on the stars ranking, he was at the bottom. But to be able to enter the stars ranking, there was a huge difference between him and the others. The other party had just entered and challenged him. He could only say that he was courting death. But later on, someone told him that this person was Lan Zilu's sister. He naturally knew about Lan Zilu. His face immediately turned gloomy. So it was because of his identity. So what? Tai Jintian regained his senses and looked at the blue figure in front of him. He said coldly, although you're Lan Zilu's sister, I won't hold back today. Show me what you've got. Lan Zilu snorted. You don't have to worry. I'm not someone who lives because of my brother's reputation. I'm a top genius. I'll let you know my true strength. With that, Lan Zilu threw out a punch. This attack was like a snow lotus, bringing with it boundless cold air. Tai Jintian roared and attacked as well. He waved his fists, which had the power to destroy heaven and earth. The two instantly engaged in a terrifying battle. Longyu was an ice saint. Once she used her ice law, she could seal heaven and earth. As for Xianxia, his iron fists could break the dome of heaven. This was a powerhouse. In the blink of an eye, 50 moves had passed. The spectators were shocked. Although Longyu was Lan Zilu's sister, they didn't think that she could win easily. In their opinion, she might have been defeated long ago. But after 50 moves, she wasn't at a disadvantage. More importantly, they realized that Xianxia didn't hold back at all. This was even more shocking. Could it be that Longyu was really that terrifying? On the 100th move, Longyu waved her hand and a world of ice and snow appeared. The terrifying world of ice descended and completely sealed Xianxia in ice. This time, Xianxia couldn't rush out. His eyes were wide open and filled with shock. Was he going to be defeated just like that? The spectators exclaimed. Xianxia lost. Longyu won. This was too unbelievable. The experts on the stars ranking were shocked. It seemed like a heaven-defying genius had arrived. They had to be careful in the future. The people from Dragon Palace raised the corners of their mouths with a smile. Lan Zilu nodded slightly. Everything was under his control. The next moment, he swayed his body and walked forward. The people of Dragon Palace followed closely behind. Lan Zilu waved his hand, and the world of ice and snow melted. Xianxia, who was sealed in ice, was released. When he came out, his entire body was green from the cold. If this dragged on, his internal organs would suffer from frostbite, and his foundation would be damaged. After he came out, he looked at Longyu and said, "Fairy Jiu, I admit defeat." Then he looked at Lan Zilu. "Many thanks to senior apprentice brother Zilu for saving me." He turned and left. Although he had lost this battle, he had lost wholeheartedly. His opponent was very strong. "How are you? Are you hurt?" Lan Zilu asked. Longyu shook his head. "No, I still held back some of my strength. Thinking about it, with my true strength, I should be able to reach the 85th rank." Once this was said, the surrounding people were in an uproar. This Longyu was really too strong. He was simply the second Lan Zilu. He might even be more talented than Lan Zilu. The people from Dragon Palace also laughed. "Sister Jiu, your talent is definitely the best among the middle stage Saint Kings. But this time, you should have come in first place. That Lin Xian who came in first place is nothing. He is nothing in front of you. Don't worry, you will soon leave him far behind." The surrounding people were also discussing spiritedly. They knew that Longyu didn't come in first place this time. The first place belonged to someone else. It was a person called Lin Xian. Now that Longyu was so strong, how terrifying was that Lin Xian, they were all guessing. But when they heard Dragon Palace's words, they were shocked. So Longyu should be first. That Lin Xian must have used some despicable method to get first place. Sure enough, someone said that if that Lin Xian was really strong, he would definitely be like Fairy Jiu and challenge the people on the stars ranking. But where was he now? That's right, he was just an ordinary genius. He would soon be buried in the crowd. Fairy Jiu was the most dazzling genius. Compliments were heard one after another. On the mountain peak in the distance, the Toad and Crimson Dragon were so angry that their faces turned black. "Damn it, what's there to be arrogant about? She was first. What kind of joke was that? Did she dare to fight with us back then? Kid, do you want to teach her a lesson? We will also challenge the stars ranking." The Crimson Dragon gritted his teeth. Lin Xian waved his hand to stop him. "Forget it, we have other things to do. Let's go." With that, he turned and left with the youth. "Bring us to Baijian's residence." The group of people passed through countless mountain ranges and finally arrived in front of a spiritual mountain. There was a supreme-grade spiritual vein under the spiritual mountain. They could feel the rich aura of the great Tao just by standing outside. The Crimson Dragon's eyes lit up. It was really a good place. This Baijian's residence was not bad. The Toad also nodded. This would be their new home in the future. "I think this place is not bad either." Lin Xian also said. The residence that was assigned to them was too desolate. It was not a place to cultivate at all. This time, they would not let Baizhen go. Baizhen, get out here. The crimson dragon's roar echoed inside. Countless matrices lit up. Someone rushed out of Baizhen's residence. Who was so bold? There were many experts inside. Not only were there young battle servants, but there were also old housekeepers. They looked at the figures outside and frowned. Who are you? How dare you come here and behave atrociously? Do you know whose residence this is? We are here for Baizhen. Where is he? Tell him to get out here and die. The toad snorted. Not good, they are here for young Master Baizhen. The expressions of the people inside changed. Then, they said, young Master Baizhen is not here. If you have anything to do, come back later. As they spoke, they were about to chase them away. The crimson dragon sneered. Not here? I think he doesn't dare to come out. He walked forward. How dare you? The old housekeeper shouted angrily and formed an array to prevent them from coming in. The array flickered and covered the sky and earth. Using an array in front of Ben Huang? The crimson dragon sneered and waved his dragon claws, constantly breaking the array. The surrounding array cracked. On Lin Xian's side, he led his people. With a flash, the void beast teleported them inside. He came to the residence and looked in all directions, enveloping the entire residence. The people in the mansion were all stunned. Who were these people? They were too terrifying. They could break their formation so easily. Kid, how was it? Did you find that guy? The crimson dragon asked. Lin Xian frowned slightly. He really wasn't there. With his soul eye technique, he could see through the entire mansion in an instant. He really couldn't find Baizhen's figure. Where did he go? The toad stared at the old butler. The old butler said, young Master Bai went out to carry out a mission. This is his mansion. Hurry up and get lost. Get lost. The toad sent the old butler flying with a slap. This place is ours from now on. What? The old butler vomited blood and flew back. The others were even more shocked. These people wanted to force their way in. Lin Xian stood in front and said, we are people who entered the Dao sect. Logically speaking, we should be assigned to our own mansions. But Baizhen used his status to give us a desolate place that isn't suitable for cultivation. Even if you go to the elders, we have the reason. Hurry up and get lost. Call Baizhen over and let him kneel and accept his death. The people in the mansion were all stunned. These newcomers were too arrogant. Attack together. The old butler shouted angrily. The battle servants in the surroundings all charged forward. There were more than 20 battle servants under Baizhen. It was really terrifying. But it was useless. In the blink of an eye, they were suppressed by the toad and the crimson dragon. Lin Xian made his move and crippled their cultivation right away. These people were desperate. Without their cultivation, they were no different from ants. In this world where the strong were respected, they were probably living a life worse than death. Brother Bai, are you there? I have something to tell you. At this moment, a loud and clear voice rang out from afar. Then, a figure stood in the 9 heavens. This man only had one eye. He wore a purple robe and had short hair. He looked very capable. After he arrived, he began to descend. Below, the old butler and the others knelt on the ground and kowtowed. Young Master Mo, please avenge us. This guy crippled us and wanted to kill young Master Bai. Young Master Mo, please suppress them. Hearing this, Mo Duxing frowned. He even suspected that he had misheard. Who were these people? How could they be so bold? Where did you come from? You dare to behave atrociously in the Dao sect? Mo Duxing's eyes bloomed with killing intent. Toad stood out and snorted coldly. Why? We're also Dao sect disciples. Can't we do that? Young Master Mo and the others had just joined the Dao sect and were a group of newcomers. When they asked young Master Mo to take action, the old housekeeper roared. Lin Xian coldly snorted. Previously, I had only crippled you and given you a way out. But you actually acted so recklessly. You want someone else to kill me? If that's the case, there's no need for you to continue living. Golden light blossomed from his eyes and instantly extinguished the old butler's soul. The old housekeeper let out a blood-curdling scream. His heart and soul were extinguished, and he fell to the ground. Not only that, but the souls of more than 20 battle servants in the vicinity were also instantly killed. You dare to make a move? Mo Duxing roared. He wanted to stop him, but it was too late. His heart trembled. What a terrifying soul this fellow had. He had actually killed these people in an instant. However, he was thoroughly enraged. Attacking these people in front of him, was this a challenge to him? Kid, newcomers to the Tao sect really don't know the rules. Today, I'll tell you the rules of the Tao sect. The rules of the Tao sect? Lin Xian smiled. Alright, then let me ask you. We entered the Tao sect as the first place of the test. Did we just come here to be bullied? Baizhen gave us a desolate cultivation residence. Do you think this is in accordance with the rules of the Tao sect? There was such a thing. Mo Duxing was stunned. His face turned cold. Toad sneered. Why aren't you speaking? You also know that Baizhen doesn't follow the rules? He even tried to kill us with his hunters. He has already broken the rules time and time again. Why should we talk about rules with him? Mo Duxing coldly snorted. Even if he didn't follow the rules, there would naturally be people who would take care of him. But you guys are acting recklessly. I want to see where you get your strength from. What do you want? Lin Xian frowned. I'll suppress you and send you to the elders. You guys don't have the right to enter the Tao sect. After speaking, he stretched out a palm. The mountains and rivers were picturesque. His palm formed a seal. Countless laws condensed and formed a painting of mountains and rivers. It was like a real world, enveloping Lin Xian and the rest. The young man behind Lin Xian exclaimed. Not good, retreat quickly. He's Mo Duxing, ranked 81st on the stars list. He is very powerful. You guys are no match for him. Hurry up and admit defeat. Nalan Liang was shocked. 81st on the stars list. This is too unbelievable. Previously, Lan Jiu had only challenged someone ranked 90th on the stars list. That person was already so terrifying. This 81st must have completely surpassed that Taizhentian. Could they really withstand him? However, when he thought of the legends of Lin Xian, the Crimson Dragon and the rest, he took a deep breath. Perhaps these people could continue to create miracles. Being enveloped by the painting of mountains and rivers, Mo Duxing coldly snorted. Newcomers are newcomers. They have no ability to resist in front of me. This is a lesson for you. From now on, you will never be able to enter the Tao sect. As he spoke, he wanted to leave with the painting of mountains and rivers. It seemed like he wanted to refine Lin Xian and the rest. A mere Saint Realm wants to trap us. Don't you think it's too laughable? Within the painting of mountains and rivers, Lin Xian felt the terrifying power of laws around him. He snorted coldly. A golden light appeared in his eyes, turning into a divine sword, sweeping in all directions. Boom boom. Within the painting of mountains and rivers, heaven and earth were turned upside down. It seemed like it could not withstand this gaze. How is this possible? Mo Duxing turned around with a shocked expression. This guy can shake his painting of mountains and rivers. Seems like I underestimated you. No wonder you dare to come here and behave so atrociously. So you are not an ordinary genius. But so what? He formed another seal with his palm and shouted coldly. Move the mountains and fill the seas. The shattered mountains and rivers gathered again. Not only that, they became even more terrifying. They wanted to completely suppress Lin Xian and the rest. I see, I destroy. Lin Xian's gaze swept across. Golden flames flew out, burning everything in its path. Divine fire, burning the 9 heavens. At this moment, the painting of mountains and rivers was completely shattered, turning into ashes in the raging flames. Puff, Mo Duxing vomited blood and flew backward. His face was pale and his body trembled. How is this possible? You broke my painting of mountains and rivers. He could not accept it. The young man suppressed by Lin Xian was even more frightened. He was so frightened that he almost fainted. This is Mo Duxing, ranked 81st. He is much stronger than Xianxia. The painting of mountains and rivers is his ultimate technique. But at this moment, he can't even withstand a single gaze from the other party. Just what kind of divine being was this? He has never seen such strength before. Who exactly are you? Mo Duxing gritted his teeth and asked. He couldn't believe that a newcomer could be so powerful. I'm Lin Xian. Go back and tell Baizhen to come here and accept his death. Mo Duxing gritted his teeth and snorted. He turned and left. Lin Xian didn't stop him because he knew the rules of the sect. Fighting was fine, but killing was not allowed. Unless both sides had a life and death battle, and it had to be agreed. But even if he didn't kill, he would still do the same. He could establish his dominance. With a wave of his hand, the 9 suns' divine fire appeared and burned the bodies of the old butler and the battle servants to ashes. He said to the Crimson Dragon and the others, tidy up. From now on, this will be our residence. On the other side, Mo Duxing left Baizhen's residence and flew into the distance. His face was extremely ugly. This time, he had come to find Baizhen for something. Who would have thought that he would meet such a terrifying opponent? Lin Xian, he remembered this person. This person was very strong. When he broke through, he would definitely challenge him again. As he thought, he quickly swallowed pills. This time, he suffered a backlash from the divine power. But fortunately, he was ranked 81st on the stars ranking. He was given a lot of resources and pills every month. He took out a bottle of healing pills and swallowed them. On the way, he passed by the ancient battlefield. The people around him hadn't left yet. They were discussing. Mo Duxing was stunned. He stopped and asked, what happened here? Seeing this, the people around him quickly bowed and greeted senior brother Mo. There was a challenge here earlier. A newcomer, Lan Jiu, challenged Xianxia, who was ranked 90th on the new stars ranking. In the end, she won and replaced Xianxia. Mo Duxing was stunned when he heard this. Another newcomer? What's wrong this time? Why are there so many terrifying newcomers? The other disciples saw this and said, Senior brother Mo, don't worry. This Lan Jiu's background is not ordinary. She is senior brother Lan Zilu's sister and a top genius of the Blue Clan. Moreover, although she wasn't first this time, it was said that the first place, Lin Xian, used despicable means to win. This Lan Jiu was the true number one. That's right, that Lin Xian can't even compare to Fairy Zheyu. I don't think he'll be able to enter the stars ranking in this lifetime. The group of people nodded. Hearing this, Mo Duxing's face turned black and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Lin Xian, why did this name sound so familiar? Wasn't that the young man who had defeated him with a single glance? The other party would never be able to enter the stars ranking? What kind of joke was this? The other party was so terrifying. He was definitely not someone that Lan Jiu could compare to. Senior brother Mo, what happened to you? Are you hurt? The surrounding disciples were all shocked. The person before him was ranked 81st on the stars ranking. He was much more terrifying than Xianxia. Who was it that could injure him? Mo Duxing gritted his teeth. What could he say? Could he say that he was defeated by a single look from Lin Xian? That would be too embarrassing. You don't have to pay attention to the relapse of your old injuries. After saying that, he waved his sleeve and turned to leave. So it's a relapse of an old injury. I heard that my senior brother went through a very difficult mission before. Perhaps he was injured during that battle. The group of disciples discussed here. They didn't know that the one who had defeated Mo Duxing was the Lin Xian that they didn't think highly of. Moreover, he had been defeated by Lin Xian in one move. What kind of expression would these people have when they knew the truth? The news of Lan Jiu's successful challenge spread out instantly. In an instant, the entire Dao sect knew that an extremely terrifying genius had arrived. Her name was Lan Jiu, and her future was limitless. At the same time, they also knew that Lin Xian, who had come in first in the assessment, had used despicable means. Of course, the reason why the news had spread so widely was definitely because the Dragon Palace had secretly done something. They wanted to suppress Lin Xian. They wanted to build momentum for Lan Jiu. Baizhen Mansion had become the mansion of Lin Xian and the others. The young man who had been suppressed before had been taught a lesson and tortured by them, and then became their subordinate. Nalan Liang went out to investigate. When he came back, his face was a bit ugly. Damn it, these guys said that the police were despicable. Don't they know that the Dragon Palace is the despicable one? The Crimson Dragon and the others also gritted their teeth. Wasn't it just challenging the 90th person? Lin Xian had destroyed the 81st person with one look. Don't these people know? The young man who had been suppressed by them was called Yuren. At this moment, he was also impressed by Lin Xian's strength and said respectfully. Lin Gongzi defeated Mo Duxing before. Only a few of us saw it. No one else saw it. Mo Duxing definitely wouldn't say it out, so it's normal that no one knows. With young master's strength, if he wants to become famous, he can directly challenge them. Go to the ancient battlefield to fight. At that time, the entire Dao sect will know. Kid, with your strength, you can take down the stars list in minutes. The toad said. Nalan Liang and the others also nodded. However, Lin Xian shook his head. He wasn't interested. The Crimson Dragon asked, is the new list too weak? Why don't you challenge the Jade list? At that time, you can directly take down the Jade list. Let's see if these people still dare to be arrogant. However, Lin Xian still shook his head. He wasn't interested. The Crimson Dragon gasped. You can't be thinking of directly challenging the Xian list, right? Yuren was also stunned. The Xian list. Those people on the Xian list, the top ones, were all existences that could contend with great saints. Such people were so heaven-defying that they stood at the peak of the Saint King realm. Although Lin Xian was strong, he was after all an early-stage Saint King. Moreover, the gap between the stars list and the Xian list was really too big. Lin Xian said, my goal is not these lists, but the Sacred Abyss Tower. I want to directly challenge the Sacred Abyss Tower. In the past few days, through Yuren's introduction, he also understood that the three places of inheritance all had the stars list, Jade list, and Xian list, which represented the strength of the disciples in each orthodoxy. In addition, there was also the Sacred Abyss Glory list. It wasn't limited to the three orthodoxies, but the experts in the entire Sacred Abyss city. The Sacred Abyss Glory list was ranked according to the strength ranking in the Sacred Abyss Tower. The current number 1 was Kuanpingzi, Beiming. He had successfully reached the top and was crowned as the King of the Crown. He was currently number 1. The second on the Glory list was the Dragon Prince, Long Wu. These two people were far superior to the others. There were a total of 99 floors in the Sacred Abyss Tower. As long as one could successfully reach a floor, they would be able to enter the list. As the number of floors increased, the speed of improvement and various comprehensive data would be displayed. The ranking would be carried out. Lin Xian's goal was to become a great emperor. Moreover, he didn't care about ordinary genius experts. He wanted to compete with top experts like the Dragon Prince and Kuanpingzi. Therefore, Lin Xian didn't plan to compete for the top 3 rankings in the Feng Dao sect. Instead, he wanted to directly challenge the Sacred Abyss Glory list. Nalan Liang and the rest gasped when they heard that. To be honest, their current goal was the star ranking or the Jade ranking. They didn't even dare to think about the Xian ranking. However, Lin Xian's goal was the Sacred Abyss Tower. It had to be said that they were from 2 different worlds. Kid, you have your own ideas. However, if you don't want to go to the star ranking or Xian ranking, then we'll start. The Crimson Dragon said. Lin Xian nodded. Sure, be careful. We're still accumulating strength. Don't find trouble with the Dragon Prince right away. His realm is too high now. Let's strengthen ourselves first. It's best to establish our own organization and dismantle the Dragon Palace bit by bit. Believe me, both the Dragon Palace and the Dragon Prince will go to hell. Yeah, the Crimson Dragon nodded. They then prepared to split up. Yuren stayed behind to wait for Bai Jin. After all, Bai Jin had used his identity to confiscate their residence and their resources as newcomers. When they returned, they would settle the score. They would let Bai Jin know what regret was. Lin Xian left the Path sect and headed to the Sacred Abyss Tower. The Sacred Abyss Tower was very famous in the Sacred Abyss ancient city. It hung above the 9 heavens and could be seen without asking anyone. Lin Xian flew all the way to the sacred abyss tower and finally arrived near it. He felt the terrifying aura coming from above and took a deep breath. There weren't many people around because not many people had the strength to come to the sacred abyss tower. However, each of them was very powerful. Lin Xian, who was a mid-stage Saint King, immediately attracted attention. A few gazes looked over and discussed. Some people sneered. How dare he come to the sacred abyss tower with such a cultivation? He must be tired of living. In their opinion, even if you were a top genius, you should at least be at the peak of the Saint King realm. At the very least, you should be a late-stage Saint King realm. A mid-stage Saint King realm was too difficult. It was not enough. The few people in front were arrogant as they moved forward quickly. Lin Xian looked calm and ignored them. How could ants know what a dragon was thinking? When he arrived at the Sacred Abyss Tower, he was stopped because entering the Sacred Abyss Tower required Saint crystals. He didn't know that. Yuren didn't tell him, but thinking about it, it made sense. With Yuren's strength, his goal in life was probably the Stars ranking or the Jade ranking. The Holy Abyss Tower was something that the other party had never thought about, so naturally, he wouldn't pay attention to. Of course, he didn't know what the conditions were. Lin Xian frowned slightly. The people who had been mocking him stopped once more and turned their heads to look at him. They all began to laugh. Haha, I'm dying of laughter. This brat doesn't even have Saint crystals, yet he wants to come to the Holy Gulf Tower. I don't know which mountain he came from, but he came here to try his luck after knowing that the Sacred Abyss Tower is a holy land. However, how could there be such a good thing in this world? A person like him probably wouldn't have the qualifications to enter this place in his entire life. The two people in front of him sneered and looked down on him. Lin Xian raised his head, golden light flashing in his eyes. Boom, puff, a powerful soul pressure instantly rushed out. Their souls shook, as if they were being torn apart. Both of them coughed out blood and retreated, their faces turning pale. Damned ant, you dare to sneak attack me? Do you believe that I won't kill you? The murderous aura of the two men was overflowing. There was even a dragon aura surrounding them. The surrounding people were also shocked. Someone actually dared to attack outside the Holy Gulf Tower. Lin Xian was also surprised. These people actually had the aura of the Tao of Dragon. Were they from the Dragon Clan? However, he quickly denied that possibility. They weren't from the Dragon Clan, but from the looks of it, they should be from the Tao sect or the Dragon Palace. It seemed that the Dragon Prince must have given these people benefits when he established the Dragon Palace. His guess was right. The Dragon Palace was established by the Sacred Dragon Prince. The surrounding people had joined the Dragon Palace to follow the Dragon Prince. However, they also had to get benefits. Otherwise, no one would follow the Dragon Prince. Therefore, entering the Dragon Palace would give one the power of the Dragon Aura. The greater the contribution to the Dragon Palace, the more Dragon Aura one would get. Those who made outstanding contributions would even be taught the Dragon Clan's secret arts by the Dragon Prince. The two people in front were indeed from the Dragon Palace. One was called Zhou Feng, and the other was called Qing Lu. Both of them had terrifying strength and were on the Xian ranking. They were also super experts in the Dragon Palace. When had they ever suffered such injuries? At this moment, they were enraged. Damn brat, how dare you sneak attack us? Lin Xian sneered. Am I not an ant in your eyes? You are high and mighty. Why would you be afraid of an ant's sneak attack? Since you were injured by me, it means that you aren't much. What right do you have to look down on me? Zhou Feng and Qing Lu were trembling with anger. Arrogant, too arrogant. Brat, offending us will end badly for you. The two of them walked up, releasing a sharp killing intent. The surrounding people were also surprised. They didn't expect Lin Xian's soul to be so strong. However, they soon shook their heads and sighed. They knew Zhou Feng and Qing Lu. They were both experts at the peak of the Saint King realm. If the two of them worked together to deal with a mid-stage Saint King, the other party would definitely not be able to resist. Lin Xian's face darkened. Were they from the Dragon Palace? He didn't mind killing them here. Stop, however, at this moment, a cold shout was heard. A man walked out of the Holy Gulf Tower. He was wearing a flaming armor and had a powerful aura. Zhou Yifeng and Qing Lu were shocked. They quickly bowed and greeted Divine General Xing Yuan. The others also bowed. Divine General Xing Yuan. It was a title for the people responsible for the safety and order of the Holy Gulf Tower. They all had different origins. Some came from great sects, some from ancient families, and some even came from the three great orthodoxies. However, ever since they joined the Holy Gulf Tower and became Divine General Xing Yuan, they only had one identity, and that was Divine General. Everything they did was to protect the safety of the Holy Gulf Tower. Now that there was a fight outside, Divine General Xing Yuan walked out. "How dare you cause trouble here?" he said coldly. Zhou Yifeng and Qing Lu's scalp went numb. "We wouldn't dare. It was this brat who attacked first." Divine General Xing Yuan looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian said with a fist salute. "Greetings, Senior. This is my first time in the Holy Gulf Tower and I don't know the rules. The two of them provoked me first. Isn't the purpose of cultivation to be indomitable and to surpass everything? They should be killed for doubting me." The surrounding people were shocked. This brat was bold to say such arrogant words in front of Divine General Xing Yuan. However, Divine General Xing Yuan was stunned and nodded slightly. He was unyielding and neither servile nor overbearing. The path of martial arts was the wind. It was rare to see such a proud young man. "Since it's your first time here and you don't know the rules, I won't pursue this matter." The surrounding people went crazy when they heard this. In the past, there were people who attacked near the Holy Gulf Tower, but they were immediately killed by Divine General Xing Yuan. They didn't expect to let this brat go this time. The Divine General's words were shocking. However, Divine General Xing Yuan was a godlike existence here. They didn't dare to offend him, so they could only leave. Zhou Yifeng and Zhou Xuanji didn't even dare to enter the Holy Abyss and return to the Tao sect. Divine General Xing Yuan also turned to enter the Holy Abyss Tower, but at that moment, Lin Xian shouted, "Senior, please wait." Divine General Xing Yuan turned around and asked in confusion, "What do you want?" "This is Junior's first time here and didn't know that Saint Crystals were needed to enter. Can Senior lend me a few Saint Crystals? I'll pay you back tenfold." The people around went crazy when they heard this. It was the first time they had seen someone target Divine General Xing Yuan. Was he tired of living? Divine General Xing Yuan was also stunned. "I can lend you some, but what if you can't pay me back?" Lin Xian said, "I'm a disciple of the Tao sect. Even if I can't pay you back tenfold, I'll pay Senior back with resources or treasures of equal value." "Someone from the Tao sect?" Divine General Xing Yuan narrowed his eyes. The Tao sect had produced an interesting kid. Everyone else went crazy. When did the Tao sect produce such a lunatic? "Good." The Divine General smiled. "You've got my interest. Tell me, how many Saint Crystals do you want?" Junior really doesn't know the rules of the Holy Abyss Tower. Divine General Xing Yuan said that every time you enter the Holy Abyss Tower, you need 10 Saint Crystals. In addition, Saint Crystals are needed to enter every level of the Holy Abyss Tower. 10 for the first level, 20 for the second level, 30 for the third level, and so on. You'll also be rewarded for every level you pass. Passing the first level will give you 20 Saint Crystals, and passing the second level will give you 30 Saint Crystals. So on and so forth. Depending on the level you're on and the time you pass, you'll be ranked on the Holy Abyss Glory Board. You'll also be given different rewards based on your ranking. You'll understand after you enter. I don't need to explain it in detail. Since you've just arrived, I'll give you 20 Saint Crystals first. 10 for the Holy Abyss Tower and 10 for the first level. But you have to pay me back 200 Saint Crystals. Have you thought it through? Thank you, Senior, I've thought it through. With a flip of his hand, the Divine General took out a bag and tossed it to Lin Xian. There were 20 Saint Crystals inside, so after a year, give me back 200. If you can't do it, don't blame me for going to the Tao sect and looking for you personally. This was only natural. Lin Xian held the Saint Crystal and smiled. In his opinion, he wouldn't even need a year. In 3 months, he would be able to repay the other party tenfold. Then, Divine General Xing Yuan left. The others looked at Lin Xian as if they were looking at a monster and left one after another. Lin Xian took the 20 Saint crystals and paid 10 before entering the sacred abyss tower. After entering, he sighed. As soon as they entered, they were greeted by a vast hall. There were many people inside who were exchanging experiences or resting. At the side of the hall, there was a staircase that should lead to the first floor. I wonder what's on the first floor of the sacred Gulf Tower. Lin Xian thought as he walked up. At the same time, 3 figures walked down from above, discussing as they walked. Damn it, I didn't expect the first floor to be so terrifying. That's right, I spent a lot of money just to buy 10 Saint crystals. I thought I could pass, but now it seems like it's a pity. It can't be helped. That flying python is really too fast. It's faster than us and we can't hit it at all. The few of them shook their heads and sighed. Their faces were filled with disappointment. It seemed like it was their first time entering the sacred abyss tower, and they had failed. In front of the 2 of them, there was a middle-aged man who laughed. If it was the first time, it would be fine after a few more times. Obviously, he was their senior and had rich experience. At this moment, he was giving advice to the 2 of them. Generally, these people were led by their seniors. There were very few people who came alone like Lin Xian and didn't know about Saint crystals. The first floor, flying python. Speed? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. The 2 people who had failed were both peak Saint Kings and should be young geniuses. If such people couldn't pass, the sacred abyss tower was indeed challenging. Thinking of this, he took a deep breath and walked to the first floor. There was a door on the first floor. It was shining with a holy light. Lin Xian placed 10 Saint crystals on it. The door opened and Lin Xian walked in. After entering, he found that it was a strange world, an independent space. In front of him was a plain that stretched as far as the eye could see. Lin Xian walked up and looked around cautiously. A gust of wind blew past and the void behind him cracked open. A terrifying aura came at him. Lin Xian turned around and slapped out. However, his palm hit empty air and the light hit him, sending him flying. Boom, he flew out for a long distance and blasted the ground into a canyon. Lin Xian stood up, his brows furrowed tightly. What incredible speed. This was almost catching up to light speed. Buzz, no figure appeared, only a low sound of something breaking through the air. Then, there were tens of thousands of sounds coming from Lin Xian's body. He kept retreating and his face turned gloomy. A mere flying python wanted to break through his defense? What a joke. With a roar, his body bloomed. With a clang, a black shadow retreated. Lin Xian saw it clearly this time. It was a giant python about 2 meters long with almost transparent wings on its back that were flapping at high speed. At this moment, cracks appeared on the giant python's tail. It was Lin Xian's counterattack that injured it. With another whoosh, the cracks on the tail healed and the flying python disappeared again. Lin Xian sneered. Back then, his heavenly secret divine eye could capture the speed of light, let alone this flying python. And now, he was much stronger than before. Lin Xian stood there and didn't seem to be defending himself. However, his eyes were moving quickly. He was able to capture every single movement of his opponent. The next moment, a golden heavenly steel diagram appeared in his eyes. Reincarnation, suppress, the heavenly secret divine eye bloomed and the power of reincarnation appeared, forming 2 reincarnation millstones to suppress. With a bang, the flying python's body was sent flying. It was smashed into pieces. It let out a crazy roar. However, it was useless. Soon, it was suppressed by the 2 reincarnation steels. Its body gradually faded and the law of heaven and earth that it formed gradually disappeared. Lin Xian kept the reincarnation steel. The next moment, a light gate appeared in front of him and at the same time, 20 Saint crystals floated in the air. Obviously, this meant that he had passed the first level. After putting away the 20 Saint crystals, Lin Xian stepped into the light gate and entered the second level. After entering, it was still a plain that stretched as far as the eye could see. At the same time, a golden waterfall floated in front of him and bloomed with thousands of rays of light. Names were engraved on it and the first one was Kuan Pengzi. The second one was the Dragon Prince. Looking down, Lin Xian took a deep breath. This was the Holy Gulf Glory list. To be engraved on it undoubtedly represented supreme glory. Now, Lin Xian was going to engrave his name. Lin Xian realized that some of the names on the leaderboard were very interesting, which meant that they might not be real names. They could use a title. For example, Kuanpingzi was a title. His real name was Dark North. Most people would call him Kuanpingzi, and only the people closest to him would call him Dark North. Since that was the case, Lin Xian did not plan to engrave his name on the leaderboard. He planned to give himself a title. He was designated by the Purple Mansion as someone from the Immortal Graveyard, which was not tolerated by the Immortal Path. Since he was abandoned by the Immortal Path, he would walk the path of the Immortal Path. Lin Xian waved his finger and engraved his title on the leaderboard. Mad God. The leaderboard shone brightly and the name was engraved at the last place. That was Lin Xian's current ranking, 13,020. In other words, there were only so many people on the leaderboard. It seemed like a lot, but it was actually very little. One had to know that the leaderboard was not only for the younger generation. Many older experts and even great sages were on the leaderboard. There were more than 10 billion people in the entire Holy Abyss ancient city. How many people could come to the Holy Abyss Tower? They were definitely the top geniuses. However, even if these top geniuses wanted to successfully enter the leaderboard, it was still 1 in 10,000. Some geniuses could not even break through the first level in their entire lives. When the name Mad God appeared on the leaderboard, the people in the hall exclaimed, "Look, a newcomer has entered the leaderboard." The people in the hall were all alarmed and went to investigate. That person was called Mad God. What an arrogant name. However, he was currently in the last place, which meant that he had just broken through the first level. Were there any newcomers recently? Some experts exclaimed. Those who could enter the leaderboard, even if they were in the last place, were worthy of their attention. Some people said that there were too many. Although there were very few people who could come here, there were still quite a lot of them. There were people from the 3 major orthodoxies, the clan of the ancients, the great sects, and even itinerant cultivators. Although the possibility was very small, there were definitely 1 or 2 of them. Therefore, no one knew who it was. There were also some who said that it was fine. They would wait here and when the time came, he would definitely come out. Everyone nodded and did not leave. They waited in the hall. In their opinion, it wouldn't be long before the other party came out. Just because the other party could pass the first floor, it did not mean that they could pass the second floor as well. The difference in strength between each level was huge. But after waiting for a long time, they still didn't see him. What's going on? Could it be that this guy has already been defeated and left, or was he going to continue attacking the second level? Some people were puzzled. Someone went to look at the list and was so shocked that he almost knelt on the ground. Not good, look at Mad God, his position has changed. What's wrong? Could it be that he had already broken through to the second level? Many people gasped. From the looks of it, this Mad God was no simple character. His position could rise quite a bit, and he might be able to rank around 12,000. However, when they looked at the honor roll, they were stunned. Damn it, what's going on? His opponent has already reached the rank of 9,705. In such a short period of time, the other party had jumped 3,000 ranks. Who could tell me what had happened? Damn it, could there be a problem with the honor roll? They had never seen such a scene before. One had to know that some people couldn't surpass the 3,000 ranks even after decades. But now, did the other party have half a day's time? It was achieved. Who knew who exactly this Mad God was? Damn it, from the looks of it, he had already broken through to the 10th level. Impossible, some people couldn't accept it at all. They had never seen such a terrifying powerhouse. However, some people frowned. It wasn't impossible. There were 2 possibilities. First, he was a supreme sage. Moreover, he was a new supreme sage. Such a person instantly jumped 3,000 ranks and reached the 10th level. It shouldn't be a problem. As soon as these words came out, everyone nodded. That was indeed the case. A supreme sage's strength was very terrifying. Was there any other possibility? If he was a young man, as soon as these words came out, many people fell silent. Among the younger generation, even the strong Kuan Pengzi and the Dragon Prince had not become supreme sages yet. They were only at the peak of the sage ruler realm. In other words, no matter how strong this young man was, he was only a sage ruler. It was too shocking for a sage ruler to achieve such a result. I've only seen this situation with Kuan Pengzi and the Dragon Prince. In other words, the other party might be another emperor's son. Of course, even if he wasn't an emperor's son, he wouldn't be far from it. Everyone was shocked and their scalps went numb. This mad god was a figure comparable to an emperor's son. There weren't many emperors in the entire universe. Could it be that the third disciple had come to Holy Abyss Ancient City? Who was it then? The Yi family? The Gu family? The Phoenix clan? Or the Qilin clan? Everyone guessed. However, they didn't know at all. This made them even more confident. Everyone wanted to know who this mad god was. They decided to continue waiting. On the 10th level of Holy Abyss Tower, Lin Xian put away the 200 scriptures in front of him and then entered the light door in front of him. He continued to fight on the 11th level. Although the first 10 levels were difficult, it wasn't a problem for Lin Xian at all. He killed all the way until he reached here. When he entered the 11th level, the surrounding scenery changed. It was no longer a plain, but a flaming mountain. Moreover, the opponents that appeared were much stronger than before. It seemed that the 10th level was a watershed that could stop most people. A flaming crocodile walked out of the flaming mountain, holding a giant axe in his hand. Monstrous demonic flames burned the 9 heavens. He charged over aggressively. Lin Xian snorted coldly and didn't use anything else. He pushed the 9 Yang divine body to the extreme and fought with him. The two sides exchanged 10 moves. The flaming crocodile's body shattered and turned into endless flames. It dissipated between heaven and earth. Lin Xian let out a long sigh of relief. The flames of his opponent's death were absorbed by his 9 Yang divine fire, causing his physique to become stronger than before. As expected of the Holy Abyss Tower, he could feel the obvious increase in his strength during the battle. It was no wonder that countless people wanted to come to this holy land. He continued to the 12th level. Lin Xian attacked all the way, either using sword techniques, laws, eye techniques, physique, or various methods. Finally, he arrived at the 20th level, and it only took half a day. The people outside went crazy. This was because they discovered that Mad God's ranking had risen from 9,700 all the way to 6,200. Some people fainted directly, but more people rushed over when they heard the news. For a moment, the hall was filled with people. One had to know that each level of the Holy Abyss Tower had its own space and could be said to be incomparably vast. However, it seemed a little crowded at this moment. One could imagine how many people had come. It couldn't be helped. Mad God was too terrifying. Everyone thought that he was another emperor. 6200, 20th floor. Everyone was dumbfounded when they saw this result. Would he be able to continue walking down this path? Many people were looking forward to it. If the other party's strength was on par with theirs, they would naturally be jealous and even gnash their teeth. However, the other party had already shown that his talent far exceeded theirs. He was an existence that was close to the emperor's realm. They could only be envious of such a person. Because one of them was in the sky while the other was on the ground. They were people from two different worlds. Therefore, these people's mentality changed. They now wanted to see how far this person could go. After all, the difficulty of the Sacred Abyss Tower would increase significantly with each level. Every 10th floor was another watershed. Therefore, the floors below the 20th floor and above were two different worlds. Lin Xian naturally felt it too. Previously, he could easily kill in a few moves, but now he had to put in a lot of effort. It would often take dozens of moves to end the battle. In the end, he even had to use many kinds of secret techniques. On the 30th floor, it was even more terrifying. Previously, the opponents on each floor of the first 30 floors appeared. The 30 figures were extremely terrifying. They covered the sky and covered the earth as they charged towards Lin Xian. A great battle broke out in an instant. Divine Body, Taiji Diagram, Eye Technique, Sword Chi. Lin Xian fought a decisive battle and finally killed all his opponents. Next, he entered the 31st floor. On the 31st floor, the pressure was even more terrifying. Moreover, Lin Xian had consumed a lot of energy during the previous battles. The secret technique used by the powerhouse on the 31st floor was the Mountain River Seal. It was extremely terrifying. Lin Xian felt that it was not weaker than the Human Ruler Seal and the Mountain Embracing Seal. After a great battle, he still defeated the other party. After putting away the 620 scriptures in front of him, Lin Xian looked at the light door in front of him and did not continue. This time, he was only here to explore and see what kind of existence the Sacred Abyss Tower was. Moreover, after fighting for so long, he knew that it would be even more difficult to go further. If he continued to fight, he might as well go back and cultivate. On the 30th floor, he had gained a lot of insights, so Lin Xian did not plan to continue fighting. In front of him, the Holy Abyss Glory Proclamation descended, and he found that his ranking and battle record had already appeared. Mad God, Level 31, Rank, 3000. It seemed that the remaining 10,000 or so people were all below the 30th level. The 30th floor was a huge dividing line. Beyond that, one would most likely be an expert among experts. Thinking about it, Lin Xian would not dare to be careless in the future. Taking a deep breath, he collected all the rewards that belonged to this ranking. This was a huge amount of wealth, and even Lin Xian was shocked. Lin Xian sighed in amazement. The 5 Elements Supreme Grade Spirit Vein was a pill refined by a great saint-level alchemist. It was a precious metal used to refine great sage artifacts, as well as other treasures of heaven and earth. Lin Xian felt that this was enough to make anyone jealous. Even his eyes were a little red. Collect them all. This was truly a great harvest. It seemed that if he had the time in the future, he would continue to challenge the Sacred Abyss Tower. This time, his ranking had increased, his strength had increased, and there were new battle insights. In addition, there were a lot of resources. Lin Xian was very satisfied and left the Sacred Abyss Tower. When he arrived at the main hall, he was shocked. What was going on? The main hall was filled with people as if something big had happened. After he came down, he was instantly stared at by countless people. Lin Xian felt his hair stand on end. No matter how strong he was, he probably couldn't win against so many experts. Were these people here for him? Someone came down, and countless people looked at Lin Xian. Some experts' eyes flickered, and then they frowned. Middle stage Great Sage King, it definitely wasn't him. Yes, that should be someone else. That person hadn't come yet. These people retracted their gazes. Lin Xian breathed a sigh of relief. He walked forward and asked, "Friend, what's the matter? Why are so many people here?" When the person in front saw that Lin Xian was a middle-stage Great Sage King, he didn't suspect much and said, "You just came out of the Sacred Abyss Tower, right? Let me tell you, something big has happened. Not long ago, a newcomer called Mad God went in. He reached the 31st floor in one go and obtained the 3000th place. This is simply heaven-defying." Lin Xian was stunned. Mad God? Isn't he talking about me? He asked, "Is this ranking very shocking?" He felt that it was very ordinary. After all, there were 99 floors in the Abyss Tower, and he had only gone through a third of the 31st floor. The young man in front turned his head and looked at Lin Xian as if he was looking at an idiot. "What do you mean by amazing? How amazing is this? There were more than 13,000 people in the Sacred Abyss Tower, and more than 10,000 of them were below the 30th floor. How many years of hard work did they have to go through to achieve this? But now, this mad god had been here for 2 days, and he had left more than 10,000 people behind. He reached the 31st floor. Brother, how heaven-defying is this? This was a feat that only Kuan Pengzi and the Dragon Prince could do back then." Lin Xian was shocked when he heard that. He finally understood. It seemed that what he had done was even more shocking than he had imagined. Sure enough, Lin Xian heard a lot of discussions from the people around him. Some people said that it was a great sage from a certain family or sect who was coming to compete for the rankings. Some people said that it was another emperor's son who had come to stir up a storm in the Sacred Abyss Tower. After hearing this, his expression became very interesting. At the same time, he heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had used the title of Mad God before. Otherwise, if he had used his real name, this group of people would probably have killed their way to the True Path sect the next day. It seemed that it was better to keep a low profile. Lin Xian did not have a peerless bloodline or a terrifying background like Kuan Pengzi and the Dragon Prince. If his identity was discovered in advance, even those two emperor's sons would want to kill him. Therefore, Lin Xian did not want to fight the emperor's sons head-on before he had absolute strength. Although there was still a gap between him and the Dragon Prince and Kuan Pengzi, he believed that with his strength and talent, it would not be long before he could compete with the emperor's sons. He might even surpass the emperor's sons. "Little guy, you're out." At this moment, a voice came from behind Lin Xian. Lin Xian turned his head and saw a man in mighty armor appear. He hurriedly bowed and greeted the Divine General. Divine General Xingyuan nodded. Then, he asked, "How was it? How was your result this time? Did you reach the 5th level?" In his opinion, Lin Xian was indeed talented, but his cultivation was still too weak. It was already a miracle that he could break through the 1st level with such a cultivation. The 5th level was the highest evaluation he could give Lin Xian. After all, Lin Xian was probably the only mid-stage great sage ruler who had come to participate in the Sacred Abyss Tower. Seeing Lin Xian's strange expression, Divine General Xingyuan said, "Young man, don't be dejected. With your cultivation, it's already shocking that you've achieved such a result. Once your cultivation base and strength increase, your ranking will rise again." After saying that, Divine General Xingyuan looked at the honor roll in front of him and sighed. Who was this Mad God? It was obvious that even he was very interested in Mad God. If he could reach 1/10 of Mad God's strength, he would be able to sweep through everything in his life. These words seemed to be directed at Lin Xian, but it also seemed to be directed at everyone present. However, no one refuted him. Because Mad God had proven everything with his strength. Lin Xian was silent for a while after hearing this. He had borrowed 20 saint crystals from the other party and agreed to return 10 times the amount in 3 months. Now, he had more than 600 saint crystals in his hand, which was enough to repay the other party. However, Lin Xian hesitated now. He did not plan to return it immediately because if he took out 200 saint crystals now, the other party would definitely realize that he was Mad God. It was better to hide this matter first. Lin Xian bid farewell to the Divine General and left the Sacred Abyss Tower. News of what happened here had spread. In the Sacred Abyss Ancient City, the 3 major orthodoxies, the clan of the Ancients, and the people of the great sects were all paying close attention. They used everything they had to find out who the Mad God was. When Lin Xian returned, he found that many people in the True Path sect were also talking about it. Although most of them had never been to the Sacred Abyss Tower, it did not stop them from being excited. On the Dragon Palace's side, many people gasped when they heard the name Mad God. Should they report it to the Dragon Prince? They felt that a peerless enemy had appeared. At this moment, a figure walked out and said. There was no need to report it to the Dragon Prince. He was only ranked 3000. The Dragon Prince was ranked 2nd. The difference between the two was like an ant and a dragon. He was not to be feared at all. Hearing this, everyone bowed and greeted Long Ao's Crown Prince. The person in front of them was also a powerhouse of the Dragon Clan and a top genius. His identity was extremely unusual. The 10,000 Dragon Dynasty had been passed down since ancient times. Most of its forces were in hibernation and scattered across the universe. It was to preserve the legacy. After all, the appearance of every great emperor was accompanied by countless corpses and seas of blood. After the fall of the great emperor, the forces that were suppressed by the earth back then were very likely to counterattack. Therefore, the Dragon Emperor had split the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty into several parts, with one part sleeping in the true spirit world. The others were scattered in different parts of the universe. At the same time, one of them remained on the buried Emperor star. It was the Dragon Sea of the 4 seas. The Dragon Sea was naturally one of the 4 seas. Although it was not as big as the Black Sea, it was still a very terrifying existence. The dragon race naturally existed in the Dragon Sea. This was the branch power of the 10,000 Dragon dynasty that had always been active. They had always been as powerful as the clan of the ancients. Before that, the Dragon Prince had successfully awakened. From the true spirit world, countless experts of the dragon race crossed over and descended upon the Dragon Sea. At the same time, the experts of the 10,000 Dragon dynasty from all over the universe arrived. So this is what happened. The Dragon Prince was the young master of the 10,000 Dragon dynasty. Other than that, Long Hai had the original Dragon Palace master. Of course, he had become one of the most capable subordinates of the Dragon Prince. And this Long Ao is the son of the original Dragon Sea Master, so he is also called the Dragon Crown Prince. His status was similar to that of Leaf Dowdenier and Radiance and Light. It could be said that in the entire 10,000 Dragon dynasty, his status was second only to the Dragon Prince. Now in the Dragon Palace, he naturally meant what he said. Other than the Dragon Prince, his status was the most terrifying. Long Ao said that there was no need to tell the Dragon Prince about this matter. The Dragon Prince only had one opponent, and that was Kuanpingzi. The others were not qualified at all. The others in the Dragon Palace said that it was certain. What kind of person was the Dragon Prince? Some people said that although Mad God was powerful, he was nothing compared to the Dragon Prince. Not only that, but he was also far inferior compared to the Dragon Crown Prince. Dragon Crown Prince, you just haven't gone to the Holy Gulf Tower yet. Otherwise, your fame would definitely surpass that of Mad God. Compliments sounded one after another. Long Ao laughed loudly. That was natural. Mad God? I don't care about him at all. Indeed, with his strength and status, he only had two goals in his eyes, the Dragon Prince and Kuanpingzi. Especially Long Huangzi, who was the goal of Long Ao's life. In addition to the True Path sect, the Heaven sect and the Earth sect were also discussing. The Heaven sect was surprised. They didn't expect such a terrifying expert to appear in the Holy Gulf ancient city. They wondered if he was qualified to challenge Kuanpingzi. Some people sneered. What a joke. Kuanpingzi had already reached the peak and was crowned as the King of the Crown. Even the Dragon Prince was no match for him, let alone a mere Mad God. Some people said that he couldn't be underestimated. Although he was only ranked 3,000 now, he had surpassed most of the experts and geniuses. What's more, it was his first time entering the Holy Gulf Tower. Who knew how far he could go in the future? Back then, when the two princes entered the Holy Gulf Tower, they were only a little stronger than him. Everyone was expressing their opinions about the legend of Mad God. Lin Xian had quietly returned to the True Path sect. When he returned to the mansion, Yu Ren and Nailan Liang came up and said that Lin Gongzi was back. How was it? Lin Xian said that it was okay. Where are Toad and Rizalong? They went out to inquire about the news. Did you know that something big happened while you were away? A guy called Mad God soared into the sky. Now, the entire Holy Gulf city is talking about him. Damn, it's amazing. Toad jumped in from outside and said, Mad God is too awesome. The Crimson Dragon also flew over and stared at Lin Xian with a suspicious look. Kid, you died in the Holy Gulf Tower, right? What kind of battle results did you achieve? Hurry up and say it. That Mad God can't be you, right? Nailan Liang and Yu Ren were stunned when they heard this. Mad God, was this Lin Xian in front of them? That's impossible. Although they knew that Lin Xian was very strong, no matter how strong he was, could he reach the level of Mad God? The Holy Gulf Glory list and their stars list were two completely different worlds. Lin Xian said, I didn't expect to cause such a big sensation. Fortunately, I only used a title before. Otherwise, our mansion would have been trampled. It's really you. Toad jumped up. The Crimson Dragon said, I knew it. Who else could cause such a sensation besides you? Nailan Liang and Yu Ren were completely stunned. This news was like a bolt of lightning to them. It was too shocking. Lin Xian said, all right, it's enough for you to keep this matter to yourselves. You can't tell anyone. Understand? The Crimson Dragon and Toad nodded, but Nailan Liang was puzzled. Why? Brother, if your identity is revealed, the True Path sect will definitely treat you like a treasure. At that time, you'll have all kinds of treasures, all kinds of formations, martial arts, you'll have it all. Lin Xian said, the tallest tree in the forest is the first to be destroyed by the wind. Although I'm not afraid of trouble, this time our enemy is extraordinary. For now, I have to keep my identity. Nalan Liang and Yuren were stunned. Enemy? What kind of enemy? Even a terrifying existence like Lin Xian was so careful. Lin Xian looked at the two of them and said, knowing this won't do you any good. If you don't know, you can still leave my faction. But once you know, I'm afraid you won't be able to leave my faction. Nalan Liang said, brother, what are you saying? If not for you, I wouldn't have the right to enter the Dao sect. I treat you as a friend and won't retreat. No matter how dangerous it is, I will stand with you and fight together. Good, then we're brothers. Lin Xian nodded and smiled, then looked at Yuren. Yuren said, Lin Gongzi, I don't dare to call you brother. But I admire your strength. I've decided to follow you and be your follower. If there is betrayal, heaven and earth will not tolerate it. Lin Xian smiled. Then we're on the same side. Lin Xian's eyes flashed. He knew that his faction was still very weak. Since the Dao sect allowed him to establish his own faction, Lin Xian wouldn't be polite. He would eventually create his own faction to contend with the Dragon Palace, so he naturally needed a lot of helpers. Lin Xian waved his hand, forming an array that sealed the entire residence. He said, listen well, our main goal this time is to eliminate an enemy, and this enemy is the Dragon Prince. What? Nalan Liang and Yuren were stunned. Even though they were mentally prepared, when they heard the enemy's name, they were still shocked. The Dragon Prince, that was the Emperor's son, his strength was terrifying, and his future achievements were unparalleled. Who would dare to treat such a person as an enemy? But now, Lin Xian had personally said that their enemy was the Dragon Prince. As for the reason? Do you know of someone called Long Guang? Nalan Liang was stunned. But Yuren's pupils suddenly contracted. Since he said it, he naturally knew. Long Guang was an expert of the Dragon Clan. He was very talented and powerful. It was said that his combat strength was above the Dragon Prince. In the Sacred Abyss Tower, he had also reached the 90th level. It was very likely that he would be crowned as the Crown King. It was a pity that he had fallen. Nalan Liang was shocked. Such a person. He had actually fallen. Could it be related to the Dragon Prince? The Crimson Dragon stood out and said. That's right, it was the Dragon Prince who killed Long Guang. We are here to avenge Long Guang. Not only do we want to kill the Dragon Prince, we also want to destroy his Dragon Palace. Destroy all of their forces. The two of them were stunned. They finally understood what kind of pressure Lin Xian and the others were under. That was the son of a great emperor. He was even going to wage war against the entire Emperor clan. Taking a deep breath, Nalan Liang and Yuren said, although it's very shocking, we still feel like we're in a dream. But since we have promised, we will never back down, and we will never betray. Alright, then let's create our own forces here together. Lin Xian's eyes burst with a cold light. They had a lot of things to do. Now, some of the top geniuses in the entire Dao sect had formed their own forces. Among them, the most terrifying was the Dragon Palace, which accounted for more than half of the geniuses in the Dao sect. It could be seen from the three major lists. There were 52 people on the Star list who were from the Dragon Palace. There were 66 people on the Jade list who were from the Dragon Palace. There were 49 people on the Xian list who were all experts from the Dragon Palace. It could be said that the Dragon Palace was too powerful. No one was their opponent. Therefore, Lin Xian decided to let the Crimson Dragon and the Toad challenge the various experts in the Dao sect. They would establish prestige and slowly attract talents. As for him, he would look for other families and sects to cooperate with. After all, if he really killed the Dragon Prince, he would have to face the anger of the entire Emperor clan. He had to find many allies. The group of people quickly discussed in the mansion. They discussed what to do in the future and decided what to call this force. The Toad said, "Aren't you from the Heavenly Court? Let's just call it the Heavenly Court." The Crimson Dragon said, "Why don't we ask Long Ting to go against the Dragon Palace?" The two of them talked for a long time. Then, they looked at Lin Xian and said, "Kid, you decide." Lin Xian's eyes flickered. He said, I'm from the immortal burial. I'll definitely walk the divine path in the future. This time, we'll get rid of many experts and geniuses from the sects and families. Let's call it the Divine Union, the Alliance of Gods. Divine Union, the Crimson Dragon and the Toad whispered to each other. Then, their eyes lit up. Alright, let's call it that. From now on, our mansion will be called the Spiritual Mansion. After a few discussions, the Divine Union was established. At first, there were only 5 of them, including Lin Xian. However, in the future, they would definitely grow to be a supreme existence that could go against the Dragon Palace and even sweep the world. On the other side, Baizhen had returned. He had messed up previously and was afraid of being punished by the Dragon Palace. Therefore, he had quickly found a mission and carried it out. Now that he had returned, he was very careful and prepared to return to his mansion. He thought about how to find an excuse. Should he ask his sister to plead for mercy? He returned to the mountain range in a very low-key manner. When he saw the changes in the mansion, he was shocked. He was stunned. Spiritual mansion? That's not right. Isn't this my mansion? Baizhen was stunned. He seemed to think that he had come to the wrong place. However, after some investigation, he realized that he was right. This was his mansion. Since when did the name change? Could it be? With a cold snort, he rushed in. However, a bolt of lightning struck him out. Damn it. Even the array had changed. He had a bad feeling. Could it be that someone had forcefully occupied his mansion? In the mansion, Nalan Liang frowned. Someone was attacking the array. He rushed out immediately. Who dared to behave atrociously in the spiritual mansion? The next moment, Baizhen was stunned when he saw Nalan Liang. Nalan Liang was equally stunned. It's you. You're finally back. Brother Dragon, Brother Toad, Brother Lin, Baizhen is back. Nalan Liang roared. His voice was like thunder. Immediately, Lin Xian and the others, who were cultivating, opened their eyes and rushed out. You're finally back. We've been waiting for you for a long time. Lin Xian's eyes shone with a biting cold light. The Toad and the Crimson Dragon also had cold smiles on their faces. Baizhen's face was completely black. He shouted a few times and realized that the old butler and his battle servants did not come out. In other words, these people were no longer there. As for his residence, it was also occupied by these people. Thinking of this, he was furious. He shouted angrily, "Damn it, do you want to die? How dare you behave atrociously in my mansion? Kneel down and accept your death." A terrifying killing intent bloomed from his body. Hearing this, the Toad, the Crimson Dragon, and the others all sneered. Even Nalan Liang and Yuren had strange expressions. Especially Yuren, who had followed Baizhen before. Before, he would definitely be worried about Lin Xian, but now he didn't care at all. Compared to Lin Xian, Baizhen was really too far away. Damn it, what are you laughing at? Seeing these people sneering, Baizhen felt his hair stand on end. He stared at Yuren and shouted coldly, "You dare to betray me? Get over here." Yuren shook his head and said, "Baizhen, you should obediently kneel on the ground and kowtow to Lin Gongzi and apologize. Otherwise, no one can save you." Apologize to him? What a joke. Today, I'll let him know how powerful I am. Baizhen snorted coldly. Brat, you don't really think you can contend with me, do you? Previously, in the trial grounds, I suppressed my cultivation. That's why you guys had the upper hand. Now that I'm using my true strength, you're not my match at all. He snorted coldly, and a terrifying aura bloomed from his body, shaking the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Lin Xian shook his head. You're too weak. I'm not interested. Toad, teach him a lesson. The Toad jumped out. Come, I'll teach you how to be a human. Damn Toad, go to hell. Baizhen turned into a bolt of lightning and rushed over. He was already prepared to make a move. Even if he couldn't kill these people, he had to cripple them. However, he was wrong. Even the Toad was not someone he could contend against. Divine Toad Fist. One fist after another was swung, carrying an extremely terrifying poison as it charged towards Baizhen. Baizhen was originally filled with killing intent, but after 3 moves, his expression became incomparably ugly. Divine Toad Voice, the toad roared, and the terrifying toad voice was released. Baizhen's blood and chi rolled, and his ears bled as he fell from the sky. Damn it, what's going on? He couldn't even beat a toad, just you wait. He turned around and wanted to escape. Want to leave? Heaven Transformation Palm. The Crimson Dragon sneered and slapped the incoming dragon claw, which turned into a sky and sent him flying. Boom, Baizhen coughed up another mouthful of blood as he flew backward, his body shattered. He landed on the ground, right in front of Lin Xian. Lin Xian stretched out a foot and stepped on the other party's head. Now, you still dare to be arrogant in front of us? Baizhen was so angry that he vomited blood. He was really crazy. How could these people be so strong? How should he deal with this brat? Why don't we just kill him? The dark red dragon arrived. Baizhen was terrified. You can't kill me. The Dao sect had a rule that disciples of the same sect could not kill each other. Toad kicked Baizhen's face. You know the rules of the Dao sect. You've tried to kill us time and time again. How dare you use your status to suppress us? He said that we should get a mansion and resources. After saying that, he used the giant toad slap technique to slap Baizhen. Baizhen was completely beaten into a pig's head. Stop hitting me, sirs. I said, please let me go. Baizhen had no backbone at all. After being tortured, he started begging for mercy not long after. I was wrong. I shouldn't have deducted your resources. I shouldn't have given you a mansion where you can't cultivate. Let me go. I'll definitely compensate you. I'll definitely compensate you. We think that this mansion of yours is pretty good. We won't leave. Baizhen coughed out a mouthful of blood. This mansion was given to him by his sister. His sister was an expert on the jade board. That was why she could have such a good mansion. Otherwise, with his status, he wouldn't have the qualifications to be here. Toad, Nailin, the two of you. Follow him and take back the resources that belong to us. Then, the 3 of them flew into the sky. Not long after, they went to the Dao sect's place where the resources were managed. Baizhen personally changed the resources for them. Then, they returned with their share of resources. Although they were newcomers, their strength was extraordinary. So, they were given a lot of resources every month. After returning, Baizhen said, "Can you let me go now?" Lin Xian sneered and handed over his storage ring. Baizhen gritted his teeth. He had no choice but to hand it over. Then, a golden light flew out of Lin Xian's eyes and heavily injured his soul. Baizhen's soul was heavily injured and almost destroyed. He was in a state of near death. Then, Toad used poison to cover his entire body. His organs and foundation were all damaged. Baizhen wanted to die. Even if he had heavenly treasures, he wouldn't be able to recover in a short time. Scram! The Crimson Dragon slapped him away. Baizhen turned into a stream of light and disappeared. It's a pity that I didn't kill him. The Crimson Dragon retracted its claws and said with gritted teeth. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. It was better not to break the rules in the Dao sect. But since he was out of the Dao sect, his life and death would be up to fate. Toad sneered. I understand. It seemed that they had to pay attention to Baizhen's movements. Once he went out, they could secretly kill him. Baizhen was sent flying and landed in the forest. He endured the injuries all over his body and flew unsteadily toward the Dragon Palace. He shouted, "Senior brother Zilu, save me." The Dragon Palace occupied many spirit veins in the Dao sect. There were forests and mountains everywhere. At the front was the area ruled by Lan Zilu. At this moment, Lan Zilu opened his eyes. The other cultivators in the Dragon Palace also frowned. What was going on? They walked out one after another. In the next moment, they saw a figure fall from the sky. He was covered in blood. His aura was very weak. Who was this person? They looked over. Then, they were shocked. It was Baizhen. What happened? How did this guy become like this? Lan Zilu frowned too. He wanted to teach him a lesson, but he didn't expect him to be here to ask for punishment. Did he think that he could avoid punishment after injuring himself so badly? Lan Zilu asked coldly. Baizhen said, Senior brother Zilu, I was wrong before. I accept the punishment. But I didn't injure myself. It was Lin Xian. He was the one who injured me. He robbed me of my residence and beat me to a pulp. He even said that the Dragon Palace and Senior brother Zilu were trash and couldn't withstand a single blow. Damn it. The people from the Dragon Palace were instantly enraged. Lan Zilu's face also darkened. Although he knew that Baizhen might have exaggerated, he didn't care anymore. However, he did not care because he did not allow anyone to challenge the Dragon Palace. Senior brother Zilu, I'm going to suppress him. Someone stood out, his eyes shining with a cold light. The others also looked cold. Damn brat. It's time to teach him a lesson. Go. Let him live. Bring him here and let him accept his punishment. Kneel outside the Dragon Palace. I want everyone to know the consequences of going against the Dragon Palace. Lan Zilu's voice was cold. Yes, we know. The three of them sneered. Then, they turned into rays of light and rushed into the distance. At the divine talisman, Lin Xian and the rest started to set up arrays. They formed spirit-gathering arrays one after another. They combined the resources they obtained with the underground spirit veins and started to cultivate. You guys cultivate, I'll go out and take a look. Lin Xian said. The plan had already been made. The Crimson Dragon and the Toad would be in charge of the sect, while he would be in charge of things outside the sect. Of course, Lin Xian didn't leave the sect, but went to the library. He was going to take a look at the absolute arts here. The library was a special place called the Magical Arts Valley. Lin Xian was a new disciple, so he had an extra chance to look at it at the beginning. Other than that, if he wanted to look at it in the future, he would have to complete some missions. For the first time, Lin Xian didn't need any missions, so he chose to look at the Dapeng seal. He entered the Magical Arts Valley. He saw a figure casting a seal. His palms formed a seal and turned into a Dapeng, dancing between heaven and earth. The Dapeng soared into the sky. The Dapeng spread its wings. Its power was vast and terrifying. Lin Xian's eyes shone with golden light. At the same time, the dragon sword spirit evolved and started to cultivate the Dapeng seal. On the other side, the Crimson Dragon and the rest were cultivating in the spiritual abode, absorbing the energy of heaven and earth and the aura of the spirit vein. At this moment, the heaven and earth shook, and the array outside shook violently. At the same time, there was a cold snort. Those inside, come out and face your death. A cold voice sounded. The Crimson Dragon opened his eyes, and the Toad jumped out. Who's courting death again? They all rose into the air and looked outside through the array formation. They saw three figures standing outside. Their auras were surging, like gods and demons. Oh no, it's them. Yuren also flew up. When he saw the three people outside, his pupils shrank. Brother Dragon, Brother Toad, these three are very powerful. They are also experts on the stars ranking, and their rankings are much higher than Baizhen and Mo Duxing. Are they experts on the stars ranking again? And they seem to be from the Dragon Palace. Why, are you here to help Baizhen kowtow and apologize? Then hurry up and bow. The Crimson Dragon waved his hand. Courting death. The three people outside were Qin Yin, ranked 77th on the stars ranking. Xia Shan, ranked 75th on the stars ranking. Lu He, ranked 72nd on the stars ranking. The three of them looked cold. Since you dared to challenge the Dragon Palace, come out and accept your punishment. What about that Lin Xian? Tell him to come out and face his death. You want to challenge us with just you? The Toad sneered. I'll only use one hand. The Crimson Dragon's expression was also cold. It seemed that it was time to show his strength. The three of you, scram. Listen carefully. 3 days later, in the primordial battlefield, we will challenge you. You want to challenge me? They laughed complacently. What a joke. No matter how strong Lan Jiyu was, he only dared to challenge someone ranked 90th. The three of them were all ranked in the 70s. They were much stronger than Taizhentian. Could these newbies really contend against them? Qin Yan's face was gloomy and cold. He was about to make a move when he felt that Yi Futian did not know what was good for him. However, Lu He stopped him. It was fine. He would give them 3 days. 3 days later, he would defeat them in front of the world. Don't you think it's more interesting? Let's see if they still have the face to continue living then. Okay. Qin Yan smiled as well. Enjoy the last 3 days. 3 days later, it will be the day of your death. The 3 of them sneered and left. After returning to the Dragon Palace, they explained the situation. Lan Zilu also nodded. Very good. He would take this opportunity to severely injure or cripple them. At the same time, he sent someone to spread the news. It would be best if everyone could watch. In just 1 day, the news of the newbies challenge spread again. Someone challenged the 7 years 3, countless people were shocked. Who was it? They were so reckless. Could it be Lan Jiu again? No, it wasn't Lan Jiu. It was Lin Xian and the others. They wanted to challenge Lu He and the others. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air when they heard this. Were Lin Xian and the others really going to make a move? Great. They couldn't miss it in 3 days. In the Dragon Palace, in the Spirit Mountain, Lan Jiu opened her eyes. Were Lin Xian and the others going to challenge Lu He? She didn't think that the 3 of them could succeed. At this moment, she had already joined the Dragon Palace and became a member. She had condensed the aura of the Tao of Dragon. She felt that she had become even stronger. There was no need to watch the challenge in 3 days because she felt that the outcome was already decided. It was better to continue cultivating. When the time came, she would directly challenge the top 50 on the stars ranking and become famous. In the Magical Abilities Valley, Lin Xian was still comprehending the Great Rock Seal. He didn't know what was happening outside. But even if he knew, so what, he wasn't worried. The Crimson Dragon and the Toad were very strong. Soon, those people would know. 3 days passed quickly. On the primordial battlefield, countless people had gathered. They were discussing and guessing the outcome of the battle. The people from the Dragon Palace walked over. They sneered. There was nothing to guess. Those people would definitely die. No one could defeat the Dragon Palace. That was true. More than half of the True Path Sect's geniuses had joined the Dragon Palace. With such strength, who would dare to challenge them? You're too confident. Say that after you succeed. In the sky, the Crimson Dragon and the others descended. There were 3 of them. The Crimson Dragon, the Toad, and Nalan Liang. Yuren was in charge of guarding the place. You guys really dared to come. Qin Yan looked at the Crimson Dragon and sneered. He frowned. Just the 3 of you? Where's that Lin Xian? Don't bother looking for him. He won't come because the 2 of us are enough to kill you guys. The Crimson Dragon and the Toad walked out. This time, it was the 2 of them who would fight. Only the 2 of them. The surrounding people were in an uproar. Lin Xian wasn't coming again, a sneer was heard. It seemed that this guy really used despicable means to get first place. That's right. He didn't even dare to participate. On a mountain peak, Baizhen gritted his teeth. That brat wasn't coming, but it was fine. He would deal with the 2 of them first and then deal with Lin Xian later. Cut the crap. The Toad jumped out and looked at the 3 people in front of him. Are the 3 of you coming together or one by one? I definitely won't hold back. Do I need the 3 of us to deal with you? I'll do it. Qin Yan walked out. He was ranked 77th on the stars list. He stood with his hands behind his back and flying swords circled around his feet. He said coldly, I'll give you a chance. Make the first move. Otherwise, you won't have a chance. How dare you look down on me? You'll end up miserable. The Toad sneered and used the lightning technique. He turned into a stream of light and appeared instantly. Then, he used the big toad slap technique and slapped Qin Yan's face with both palms. Qin Yan's face was instantly smashed. He flew out and blood dripped from the sky. He roared crazily, damn it. Go to hell. With a roar, thousands of sword lights flew out from his body. The surrounding people exclaimed. They didn't expect Qin Yan to suffer such a big loss. But on second thought, he must have been careless. Next, the toad was really going to die. Why? Didn't you give me a handicap of 3 moves? Why are you attacking so soon? Toad sneered. Trash who doesn't keep his word. Trash. Qin Yan snorted. I take back my words. I don't need to show mercy to trash like you. Go to hell. Sword manipulation technique. Qin Yan used his soul to control the sword aura. It was a terrifying sword manipulation technique. No wonder he was ranked 77th on the stars list. He was much stronger than Bai Zhen and Mo Duxing. Toad moved quickly like lightning and dodged the sword manipulation technique. Then, he slapped his palm down. One of Qin Yan's arms was smashed into a bloody mist. Then, Toad spat out poisonous gas into Qin Yan's body. Qin Yan was shocked. He didn't expect Toad to be so strong. When he wanted to fight back, it was too late. The poison exploded in his body. His body turned black and he fell to the ground. He was bleeding from all his orifices. Toad stepped on Qin Yan's face and sneered. You want to fight with me? You're not qualified. The surroundings were silent. What happened? The battle was over. That was too fast. Was there even 3 moves? Damn it. Xiaxia rushed over. The people from Dragon Palace looked cold. They checked and exclaimed. He was poisoned, and deeply poisoned. Treat him immediately. Soon, the people from Dragon Palace carried Qin Yan away. Xiaxia walked out with a cold face. How dare you use poison? Despicable, Toad sneered. What's wrong with using poison? There are thousands of Daos. Poison is one of them. How is it despicable? If you're not strong enough, admit defeat. Kowtow to me 3 times and call me ancestor. Then, I'll let you go. The surrounding people sucked in a breath of cold air. This Toad was too arrogant. However, they were shocked. Toad was very strong. Being able to defeat Qin Yan was enough to show how strong he was. However, Xiaxia was even more terrifying. Could the Toad succeed? On the mountain peak in the distance, the Crimson Dragon and the others sneered at the scene. Little White was also hugging a spiritual fruit and squeaking. Toad, come on. Defeat them. I'll give you fruits to eat. Don't worry. I'll kill him in 2 moves. Toad turned around and waved his hand. Xiaxia shouted. He waved his hands and the ground cracked. Endless rock hands flew out. He was an earth sage. The Toad kept dodging as it sneered. You're no match for me. He spat out a poisonous mist that filled the sky. Xiaxia had long since been on guard. He unleashed countless shields and earth walls to defend himself. At the same time, he formed a seal with both hands. The seal of myriad mountains. Tens of thousands of mountains descended from the sky, suppressing the heavens and the earth, covering the entire battlefield. The Toad was also suppressed. It was over. The people of Dragon Palace laughed. Bai Zhen also revealed a sinister smile. He had finally dealt with one of them. Xiaxia snorted. Qin Yan lost because of his carelessness. Otherwise, how could he have won? Ouch, it hurts so much. You've angered me. Toad, attack. Amidst the mountains that filled the skies, a figure appeared. He turned into a stream of light and charged over, piercing through the countless mountains. How could this be? Xiaxian's pupils shrank as he formed seals with both of his hands. An endless wall was formed in front of him to block the attack, while 6 shields surrounded him. The strongest defense. Boom, the Toad was also using an ultimate skill. It pierced through countless obstacles and landed on the 6-path shield. The 6 shields were shattered and Xiaxian's body was torn apart. Damn it. Xiaxia retreated. His broken body healed, but his face was extremely pale. Defeated again, countless people were shocked. This Toad was too powerful. It had defeated 2 experts in a row. The Toad jumped up and waved in all directions. Fairies of the Dao sect, I'm still single. I'll stay in the God Manor. Fairies who like me must come and find me. How could this be? Nalan Liang was stunned. The people of Dragon Palace were furious. Damn it. They wanted to use this battle to suppress the other party. Who would have thought that they would be the ones losing face? Xiaxia, come back. I'm impressed. Lu He walked up. He was ranked 72nd and his strength was even more terrifying. The toad jumped back. The Crimson Dragon walked up. Was there a change? Countless people were shocked. Lu He snorted. Why was the toad afraid of death? Crawling snakes would also die. The Crimson Dragon roared. Your whole family is the crawling snakes. Its body enlarged, turning into a 100-meter-long divine dragon that swept across the heavens and earth. It was actually from the dragon race. Countless people were shocked. How could the dragon race fight against the people of Dragon Palace? They were too surprised. Lu He roared. I have the aura of the Tao of Dragon too. There were indeed a few auras of the Tao of Dragon on his body. They rushed out, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws, turning into dragon shadows. The Crimson Dragon sneered. You want to fight against Benhuang with just your aura of the Tao of Dragon? He activated his divine dragon blood and those few auras of the Tao of Dragon directly collapsed. Lu He's face turned pale and he took a few steps back. Damn it. It seemed that it was impossible to use dragon energy in front of the other party. Then, he would use his ultimate skill. Galaxy Blade Light. A blade slashed out, turning into a galaxy that descended from the sky. The Crimson Dragon sneered. Dragon Blade. Countless scales formed a dragon blade that also slashed out. The two blades collided, shattering the heavens and earth. The primordial battlefield was also surging. After one attack, the Crimson Dragon put away the dragon blade. Lu He's body was cut in half and he was seriously injured. You can't even withstand a single blow. You want to challenge us with your strength? Are the people of Dragon Palace trash? Countless people were in an uproar. Did the battle end with one slash? This dragon is too strong. Is he challenging the dragon race? What feud does he have with Dragon Palace? Countless people were shocked. Impossible? Baizhen was horrified. Lu He was also defeated? This group of people was actually so strong. No wonder he wasn't a match for them. The people of Dragon Palace also had gloomy faces. The three experts they sent out had actually failed one after another. This was a complete slap to their face. Do they still want to fight? A few people were discussing. The situation was unexpected. These two guys were very strong. Moreover, Lin Xian hadn't appeared yet. Let's go back and report to senior brother Zilu first. The people of Dragon Palace took the injured Lu He and the other two and left. Toad sneered. Go back. What Dragon Palace? They're just SOSO. Let's go. The Crimson Dragon snorted. This was considered a small test of his skills. He wanted to let the people of Dao sect know that they weren't to be trifled with. Whoever dared to find trouble with them in the future would have to weigh their own strength first. Both sides returned, but this matter had spread far and wide. Countless people exclaimed in admiration. The newcomers who had entered this time were truly too strong. First, it was Longjiu who succeeded in her challenge. Now, it was a divine dragon and a toad who succeeded in their challenges one after another. In an instant, everyone felt a sense of pressure. At the same time, some people were discussing. What about that Lin Xian? Would he be stronger? The atmosphere in Dragon Palace was a little stifling. Lan Zilu's face was gloomy. Did all three of them fail? He really didn't dare to believe it. Lan Jiu also came out of Spirit Mountain. When she heard the news, she also took a deep breath. How could this be? The other party actually defeated Lu He and the other two and obtained a higher ranking than her. She gritted her teeth, turned around, and entered Spiritual Mountain again. If she didn't break through this time, she wouldn't come out. Next time, she would challenge those ranked in the top 50. In the Magical Abilities Valley, Lin Xian opened his eyes. He had mastered the seal of Dapeng. If others knew about this, they would be stunned. This talent was too heaven-defying. The previous geniuses had spent a lot of time cultivating the seal of Dapeng, but Lin Xian was much faster than them. Of course, part of the reason was that Lin Xian was very talented. The other reason was because of the dragon sword spirit. The great dragon sword soul was able to deduce these divine arts, which was why Lin Xian was able to achieve twice the result with half the effort. After leaving the Magical Abilities Valley, Lin Xian browsed through many ancient books in the Dao sect. He knew that there were many sacred places in the Dao sect. Not only that, but there were also sacred places in the Holy Abyss ancient city. Therefore, Lin Xian decided to go to the places where the ancient sages had gone to gain some insight. The Holy Abyss ancient city was huge, and there was a place called the Holy Cliff. It was said that this was the place where many ancient sages went to gain enlightenment. There were even legends that said that the ancient super powerhouses had fought a shocking battle here. Therefore, although the Holy Cliff was full of opportunities, it was also extremely dangerous and filled with endless killing intent. At the Holy Cliff, there were two figures. One was a white-haired old man. The other was a beautiful woman. The old man's face was dark. His body was stained with blood, and it was obvious that he was injured. The woman in black looked anxious. Both of them carried black giant swords on their backs. "Grandpa, are you okay?" Du Guxiaoyi was very anxious. "Wait until we get back to the family to cure you." Du Guxia sighed. "I'm old and useless. This time, I fell into their trap and got poisoned. But don't worry, I won't die anytime soon." Someone was coming. Du Guxia frowned, and a cold sword light appeared in his eyes. Du Guxiaoyi was nervous, and she clenched her fists. Was the enemy chasing after them? There were low footsteps in front of them, and then a figure appeared. Du Guxiaoyi and Du Guxia looked over. They were stunned. They realized that it wasn't the enemy they expected, but a handsome young man in a black robe. His eyes were even more profound. Who was this? Was it a new enemy? They looked over, and when they discovered that the other party was only a middle-stage Saint King, both of them let out a sigh of relief. Even if such a person was an enemy, they would not be afraid. From the looks of it, the young man did not seem to be an enemy at all. The young man looked around curiously as soon as he arrived, as if he had come specifically for the Holy Cliffs. Du Guxia retracted his gaze and said in a low voice. There was no need to bother. The Saint Cliff was the place where the ancient sages descended. It was normal for people to come here to gain insights. As he spoke, he took out a large battle robe from his storage ring and covered his body to cover his blood. Du Guxiaoyi also sat down cross-legged and pretended to cultivate. However, she was actually vigilantly observing her surroundings. Was this the Saint Cliff? As expected, there was a mysterious aura. Lin Xian looked around in surprise. He had heard about the uniqueness of the sacred cliffs and had rushed over. After arriving, he felt that there was something unusual about this place. At the same time, he also saw two figures in front of him. Both of them carried huge swords on their backs. They seemed to be swordsmen. What surprised him was that the old man in front of him was not simple, but his aura was very weak. Although the old man was trying his best to suppress it, there was still a black aura on his face. He had been poisoned. Although he was wearing a battle robe, Lin Xian could still tell that the old man was injured. For a supreme sage to be so severely injured, it seemed that there must have been a great battle before. Retracting his gaze, Lin Xian did not continue to pay attention. He found a place and sat down cross-legged to gain insights. Du Guxiaoyi heaved a sigh of relief. The other party was not coming for them. Du Guxia's expression also eased a lot. He took out a pill and swallowed it. However, the poison in his body was very strange. He could only suppress it for a while, but could not expel it. As night fell, starlight fell from the sky. This made the Saint Cliff even more magical, forming a unique vision of heaven and earth. Lin Xian was naturally happy about this. He came here to gain insights. However, Du Guxia's face was cold. He was afraid that the poison would act up again tonight. While Du Guxiaoyi was guarding him tightly, a sneer came from the sky. So you've been hiding here. However, even if you're at the Saint Cliff, do you think we can't find you? Two voices were heard. Then, two people landed and sealed the surrounding area. Oh no, the enemy is here. Du Guxiaoyi stood up abruptly, her expression changing. Du Guxia's eyes also shone with a shocking light. The two prides of the heavenly sect, you've chased me all the way here. There were two figures. One was wearing armor, the other was wearing a sword robe. They looked young and were top geniuses. Moreover, they seemed to be from the heavenly sect. They were geniuses from the heavenly sect. Du Xiaoyi's pupils shrank. She had heard of these two people before. They were top experts on the heavenly sect's profound ranking. The one in armor was called Blue Demon, while the other in a sword robe was called Saber 9. Both of their abilities were terrifying. Du Xiaoyi was no match for them at all. Of course, her grandfather was not afraid of these two people. However, that was when he was at his peak. At this moment, her grandfather was seriously injured and poisoned. He could not even use 1% of his strength. Facing these two people now, it would be dangerous. Is the heavens going to kill me? A look of despair appeared in Du Gu's eyes. Du Xiaoyi looked around. Their surroundings were sealed. There was no way to escape, let alone hope for help. Suddenly, she saw a figure at the foot of the mountain in the distance. The man was sitting cross-legged, still cultivating. She sighed. If the other party was also a top powerhouse, that would be great. Even if they could not defeat him, he could help them escape. Unfortunately, the other party was only a mid-stage holy ruler. He could not help them at all. He could not even escape. After the two prides of the heavenly sect landed, they looked around to see if there were any traps or enemies. Southern Demon looked at the foot of the mountain in the distance, surprised. Was there another helper? Saber 9 glanced at him and chuckled. He was probably here to cultivate, there was no need to pay attention to him. Southern Demon said, "How can that be? We can't let anyone know that we're here. Since he's here, he can only blame himself for being unlucky. How about this? We'll kill him together later." The two of them did not hide their conversation at all. Obviously, to them, Lin Xian was just a holy ruler. He was no different from an ant. It would be easy for them to kill him. Du Gu sighed. Forget it. I have nothing to say if the heavens want to kill me. Come at me if you want. However, this young man has nothing to do with me. He's only here to comprehend. Let him go. Also, let my granddaughter go. The thing you want is with me. Senior Du Gu, how impressive. However, do you still think you're the clan leader of the Du Gu clan? You're already severely injured. What right do you have to order us around? Saber 9 scoffed. Southern Demon chimed in. Don't even think about letting anyone escape. You'll definitely die. This brat is unlucky, he'll go to hell. As for your granddaughter? She's so beautiful. We definitely won't kill her easily. The two of them laughed out loud, pleased with themselves. Du Xiaoyi's face was pale, her eyes filled with despair. Du Guche roared angrily as well. Since you don't agree, don't blame me for fighting to the death. He roared and his aura erupted. However, the next moment, he spat out a mouthful of black blood. His body swayed and he fell to the ground. Ha 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 ha. Both Saber 9 and Southern Demon guffawed. You want to fight to the death with us in your current state? Do you have what it takes? As they spoke, the two of them walked forward. Du Xiaoyi was in despair. She gripped the sword in her hand. Even if she died, she would not let these people have their way. Du Guche sighed. Xiaoyi, it's my fault. You shouldn't have come with me this time. At the same time, Du Gusa looked into the distance and sighed. Young man, it's my fault. I hope you don't blame me. He gritted his teeth as soon as he finished speaking. Even if he died this time, he would drag Du Guche with him. Southern Demon and Saber 9 walked forward. One of them reached out a large hand to grab Du Xiaoyi while the other charged at Du Gusu. At the same time, Saber 9 waved his hand and a sword chi charged at Lin Xian in the distance. Lin Xian opened his eyes abruptly. A cold, murderous intent flashed in his eyes. To be honest, Lin Xian did not care about the previous battle at all. As he did not know either party, he did not care. However, Du Gusu was truly kind. Du Gusu wanted to protect Lin Xian even when he was about to die. Lin Xian was very touched. Moreover, these two heavenly sect geniuses were too arrogant. They wanted to kill Lin Xian while he was studying them. Since that was the case, Lin Xian could not leave them be. He waved his hand and tore the incoming sword chi to shreds. The next moment, he said coldly, "Both of you, get out of here, or you'll die." When the southern demon saw that the two of them were stunned, the giant hand in the sky stopped. Someone dared to meddle in their business. Who was it? So reckless? Up ahead. Dugushaoi also opened her eyes. Did an expert come to save them? Dugusu also had a sliver of hope. However, when they saw that the person who spoke was Lin Xian, they despaired. Dugushaoi also said, "This fellow should have used this opportunity to escape. Why did he still dare to come?" Saber 9 smirked. "I thought some expert had arrived, but it's just a mid-level holy ruler brat. Do you know who we are? How dare you meddle in our affairs? We are from the Sky Sect and are on the Sky Sect's profound ranking." The southern demon harumphed coldly as well. Initially, he had wanted to deal with these two before giving Lin Fan a quick death. But since that was the case, he would let Lin Fan have a taste of a fate worse than death. He struck out with his palm. They were just ants in the middle stage of the Saint King realm. They could just kill them. The two of them were peak existences. A black palm with terrifying flames and monstrous demonic chi slammed over. Not good. Dugu Xiaoyu despaired. Even a peak stage Saint King would not be able to block this attack, let alone a mid-stage Saint King. Boom, with a single palm strike, the heavens collapsed and the earth cracked. Black demonic chi erupted and enveloped the entire area. It was over. The southern demon turned around, intending to continue attacking Dugusu. However, he was stunned the next moment. A voice came from behind again. "Is this all that the Sky Sect's profound ranking has? What trash?" "What? You're not dead." The blue demon was stunned and turned around abruptly. Beside him, Saber 9 was stunned as well. How is that possible? He was well aware of the blue demon's abilities. With this attack, the other party would definitely die. How is he still alive? Even Dugushaoi and Saber 9 were stunned. Could this young man be an expert? "Brat, who exactly are you?" Saber 9 asked coldly. He felt that this brat before him was very strange. Lin Xian said coldly. "Initially, I did not intend to meddle in your affairs, but you even want to kill me. In that case, go to hell. Are you threatening us? You must be tired of living." Saber 9's expression darkened. "There's no need for you to live." In a flash, he charged over. He struck with his sword. No one among the Saint Kings could match this strike. A golden glow erupted from Lin Xian's eyes. A pair of heavenly god's eyes appeared. He looked down on all life. Everyone felt an immense soul suppression. At this moment, it was as if their souls were about to split apart. How terrifying. Dugushaoi felt as if her soul was about to be destroyed. A terrifying glow erupted from Dugusa's eyes. How is this soul energy possible? Similarly, Saber 9's pupils dilated. This soul energy was too powerful. He could not resist it. He wanted to retreat, but it was too late. The golden eyes in the sky released reincarnation aura, directly piercing through his soul. With a loud boom, his longsword fell to the ground. Saber 9's body fell as well. His aura was gone. What's going on? The blue demon was stunned. Despair filled his face. Is Saber 9 dead? What kind of power is this? This soul. Are you a supreme saint? Impossible. Isn't your opponent a mid-stage Saint King? How can you possess a supreme saint's soul? Could it be that your opponent is an old monster? Has his power been suppressed? At this thought, the blue demon was horrified. He turned around and fled. Trying to leave? Lin Xian sneered. The light of reincarnation shot out from his eyes, directly piercing through his opponent's soul. Lin Xian's pupil technique was extremely powerful. Moreover, he was not holding back at all. Therefore, there was no way his opponent could resist this attack. The blue demon's soul was instantly destroyed. There was despair in his eyes. He should not have ignored this person. However, he no longer had the right to regret. His body fell to the ground. His soul was destroyed. Is he dead? Du Guxiaoyi was stunned. The two top geniuses in front of her, powerhouses on the profound ranking, had died just like that. She felt as if she was dreaming. One should know that these two people from before had made her and her grandfather feel despair. They had even thought of perishing together. However, they could not block the other party's gaze. What's going on? She looked at her grandfather. Du Guxiaoyi also took a deep breath. He walked forward unsteadily. Thank you for your help, fellow cultivator. How should I address you? Du Guxiaoyi was stunned. Her grandfather was a supreme saint. Moreover, he was the clan leader of the Dugu clan. His status was extremely noble. Even when facing top geniuses, he was still an elder. However, at that moment, her grandfather was actually addressing this young man as someone of the same generation. In fact, he was even speaking with incomparable respect. She found it unbelievable. However, when she thought of Lin Xian's terrifying gaze, she understood. The person in front of her could not be judged by his age or cultivation base. He was an extremely terrifying powerhouse. Du Guxiaoyi was also shocked. He could not see through the young man in front of him. He was a middle sage king but had the soul of a great sage. His attacks were swift and decisive, killing in one strike. Such a person was really rare. Perhaps only those few people in the legends could do it. Lin Xian looked at him and smiled. Senior, you're too polite. Senior's kindness and righteousness were admirable. How should I address you, little friend? My name is Lin Xian, a disciple of the True Path sect. Lin Xian, Du Guxiaoyi started to recall, comparing him to those legendary experts. He realized that he had never heard of the name Lin Xian. However, he was from the True Path sect. Could he be a hidden genius of the True Path sect? No matter what, he had to befriend this person. Young master, you're an expert of the True Path sect. I'll remember your kindness in saving my life. Senior, you're too polite. Lin Xian smiled. Suddenly, he reached out to grab Du Guxiaoyi. Du Guxiaoyi was shocked. What's going on? Is he going to attack me? Du Guxiaoyi's pupils shrank. However, he was stunned in the next moment. He realized that Lin Xian had shot out a ray of sword qi into his body and destroyed the poison. Then, he retracted it. Lin Quan retracted his hand. The poison in Senior's body was terrifying. It must be a terrifying poison. I've destroyed some of it, but you'll have to go back and recuperate. So he's helping her grandfather suppress his injuries. Du Guxiaoyi heaved a sigh of relief. However, her grandfather was helpless against this poison. Can he do it? Du Guxiaoyi's body trembled. His face was filled with shock. He felt that the threat of the poison had been greatly reduced. In other words, more than half of the poison in his body had been eliminated in that instant. That was too terrifying. This young man's methods were simply heaven-defying. Thank you, young master, for helping. Du Guxiaoyi looked at Du Guxiaoyi and said, come over and thank me. Du Guxiaoyi also walked over and said, thank you, Lin Gongzi, for saving me. It's nothing. I still have some things to do. I'll leave first. Lin Xian nodded and turned to leave. Looking at his back as he left, Du Guxiaoyi asked, Grandpa, is he really that powerful? Have you recovered by more than half? Du Guxiaoyi said. That's right, he's too terrifying, and too mystical. We must befriend this person. How great would it be if he were a genius of our Dugu clan? Du Guxiaoyi was shocked. Although they were in danger today, the Dugu clan was still a top-notch clan. How many experts and geniuses were there in the sect? Could it be that none of them were a match for him? Seeing Du Guxiaoyi's confusion, Du Guxiaoyi sighed. You still don't understand his strength. He had completely surpassed Southern Demon and Saber 9 from before. My guess is that he's already a great sage. More importantly, I've checked before, and he's indeed a mid-stage Saint King. Do you think an ordinary genius can achieve such heaven-defying battle prowess? He had already surpassed the scope of a genius. This time, Du Guxiaoyi was truly stunned. Previously, she had thought that Lin Xian was suppressing his cultivation, but now it seemed that he was not in the middle stage of the Saint King realm. However, he possessed the battle prowess of a great sage. How many realms had he crossed? Perhaps even her disciple was only at this level. Dugusa took a deep breath. He said that he would send a message to the clan and get the clan's elders to come and settle the matter here. Dugusa nodded and began to form a formation to send the message. This time, they had to send experts from the clan to protect them. Otherwise, even if they managed to avoid this crisis, they would probably be in danger again. Lin Xian returned to the True Path sect. Spiritual abode. He wondered how the Crimson Mountain Dragon and the others were doing. After returning, he found out that the Crimson Dragon and Toad had already challenged the experts on the new ranking list. They had successfully slapped the Dragon Palace in the face. His lips curled into a cold smile. This was just the beginning. Next, these two would probably continue to sweep the ranking list. On the other side, in the Dragon Palace's Spirit Mountain, Lan Jiu opened her eyes. She stood up and gritted her teeth. Lin Xian, I'll let you know how big the gap between us is. Previously, she had successfully challenged the 90th person, but Lin Xian had instantly challenged the 72nd person. And he had succeeded. The gap between the two sides had widened. Countless people were discussing that Lin Xian and the others were more powerful geniuses. How could Lan Jiu tolerate this? She decided to personally meet this Lin Xian and then have a duel with him and defeat him directly. This way, everyone would know the gap between the two sides. At the same time, two figures appeared in the sky outside the Holy Abyss City. They stood on the spirit boat and looked at the Holy Gulf City. Their lips curled into a smile. This ancient city. That guy must be inside. The two figures on the boat were a man and a woman. The woman was extremely beautiful and had a noble temperament. It was as if nothing in the world could compare to her. Especially his eyes, there were green flames dancing in them that could burn the 9 heavens. The man of Morong Qingqing, Lin Xian, I'd like to see what's so special about you. The mysterious woman snorted with disdain in her eyes. It was just an exaggeration. The man beside her was tall and strong. His eyes danced wildly with a domineering aura, as if he didn't care about anything. He said, how can you believe Morong Qingqing's words? Besides, she's different from us. We were born in the top clans, but she came from a small place. She was only lucky to obtain a heaven-defying bloodline. How high could her standards be back then? The geniuses in her eyes are probably no different from ants in our eyes. The Qingqing they were talking about was naturally Morong Qingqing. The two people's identities were also extremely unusual. The mysterious woman was called Qing Feng, a genius of the Phoenix clan. The burly man beside her was an expert of the Tianping clan called by Li Fei. Although the Tianping clan wasn't an emperor clan, they were still very terrifying. Rumor had it that there was a Tianping Bo Long. It could be said that the Tianping clan was an extremely powerful divine beast clan. The Tianping clan had a top genius of this generation. He met Morong Qingqing again by chance and fell in love with her. However, Morong Qingqing's heart belonged to someone else and she didn't care about him. Later, he found out that Morong Qingqing's lover was someone called Lin Xian. He was very angry about it. Therefore, he sent people from his clan to find out what Lin Xian was like. If he was weak, he would kill him directly. Morong Qingqing had the Phoenix bloodline, so she must have a close relationship with the Phoenix clan. Therefore, this time, the Phoenix clan also sent a proud daughter of the heavens to explore together with them. Their target this time was Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian didn't know that he was still cultivating in the True Path sect. The two of them entered Holy Abyss City. With their strength and identity, they easily found out where Lin Xian was. He had joined the Dao sect. It seemed that he was quite strong. Qing Feng's eyes flashed. Bai Li Fei sneered. The difference in strength between the disciples of the Dao sect was huge. The strongest one was the emperor. The weakest one couldn't even block one of his attacks. He was probably at the bottom. The two of them headed to the Dao sect. They went to look for Lin Xian. In the end, they found out that Lin Xian didn't lead the Dao sect. Did he go on a mission? Qing Feng frowned and asked. However, he didn't get the same answer. No one knew where he went. Qing Feng found someone to ask about his performance after entering the Dao sect. The result was disappointing. After this guy came, his whereabouts were very mysterious. No one knew where he was cultivating. Moreover, he didn't fight for any rankings. He wasn't even on the stars ranking. I told you, he's nothing to be afraid of. Bai Lifei snorted. Qing Feng sighed. It seemed that Qing Qing had bad taste. The genius in her eyes was just SOSO. Forget it, let's not bother about him. Let's go play in the ancient city. This was the primeval city. There were many relics of the sages here. The two of them left the Tao sect. Lin Xian was indeed not in the Tao sect. He went back for a few days and then left again. Lin Xian went to other relics of the sages to browse and comprehend. Today, he returned. He found many people outside the Tao sect. What happened? He looked over. There was a woman standing in front of him. She had a huge sword on her back and was extremely beautiful. The appearance of this woman attracted the attention of many Tao sect disciples. Someone exclaimed, "What a beautiful woman." Her stunning appearance wasn't any weaker than Fairy Lanziyu. She even had her own characteristics. Could it be that she was here to look for him? Lin Xian was shocked. Thinking of this, he walked forward. At this moment, a figure stopped him. "You're finally here. I've been waiting for you for many days. I thought that you wouldn't dare to come back." Hearing this, Lin Xian frowned and looked in front of him. There was a woman in blue standing in front of him. Although she was also very beautiful, she was still a beauty. However, he wasn't happy at all. It was Lanziyu. "What do you want?" Lin Xian asked coldly. The surrounding Tao sect disciples exclaimed, "What a beautiful woman. Look, it's Fairy Ziyu." Countless people looked over. Who was the person standing beside Fairy Ziyu? How unfamiliar. Although Lin Xian came in first place, he kept a very low profile after coming in, so most people didn't know who he was. "Are you free now?" Lan Ziyu asked coldly. Lin Xian asked, "Are you inviting me?" When the surrounding people heard this, they were all stunned. It can't be. Who is this person? How could Fairy Ziyu personally invite him? Lin Xian Zislan Ziyu said, "You can think of it that way too. I think it's time for a duel between us. I'll let you prove my strength. Challenge me?" Lin Xian's lips curled up into a smile. "You're not qualified yet. I'm not free. I'm very busy. Not just anyone can challenge me." With that, Lin Xian walked to the side. The surrounding people were all stunned. Oh my god, did this person reject it? Someone actually rejected Fairy Ziyu. How big of a heart is that? Hearing this, Lan Ziyu's face turned ugly. Since when has anyone dared to reject her? Humph, if you're a coward and don't dare to compete with me, then just say it. I can let you go. Lin Xian sneered. He really wasn't interested. His target was the people on the Holy Gulf list. He really didn't care about the stars list. "Lin Gongzi, you're here." At this moment, the woman with the giant sword on her back turned around and revealed a beautiful smile. The people around them were all staring at the scene. What's going on today? Two beautiful women had arrived. Moreover, did these two peerless beauties come for the same man? They noticed that the beautiful woman with the long sword on her back was also walking towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian said, "So it's Miss Dugu. I wonder what you're here for." Dugu Xiaoyi. With a beautiful smile, she tilted her head and said, "I'm here to look for you, Lin Gongzi. You helped us so much before and we haven't thanked you properly. Today, we'll treat you to a meal. Come, thank you." "Okay, I happen to have time." Lin Xian smiled and nodded. Lan Ziyu said, "Didn't you say you don't have time?" She gritted her teeth so hard that they were about to break. Lin Xian glanced at her and said plainly, "I just don't have time to fight with you." With that, he didn't look at her again. Lan Ziyu's face was terrifyingly dark. Damn it, was she ignored? Or was she not as beautiful as her? She stared at Dugu Xiaoyi. Dugu Xiaoyi also turned her head and stared at her. The two beautiful women had a biting cold aura in their eyes. Dugu Xiaoyi said, "Lin Gongzi, is this person disrespectful to you? Do you need us to make a move?" "No need. She's just a self-righteous woman. There's no need to pay attention to her." Lin Xian shook his head. Let's go. Du Guxiaoyi waved her hand and a golden chariot flew over. Pulling the chariot were two beasts, snow-white lions. They were mighty and extraordinary. Lin Xian and Du Guxiaoyi rose into the air and left in the golden chariot, leaving behind a group of envious gazes. Quickly go and find out who this person is. He should be from our Dao sect. Damn it, when did such a famous genius appear in our Dao sect? In their opinion, Lan Ziyu must have been jealous of a beautiful woman. In the end, Lan Ziyu lost. This was an earth-shattering event. Countless people quickly investigated and the news spread throughout the entire Dao sect. Lan Ziyu's face turned green. Damn it, it's not like that. She only wanted to challenge him, but she was really ignored. White Crane Tower. The entire 7th floor was booked. Several figures sat inside. One of them was a middle-aged man with a cold expression. He frowned. He still hasn't come. That kid doesn't take us seriously. This time, they weren't waiting for an important elder or patriarch of a clan of the ancients, but for a young man. And he actually made them wait for so long. This middle-aged man was naturally unhappy. What kind of status did the Duga clan have? They would never wait for someone for so long. If it wasn't for the old man, he would have left long ago. This middle-aged man was not ordinary. He was an elder of the Duga clan and the old man's son. His name was Du Guhai. It turned out that after Lin Xian left that day, Du Guxiaoyi had hurriedly sent a distress signal to the clan. Soon, the Duga clan sent experts to protect the old man. This Du Guhai was specially sent to protect him. Du Guhai was ranked 16th among the old man's sons. He was also Du Guxiaoyi's 16th uncle. He was considered young, but his strength and talent were very strong. He was already at the peak of the Saint King realm. He was only one step away from the great Saint King realm. Within 300 years, he could become a great saint. This was a very proud thing for the Duga clan. Therefore, he was usually very arrogant. Except for his elders, he didn't care about others. Now that he had to wait for a young junior, he was naturally unhappy. When old man Dugu heard this, his face sank. He looked at Du Guhai and said, 16th brother, remember this. Although he is young, he has the combat power of a great saint. He is a top genius, close to the emperor's son, so treat him with the same respect as you treat me. Do you hear me? If you dare to offend him and cause our Duga clan to have no chance to make friends with such a genius, don't blame me for being rude to you. Du Guhai said helplessly, Father, I know. Although he said so, he still didn't believe that a middle-stage Saint King had the combat power of a great saint. What kind of joke was this? He had to take a good look later. Outside the White Crane Tower, the golden chariot stopped. Du Guxiaoyi walked out and looked at Lin Xian and said, Lin Gongzi, please. Lin Xian nodded. He didn't expect to come to the White Crane Tower again. The first time he came, he had a conflict with Bai Jin. Now he was invited by the Duga clan. He went up to the 7th floor of the White Crane Tower and found that it had been booked. There were only these few figures. Old man Dugu was sitting there. When he saw Lin Xian, he immediately stood up and walked over. He said, Lin Gongzi, I am so happy that you can come to my banquet. Du Guhai also stood up and looked at Lin Xian. He found that Lin Xian was indeed a middle-stage Saint King. Did such a person really have the combat power of a great saint? He didn't feel any dangerous aura from Lin Xian, so he looked down on him even more. He felt that Lin Xian was just exaggerating. Lin Xian looked at Dugusu and smiled. Senior Dugu is too polite. You are an old senior, how can I dare to accept that? By the way, are your injuries better? Old man Dugu said as he pulled Lin Xian to sit down. It's much better now. Thanks to Lin Gongzi, you acted in time. Otherwise, the poison in my body wouldn't have been removed so quickly. At this moment, Du Guhai walked over and said, Lin Gongzi, my name is Du Guhai. Thank you for saving my father. Lin Xian looked at him and nodded slightly. Then, he looked at old man Dugu again. Du Guhai was taken aback. Wasn't the other party a little too arrogant even after finishing his attack? His expression was somewhat gloomy. Actually, in Lin Xian's opinion, the other party wasn't even a great sage, so he really wasn't worth paying attention to. During the banquet, Old Man Dugu and Lin Xian chatted as they drank. The atmosphere was very harmonious. Old Man Dugu said, "I really don't know how to repay you. Here are some cultivation resources. Please accept them." After saying that, Dugu Xiaoyi stood up and took out a storage ring. There were 1,000 drops of dragon marrow, 5 million caddies of divine crystals, and 2 sage ruler-grade weapons. It could be said to be quite generous. Even a peak sage ruler would be envious, let alone a mid-stage sage ruler. However, Lin Xian's expression was calm. He said, "Old Man Dugu's words are too serious. I didn't save you for these things, so I can't accept them." Dugu Xiaoyi was stunned, but Dugu Hai sneered in his heart. In his opinion, Lin Xian was just pretending and would accept them in the end. However, he was wrong. Lin Xian really didn't intend to accept them. He had saved Dugu Hai for 2 reasons. He felt that being on good terms with Dugu Hai would be of great help to the divine union. In the future, they could make the Dugu family their ally. Therefore, he really didn't care about these resources. Could it be that Lin Gongzi felt that it was too little? "I can let them prepare," Old Man Dugu said. Lin Xian shook his head. "I'm really not senior. If you really think highly of me, then be friends with me. Who knows, I might need your help in the future. Then, this old man will teach you. If you need my help in the future, just let me know. The Dugu family will definitely not decline." "Thank you, senior." The banquet continued. Not long after, a figure hurried to the 7th floor. Reporting to the family. "What's going on?" Old Man Dugu frowned. "Didn't they say that no one was allowed to disturb them? Xiaoyi, go and take a look." Dugu Xiaoyi stood up and walked outside. However, not long after, she returned with a pale face. "What's wrong?" Old Man Dugu frowned. Dugu Xiaoyi said. It was Dugu Lei. He seemed to have gotten into trouble outside. Xiao Lei had always been like this. Dugu Hai didn't mind. He said that they could just send their subordinates to settle it. Their Dugu family was considered a big family. There was nothing that they couldn't settle. However, Old Man Dugu frowned. "Old 16, if it's so simple, do we need the subordinates to tell us? The other party must have a big background. Xiaoyi, tell us the details." Dugu Xiaoyi nodded. Grandfather was right. The person that Brother Lei offended this time was indeed not simple. It was someone from the Tianping family. Tianping family? Old Man Dugu was stunned. Even Dugu Hai sucked in a breath of cold air. Although the Tianping family wasn't an emperor family, they were still a divine beast family. They were very powerful and much more terrifying than them. Dugu Hai's face changed. Previously, although he was arrogant, it was only towards ordinary people and sections. He had no chance of winning against the Tianping family. Their Dugu family was completely inferior to the other party. It seemed that they had to lower their heads this time. Dugu Hai said. Since it was like this, then let little Lei apologize to the other party. If it really didn't work, then they would fork out some resources and settle it peacefully. The subordinates reported that little Lei had already settled it like this, but the other party didn't agree at all. They seemed to want little Lei to kowtow and apologize. What? Dugu Hai stood up. What kind of joke was this? Kowtow and apologize? This wasn't just Dugu Lei's matter. It was their Dugu family's matter. Although the other party's family was powerful, they couldn't be so arrogant. Who was the other party to the Tianping family? If it was just an ordinary disciple, they would really dare to fight. The other party was the Tianping family's by Li Fei. What? Hearing this, Dugu Hai was stunned. Even Old Man Dugu stood up abruptly and said with gritted teeth. This Dugu Lei really didn't have eyes. It was fine if he was arrogant normally, but he actually offended the Tianping family. Was he really tired of living? He had heard of the name by Li Fei before. Although the Tianping family wasn't an Holy Abyss ancient city, it was still very famous. All the families had to pay attention to it. Bai Li Fei was a top genius in the Tianping family. Offending such a person. That was courting death. Yes, Grandpa, what should we do? Dugu Xiaoyi was also anxious. Old man Dugu said, there's no other way. Looks like I have to personally apologize to them. Let's go quickly. If we're late, Dugale might be killed. Old man Dugu stood up and said, go prepare the carriage. At the same time, he looked at Lin Xian and said, Lin Gongzi, I'm sorry. I wanted to continue chatting with you. But now it seems that I can't. Our Dugu clan has a useless grandson. Something happened. I have to go and deal with it. Lin Xian said, I'll go with you. Maybe I can be of help. He wanted the Dugu clan to be his ally. Then, he had to show enough value. Previously, he saved Old Man Dugu, but he felt that it wasn't enough. He wanted to go and take a look. Maybe he could completely subdue these people. Is that true? That's great. Thank you, Lin Gongzi. Old Man Dugu's eyes lit up. With a young expert like Lin Xian, there might be a turning point. The group quickly set off. Dugu Xiaoyu was also happy. However, Dugu Hai was disdainful. Even their Dugu clan couldn't deal with it. What could a young man do? In his opinion, the other party was just pretending. Spirit Void Valley. It was a very famous place in Holy Abyss ancient city. There were spirit veins everywhere. There were even a few sages who came here. At this moment, there were many figures standing in the valley. These figures were all outstanding and had powerful auras. Moreover, there were terrifying flames on their bodies. All kinds of flames could burn the 9 heavens. Among them, there were 2 figures that were abnormally terrifying. One was a woman in green with terrifying green flames around her body. The other was a tall and sturdy man in battle armor. There was also a faint golden flame on his body. It condensed in his palm. These 2 people were Qing Feng and Bai Lifei, who came to Holy Abyss ancient city. The 2 stood there like gods and devils. Opposite them was a young man with a huge sword on his back. His face was pale and his eyes were filled with fear and terror. At the same time, he looked outside the valley from time to time. He had already notified his clan. Why didn't the Dugu clan send people over? If he still didn't come, his fate would be miserable. Finally, just as he was about to lose all hope, he saw a low light shining in the sky. There was also the sound of roaring. Dugule's eyes lit up. He saw a few chariots flying over with the Dugu family's emblem on them. He jumped up and clenched his fists. His eyes were filled with excitement. Great, now that the people from his family had come, he no longer had to fear these 2 people in front of him. In the valley, the others also saw that and turned around. Even Qing Feng and Bai Lifei frowned and looked into the distance. In the distance, the war chariot stopped, and several figures walked out. There were old men, middle-aged men, and young men. Is Grandpa here too? Dugule's eyes were filled with excitement. Great, he could finally take revenge. Thinking of this, he snorted proudly. Old Man Dugu and the others quickly landed after they arrived. Grandpa, you're finally here. Help me teach them a lesson. Dugule ran over and shouted loudly. In the end, what she received was a slap from the old man. Old Man Dugu sent Dugule flying with a slap. Dugule spun a few times in the air before landing on the ground. His teeth were broken. He said in horror, Grandpa, why did you hit me? We're the enemies, aren't we? Useless trash, you don't even know how to cultivate. You only know how to cause trouble and make enemies for your family. Do you know who you provoked this time? Old Man Dugu was so angry that his whole body trembled. It was fine if he provoked other rogue cultivators, but this time, he provoked the Tianpeng family. Was that someone the Dugu family could provoke? Dugule was terrified. Could it be that he had kicked an iron plate this time? Thinking of this, his face turned even paler. Old Man Dugu snorted coldly. See how I'll deal with you when we get back. Then, he looked forward. In front of him, 2 people stood there with cold smiles on their faces. It was as if they were watching a show. Old Man Dugu took a deep breath. These 2 people were too extraordinary. Their auras were terrifying. Especially that flame. It was extremely precious. Even a great saint might not be able to get it, but it appeared in the hands of 2 young men. He took the lead to look at the burly man. He was tall and had a violent aura. His gaze was indomitable. He should be from the Tianping family. Who was the girl in green next to him? She must have an extraordinary background to be able to stand side by side with the Tianping family. Thinking of this, he took a deep breath. He waved his hand, and Du Guhai walked up with a smile. This should be the peerless genius of the Tianping family, Prince Bailey Fei. He had long heard of Prince Bailey's name. Now that he had met him, he was indeed worthy of his reputation. Du Guhai smiled and went up to greet him. However, Bailey Fei stood with his hands behind his back and looked coldly. He had no intention of paying attention to him. This scene made Du Guhai's expression stiffen. His smile became a little ugly. This guy was too arrogant. Although the other party was from the Tianping family, his identity was not weak either. The other party actually ignored him. Although Du Guhai was angry, he did not dare to act out. After all, they were at a disadvantage this time. In the valley, the other people's identities were not weak either. They were either from the top families, top sects, or people from the orthodoxies. At this moment, they were looking at this scene in astonishment. They naturally knew about the Dugu family, but they did not know about the two young geniuses in front of them. Now that they saw it, they were shocked. To be able to make the Dugu family bow their heads, they definitely had an extraordinary background. Moreover, they heard about the Tianping family. Could these two people be from the Tianping family? They were extremely shocked. Du Guhai was ignored. Old man Dugu also sighed. It seemed that he had to take action personally. He walked up and said, "Prince Bailey. This grandson of mine is useless. I don't know how he offended Prince Bailey. I want him to apologize to Prince Bailey." This time, Bailey Fei finally spoke. "So it's the Dugu family. This grandson of yours is too daring. He actually dared to have ideas about my friend. I taught him a lesson, and he actually wanted to get the experts of his family to kill me. How do you think we should settle this score? On account of old man Dugu, I can spare his life. However, let's see what your Dugu family can take out." Du Guhai's face changed when he heard this. Could it be that the other party wanted to extort them? Old man Dugu's eyes were also gloomy. Du Guhai stood up from behind and said, "He's talking nonsense. I didn't want to kill them. I just saw that the girl was extremely beautiful and wanted to get to know her. They were too domineering." Old man Dugu didn't say anything and just turned his head. His cold gaze caused Du Guhai to kneel on the ground, not daring to say anything. He knew that he had caused a disaster today. Old man Dugu turned his head and looked at Bai Li Fei with a cold look in his eyes. He asked, "What does young master Bai Li Fei want? I'm a very reasonable person and I don't want much." Bai Li Fei stretched out a finger and said, "Give me a world." "What? A world?" Hearing this, the surrounding people all sucked in a breath of cold air. The Dugu family's people were even more stunned. In the myriad worlds, they were a peak clan in the buried Emperor Star, the most important world. He had many other planets and worlds in his hands. These stellar worlds either did not have any saints, or they possessed extremely important metal or sources, or various other precious resources. Generally, the top clans would have a few such worlds in their hands. But now, even the Dugu family wouldn't agree to give away one. "What?" Bai Li Fei said with a smile, "Could it be that you think that your grandson's life isn't worth a world? Since that's the case, there's no need for me to hold back." Old man Dugu's face turned completely cold. Beside him, Du Guhai was also furious. His expression was ferocious as he roared. "Bai Li Fei, don't go too far. I was polite to you before because you're from the Tianping family. But if you continue to be arrogant, don't blame me for suppressing you." "With just you?" Bai Li Fei's face was filled with disdain. His 5 fingers formed a claw and grabbed forward. It was like a world cage. The surrounding space was constantly shattering. "Damn it, you dare to look down on me?" Du Guhai shouted angrily. He pulled out the huge sword on his back and slashed down. The entire world seemed like it was going to split open. Boom, boom. Intense explosions sounded out as the huge sword broke into 2. Du Guhai vomited blood and was sent flying. A terrifying crack appeared on his body. "A mere Saint King dares to be arrogant in front of me?" Bai Li Fei withdrew his palm and sneered. "How is this possible? countless people cried out in alarm. Old man Dugu's pupils shrank. Although the person in front of them wasn't a great saint, he had the battle prowess of a great saint. A peak genius. This time, the Duga family had kicked an iron plate. In this golden age, their Duga clan did not have such a genius. Perhaps they would be defeated in the future. His heart was filled with despair. However, when he saw Lin Xian beside him, he took a deep breath. Bai Lifei was at the peak of the Saint King realm, and he had the battle prowess of a supreme saint. However, Lin Xian was even more shocked. Lin Xian was only a middle-stage holy king, but he had the battle prowess of a great sage. Wasn't this even more terrifying? Thinking of this, he became even more determined to win over this young man. At this moment, Du Guhai also stood up shakily. His face was extremely pale. The sword Dao La on his body was rapidly repairing the cracks. Damn it! His expression was sinister, teeth clenched, but he didn't dare make another move. Even with his all-out attack, he still couldn't block a single palm strike from the other party. The gap between them was actually so big. Old man Duga raised his head, looked at the other party, and said, "Young Master Bailey, my grandson is in the wrong in this matter. But, you're asking for too much in this world." "Why, do you think it's too much?" "It seems that your grandson is indeed not worth a world. In that case, I'll send him to hell." He looked at Dugalay. Dugalay trembled on the ground in fear. He was about to faint. He exclaimed, "Grandpa, save me." He didn't want to die. Old man Dugu's face was cold. His hands clenched tightly in his sleeves. Was he going to make a move? Although he was a supreme saint, the other party had the Tianping clan behind him. Could he bear the wrath of the Tianping clan? "I've changed my mind." At this moment, Bai Lifei's lips curled into a smile. The people of the Duga clan heaved a sigh of relief. Great, they saw hope. However, in the next moment, they fell into the abyss again. It's a pity to kill him. It's better to cripple him and let him become a cripple from now on. I really want to see how an ant can survive in such a world of martial arts. Speaking of this, his palm was like a knife, slashing forward. This strike would probably shatter Dugalay's meridians and foundation. He wouldn't be able to cultivate anymore and would become a cripple. No, Dugalay was in despair. If he became a cripple, he would rather die. Old man Dugu's pupils constricted. He wanted to make a move, but it was too late. The other party was too fast. Just when everyone thought that Dugalay was finished, a hand grabbed the other party's hand knife. A deep voice rang out. It was like 100,000 claps of thunder. Bai Lifei's palm was pushed back, shattering the void. He also took 2 steps back. His eyes suddenly shone with a shocking light. Who was it? Was it the Duga clan's leader? Qing Feng was also stunned. Was the Duga clan so reckless? She looked forward as well. Soon, he was stunned. He realized that old man Duga didn't make a move. Instead, it was a young man. He glanced at this person. He came with the Duga clan. However, he had been standing to the side without saying a word. He thought that the other party was just a servant. But now, it seemed that wasn't the case. Bai Lifei also looked over. The light in his eyes was like a heavenly knife. It made Duguhai's hair stand on end. However, Lin Xian was completely unaffected as he stood there. Bai Lifei was surprised that the other party could withstand his gaze. It was really surprising. Who are you? Why are you interfering in my business? Lin Xian looked at Bai Lifei in front of him and sighed. He said, "Let me apologize, and this matter will be over." Everyone in the valley was stunned. They looked at the figure in surprise. Who was the other party? How dare he challenge Bai Lifei? Could it be that he had a powerful background? No way, right? When did the Duga clan have such an expert? Why have we never heard of him? Everyone's eyes were filled with curiosity. Bai Lifei's face darkened. He smiled. "I didn't hear what you said." "Kid, how dare you order me?" Lin Xian said. "It's not an order, it's a warning. Because it won't do you any good if you continue." Bai Lifei was stunned. Was he threatening him? He was the top genius of the Heavenly Rock clan. He grew up with a silver spoon in his mouth. His bloodline was super strong, and his talent was terrifying. He had always been the one who defeated everyone. No one dared to offend him. Now, there was someone younger than him who wanted to give him advice. Even old man Duga didn't dare to challenge him. Who was this person? Qing Feng was also surprised. It had been a long time since he saw someone challenge Lin Xian. He looked at Lin Xian curiously. This person's cultivation was so weak. Where did he get his confidence from? What if I continue to attack? Bai Lifei took a step forward and a terrifying domineering aura surged from his body. The pressure of his bloodline appeared and caused everyone in the valley to turn pale. Lin Xian sighed. I've already given you a warning. If you continue to attack, you'll be courting death. Bai Lifei was so angry that he laughed. I haven't met such an arrogant person in a long time. Brat, I won't let you die so easily. A terrifying killing intent surged from his body and swept through the 9 heavens. The surrounding people were shocked. Du Guhai's expression also changed. He shouted angrily. Damn it, they had already offended the Heavenly Rock clan. If this brat completely enraged them, the Bai Lifei clan would really be finished. Was this brat trying to get them killed? Lin Xian didn't pay any attention to Du Guhai. A cold glint appeared in his eyes. His opponent was indeed an expert who could arouse his interest. He also stood out and a terrifying aura spread out from his body. Heavenly Rock Clan? I haven't experienced it yet. If you want to attack, then come. Let me see if you have the qualifications to be arrogant in front of me. What's your name? I don't kill nameless people. Bai Lifei shouted coldly. In his opinion, his opponent should be a very famous expert. Lin Xian smiled. If you can defeat me, then you can know my name. Otherwise, you don't have the qualifications. You're arrogant, but you don't have a brain. Go to hell. Bai Lifei was completely enraged. Qing Feng, who was beside him, also shook his head and sighed. He admitted that Lin Xian was brave, but he didn't have a strategy. If he angered Bai Lifei in such a situation, he would end up in a miserable state. He could already predict what was going to happen next. Therefore, he shook his head. He hadn't been in Holy Abyss Ancient City for long and he had already met so many people who didn't know their place. On the other side, Bai Lifei had already attacked. He threw out a punch. It was like a meteor shooting towards the front. Retreat quickly. The surrounding people in the valley quickly retreated. This Bai Lifei was extremely terrifying. He wasn't someone they could fight against. If they were hit by his battle aura, they would probably be seriously injured. Facing such a terrifying attack, Lin Xian wasn't afraid at all. He formed a hand seal and a great rock seal flew out. Boundless golden light flickered as the divine fire condensed, forming a golden rock that flew out. Boom, an earth-shattering sound rang out as the Skypang's palm was blocked. Bai Lifei was stunned. The other's pupils also shrank. Was that a rock? Could it be that this fellow was specifically challenging Bai Lifei? Bai Lifei's expression was somewhat ugly. His eyes were filled with a biting cold-killing intent. He was a sky rock, yet the other party had used the great rock seal to resist. What was the meaning of this? Was this a slap to his face? Indeed, a terrifying wave of power erupted. The image of a heavenly Pung appeared behind him, fusing with his fist as he directly attacked. This power was many times stronger than before. Clearly, he was angry. Lin Xian sneered, the seal of the great rock continued to be activated. The great rock seemed to have come alive, the flames on its body suddenly erupted, and directly rushed over. The two sides clashed, causing the heavens to fall and the earth to split. A wave of power rushed into the 9 heavens. Did he block it? Qing Feng was also surprised. That guy was able to block the Skypang's attack. In other words, he also had the battle prowess of a great saint. Bai Lifei was also shocked. Although he also had the battle prowess of a great saint, the two sides were different. He was at the peak of the Saint King realm. His opponent was only at the middle stage of the Saint King realm. His opponent was 2 cultivation levels lower than him, but his strength was actually not weaker than his. This was too heaven-defying. Those legendary imperial princes were nothing more than this. Could it be that this fellow was also an imperial prince? Who exactly are you? Bai Lifei roared crazily. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Since you attacked, you should also have a taste of my attack. An extremely terrifying light burst out from his eyes. The power of reincarnation was released, forming 2 reincarnation tablets that attacked. With a loud bang, the heavens and earth were suppressed. Everyone felt as if their souls were about to be torn apart, as if they were about to be sucked into reincarnation. Bai Lifei's soul was injured, and he kept retreating. His face was pale, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn it, what was this technique? Why did he feel as if he was facing a god just now? He was injured, and he could not believe how proud he was. Ever since he was born, other than a few specific people, he had never been defeated. But now, he had been defeated by someone younger than him. Furthermore, he still didn't know who his opponent was. But his opponent's strength and soul were really too terrifying. Beside him, Qing Feng's eyes burst out a shocking light. She stared at Lin Xian. This fellow was really out of her expectations. She did not expect Saint Origin Ancient City to have such a miraculous person. At the back, the people of the Duga clan were also stunned. Duga Xiaoyi's beautiful eyes were wide open. This was a peerless genius. Compared to Lin Xian, the geniuses from the clans that she had seen before were really too weak. Lin Xian was facing the top genius of the Heavenly Rock clan, and he was not at a disadvantage at all. In fact, he had easily crushed his opponent. At the side, Duguhai was also sweating cold sweat. Previously, his father had told him that Lin Xian was a peerless genius, but he did not believe it at all. He thought that the old man was exaggerating. But now, he saw Lin Xian's strength with his own eyes, and his hair stood on end. Thinking about how he had mocked and ridiculed him before, he felt a burst of fear. Was such a person someone he could offend? Lin Xian was only a middle saint king, and he was already so terrifying. If he became a great saint in the future, how terrifying would he be? If there were no accidents, such a person would be comparable to a great emperor when he grew up. Old man Dugu's eyes shone with a startling light. He was now even more determined to do his best to befriend Lin Xian. He knew that his grandson was fine. He shouted coldly, "Hurry up and thank Lin Gongzi." Dugale was dumbfounded. Hearing his grandfather's words, he also came back to his senses. He quickly went to Lin Gongzi and thanked Lin Gongzi for saving his life. To be honest, he was a little afraid of Lin Xian. Because Lin Xian was more terrifying and powerful than Bai Lifei. Such a person was not someone he could offend. "Young master, please follow me back to the family. I will definitely treat you well," Old man Dugu said with a smile. Lin Xian looked at him and said, "Old man, you guys go back first. I still have something to do here." "Alright, then we will go back first. Young master, be careful. If you have any difficulties, you must tell me. Our Dugu family will definitely do our best." Then, the people of Dugu family left. Lin Xian stood there and looked around. The people in the valley were whispering. They looked at Lin Xian with respect. Although it was a short battle, it showed how powerful and terrifying Lin Xian was. Probably no one dared to provoke him again. Bai Lifei did not attack again because he knew that the opponent was very strong, even stronger than him. He would only be at a disadvantage if he went up again. He gritted his teeth. He must find out who the opponent was. Qing Feng's beautiful eyes flickered. Interesting. I have to send someone to find out who he is. The two of them didn't know that the person standing in front of them was Lin Xian, the person they wanted to meet this time. What kind of expression would they have if they knew? Seeing that Lin Xian didn't leave, Bai Lifei gritted his teeth. He didn't want to stay here any longer. After all, he had been slapped in the face by Lin Xian, so he said, "Qing Feng, let's go." However, Qing Feng didn't have any intention of leaving. She said, "Why don't you go back first? I'll stay here for a while." As she spoke, her lips curled into a smile as she walked forward. This young master is really strong, but he looks very unfamiliar. Which clan is he from? The smile on Qing Feng's face made the world lose its radiance. She was beautiful, but she was usually very arrogant. Only a few people could make her smile like this. At this moment, Lin Xian also had the qualifications to do so. Qing Feng's origin was very terrifying. She came from the Phoenix clan, which was an emperor clan. She had seen too many geniuses. Strong people like Bai Lifei, who had the battle prowess of a great sage at the peak of the Sage King realm. But for sage kings like Lin Xian, who had the battle prowess of a great sage, it was really rare. Even if there were, they would be imperial princes and princesses with the bloodline of great emperors. Others couldn't be compared to them, but this Lin Xian in front of her didn't seem to be an imperial prince. This made her curious. If you want to know my identity, shouldn't you tell me your background first? Lin Xian glanced at her and said indifferently. I'm Qing Feng, from the Phoenix clan. Phoenix. Lin Xian was surprised. Suddenly, he thought of Qingqing. He wondered how that girl was doing. Morong Qingqing also had the Phoenix bloodline, and it was an extremely special 7-colored phoenix. If she met someone from the Phoenix clan, would she be in danger? Thinking of this, he sighed and turned around to leave. The smile on Qing Feng's face froze. She was stunned. What did he mean? Was he ignoring her? She didn't dare to believe it. She had never felt this way. Who was she? She was the proud daughter of Heaven of the Phoenix clan. Since she was young, there were too many young geniuses who were pursuing her. Who dared to ignore her? But now, someone had done it. Damn it, could it be that this fellow is blind? For the first time, Qing Feng doubted her own appearance. Could it be that this guy is doing this on purpose to make me angry and disturb my state of mind? She frowned and looked carefully. She wanted to see how long this guy could keep up the act. However, she realized that she was wrong. Following that, Lin Xian did not bother about her at all. Instead, he began to carefully explore the Void Valley. Moreover, he kept praising it. As expected of the place where the ancient sages came from, it was indeed extraordinary. Damn it, was he really being ignored? Qing Feng gritted his teeth and wanted to argue with him. She wanted to ask him why he was ignoring her. However, at this moment, a rainbow flew over from the distance. There was a figure standing on it, causing countless people to look over. The aura it carried was too mysterious and terrifying, to the point that everyone felt their bloodlines being suppressed. So scary, a top-notch expert has come. Everyone took a deep breath. Qing Feng's eyes lit up. She also felt the suppression from her bloodline. Who was it? She found it hard to believe such a person. When she saw the figure in white on the rainbow, Qing Feng was stunned. It was her. It was actually him. Had he also come here? The eyes of the young geniuses in the valley lit up. She was a beautiful fairy. Her temperament was otherworldly. It was as if she came from the immortal world. Someone walked up and revealed a handsome smile. Where did this fairy come from? How should I address her? Another person waved his fan and smiled. Fairy, are you here to comprehend the Spirit Ruins Valley? I'm familiar with this place. Why don't I introduce you? Figures surrounded her. On the rainbow, the figure in white said calmly, My name is Yan Ryu. I come from the Demon Emperor Mountain. Demon Emperor Mountain? Countless people were shocked. Even Qing Feng and Bai Lifei of the Heavenly Rock clan gasped. This place was not ordinary, especially the name Yan Ryu. It shocked them even more. The other party's background was too extraordinary. However, no one knew her exact identity. It seemed to be a mystery. Lin Xian was also stunned. It was her. He had not gone to the Demon Emperor Mountain to find her. He did not expect her to come herself. There was always a layer of mist around her that he could not see through. Thinking of this, Lin Xian's lips curled up. Sword chi surrounded his body, forming a ray of light that covered his respectful face. He had to test her strength later. If she recognized him, it would be difficult for him to make a move. In front, Yan Ryu stood on the rainbow and said in a deep voice, I've reached a bottleneck in my flame cultivation. I heard that the Spirit Ruins Valley has a connate spirit fire. I'm fated to obtain it. I wonder who can help me. I'm willing to be your helper. If I'm willing, I won't refuse. Many people spoke up. Yan Ryu shook her head. One person was enough. Whose flame was the strongest? Once she said that, everyone stopped talking. Whoever dared to claim to be the strongest would be attacked by the crowd. However, at this moment, a cold shout was heard. I'm the strongest. With that, a figure flew over like a heavenly rock. Bai Li Fei. Many people felt their scalps go numb. Although they had lost the chance to get close to Yan Ruyu, who dared to go against Bai Li Fei, the people of the heavenly rock race. Yan Ruyu was slightly surprised. She then nodded. It seems that they are afraid of you. That's fine too. Just give me a hand. With that, he waved his hand and a green flame appeared in his hand. It turned into a green lotus that bloomed continuously. A terrifying heat surged out. Everyone felt that their bodies were about to melt as they retreated. The heavenly rock's pupils shrank. In the next moment, he roared and formed his own pale golden flame to resist. It formed a flaming armor that blocked the power of the green lotus flames. Lin Xian's divine flame was still circling around. It seemed to be fearless. He did not make a move immediately. Instead, his eyes flickered. The Spirit Ruins Valley did have a connate spirit fire. However, it was very mysterious and difficult to find. Let's begin. Yan Ruyu waved her hand and the green lotus flame flew over, floating in the entire valley. Bai Li Fei used his own flame to form a golden heavenly rock that soared between heaven and earth. The two flames kept sweeping around, trying to find the connate spirit fire. Gradually, a blurry image appeared between heaven and earth. It seemed to be the shape of a cauldron, but it was too blurry and could not be seen clearly. Everyone held their breath. Was the Spirit Ruins cauldron and the connate spirit fire about to appear? Many people were shocked. Yan Ruyu's eyes also burst out with a shocking light. She looked at the blurry image and said in a low voice, "It's not enough. Continue." As he spoke, more green flames flew over. Green lotuses bloomed all over the valley. Everyone retreated to the edge of the valley because the pressure was too strong. Bai Li Fei's face turned pale. Should he continue? To be honest, he couldn't keep up. His opponent's strength was beyond his imagination. However, he didn't want to lose face in front of Yan Ruyu, so he clenched his teeth and continued. However, the power of the innate spiritual fire and the illusory cauldron was too terrifying. Bai Li Fei couldn't hold on any longer. In the end, he stepped back and spat out a mouthful of blood. His face turned pale. Yan Ruyu retracted her hand and the lotus flames disappeared. She frowned and looked at Bai Li Fei. She said calmly, "If you're not strong enough, don't force yourself out. You'll embarrass yourself." You. Bai Li Fei's face turned black and he spat out a few more mouthfuls of blood. Damn it, was he being looked down on? Yan Ruyu ignored him and looked around. Was there anyone else who was stronger than him? Is there anyone stronger than Bai Li Fei? The crowd was puzzled. Then, they looked at another person. Earlier, this guy had suppressed Bai Li Fei. Some said that it was just strength. Now that they were competing with flames, could this guy do it? Yan Ruyu also looked over, and her gaze landed on a figure. Lin Xian walked out and said, "Let me try." Sword light surrounded his body and his face couldn't be seen clearly. Yan Ruyu was confused. She felt that his aura was familiar but she didn't think too much about it. Alright, let's try again. I hope you're stronger than Tianpeng. Bai Li Fei clenched his teeth and looked at Lin Xian. He wanted to see how his opponent was going to deal with this. He admitted that Lin Xian had once suppressed him in terms of strength, but so what? To make the innate spiritual fire come out, strength wasn't enough. It required a terrifying flame. Did this guy have it? But soon, he was stunned because he realized that Lin Xian really did have it. Lin Xian waved his hand and the 9 suns divine fire flew out. It was like a sun that shone in the sky. The terrifying flame aura caused everyone's face to change. Bai Li Fei's pupils shrank. Damn it, how could his flame be so powerful? Although they were both golden flames, he felt that the other party's golden flames were not any weaker than his sky flames. Who exactly was this person? Qing Feng was also surprised. What a terrifying flame. She was getting more and more interested in Lin Xian. Even Yan Ruyu was stunned. This flame was like the sun, which made her feel even more familiar. Could it be him? Her lips curled into a smile as she formed a seal with her palms. The green lotus flame flew out and bloomed between heaven and earth. On the other side, the 9 suns' divine flame had turned into 9 suns that were revolving between heaven and earth. The two worked together, causing the illusory cauldron that had appeared before to reappear. Innate fire danced inside. Furthermore, the appearance of the cauldron was becoming clearer and clearer. It was coming out soon. Innate spirit fire. Countless people exclaimed. Bai Lifei was shocked. He gritted his teeth so hard that they were about to shatter. How was that possible? The other party had really used it. Damn it, he was no match for his opponent in terms of flames, which made him feel a huge sense of defeat. He had lost to his opponent twice. Lin Xian was also surprised. What a terrifying flame aura. At that moment, he heard a voice beside him. I knew it. Such terrifying flames and sword chi. It was indeed you. I didn't expect you to have already come to Holy Abyss Ancient City. I told you before that I was at Demon Emperor Mountain. Why didn't you come to find me? Lin Xian smiled bitterly. It seemed that the other party had recognized him. He had said that he wanted to wait for things here to settle down before looking for him. Who would have thought that he would come early? Right, what was the use of this innate spirit fire? What a terrifying aura. And what was that illusory cauldron? That illusory cauldron should be the broken spirit void cauldron. This innate spirit fire was related to the spirit void cauldron. If you could absorb it, it would be extremely beneficial to your flame. But don't be anxious. Let's wait until the innate spirit fire is completely out. Alright. Lin Xian nodded. Since the other party had recognized him, he wouldn't hide anymore. He activated the 9 suns' divine flame with all his might. In front of him, the innate spirit fire was becoming clearer and clearer. It suddenly exploded, forming a terrifying flame that was vast and mighty. It really appeared. Everyone's eyes turned red. This was the legendary innate spirit fire. Had it appeared in front of them? Quick, swallow the innate spirit fire and it would greatly increase the flame. It could even help them break through. Some people immediately rushed over. Everyone here was a flame expert. Some threw out terrifying pagodas, while others took out terrifying cauldrons to absorb the innate spirit fire. However, as soon as they got close to the innate spirit fire, they burned. No! They screamed. 3 experts were instantly turned into ashes. The others were also severely burned. Their faces were filled with fear. Stupid things. Do you think you can get the innate spirit fire? Bai Lifei looked at the scene and sneered. Let me do it. He attacked forcefully. An illusion of a canopy appeared behind his back, and it rushed over with overwhelming force. On the other side, Qing Feng snorted. Green flames appeared in his eyes. He turned into a phoenix and danced between heaven and earth. At this moment, the two of them attacked with all their might. The innate spirit fire was also very useful to them. It was terrifying. The others retreated. They didn't dare to provoke Bai Lifei. Moreover, they realized that Qing Feng was from the Phoenix clan. This was even more terrifying. The two of them had the combat power of a great sage. The two of them worked together and swept the area, forcing the others to retreat from the valley. Then, the two of them charged towards the innate spirit fire. They were courting death. Lin Xian snorted coldly and punched out. The 9 suns between heaven and earth were about to fall, transforming into 9 golden crows that charged towards the heavenly Peng. On the other side, Yan Ruyu's expression was also cold. She waved her hand and countless young lotuses gathered in her hand. She slashed forward. Boom boom, the phoenix illusion was immediately sent flying and became dim. Qing Feng's body shook and his face turned pale. He gritted his teeth and said, Yan Ruyu, take my strongest attack. If you can block it, I'll leave immediately. Phoenix Dance of the 9 Heavens. Qing Feng activated the phoenix bloodline to the extreme and attacked with her strongest attack. The sound of the phoenix rang out. At this moment, the endless void shattered. Everyone felt that their bodies were about to split open. This flame was really terrifying. Green Lotus Sword Song. Yan Ryu was facing such a terrifying attack. He formed a seal with his hands and the surrounding fire lotuses turned into huge green flame swords that swept in all directions. In an instant, sword chi covered the sky and covered the earth. Boom, boom, both of them were consummate skills. After one attack, the sky full of green lotuses bloomed and became even brighter. On the other hand, the phoenix dance of the 9 heavens was completely shattered. You're really as strong as the legends say. I admit defeat. Qingfeng quickly retreated and left the valley. It couldn't be helped. Although her status and talent were strong, Yan Ryu was a legendary figure. Her identity and origin were extremely mysterious. Hence, Qingfeng didn't feel embarrassed losing to such a person. Qingfeng gave up, but Bai Lifei didn't. He shouted and unleashed the terrifying heavenly rock 9 slashes towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian sneered. A defeated opponent dared to fight. He formed a rock shadow and swept in all directions. The golden rock carried the power of divine fire and bloomed between heaven and earth, colliding with the sky. The two forces were really too terrifying. In an instant, the heavenly rock trembled as if it was about to split open. So strong. The other party was really too terrifying. Even the heavenly rock 9 slashes couldn't do anything to the other party. 9 slashes and 1, heavenly rock slays the dragon. The heavenly rock phantom behind him became even more realistic, as if it had crossed through time and space. The terrifying claws wanted to tear everything apart. The flames that filled the sky were torn apart, and the rock was also torn apart. It quickly charged towards Lin Xian. The people outside the valley were stunned when they saw this scene. As expected of the Heavenly Rock clan's bloodline, it was really too strong. Legend had it that the Heavenly Rock ate dragons. Everyone felt that Lin Xian might not be able to block it. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Heavenly Rock slays the dragon. Today, you can slaughter one. Look, his bloodline was also activated. Terrifying phantoms appeared behind him one after another. There was a Tyrannosaurus Rex baring its fangs and brandishing its claws, a sword dragon that swept through the 9 heavens, and an incomparably terrifying sea dragon. Each of them looked down on the world. That terrifying aura made everyone's soul almost split open. What a terrifying aura of the Tao of Dragons. Was he from the Dragon Clan? The surrounding people all went crazy. The Tyrannosaurus Rex roared towards the sky and waved its claws, blocking the sharp claws of the heavenly rock. Large cracks appeared between heaven and earth. The sword dragon rushed out. The scales on its back turned into divine swords that pierced the clouds. The heavenly rock phantom was forced back. There were even many places that were pierced. The sea dragon swept out, swallowing it with the power of 10,000 seas. The 10,000 dragons fought the heavenly rock and finally tore it apart. Bai Lifei retreated, his body torn apart. He retreated with a face full of shock. He didn't dare to attack again. It was true that the heavenly rock slayed dragons, but it was only an ordinary dragon. If the dragon race was strong enough, they could also kill the sky pung. There was nothing absolute in this world. Everything depended on one's strength. Right now, he could not defeat these dragon shadows in front of him. Alright, now that the flies have been cleared, the two of us can collect the innate spirit fire. Lin Xian walked forward. On the other side, Yan Ryu was also blooming lotuses with each step. The two of them came to the front and felt the tremendous power coming from the innate spiritual fire. They were about to take action. However, at this moment, the void split open. Terrifying black flame swept out. One blade was aimed at Lin Xian, while the other blade was aimed at Yan Ryu. Clang. Lin Xian flipped his hand and unleashed the great rock spreading wings, slamming into the black flames and emitting a deafening sound. The entire valley began to shake violently. On the other side, Yan Ryu used the green lotus sword song and pierced through the black flames. Her eyes shone with a sharp light. Was there anyone else? Lin Xian coldly snorted. Who was it that didn't know the difference between life and death? Get out here. Two young men. Wanting to obtain the innate spirit fire was just a pipe dream. Get out of here obediently and I'll spare your lives. Endless black flames condensed in the sky, forming an old man with a pagoda floating in his hand. The people outside the valley were terrified. Who was this? A true great saint had come. Someone's pupils shrank. I know him. His name is Mo Shan. Not only is he a great saint, but he's also very terrifying. He's ranked 5000th on the Saint Origin list. What, to be able to be on the Saint Origin list, how terrifying was his strength? Not to mention being ranked 5000th. He was definitely an extremely terrifying existence. Those two young men were in danger. Yes, although those two had the combat strength of a great saint, they were probably still a little weaker than a true great saint. Not to mention a terrifying victory like Emotion's. Even if they were in the same realm, the gap between them was huge. Some people could instantly kill experts of the same realm. Emotion was a very terrifying existence among the great saints. Hearing the discussion outside, Emotion sneered. Did you hear that? I'm not someone you can challenge. Get out of here. As he spoke, the black flames under his feet turned into a hellfire python, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. Sigh, reckless. Seems like I have to use some tricks. Yanryu sighed. Lin Xian sneered. How dare you be arrogant in front of me just because you're ranked 5000th, get out of here. The people outside had all gone crazy. These two youngsters were too reckless. Emotion's face sank. It's been a long time since someone dared to challenge me. Since the two of you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. In his opinion, the two of them were just reckless. But this time, he was wrong. These two young men couldn't be looked at with ordinary eyes. Yanryu was extremely mysterious and had a super weapon. And Lin Xian was ranked 3000th on the Saint Origin list. Compared to Emotion, he was much higher. The black flames that filled the sky condensed and covered the sky, enveloping the entire valley. Retreat. The surrounding people retreated. At this moment, they didn't dare to go forward. Because the hellfire python in front was too terrifying. They were afraid that after the hellfire python, these people would be turned into ashes. A mere hellfire python dared to fight against a real dragon? Lin Xian laughed. The 1000 dragon bloodline behind him exploded again. He swept across the area. People from the dragon race? The great sage of Emotion frowned and sneered. He would kill the dragon race too. He waved the black pagoda in his hand. This was his weapon, a great sage weapon. With one attack, the power of the hellfire python became even more terrifying. It was a great sage weapon, the people outside felt the aura and were even more frightened. Although they couldn't see, they knew that the battle would end soon. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Lin Xian sneered. With a wave of his hand, the heaven-devouring jar appeared. A terrifying aura exploded and swallowed all the hellfire python. Then, with an even more terrifying power, it rushed towards the great sage of Emotion. Damn it, you can actually block my great sage weapon. Emotion was shocked. He realized that Lin Xian also had an incredible treasure. After dealing with this woman, he charged towards Yanryu. Yanryu snorted. A green lotus appeared behind her and swayed gently. The sky fell and the earth cracked. The great sage of Emotion's body instantly turned into a bloody mist. Even his weapon, the pagoda, became dim and was about to shatter. He was terrified. It was as if he had seen the most terrifying thing. Half of his sage blood burned and severed heaven and earth, while the other half took his soul and great sage item and escaped with his life. The void broke open and Emotion escaped like a stray dog. The people outside were stunned. What was that black shadow? It seemed to be the great sage of Emotion. Was he injured and escaped? Everyone was dumbfounded. They didn't dare to believe it. Qing Feng and Bai Lifei sucked in a cold breath. What happened inside? Such a shocking scene was hard to believe. At this moment, no one dared to enter the valley. It was as if the Spirit Void Valley had become a land of death. In the valley, Yanryu looked at Lin Xian in shock. She was surprised that Lin Xian had managed to get his hands on the heaven-devouring jar. Lin Xian was even more shocked. Firstly, Yanryu was able to recognize the heaven-devouring jar immediately. Secondly, the green lotus behind Yanryu was so terrifying that it sent chills down Lin Xian's spine. Lin Xian felt that it was weaker than his great dragon sword soul. Yanryu's trump card was indeed powerful. Lin Xian wondered what the true identity of this woman was. Alright, time to collect the Khanate spiritual fire. Yan Ryu smiled as the green lotus behind her disappeared. Lin Xian nodded and controlled the heaven-devouring jar to start devouring the connate spiritual fire. The connate spiritual fire was equally terrifying and its power was comparable to that of a great sage. In fact, it was even more terrifying than the great sage of the demonic mountain. However, Lin Xian and Yan Ryu had many tricks up their sleeves and it was not a problem for them to control the connate spiritual fire. In the following days, the two of them cultivated in the Spirit Ruin Valley. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed and the people outside had already left. It was not that they did not want to enter, but they could sense a fatal danger the moment they entered. Even a great sage would not be able to enter, let alone them. Qing Feng and Bai Lifei left as well. There was no need for them to wait any longer. Only the Spirit Ruin Valley ahead of them had turned into a land of death. There were towering flames rumbling continuously. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed. Lin Xian was still absorbing the connate spiritual fire. On the other hand, Saint Origin Ancient City was bustling with activity again. It was time for the annual test of the 3 main orthodoxies. Lin Xian wondered how many Skyprides would be able to enter this year. The True Path sect was still bustling with activity. There were 2 figures in the crowd. One of them was surrounded by ice that made one shiver. As for the other person, there was a red leaf circling around his fingertip. With a smile on his face, the 2 of them entered the testing grounds. They passed the test successfully. Not only that, the 2 of them started to challenge the experts on the stars ranking the next day. Both of them successfully made it to the stars ranking. One of them was ranked 100 on the stars ranking while the other was ranked 87. This caused the people of the Dao sect to go into an uproar. Another top-tier genius had come this time? Heavens, the man with the red leaf was even more terrifying. She was even more terrifying than Fairy Jiu. So what? Currently, Fairy Jiu was ranked 30th on the new list. These newcomers couldn't compare to him at all. Senior Brother Fu, this is indeed the Dao sect. It's really strong. Every single person here is much stronger than the ones we've seen before. Lu Yuan looked at the figures in front of him with excitement. Fu Hongya also took a deep breath. It's fine. Although we've just entered, we'll definitely strive for greater heights. These 2 people were Fu Hongya and Lu Yuan. Previously, the 2 of them had been cultivating in the Xiantian Pavilion. From the looks of it, they had already left the Xiantian Pavilion. He began to travel around the buried Emperor Star. On the 10th day of his arrival at the Dao sect, a piece of news swept over. Fu Hongya and Lu Yuan were both shocked. It was said that a lot of treasures were lost in the Dragon Palace overnight. They saw a monkey appearing and disappearing like a ghost and were now pursuing it with all their might. There was even a cauldron of pills condensed from more than 10 types of dragon blood that were stolen. The people of the Dragon Palace went crazy. This cauldron of pills was meant for the Dragon Crown Prince. Now that it was lost, they couldn't bear the consequences. Thus, they frantically searched for that monkey. They definitely wouldn't let him go. Divine Residence. The Crimson Dragon and the others were anxiously waiting. That fellow Little White had been gone for so long. Was there any problem? The Toad said. Don't worry, little guy. He might not be good at other things, but he's definitely good at finding treasures. Just as he was speaking, a white figure jumped onto his head. He's back. The Toad cried out in alarm. The Crimson Dragon waved his hand and a formation enveloped the residence. He said, "How is it?" Little White took down the treasure bowl and poured out the things inside, piling them up into a small mountain. Nalan Liang's eyes were wide open. Yuren was also so scared that his scalp went numb. When had he ever seen so many treasures? He reckoned that the rewards he received in 10 years weren't even this much. Little White picked up a few good-looking fruits and said, "These are mine. You guys can split the rest." Little guy, you did well. The Toad's mouth was crooked from smiling. The Crimson Dragon and the others' eyes were also shining. These things were definitely a shocking amount of wealth. In particular, he found a pill furnace that was emitting smoke. After opening it, he found 9 pills, each of them sparkling and translucent. There seemed to be a dragon's shadow revolving around it. What a terrifying pill. Nalan Liang and the others were shocked. The Crimson Dragon's eyes also lit up. It was made from more than 10 types of dragon blood. It was a great supplement. Little White blinked his big eyes as if it was delicious. However, it looked too ugly. He looked at the beautiful spirit fruit in his hand and the radiant dragon core. It seemed to be very difficult to make a decision. At this time, the entire sky outside rang out. Roars rang out one after another. Terrifying souls hid the sky and covered the earth as they searched. The formation kept shaking. Nalan Liang's scalp went numb. What was going on outside? Yuren said. I'll go out and investigate. He walked out of the formation and quickly investigated. Soon, he returned with a pale face. The people of the Dragon Palace had gone crazy. The toad said, it must be because of this furnace of pills. Nalan Liang said, why don't we hand it over? This pill looks extraordinary. If we really take it, the Dragon Palace will go crazy and attack us. The Crimson Dragon said, don't be afraid. How can we hand over something that is already in our hands? Besides, do they have evidence? The Crimson Dragon took out 2 dragon cores. He said, these 2 are for Lin Brat. We'll quickly divide the rest. If they couldn't find evidence, then it would be slander. They were all dumbfounded. Nalan Liang and Yuren also said, do we have a share too? The toad said, of course. Everyone has a share in the divine abode. Boss, you'll be my big brothers forever. Nalan Liang exclaimed. Yuren was so emotional that he cried. I'll follow you forever. Next, Nalan Liang and the fishmen each received 1. The remaining ones were divided among the Crimson Dragon, the Toad, and Little White. 2 were left for Lin Xian. After these people swallowed, they felt as if a volcano was erupting in their bodies. It was as if their meridians were about to shatter. Damn it, what terrifying power. Roar, roar, roar. At the same time, endless dragon roars came from their bodies, resounding through the 9 heavens. Not good. The expressions of the toad and the others changed. They didn't expect the power of this pill to be above their imagination. The sound spread out in an instant. It was too late for them to use the formation to suppress it. So much so that everyone in the Dao sect heard it. It was as if 10,000 dragons were born. Damn it. When the people of the Dragon Palace heard this sound, their eyes instantly turned red. They rushed over. When they arrived at the divine abode and saw the terrifying dragon aura below, they all roared. The thing was here. Kill. They attacked. The array below rolled and released a terrifying force that forced them back. The people from Dragon Palace were shocked. This was impossible. This array formation was too terrifying. Who was the one who set it up? They were discovered. The Crimson Dragon's expression changed. In the next moment, they put away their treasures as if they were facing a great enemy. The people inside, listen up. Get the hell out here. How dare you steal the treasures of Dragon Palace? You must be tired of living. Exclamations of shock and anger could be heard. The other people in Taoist sect were also shocked. Who were these people? How dare they target Dragon Palace? Someone said that this was Baizhen's residence in the past, but it was taken away by Lin Xian and the rest. Was it Lin Xian and the rest? They were shocked. These people were too daring. What should they do? Nalan Liang and the rest were terrified. Should they teleport away first? No, the surroundings had been sealed. The Crimson Dragon frowned. He looked around and then flew into the sky. Through the formation, he looked outside. Why did you come to my residence? How dare you steal the treasures of Dragon Palace? Hand them over obediently and kneel on the ground. Otherwise, you are dead. What a joke. Which eye of yours saw me steal your treasures? Show me the evidence. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. The dragon roar from before was the evidence. The Crimson Dragon laughed. Are you crazy? What kind of evidence is the dragon roar? Ben Huang is a dragon. Can't Ben Huang sing here? With that, the Crimson Dragon roared a few more times. The terrifying dragon roar shook the 9 heavens, causing everyone's blood to freeze. This guy's bloodline is so strong. The people from Taoist sect were shocked. Someone said, I think Dragon Palace made a mistake. That was indeed the dragon's roar. This dragon must have been cultivating some kind of secret technique. The people from Dragon Palace also looked cold. Are you trying to lie to us? Then we will search for you personally. They flew down and quickly attacked the array formation. The formation shook. Although it was set up by Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon, its power was formidable. However, if these people from Dragon Palace continued to attack, it would not take long for it to be broken. After all, there were too many people from Dragon Palace. Damn it, what should I do? Nalan Liang gritted his teeth. The toad said. He was going to fight it out with them. However, Yuren stepped forward. Brother Long, Brother Toad, there was no need to fight with them. The Dao sect had its rules. He took a deep breath and shouted to the people from the Dragon Palace outside. According to the rules of the True Path sect, the residence was protected and no one was allowed to attack. Otherwise, they would be killed without mercy. Yuren had a nervous expression. To be honest, he did not dare to resist the people of Dragon Palace. But these days, when he was with Lin Xian and the others, he gradually became more confident. Furthermore, Lin Xian and the others treated him very well. They even gave him dragon pills to eat. At the critical moment, he had to step up. Compared to Nalan Liang, the Crimson Dragon, and the others, Yuren had come a few years earlier. Therefore, he was more familiar with the rules of the True Path sect. Hearing this, the Crimson Dragon asked, Is what you said true? Yuren nodded. It's true. As long as you stay here for a while, you will know the rules of the True Path sect. Indeed, as one of the three great orthodoxies, how could the orthodoxies kill each other? The True Path sect would definitely not allow it. Unless it was a battle of life and death, even if it was a challenge for ranking, they would not kill. Haha. The toad was amused. He jumped up and said, Dragon Palace people, if you dare to attack again, don't blame us for informing the elders. Let the True Path sect punish you. Damn it. The people from Dragon Palace gritted their teeth. They stared at Yuren. They originally thought that the toad, the Crimson Dragon, and the others had just arrived and would not understand the rules. Who would have thought that the other party would bring out the sect rules in an instant? Let them attack again. The surrounding people were also discussing spiritedly. Just you wait. Don't think that we can't attack just because of the sect rules. One day, you will regret it. The people from Dragon Palace gritted their teeth. They hurried back to report to Lon Zilu. Lon Zilu's expression changed. Even something as important as the dragon elixir was lost. The Dragon Crown Prince would definitely be furious when he found out. Someone at the side said, Why don't we attack quickly and kill our way in before the elders react and snatch the dragon elixir back? No. Lon Zilu shook his head. Although he was from Dragon Palace, they did not dare to challenge the sect rules. How about this? Gather all the people on the stars ranking and hold a gathering. Aren't the dragon and the toad on the stars ranking? At that time, they would have to participate. This way, they could directly challenge them, defeat them, and even cripple them. Everything would make sense. Lon Zilu's eyes shone with an extremely cold light. The other party was still too weak to fight with Dragon Palace. Yes, we understand. My subordinates, hurry up and take action. In an instant, the undercurrent in the True Path sect was surging. A gathering about the stars ranking was quickly starting. Spirit Void Valley was covered in flames. It had become a land of death. There were no living creatures in the surroundings. Even the demonic beasts had left. On this day, two figures opened their eyes one after another in the valley. Lin Xian stood up and roared towards the sky. The 9 suns' divine fire on his body had become even more terrifying. His 9 suns' divine body had improved. His physique and strength were stronger than before. If he were to meet Bai Li Fei now, he would probably be able to completely crush him with just his strength. He was confident that he could defeat him with a single punch. The increase in strength caused Lin Xian's eyes to shine with a cold light. Previously, he had already reached the 3000th rank in the Sacred Abyss Tower. Now, it seemed that he could continue to break through. On the other side, Yan Ruyu's lips curled into a smile. As expected of the innate spiritual fire. It actually helped me break through my bottleneck. What are you planning to do next? Lin Xian asked with a smile. He said, there is a sacred abyss tower in wholly distant ancient city. It's very unique. Why don't you give it a try? However, Yan Ruyu shook her head. No need. I have another cultivation method. What about you? She looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian said, I'm going back to the Path sect to rest for a few days before heading to the sacred abyss tower. Why don't you follow me back to the Path sect? Yan Ruyu nodded. I also want to see the legendary three great orthodoxies. The two of them soared into the sky and left the spiritual ruins valley. At the same time, the terrifying flames in the spiritual ruins valley also disappeared. The Path sect. It had become much livelier. Many experts had returned because a grand event was about to begin. The Dragon Palace was hosting the Stars ranking gathering. Divine Talisman. The Crimson Dragon, Toad, and the others had naturally received the invitation. The Crimson Dragon's face turned cold. Humph. Are they trying to get us to go out? Nalan Liang said, ignore them. We'll just stay in the sect and see what they can do. However, the Crimson Dragon frowned. No, we have to go. Don't forget our goal. We will definitely establish a sect in the future. That will take in a lot of people. If I don't go now, I'll be a coward. Who will dare to come to the Divine Union in the future? Indeed, everyone nodded. However, Toad said that we don't have enough people. Although we are strong individually, we will be at a disadvantage if the other party attacks us one after another. Don't worry, I have already sent a message to Lin Xian. He said that he is on his way back. Is that kid coming back? They heaved a sigh of relief. They were clear about Lin Xian's strength. Now that he was back, there shouldn't be much danger on their side. At this moment, the array outside flickered again. Someone is coming. The Crimson Dragon frowned. Are the people from the Dragon Palace here again? A cold killing intent appeared in his eyes. However, when he saw the two figures outside, he was stunned. Who are they? Nalan Liang was puzzled. The Crimson Dragon smiled. They were Lin Xian's former sect mates and old friends. He waved his hand and the array opened. At the same time, he flew over. The two of you are here. Brother Dragon, it is indeed you. The two people who came were Fu Hongye and Lu Yuan. Previously, they didn't know that the Crimson Dragon and the others were also in the Dao sect. However, when the Dragon Palace besieged them previously, they were among the spectators and saw the Crimson Dragon through the array. They were shocked. Fu Hongye asked, where is little martial uncle? Is he here? On the way back, the Crimson Dragon waved his hand and said, it is good that you are here. This way, our three alliances will have another force. The two of them were on the same side. The Crimson Dragon quickly explained the situation. Fu Hongye and Lu Yuan nodded after hearing it. No problem. We will naturally stand on little martial uncle's side. From now on, we are members of the Divine Union. Alright, let's get ready to participate in the Stars List gathering. Dragon Palace, inside a spiritual mountain. A lady in blue waved her hand. Around her was an extremely terrifying ice domain. There were all sorts of snowy mountains and valleys that could freeze everything. A Sage King would probably turn into an ice sculpture in an instant. Boom, boom. Not only that, but the ice in the ice domain condensed into two ice dragons. They roared between heaven and earth, their terrifying aura shocking everyone. Ice Dragon Palm. With a strike of his palm, two ice dragons flew out. Wherever they passed, the world was sealed in ice. The blue-clothed woman retracted her palm and heaved a sigh of relief. The aura of the Tao of Dragon was indeed powerful. That strike wasn't any weaker than a peerless divine ability. Little sister, it seems like your strength has increased again. Lan Jilu walked over and said with a smile. You can shine brightly in this Stars List gathering. Lan Jilu nodded. She said, this time, I have the confidence to fight for the top 10. Her beautiful eyes sparkled as she asked, brother, do you think Lin Xian will come? Lan Jiu's eyes flashed with a cold light when he mentioned the other party. That coward had not appeared for a few times already. Lan Jilu had said that regardless of whether he would come or not, the people around him would definitely die. Brother, he's here. Let me do it myself. I'll let him know the difference between us. Don't worry, I'll leave him to you. Lan Jilu said faintly. He was very confident in his sister. In another part of the forest, a dreamlike man walked out. There were many demonic beasts around him that had collapsed, their auras gone. In the distance, some Tao sect disciples saw this scene and felt their scalps go numb. This person's soul was so terrifying. Who was he? He should have entered the Tao sect with Fairy Jiu. He was called Dream Eater Wolf. After he came, he was even more low-key than Lin Xian. It was as if he had never appeared before. Who would have thought that he would be so terrifying? I feel that he can enter the top 30 of the stars list. This stars list gathering is really lively. Fairy Jiu's strength has increased greatly. I'm afraid that she will be even more terrifying. Now, another Dream Eater Wolf has appeared. Also, Lin Xian's friends are all very terrifying. I wonder what the final outcome will be. Some people exclaimed while others sneered. Don't worry, no matter how strong they are not a match for the Dragon Palace. At this moment, many people were rushing to the Tao sect. Lin Xian and Yan Ruyu were among them. The speed of the two of them was not fast. Because they did not care. Instead, they were very calm, as if they were playing. This was also Yan Ruyu's first time in the Holy Abyss ancient city. Lin Xian had been to a few relics of the sages before. Therefore, he was leading Yan Ryu to experience the laws of the sages. At this moment, the sound of fighting came from the forest ahead. Lin Xian looked down and saw a purple demon bull roaring at the sky. A terrifying murderous aura swept in all directions. It was fighting with a man. The sword in his hand was like an agile snake that attacked continuously. He retreated as he fought. Although he was at a disadvantage, he was still at ease. People of the Tao sect? Looking at the clothes and totems on these people, Lin Xian squinted his eyes. However, that was not what he was concerned about. What he was concerned about was the purple demon bull. Something was wrong. It seemed to be controlled. What's wrong? Yan Ryu said as she looked down in shock. Someone had taken control of this demonic beast and even changed its soul. Lin Xian was surprised. He did not expect Yan Ryu to notice it instantly. He also nodded. Indeed, he did not know which soul expert it was. This soul change was very subtle. Even Lin Xian was surprised. Therefore, he was prepared to investigate. The two landed and flew forward. A few figures below saw the scene and were shocked. Someone was coming, and they were heading towards the purple thunder demon bull. Did they not want to live? Although this purple thunder demon bull was only a middle saint king, it was a strange beast of heaven and earth. It was very terrifying and had infinite strength. The man who used the spirit snake sword technique snorted. Quickly dodge. Do you not want to live? However, he found that Lin Xian and Yan Ryu did not seem to care. They directly approached the purple thunder demon bull. The purple thunder demon bull roared. Its eyes bloomed. Terrifying lightning stared at Lin Xian and Yan Ryu. Seeing this, the spirit sword man snorted. He threw out a scroll. The terrifying laws on it exploded. Only then did he stop the purple thunder demon bull. In the next moment, he came beside the two and said, "Do you two really not want to live? In order to save you, I wasted one of my treasures." Lin Xian turned his head and sighed. He did not need the other party. However, since the other party had made a move, he nodded. "Thank you for your kindness. If you know, then quickly retreat. This guy is very powerful." He saw that Lin Xian was also a middle saint king, so he reminded him. However, at this time, the purple thunder demon bull was slightly injured because of the power of the scroll. It roared to the sky. Lightning continuously condensed on its body. Then, his body expanded to a height of 1,000 feet. In its hand, lightning condensed, forming a giant axe. It slashed towards Lin Xian and the others. Not good. The youth's expression changed drastically, but Lin Xian and Yan Ryu's expressions remained calm. Lin Xian wanted to attack, but at this time, he was stunned and looked to the side. A figure streaked across the sky like a bolt of lightning, splitting everything in its path. The purple thunder demonic bull's huge body was split in half and fell to the ground. The earth split open and blood flowed in all directions. Was it dead? The spirit snake youth was stunned. Then he smiled. Great, it was his senior brother. He turned his head and saw a man in a white robe walking in the air towards him. It was him. He looked at Lin Xian and said, "Young man, sometimes you have to know when to advance and when to retreat. With your strength, it's hard to fight against this demonic bull. So the next time you meet such a demonic beast, try to escape." In his opinion, the only reason Lin Xian and the others were able to survive this time was because he had intervened. Otherwise, they would have died without a doubt. Lin Xian said, "I just felt that this lightning bull was a little strange, so I wanted to investigate it." He was telling the truth. However, the other party shook his head and sneered. He really didn't know what was good for him. The spirit snake youth said, "Looking at your clothes, you must be from the Dao sect." "We are too. This is my senior brother, Xianxia. He is ranked third in the Dao sect." Xianxia also looked at Lin Xian. "You're also from the Dao sect?" Lin Xian nodded. "Yes, I just joined the Dao sect." Xianxia understood. "So it's a new disciple." "Forget it, you're lucky to have met me. There are a few demonic beasts here that are not weaker than this lightning bull. If you go alone, it will be very dangerous. Follow me." After saying this, he looked ahead. Actually, he wasn't looking at Lin Xian, but Yan Ruyu. Yan Ruyu's jade-like beauty shocked even him. He asked, "I wonder who this fairy is?" "I'm his friend," Yan Ruyu said indifferently, not paying much attention to him. Xianxia was surprised. He didn't expect Lin Xian, a middle-stage Saint King, to have such a beautiful friend. However, he didn't care about the other party's cold attitude. Maybe she came from somewhere else and hadn't seen many geniuses. He believed that as long as he displayed some strength, the other party would fall in love with him. "Let's go. Xianxia will lead the way." The spirit snake youth also walked over and said, "How was it? That one-hit sure kill move just now, isn't it powerful? That's my senior brother's ultimate technique. White crane palm." "Are you shocked?" Lin Xian said, not paying much attention. Indeed, he didn't pay attention to Xianxia. Although Xianxia was ranked third on the star's ranking, he didn't put him in his eyes at all. He was curious from the beginning. Who changed the soul of this demonic bull, didn't care? That young man was stunned. Then, he said, "You said you didn't see it clearly, right? With your cultivation, how could you have seen it clearly? You can't keep up with my speed." Finally, he said, "You're going to watch the stars list gathering this time, right? At that time, you will see my senior brother shine again. Up ahead." Xianxia also smiled. This time, he had the confidence to fight for first place. Therefore, when the time came for him to display his powerful strength, this beautiful woman would come to his side. Seeing the two of them so proud, Lin Xian found it funny. Beside him, Yan Ryu also shook her head slightly. They were indeed people from two different worlds. However, they were in the sky while the other party was on the ground. Lin Xian didn't say anything. After all, he was going to return to the Dao sect. It wasn't a bad idea to let the other party lead the way. It would save him a lot of trouble. At this moment, the Dao sect was completely bustling. The experts on the stars list had all returned. There were also some who were training outside. This time, they were going to compete. Stars list. They were going to be famous. Near the ancient arena, there were many spectator stands. Some places were even condensed by the laws, forming pavilions and palaces. Some floated in the clouds, while others stood on the ground. The people sitting here were all extraordinary. The top 10 on the stars list each had their own palace. As the third on the stars list, Xianxia naturally had his own palace. At this moment, he led Lin Xian and the others into the palace. Some Dao sect disciples surrounded them. Apart from that, there were also some battle servants and maids. These were all Xianxia's subordinates. As the new third on the stars list, Xianxia also opened his own palace. At this moment, these subordinates were serving tea and water. The spirit snake youth looked at Lin Xian. The two of them said, "Take a seat." Suddenly, he realized that the two of them had already sat down. They didn't seem to be nervous at all. These two guys were really weird. However, they probably didn't know what was going to happen. Although Lin Xian was a Dao sect disciple, he had just joined the sect not long ago. He probably didn't even know what the stars list was. When his senior brother revealed his identity, this guy would probably be scared silly. He couldn't wait to see the shocked expressions of Lin Xian and Xianxiao. Thinking of this, the spirit snake youth ran over and asked, "Senior brother, we have a chance to fight for the top spot this time, right?" Xianxiao said, "Yes. This time, I'm stronger than before." However, he didn't know how many experts would appear this time. The spirit snake youth said, "I heard that Fairy Zayu is very powerful. She will definitely be able to enter the top 10 this time. She might even be able to enter the top 5. I'm afraid that when she grows up, she will be able to dominate the world." Xianxiao nodded. Fairy Zayu was indeed very talented. It wouldn't be a problem for her to enter the top 5. However, to dominate the world? I'm afraid not. Right now, your eyes are only on the Dao sect. Other than the Dao sect, there are 2 other orthodoxies. There's even the scarier glory list. That's where the real experts compete. Countless great sages yearn to be there. If you can enter the glory list, even if it's the last place, you will be able to dominate the world. So powerful. The spirit snake youth and the rest were stunned. They didn't know that Lin Xian, who they looked down on, was the 3000th person on the glory list. If they knew, they would probably be scared silly. Someone was coming. Suddenly, Xianxiao raised his head and looked outside. A group of people walked in majestically from the outside. Their auras were extremely majestic. Many people stepped aside. It was the people from the Dragon Palace. The spirit snake youth also looked over and exclaimed. Fairy Zayu was among them. At this moment, Lan Zayu had dressed up meticulously. She looked like an ice goddess. The cold aura around her frightened many people. Fairy Zayu, outside, many disciples of the Dao sect had already started shouting and becoming her followers. They couldn't help it. Fairy Zayu was extremely beautiful and talented. A fairy like her would naturally be pursued by countless people. Xianxiao raised his head and looked over. His eyes were burning with passion. However, he then looked at Yanruyu. He thought to himself, Fairy Zayu is also a genius. However, compared to this woman in white, she's still lacking. Moreover, this woman in white was obviously inexperienced. Hence, he felt that he had a higher chance of winning Yanruyu. Thinking of this, he decided to perform well later. Not only Lan Jiu, but many experts from the Dragon Palace had also come. Even Lan Zilu had come personally. He had occupied the best palace and led everyone to their seats. Many people exclaimed. Xianxiao's pupils constricted. Did Lan Jiu come personally? He didn't care about Lan Jiu and thought that Lan Jiu was weaker than him, but he was terrified of Lan Zilu. Lan Jiu was ranked 24th on the Jade list. His strength was terrifying. If Lan Zilu wanted to kill him, he could kill him in one move. How could he not be terrified of such a person? However, this was a gathering of the stars list. Lan Jiu was here to hold the fort and wouldn't make a move. The only person he had to pay attention to was Buping Fan, who was ranked first on the new list. That person was unfathomable. He had fought with Buping Fan a few times and had lost. However, he would definitely win this time. The Dragon Palace was indeed the most terrifying force in the Taoist sect. Their appearance made the surrounding people fearful and envious. On the other side, the Crimson Dragon and the others had also arrived. They looked ahead and snorted. Why are you so arrogant? Sooner or later, we will trample you under our feet. Lu Yuan, who was beside him, asked, Is Junior Uncle here? The Crimson Dragon said, he should be here. Lin Xian hadn't met up with them, so they weren't sure. However, they knew that Lin Xian wouldn't miss this opportunity. Suddenly, they frowned because they felt a sharp gaze from the Dragon Palace shrouding them. It was filled with killing intent. The people around the Crimson Dragon immediately made way. A vacuum appeared in the originally crowded area. Who are these people? How did they offend the Dragon Palace, don't you know? He is Lin Xian's friend. What? These are Lin Xian's friends? Where is Lin Xian? Is he here? Countless people were surprised. So, the Dragon Palace was dealing with this group of people. In the palace, Lan Jiu stood up and looked ahead. She saw the Crimson Dragon, Toad, and two unfamiliar men. However, she didn't see Lin Xian. She frowned and asked coldly, "Where is Lin Xian?" "Did he not appear?" the Toad snorted coldly. "Even without him, I can teach you a lesson." The Crimson Dragon sneered. "You want him to appear? Let's see if the Dragon Palace has the ability." How arrogant. The people of Dragon Palace gnashed their teeth. Someone snorted coldly. "I think he's a coward. He doesn't dare to come at all." The others were also discussing spiritedly. They had never seen Lin Xian fight before, except for the fact that he was ranked first in the test. After coming in, they never heard anything about him again. In their opinion, the other party had either run out of ideas or used despicable means to enter. He did not have much strength at all. "Alright, there's no need to talk nonsense with them. Let's begin," Lan Zilu said indifferently from behind. He sat there like a supreme emperor, controlling everything. The people of Dragon Palace nodded. A man walked out and said loudly, "Today, all the masters on the stars list of Dragon Palace are gathered together. It was all for the sake of holding a grand event." At the same time, he also felt that there were many geniuses who had become Dao sect disciples. Was the stars ranking going to be updated? Many people were in an uproar when they heard that. They wondered what kind of exciting battle would happen next. As for the rules, everyone should be clear about it. Dao sect's rules state that no killing is allowed. Alright, who would like to come up and challenge first? Many people's eyes lit up when they heard that. They had been waiting for this day for a long time. Some of the masters had been training hard so that they could be ranked on the stars list and become famous. At this moment, someone stood up. "I'll do it." This person's body carried extremely terrifying lightning. He challenged the 92nd person on the stars list right away. The two of them fought fiercely and the lightning man actually succeeded. This made the atmosphere even more heated. In an instant, many people came out to challenge the new masters on the stars list. Two figures stood on a mountain peak far away. They were Qing Feng and Bai Li Fei. They looked at the battle in front of them and their eyes lit up. Although they were not interested in such a battle, they were very concerned about it. Although these people were weaker than them, they were all top-notch masters and geniuses in the outside world. It was enough to show how terrifying the three main orthodoxies were. The Dao sect was extraordinary. Qing Feng said that the Dragon Palace was terrifying. They had the Dragon Prince and the Dragon Prince. The Dragon Prince had the ancient desolate body and was extremely terrifying. The Dragon Prince was even more terrifying. The Emperor's son, the only one who could compete with him, was Kuan Pingzi. It seemed like the Princess of the Phoenix territory would have to fight with them. As an Emperor's race, the Phoenix Ridge also had a princess. Now that the princess had awakened, her strength might not be weaker than Kuan Pingzi and the Dragon Prince. It was just that she did not come to Saint Distant Ancient City to cultivate. Bai Li Fei said. Although the Sky Rock clan is not an emperor's race, this time, the number one in the Sky Rock clan could definitely compete with the emperor's son. He might even be able to slay a dragon. He had absolute confidence in his clan's number one genius. His opponent was much stronger than him. He might even become a great emperor. In the third palace, Lin Xian looked at the scene outside and nodded slightly. His eyes lit up as he watched every battle seriously. Although these people were not as strong as him, each of them had their own merits. Lin Xian wanted to play to their strengths and avoid their weaknesses. He would not underestimate anyone in the world. The spirit snake youth beside him shook his head when he saw Lin Xian watching so seriously. He was indeed a newcomer. Such a scene had already shocked him. If his senior brother fought later, he would be scared to tears. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen battles had passed. Some people challenged experts on the stars' ranking and succeeded, becoming famous. Some people were seriously injured and would not be able to recover in a few months. At this moment, Lan Jiyu stood up from the Dragon Palace. She felt that there was no need to wait any longer. It was time to start. Lan Jiyu's figure flashed and she came to the arena. Countless people exclaimed. "Look, it's Fairy Jiyu. Is Fairy Jiyu going to fight? Go Fairy Jiyu, Fairy Jiyu, you can definitely make it to the top 10 this time." Cries of surprise rang out one after another. Lan Jiyu looked at the person and said, "Go down. You are not my opponent." That person left the arena obediently. Lan Jiyu looked around and said coldly, "Who wants to challenge me?" She looked around and no one dared to respond. "Then I will challenge you personally." She was currently ranked 29th. She looked at the person ranked 20th and said, "Come and fight." The person ranked 20th was also a woman. She was dressed in red and her body was covered in flames. She turned into a flaming vermilion bird. She flew between heaven and earth, her terrifying aura made people despair. Lan Jiyu looked at her opponent and did not care. Her lips curled up into a smile. She said, "You should admit defeat because you are not my match." Hearing this, the crowd was in an uproar. The woman in red was no ordinary person. She was ranked 20th. How terrifying was she? The woman in red snorted coldly. "Lan Jiyu, don't you think you're too arrogant? I want to see how strong you are to make me admit defeat." With that, she rushed over. Terrifying flames shot out of her palms, turning into a vermilion bird that danced in the air. Lan Jiyu snorted and threw out 3 palms, freezing the entire world. The vermilion bird's flames and the woman in red were all frozen. The crowd was stunned. Was it over? In just 3 moves, Lan Jiyu had won. This method was too terrifying. Some people exclaimed. Fairy Jiyu's strength had indeed increased by leaps and bounds. She had a chance to enter the top 10. Too powerful. As expected of my goddess. In the ice, the woman in red used all her strength to say, "I admit defeat." Lan Jiyu waved his hand and the ice melted. The woman in red landed on the ground, her face pale. Her internal organs had all been severely injured. She looked at her opponent with a terrified expression. It had only been a year. How did he become so powerful? Lan Jiyu didn't forget about her and continued to challenge her. "Come on," ranked 15th. Instantly, the battle erupted again. Countless people were shocked. In the third hall, the spiritual snake youth also clenched his fists. "Senior brother, Fairy Jiyu is too powerful. How did her strength increase so quickly in a year? When can I reach her level?" Xianxia said. She was Lan Jilu's younger brother and a genius of the Blue Clan. Plus, she entered the Dragon Palace and cultivated the aura of the Tao of Dragon. How could she be slow? But compared to me, she's still lacking. I can defeat her in 10 moves. Xianxia's eyes were filled with confidence. Then, he glanced at Yan Ruyu, hoping to attract her attention. But he found that Yan Ruyu didn't care at all. Instead, she was chatting and laughing with Lin Xian. This made Xianxia's eyes turn cold. Damn it. He couldn't wait any longer. In front, the battle continued. The person ranked 15th lost. Then, Lan Jiyu challenged the person ranked 9th. They exchanged 300 moves. Lan Jiyu won. At this moment, her face was somewhat pale and she was also injured, but she had finally succeeded in entering the top 10. Lan Jiyu's lips curled into a smile. He had achieved his goal this time. Countless people cried out in surprise, frantically shouting Lan Jiyu's name. This was because they knew that Lan Jiyu had created a miracle and directly charged into the top 10 of the stars ranking in just over a year's time. There were very few of them in history. In the future, his achievements would be limitless. He would definitely be able to enter the Xian ranking. Those from the Dragon Palace were also excited. Lan Jilu nodded his head in satisfaction. Said Qing Feng and Bai Li Fei on a mountain peak in the distance. They were all geniuses from the Blue Clan. From the looks of it, her talent wasn't any worse than Lan Zilu's. In the future, she would be the second Lan Zilu. The two of them nodded and commented. They didn't seem too surprised. Because in their opinion, such a genius was very good, but he was still unable to compete with them. In the arena, Longiu looked down after achieving her goal. She stared at Crimson Dragon and the others and asked coldly. I'll ask again, is Lin Xian not here yet? There's no need for Lin Xian. I can teach you a lesson. The toad jumped out. Crimson Dragon also said, do you think you're very powerful? You're only ranked 9th. We don't care about you. Indeed, the two of them hadn't used their full strength in the previous battle. At this moment, they were ready to attack. However, Longiu snorted coldly, you're not worthy for me to attack. She didn't care about a mere toad. The only person she wanted to challenge was Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian didn't appear. She could only say, humph, coward. From now on, he's not worthy to be my opponent. Countless people were in an uproar as they discussed. This Lin Xian was definitely a coward. On a mountain peak in the distance, Qing Feng and Bai Li Fei frowned when they heard the name Lin Xian. Qing Qing's taste wasn't good. She actually chose such a man. Bai Li Fei sneered. After this, he would definitely find that Lin Xian. He was trash. It would be better to just kill him. Qing Feng nodded, he's just an ant. On the stage, Longiu didn't attack the toad and Crimson Dragon. Instead, she looked at the people closer to her. She wanted to continue challenging them. In the third palace, Yan Ryu looked at this scene and smiled. He seems to be challenging you. Aren't you going to go out? Lin Xian shook his head. He's too weak. I'm not interested. Hearing this, Nimble Snake was stunned. Too weak? This guy dared to say that Fairy Ziyu was weak. Did he have eyes? He Yinxiao frowned. How arrogant. However, when he saw Yan Ryu's expression, he couldn't believe it. Damn it, a peerless fairy was tricked by a brat, he couldn't accept it. He wanted to go out and prove his strength. He wanted to let Yan Ryu know that he was the real expert. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but stand up and walk out. Nimble Snake was excited. Great, his senior brother was going to fight. He looked at Lin Xian proudly. Just you wait. I'll show you my senior brother's strength. I'll show you what a peerless expert is. After He Yunxiao went out, he walked into the arena and said, Fairy Ziyu, you must be tired after so many challenges. Why don't you go down and take a rest? Next, leave the arena to me. Countless people exclaimed. It was He Yunxiao, who was ranked 3rd. Was he going to fight too? Everyone was excited. He was a godlike existence in their eyes. Lan Ziyu frowned. Ranked 3rd? That gave her a lot of pressure. However, she was proud. How could she go down so easily? She said, if you want me to go down, let's see who's stronger. The ice energy on her body became even more terrifying. It swept forward. If that's the case, then I'll offend you. He Yunxiao shouted. His body swayed and he dashed out like lightning. Although he knew that defeating Lan Ziyu would offend Dragon Palace, he couldn't wait any longer. He wanted to prove himself in front of Yan Ryu. In front of him, everything was frozen. However, He Yunxiao was nowhere to be seen. So fast. The surrounding people were shocked. Their eyes couldn't catch a trace of He Yunxiao. In the next moment, He Yunxiao came behind Lan Ziyu and struck out with his palm. Lan Ziyu felt her hair stand on end. It was so fast that she couldn't react. When she turned around and wanted to fight back, it was too late. This palm strike sent her flying. The void shattered. Lan Ziyu's body landed outside the arena. Her blood was boiling and her face was pale. Was she defeated? Countless people exclaimed. They didn't expect that Ziyu, who was so powerful, couldn't block He Yunxiao's palm. The gap between them was too big. Damn it. Lan Ziyu gritted her teeth and wanted to charge forward. Lan Jilu said, stop, sister. You're not his opponent. I know. Lan Ziyu gritted her teeth. Although she was ranked 9th, there was still a gap between her and the top 3. But she didn't care. She had just entered the sect for a year and was already able to achieve such results. She was definitely the genius with the fastest improvement. Her future was limitless. The stars list was only her current ranking. Her final goal was the Xian list. Only by getting on that list could she be proud of the sect. In the third hall, the nimble snake youth clapped happily. He looked at Lin Xian and Lan Jiu proudly and said, "See, my senior brother is very strong. Even Fairy Jiu couldn't block his palm. This time, he will definitely get first place on the stars list." "Not bad," Lin Xian said calmly. To be honest, he didn't care. The nimble snake youth gritted his teeth. "Not bad? Brat, do you know what an expert is?" On second thought, Lin Xian probably didn't know how strong his senior brother was. "Alright, let's see if you still dare to be arrogant when my senior brother gets first place. At that time, you'll probably faint from fright." Lan Ziyu retreated to recover. Lan Jilu said coldly, "He dared to defeat my sister. I have to teach him a lesson. Chonglu, you go." At the command, a tall man from Dragon Palace walked up and came to the arena in a few steps. At the same time, he brought along a terrifying force. The spectators were in an uproar. Wang Zhongluo, ranked second on the stars list. This was going to be a good show. It was going to be a fierce battle. One was ranked second and the other was ranked third. Their strengths were on par. He Yunxiao narrowed his eyes. "Wang Zhongluo? Alright. I wanted to challenge Buping Fan directly. But I'll defeat you first. Then, I'll challenge the first place on the stars list." "It's useless." Wang Zhongluo snorted. "You're not my opponent." As he spoke, he threw a punch. On the other side, He Yunxiao also charged forward. The two of them were fighting fiercely. Countless people widened their eyes. This was a rare fight between top experts. Gasps of surprise could be heard one after another. Even Lan Ziyu kept nodding her head because she realized that these two people were indeed stronger than her. She did not lose unjustly. Inside the third palace, Spirit Snake stood up excitedly and said, "Did you see that? My senior brother is so powerful." Lin Xian glanced over and shook his head. He was going to lose this round. Lost? Everyone in the palace was stunned. Spirit Snake was furious as well. "Kid, what do you know? Can you see my senior brother's figure clearly? Do you know how powerful my senior brother is? You don't know anything, yet you dare to say that my senior brother lost. Just you wait. Senior brother is going to win. Let's see how he will punish you." The Spirit Snake teenager gritted his teeth and observed again. The battle ahead was extremely horrifying. He Yunxiao was a member of the Crane tribe and his speed was extremely fast. His white crane divine palm could split open heaven and earth. However, Wang Zhongluo was even more terrifying. He was like a demonic god, suppressing heaven and earth. Every punch was like a demonic mountain that swept across the world. Both sides fought for 300 moves and were evenly matched. However, He Yunxiao's face was extremely ugly. He originally thought that his strength had improved by leaps and bounds. He thought that he would be able to defeat his opponent in 100 moves. However, he did not have the upper hand at all. This gave him a bad feeling. It seemed that he had underestimated his opponent. His strength had improved by leaps and bounds, but so had his opponent. How strong was Buping Fan, who was ranked first, now? He did not dare to imagine. At this moment, Wang Zhongluo grinned. "Alright, I'm not interested in fighting with you anymore. Let's end this in one move. Buddha palm." He slapped out a palm that covered heaven and earth. The entire void was shattered. This was Wang Zhongluo's ultimate skill. Countless people exclaimed. Who could compete with this ultimate skill? Oh no, that He Yunxiao is in danger. He Yunxiao felt immense pressure. He did not dare to be careless and also used his ultimate skill. White crane divine palm. The two palms collided, and it was as if thousands of thunderbolts had struck. The void in the entire arena turned into chaos. Everyone tensed up when they saw a figure retreating and landing directly below the arena. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Who was it? Everyone looked over and exclaimed. He Yunxiao, he was defeated. He Yunxiao was actually defeated. Countless people were shocked. Previously, He Yunxiao had shown great strength. Everyone thought that he would definitely be able to compete for first place this time. However, he could not even defeat Wang Zhonglou, who was ranked second, let alone Bu Pingfan, who was ranked first. How could it be? In the third palace, Lingxi was stunned as if he had been petrified. His senior brother was defeated. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. This was within his expectations because he had already analyzed the situation of the battle. The people of Dragon Palace were smiling proudly. How could the experts of Dragon Palace be defeated by the opponent? How could it be? I was defeated. He Yunxiao gritted his teeth in disbelief. Had all his efforts over the years been in vain? Wang Zhonglou looked at He Yunxiao and said. Your strength has improved greatly. Unfortunately, after I joined Dragon Palace, my strength improved much faster than yours. Your strength is not bad. Why don't you join Dragon Palace? Humph, He Yunxiao snorted. Dragon Palace might be a good choice, but he had to think about it carefully. I lost this battle. My skills are not as good as his. He Yunxiao gritted his teeth, cupped his fists, and returned to his palace to treat his injuries. Senior brother, are you all right? When Lingxi and the others saw this, they quickly supported He Yunxiao. It's nothing. I failed this time. Young master must have been careless. Young master, if you were serious, you would not have lost this time. The battle servants said quickly. The spirit snake youth also said that his senior brother's defeat was definitely because of that guy. That guy was cursing senior brother. He said that you would be defeated from the beginning. When He Yunxiao heard this, he turned to look at Lin Xian. His opponent said that he would be defeated from the beginning. A cold killing intent appeared in his eyes. Lin Xian said indifferently. I'm not talking about a curse. It's the truth. Your strength is weaker than his. Moreover, you were so arrogant from the beginning. It's normal for you to lose. Kid, what did you say? Lingxi was furious. He Yunxiao's face darkened. Are you criticizing me? What right do you have to criticize me, because I'm stronger than you? Lin Xian stood up, looked at the two and said indifferently. In your eyes, Wang Zhonglou is invincible. But in my eyes, he's like an ant, I can suppress it with a wave of my hand. Am I qualified? The people in the hall were all dumbfounded. Wang Zhonglou was an ant? He could easily suppress him, what a joke. Spirit Snake jumped to his feet. He Yunxiao's face also turned cold. He felt that Lin Xian was too reckless. Kid, what's the point of saying that here? Go and say it in front of Wang Zhonglou. I think he can kill you with one slap. That's right, you're the ant. You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth, the spirit snake youth clamored. Lin Xian glanced at the two of them and said. So what if I say it in front of him? After saying that, Lin Xian walked outside. He Yunxiao was stunned. He thought that Lin Xian was just being arrogant in front of him, but he did not expect that. He actually dared to do that. Is that guy an idiot? Do you think you can survive in the challenge competition just because you can't kill someone? He deserves to be seriously injured and crippled. I want to see how that kid will die. He Yunxiao sneered. Even though he had lost, he was still third. He could do whatever he wanted on the stars leaderboard. If that kid dies, doesn't that mean that the white fairy will be mine? Thinking of that, he looked at Yan Ruyu. He was looking forward to Lin Xian going out to die. Outside, in the arena, Wang Zhongyang stood there and laughed loudly. Third place? You can't even withstand a single blow? Who dares to fight me? At that moment, he was extremely domineering. Countless people exclaimed. Other than Bu Pingfan, who was ranked first, no one else could suppress him. Dragon Palace is indeed powerful. Look, someone's coming out. At that moment, someone exclaimed. They saw another figure walk out of the third hall. Is He Yunxiao unwilling to give up and wants to challenge him again? The people from Dragon Palace sneered. Even if he challenged Wang Zhongyang 10,000 times, he would not succeed. However, when they saw that figure, they were all stunned. Because they realized that it was not He Yunxiao, but an unfamiliar young man. Who is that? Discussions broke out one after another. The people from Dragon Palace were also stunned. Lan Ziyu's pupils constricted. She stood up and exclaimed. It's that kid. He actually came out. What does he want? Does he want to challenge Wang Zhongluo? What kind of joke was this? After all, Wang Zhongluo was much more powerful than He Yunxiao. He Yunxiao only needed one strike to defeat her. In other words, if Wang Zhongluo wanted to defeat him, it would only be a matter of one palm. If she didn't dare to challenge such a person, would the other party dare to? What a joke. The other party couldn't even defeat her, yet he wanted to challenge Wang Zhongluo. He didn't know what death was. Brother, let me go up, I want to suppress him with my own hands. Lan Jiyu wanted to attack. However, Lan Zilu stopped her. Little sister, no need. Let Demon Lord make a move. It's best if he can cripple this kid. A sharp look appeared in Lan Lujia's eyes. It wasn't just Lin Xian. They wanted to suppress everyone related to Lin Xian. This was the consequence of challenging the Dragon Palace. Here it comes, in the crowd, Crimson Dragon and the others smiled when they saw Lin Xian. Fu Hongye and Lu Yuan clenched their fists. It was their little martial uncle. They were worried that little Uncle Master would be alright, right? They had seen how terrifying Wang Zhongluo was before. Toad said, don't worry, there won't be a problem. Wang Zhongluo is dead meat. Hearing this, the surrounding people went crazy. They looked at Toad and exclaimed. Someone actually thought that Wang Zhongluo would lose? Did water get into his brain? Wang Zhongluo looked at Lin Xian's figure and sneered. Brat, do you think you can challenge me? You didn't even make it into the stars list. An ant-like existence doesn't have the right to challenge me. Get lost, he shouted coldly. His voice was like thunder. The surrounding people laughed. The people from the Dragon Palace snorted. Indeed, in their eyes, Lin Xian was no different from an ant. He Yunxiao, Spirit Snake, and the others sneered. However, Lin Xian didn't care. He walked to the arena calmly and looked at his opponent. You're the second on the stars list, right? In other words, you're the strongest in the Dragon Palace. However, in my eyes, you're just SOSO. In my eyes, you're no different from an ant. If I want to suppress you, I only need one hand. Lin Xian's voice wasn't loud, but it spread clearly in the surroundings. At this moment, everyone was stunned. The entire place was silent. In the palace, Spirit Snake's eyes almost popped out. He Yunxiao also gasped. Damn, he really dared to say that. That's Wang Zhongluo, someone even more terrifying than me. Isn't he afraid of being killed with a slap? Kid, what did you say? Are you courting death? Wang Zhongluo took a step forward. His eyes were filled with cold killing intent. The surrounding people felt their hair stand on end. They felt like their souls were about to split open. At the back, Lan Jiyu sneered. Is this guy an idiot? Lan Jiyu snorted. He's indeed trash. He deserves to die. Facing the terrifying killing intent, Lin Xian didn't care. He said indifferently, make your move. Use your strongest attack. Otherwise, you won't have a chance. This kid is too arrogant. Everyone felt like they were going crazy. Where did this unfamiliar young man get the confidence to challenge Wang Zhongluo? Tell me your name. I won't kill nameless people. Listen carefully. My name is Lin Xian. Lin Xian, the surrounding people were stunned. Then, they exclaimed. Isn't this the guy who came in first in the test a year ago? Isn't he a coward? It was said that he disappeared after he came. Who would have thought that he would appear now? Countless people were in an uproar. This guy must be out of his mind. Does he really think that this is a test? What a joke. Wang Zhongluo could kill him with one finger. Everyone sneered and shook their heads. Over the past year, the people of the Dragon Palace had been saying that Lin Xian was a coward. They even thought that Lin Xian didn't have much strength. On the mountain peak far away, Qing Feng and Bai Lifei were stunned. Lin Xian? This was the person they were looking for. How could he be so reckless? I want to see what such an idiot looks like. Their eyes lit up as they looked over. To be honest, after the battle between Wang Zhongluo and He Yunxiao, they were no longer interested. The top experts on the stars list were only SOSO. They could kill them with one slap. Hence, they didn't pay attention to him. When Lin Xian appeared, they couldn't be bothered with him. They felt that he was like a fly. Now that they took a closer look, in the next moment, their bodies shook. Bai Lifei was dumbfounded. His eyes were about to fall out. Damn it. Why is it him? Qing Feng also sucked in a breath of cold air. Impossible, he was Lin Xian. The two of them recognized that the young man in front of them was the mysterious man in the Spirit Void Valley. He was the person who had defeated Bai Lifei. Qing Feng also thought that she wasn't his match. They were very curious about the mysterious young man and wanted to know who he was. However, they couldn't find any clues about him. Who would have thought that they would meet him again? Moreover, he was the person they were looking for. Lin Xian. It wasn't the first time they had heard of this name. They had come to the ancient city for him. However, they had never seen him before. The rumors about Lin Xian were that he was a coward. They thought that they didn't like him. They even mocked Murong Qingqing for having bad taste. However, they realized that they were wrong. It wasn't Murong Qingqing who had bad taste, but them. It wasn't Lin Xian who was an idiot, but them. Damn it, how could it be this kid? Bai Lifei gritted his teeth. He felt that his pride had been crushed by Lin Xian. He had been defeated by Lin Xian twice. Qing Feng also couldn't believe it. To be honest, she didn't know Lin Xian's identity when she first met Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian's temperament and strength had convinced her and made her fall in love with him. However, she couldn't accept it when she found out that Lin Xian was Lin Xian. For a moment, both of them were stunned. At the front, Wang Zhongluo was similarly stunned. The next moment, he sneered. I was wondering who it was. It turned out to be a coward. Since it's you, I don't mind sending you to hell. Since Lin Xian had challenged the Dragon Palace, he would suppress him now. He wanted to let everyone know the consequences of challenging the Dragon Palace. As he thought about this, the nomological laws on Wang Zhongluo's body started to converge on his fist. This punch could destroy heaven and earth. Nothing could stop it. Feeling this power, everyone was in despair. They knew that the kid in front of them was dead meat. Even if this punch couldn't kill Lin Xian, it could seriously injure him. It wouldn't be a problem for him to be bedridden for a few hundred years. This was the fate of an idiot. He Yunxiao and the others sneered and shook their heads. Looking at this scene, Lin Xian smiled. Given your strength, to be able to gather energy to such an extent is truly not easy. However, let me show you what true power is. He stretched out his hand and clenched his fist. There was a divine flame dancing on it. How dare an ant fight with me? Go to hell. Wang Zhongluo's fist, which was covered in demonic flames, rushed over. Buddha fist, demon god strike, a peerless fist technique, a peerless killing move. Everyone was shocked. This Wang Zhongluo already had the qualifications to ascend the Jade role. Sure enough, the eyes of some of the experts on the Jade list lit up and they frowned. The Dragon Palace had produced a talent. Too weak. Let me show you what a real fist technique is. Lin Xian's fist also flew out. Everyone was disdainful, but when they saw the punch, they were all stunned. That punch was like a sun descending into the mortal world. Monstrous divine flames swept out in all directions. At this moment, everyone felt like they were about to melt. What kind of flame was this? How could it be so terrifying? Everyone retreated in fear. Although there was a defensive array in the ancient arena, it could not block the flames. How could this be? People from Dragon Palace exclaimed. Lan Ziyu's scalp went numb. Even though they were so far apart and she was an ice attribute martial artist, she could still feel it. The ice continued to shatter. If she got any closer, wouldn't she be reduced to ashes? The third palace. The spirit snake youth was so scared that he knelt on the ground. He Yunxiao's scalp was also numb. Was this the ant he looked down on? This punch was enough to kill him. Perhaps Wang Zhongluo was just an ant in his opponent's eyes. Wang Zhongluo could not believe it. Feeling the heat, endless cracks appeared on his body, and blood dyed his body red. How could this be? So strong, moreover, he could not resist. At this moment, his opponent gave him the feeling of a god, an existence he could not defeat. He knew that he was wrong. Everyone was wrong. The other party was not a coward. The other party was a genuine expert. And he was extremely low-key, only showing his fangs now. No. Block it for me. He roared with all his might. He channeled his power to the extreme, and even the precepts on his body burned. No matter what, he had to block this attack. But could he block it? With one punch, his divine demon strike was shattered. His arm was broken and turned into a bloody mist. His body kept cracking and turning into countless pieces. Was he going to die? Wang Zhongluo's face was filled with despair. It was the first time he experienced the feeling of death. Boom boom. At this moment, the apocalyptic crisis shrouded him. Then, it turned into a huge palm and slammed him to the ground. Wang Zhongyang was defeated with one blow. The entire scene was silent, and everyone felt like they were dreaming. They could not believe it. Wang Zhongluo was so terrifying. He was ranked second on the stars ranking. But he was slapped to the ground like a fly. Was he dead? The people from Dragon Palace became nervous. Lin Xian stood with his hands behind his back and snorted. If it were not for the rules of Path Sect, you would be a dead man now. However, with this punch of mine, you can forget about standing up for 100 years. Lin Xian did not kill him because Path Sect had rules. Unless it was a battle of life and death. However, he did not care. Wang Zhongluo was like an ant in his eyes. There was no difference whether he was dead or alive. He wanted to shock him. Today, he was here to slap Dragon Palace's face. Unable to stand up for 100 years. This was no different from crippling Wang Zhongluo. The gap between geniuses could be a world of difference in 1 year, let alone 100 years. After 100 years, how high would these people stand? Wang Zhongluo was completely crippled. Wang Zhongluo's face was filled with despair. He spat out blood and fainted. At this moment, Lin Xian looked around and asked calmly. Who dares to fight with me? Everyone lowered their heads. What a joke. They could not even take a blow from Wang Zhongluo, let alone the others. Even Bu Pingfan, who was ranked first, was no match for him. How could this be? How could he be so strong? The people from Dragon Palace were in despair. Lan Ziyu's body was trembling. She looked down on Lin Xian and thought he was a coward. Now, she felt like she had been slapped in the face. Lin Xian was looking down on her. She was probably no different from an ant in his eyes. She was proud of being ranked 9th on the stars ranking. But now, she was in despair. So what if she was ranked 9th? The expert ranked 2nd could not even take a blow from Lin Xian. If she went up, she would definitely die. In the 3rd palace. The young man from Spirit Snake fainted. What kind of person did he offend? Xianxia was also trembling, and his face was filled with fear. No wonder Lin Xian dared to say such words. Lin Xian had the strength to do so. He dared to have designs on Lin Xian's woman? Wasn't he courting death? Fortunately, he did not show too much, or he would definitely be dead. Thinking of this, his scalp went numb. From today onwards, he could never offend this terrifying existence. That's great. Well done. Toad, Crimson Dragon, and the rest cheered. Fu Hongye and Lu Yuan were stupefied. Their junior martial uncle had already become so terrifying? On the mountain peak, Bai Lifei gritted his teeth. Damn it, it was indeed this guy. The other party's strength was unfathomable. Wang Zhongluo was carried down, and the people from Dragon Palace looked gloomy. Lan Jilu said coldly. Aren't you a little too ruthless? It was just a challenge. Why did you have to injure him so severely? Why, do you think I'm ruthless? How did the Dragon Palace treat me during the test? More than a dozen hunters tried to kill me. At that time, you were trying to kill me. If it wasn't for the rules of Dao Sect, he would be a dead man now. Lin Xian's cold voice was heard, and the surrounding people were in an uproar. There was actually such a thing. Most of them didn't know what happened at the test ground, and they were shocked when they heard it. No wonder this person wanted to challenge Dragon Palace. He was almost killed by Dragon Palace. Are you sure you want to be enemies with Dragon Palace? Lan Jilu walked up, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. No one had ever dared to go against Dragon Palace, no matter how strong the genius was. Why, you're not convinced? If you're not convinced, you can make a move. Even if it's you, I can suppress you with one palm. The surrounding people were going crazy. After defeating Wang Zhongluo, this guy wanted to challenge Lan Zilu again. The people from Dragon Palace shouted angrily. Lan Ziyu even stood up and said, "Kid, you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. I admit that you're very strong. You defeated Wang Zhongluo and can even become number 1 on the stars ranking. But so what? My brother is an expert on the Jade ranking, and he's ranked 24. Do you know the difference between the stars ranking and the Jade ranking? Anyone in the top 30 of the Jade ranking can suppress the number 1 on the stars ranking with one hand. What qualifications do you have to challenge my brother?" The surrounding people were also discussing spiritedly. Indeed, there were 2 rankings. One was in the sky while the other was on the ground. It was difficult for the people on the stars ranking to compete with the people on the Jade ranking, let alone the one ranked 24. How would a frog at the bottom of a well know my strength? Lin Xian glanced at him and shook his head slightly. Lan Ziyu was mad. Was he looking down on him? Damn it. Lan Zilu also laughed. So you're challenging me? Lin Xian shook his head. You're wrong. I'm not challenging you, but suppressing you. You're not qualified to be my opponent. This guy was too arrogant. Countless people were shocked. Xianxia's pupils shrank. He felt that the other party was a little too arrogant. If Lan Zilu really attacked, this Lin Xian would most likely be dead for sure. Everyone was once again worried about Lin Xian. On a mountain peak far away, Bai Lifei snorted coldly. What do a bunch of ants know? Forget about Lan Zilu, even the number 1 on the Jade list was also unable to hurt this brat at all. This was because his opponent possessed the battle prowess of a great sage. Just you wait, that Lan Zilu will definitely die. Bai Lifei snorted coldly. In the arena, Lin Xian stared at Lan Zilu. He said, "You were the one in charge of the test, weren't you? You allowed your subordinates to try and kill me. Today, it's time to settle the score. How do you want to calculate it? Call your companions over. I will suppress you all by myself." Lan Zilu sneered. Lin Xian snorted coldly. You think too much. There's no need to go through so much trouble to deal with you. Let's have a battle of life and death. After this battle, only one person could survive. Countless people were in an uproar, feeling as if they had gone crazy. A battle of life and death. Did this guy really not want to live anymore? The people from the Dragon Palace were also stunned. Lan Zilu sneered coldly. Since you want to die, I will fulfill your wish. He was really furious. He admitted that the other party was strong, but compared to him, there was still a huge gap. Today, he would take advantage of this opportunity to kill this potential enemy. After all, the other party's talent was too strong. If he was given 10 years, he might really be able to threaten him. Since he had decided, let's sign the life and death contract. Lin Xian had already heard about the battle of life and death from Yuren. Naturally, he knew what to do. He bit his finger and used his blood to write the life and death contract in the air. The battle of life and death was up to fate. No one was allowed to interfere. I will fulfill your wish. Lan Zilu also walked out. He also wrote the life and death contract. 2 life and death contracts were imprinted in the air. Countless people gasped. A battle of life and death was about to begin. The 2 life and death contracts quickly merged and flew into the sky. In the 3rd palace, Xianxia looked at the scene and felt his scalp go numb. The battle of life and death had already begun. It was impossible to escape. The nimble snake youth had fainted from fright. Now that he had regained consciousness, he fainted once again when he saw Lin Xian about to engage in a battle of life and death. Lan Zilu walked up and snorted. Originally, I wanted to give you a few moves. But since this is a battle of life and death, I won't be merciful. Show me all your powerful trump cards. Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't even be able to block a single move from me. As his voice fell, an icy aura surged from his body. It was extremely terrifying. It formed a few ice dragons that bared their fangs and claws. The 7 ice dragons seemed to have been resurrected. Previously, Lan Ziyu was able to form 2 ice dragons and was already ranked 9th. Lan Zilu's strength was much stronger than Lan Ziyu's. In fact, no one on the star's ranking could compare to him. Take my ultimate move, 7 killing ice dragon fist. Lan Zilu raised his fist high and pushed it forward. Endless ice laws and 7 ice dragons roared between heaven and earth as they charged forward with this punch. It's over. It's a sure kill. This was Lan Zilu's ultimate move. It seemed like he wasn't going to hold back. The people from Dragon Palace sneered. This kid is an idiot. How dare he offend senior brother Liu? Let's see how he'll die. More people sighed. Lin Xian was a top-notch genius. If he was given 10 years, he would have grown to a terrifying extent. However, Lin Xian was too arrogant. They were afraid that he would fall today. Even Nalan Liang, Lu Yuan, Fu Hongya, and the rest were nervous. Lin Xian shook his head slightly when he sensed the attack. Is this the best you can do? You've really disappointed me. It's much worse than I expected. Your attack isn't even worthy of me taking action. I can destroy it with a look. Lin Xian stood with his hands behind his back and said indifferently. There was a golden radiance flickering in his eyes. What was this guy saying? Did he know how terrifying this punch was? Could it be that he was scared silly? The people from Dragon Palace laughed heartily. This kid knew that he was going to die, so he gave up resisting. Lan Zilu snorted coldly. His strongest attack was weak? What a joke. When Lin Xian went to hell, he would know what despair was. Thinking of this, the power in his body became even more terrifying. The punch arrived in front of Lin Xian. There was a golden radiance condensing in Lin Xian's eyes. Reincarnation lightning. Buzz. With a glance, it could see through everything. Lan Zilu's pupil shrank. In the next moment, he felt an extremely terrifying soul energy entering his mind. Then, it tore his soul into pieces. The storm between heaven and earth was still dancing, but the punch had stopped. It was less than a meter in front of Lin Xian. What's going on? Everyone was stunned. Why did it stop here? Could it be that an accident had occurred? The people from Dragon Palace snorted. What accident could there be? Senior brother must have wanted to suppress him first before torturing him to death. Lan Ziyu's lips curled up into a smile. Her brother was much more powerful than the other party. There would definitely be no problem. But soon, the smile on her face froze. Everyone was stunned. Some were even dumbfounded. In the arena in front, the light in Lan Zilu's eyes disappeared and turned gray. His body landed on the ground. With a plop, the ground shook. The 7 ice dragons turned into ice and snow and dissipated. God, what's going on? Everyone was stunned. Xianxia was stunned too. He secretly probed with his soul. Then, he roared in horror and knelt on the ground. Dead, he felt that Lan Zilu's soul aura had disappeared without a trace. There was no sign of life. He was going crazy. Dead. That's impossible, the others were discussing and probing. Then, they roared in shock. God, I can't feel any signs of life. His soul has disappeared, who can tell me what the hell is going on? The people from Dragon Palace went crazy. They rushed forward and probed carefully. Their bodies swayed and some even spat out blood. Some even fainted. How is that possible? Senior brother Zilu is really dead. At that moment, everyone's mind went blank. They couldn't imagine that someone could kill Lan Zilu with a look. On the mountain peak in the distance, Bai Lifei snorted when he saw this. A bunch of idiots. How could Lan Zilu be Lin Xian's opponent? One had to know that even he had been defeated twice by his opponent. This little martial uncle was too terrifying. Lu Yuan and Hong Yi were both stunned. What level has Lin Xian reached? They looked at the Crimson Dragon. The Crimson Dragon said, I don't know either. He's unfathomable. These people are no match for him. No, brother, Lan Ziyu rushed over like a madman and threw himself at Lan Zilu's side. She had gone crazy. She had never thought that her brother, whom she was so proud of, would actually die. Moreover, he was killed by a single glance. She was on the verge of collapse. damn it, it's you. I'll kill you, she roared angrily and sent out 2 ice dragons to attack Lin Xian. Lin Xian stood there without dodging at all. When the 2 ice dragons hit his body, they were directly burned to ashes by the 9-yang divine fire. The rebounding force also sent Lan Jiu flying, his entire arm turning into a bloody mist. How could this be? Lan Jiu was horrified. Her full-powered attack couldn't even break through the opponent's defense? The difference was too great. The others were also terrified. They all looked up to Lin Xian. He was simply a godlike existence. It was laughable that they had previously thought that Lin Xian was a coward. Now, they understood that Lin Xian was just too disdainful to make a move. Most likely, there weren't many people on the Jade list who could make this fellow take action. Could it be that this guy was going to directly enter the Profound Board? Countless people went crazy. Previously, Lan Jiu had reached the Profound Board in a year. The 9th on the stars ranking was already shocking enough. However, Lin Xian now had the combat strength of the Profound Board, and he had also reached the Profound Board in a year. This was simply heaven-defying. In the history of the Path sect, there were probably no more than 3 people with such combat strength. One of them was the Dragon Prince. Could this guy have the talent of an emperor? Countless people exclaimed. It seemed that the Path sect would not be too peaceful in the future. With such a heaven-defying powerhouse, and an enemy of the Dragon Palace, they could imagine how many battles would break out in the future. Damn it, this guy killed senior brother Zilu. Kill him and avenge senior brother. The people of the Dragon Palace went crazy. In an instant, many people charged towards Lin Xian. Behind them, the Crimson Dragon roared. Do you think we don't exist? He rushed out and waved his dragon claws. At the same time, he slashed forward with his dragon saber. The toad also jumped out. Poison them to death. He shot out poison that filled the sky. Nalan Liang, Yuren, Fu Hongya, and Lu Yuan also attacked. They stood beside Lin Xian and fought in all directions. Lin Xian did not attack. He stood with his hands behind his back. Everyone was shocked. If Lin Xian did not attack, the Dragon Palace would not be a match at all. However, they soon realized that they were wrong. Other than Lin Xian, the Crimson Dragon and the Toad could definitely sweep through everything. Even Nalan Liang, Yuren, and the 2 newcomers were on par with the Dragon Palace. Damn it, how was this possible? Were the people around Lin Xian all monsters? Lan Ziyu flew over again and attacked Lin Xian. In the end, he was sent flying by the Crimson Dragon's saber. His body was almost split in half. Was she crazy? She couldn't even defeat a single dragon. Haha, I said I would teach you a lesson. Now, have a taste of my power. The toad also flew over. Divine Toad Fist. In the end, Lan Ziyu vomited blood again. Everyone was going crazy. The goddess in their eyes was being beaten up by a toad. Lan Ziyu even had the heart to die. She was ranked 9th. She had her pride. What a joke. She felt that she was pitifully weak. She was no different from a worm. At this moment, Lin Xian coldly snorted. A pair of golden eyes appeared between heaven and earth, looking down at everyone. The people from the Dragon Palace felt their souls burning. They screamed and knelt on the ground. They struggled frantically. It was too terrifying. Just one look from the other party was enough to sweep them away. No one dared to attack again. The Crimson Dragon and the others also came back and sneered. What Dragon Palace? It was just SOSO. The surrounding people were stunned. The experts on the stars list were also frightened. Even the experts on the Jade list were shocked. More and more people rushed over. They knew that from today onwards, a powerful force would rise in the Tao sect. And this force was something that everyone had to respect. Lin Xian looked down and said loudly. From now on, I will establish my own force, the Divine Abode. I welcome all geniuses to join the Divine Abode. Lin Xian's voice was like thunder, spreading in all directions. Countless people were shocked. Was he going to establish his own force? It was unbelievable. Some people gasped. No wonder he wanted to attack at this time. He was ruthlessly trampling on the Dragon Palace's face. Then, he would use this advantage to establish his own divine abode and attract countless geniuses to join. In an instant, many people were tempted. Such a rising genius, and it was just established. If they joined, they would definitely be senior figures in the future. But at this moment, a cold voice came from the 9 heavens. Let's see who dares to join. The voice that came from the 9 heavens was abnormally terrifying, causing the surrounding people's blood to churn and their bodies to crack. Their scalps went numb. Who was it? It was too terrifying. The toad and the others also looked up. Lin Xian also frowned. He could feel a powerful force descending. An expert had arrived. A figure descended from the 9 heavens. He was tall and sturdy, surrounded by dragon chi that turned into 9 true dragons. Below his feet were tens of thousands of streams of dragon blood, as if the dragon god had been resurrected. Was it the dragon prince? The toad gritted his teeth. Lin Xian also frowned. But soon, he realized that it wasn't the dragon prince. He had seen the dragon prince during the coronation, but the person in front of him was different. But even if it wasn't the dragon prince, it was still an extremely terrifying existence in the dragon clan. The people of the dragon palace also struggled to stand up. Seeing the figure descending, hope returned to their eyes. Crown Prince, please help. Crown Prince, he's too arrogant. Not only did he injure us, but he also killed senior brother Zilu. Crown Prince, you must suppress him. Tear him into pieces, roars came one after another. The surrounding people also exclaimed. He was the dragon prince of the dragon palace. Who was the dragon prince? Lin Xian frowned. He only knew of the dragon prince. Why was there another dragon prince? Yuren said. The dragon prince was the son of the great emperor. He had been sleeping for countless years and had just woken up. And this dragon prince was the son of the dragon sea lord. He was a genius of the current era. Lin Xian understood. This dragon prince was equivalent to the top geniuses of the light and Yi Wudao. Perhaps the dragon clan's bloodline was also very terrifying. The crimson dragon also gritted his teeth. The dragon sea prince? I've heard of him. Dragon sea also had the dragon clan. The Black Sea naturally heard of them and even had dealings with them, but they had never seen him before. Now, it was the first time they saw him. A cold killing intent appeared in his eyes. The dragon sea prince, Long Ao, also turned his head and stared at the crimson dragon. His pupils shrank. The other party's dragon blood didn't seem to be weaker than his. Who was this person, then? He snorted and said loudly, no matter who you are, you will die if you dare to challenge the dragon palace. Now, kneel on the ground obediently and wait for our orders. Just you? The crimson dragon snorted coldly. His roar shook the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Countless people were terrified. Only now did they realize that they had underestimated this dragon. This guy's dragon blood seems to be weaker than the dragon crown prince. What kind of divine being was this? The dragon prince snorted coldly. You want to compete with me in terms of bloodline? He took a step forward. The 9 true dragons roared together. Their dragon blood clashed between heaven and earth, and everyone felt as if their souls were about to be destroyed. It was too scary. The dragon clan was indeed a legendary divine beast clan. Just the power of their bloodline alone was enough to make everyone despair. At this time, Lin Xian walked out and looked ahead. Dragon Prince, right? It seems that other than Long Wu, you have the final say in the Dragon Palace. Alright, I'll inform you now. I'm about to open up my divine palace. From now on, the place where my divine palace is, your dragon palace will disappear. Do you understand? The surrounding people went crazy. Is this guy going to continue being arrogant? This time, he challenged the Dragon Crown Prince. This Dragon Crown Prince was completely different from Lan Zilu. Both of them were worlds apart in terms of status and strength. The Dragon Crown Prince was ranked first on the Jade board. He had the top bloodline of the Dragon clan and was extremely powerful. Although he was ranked first on the Jade board, it was said that his strength was enough to enter the Xian board. However, he was unwilling to go. Such a person's strength was extremely terrifying. No matter how strong Lin Xian was, it was impossible for him to compete with the Dragon Crown Prince. Kid, do you want to die? Long Ao snorted and stared coldly at Lin Xian. The sky was filled with killing intent and dragon blood. He wanted to use his bloodline power to kill Lin Xian. Lin Xian's body burned with divine fire. He was like a god of war, blocking all the power outside. He said coldly. If it was Long Wu, it might be possible. But with just you? You don't have the right to be arrogant in front of me. Get lost. Kid, I didn't expect such an arrogant person like you to come out from the True Path sect. I want to see if you can block one of my attacks. Long Ao roared. He stretched out a finger, and the 9 dragons coiled around his body pointed out. Although it was just a casual attack, it had the power to destroy heaven and earth. At this moment, all the experts present felt their blood run cold. Even some of the experts on the Xian board kept retreating. Too powerful. Lin Xian was unfathomable. It's over. This kid is dead for sure. Xianxia closed his eyes. This time, there would be no more accidents. Lan Ziyu revealed a sinister smile. Alright, she wanted to see Lin Xian fall with her own eyes. The others were in an uproar. They felt that Lin Xian was unwise to challenge the Dragon Crown Prince now. Fight with me? Alright, I'll give it a try. How strong is the Dragon Crown Prince? Lin Xian snorted when he felt the power of the dragon blood in his opponent's body. Behind him, the image of a dragon also appeared. It was a sword dragon. It stood facing the sky, and the scales on its body transformed into divine swords. They pierced through the clouds. Lin Xian raised his right hand and shouted. The sword came. The sword dragon behind him roared, and the dragon scale sword on its body soared into the sky and fell into Lin Xian's hand. With a clang, Lin Xian slashed forward with his sword. It collided with the 9 dragon fingers. Thousands of lightning bolts fell, and the entire void was completely shattered. At this moment, it was like the end of the world. The 9 dragons roared. Everyone's blood was boiling, and the weaker ones had already vomited blood. Even the experts' faces were pale. The 9 dragons and 1 finger were enough to destroy everything. However, under this sword, it suddenly cracked. Lin Xian's sword was biting cold. It was like lightning, and with 1 slash, the 9 dragon fingers were shattered. The whole world was split into 2. Impossible. Countless people were shocked. The people of the Dragon Palace widened their eyes. This sword turned into an eternal memory in their hearts. After 1 sword, the Dragon Crown Prince's figure was split into 2. Not only that, the earth spread into the distance, forming a huge canyon with no end in sight. The power of 1 sword was terrifying. Was he dead? The Dragon Crown Prince was dead. Someone exclaimed. Xianxia suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the broken body in front of him in disbelief. How was this possible? In his knowledge, the Dragon Crown Prince was a godlike existence. With a stomp of the other party's foot, countless experts would fall. But now, he was killed by a sword. Lan Ziyu knelt on the ground, her body trembling. Her face was full of despair. Even someone as strong as the Dragon Crown Prince couldn't block a sword, the toad laughed. What Dragon Crown Prince? An ant-like existence. How dare he compete with us? The Crimson Dragon snorted coldly. Our divine abode will rise, and the Dragon Palace will be destroyed. This scene shocked countless people. Is the Dragon Prince really dead? On a distant mountain peak, Bai Lifei also frowned. The Dragon Prince underestimated his opponent too much. Qing Feng said. It's an avatar. Bai Lifei was stunned. Then he said, no wonder. I don't think he's that weak. However, an avatar was different from a clone. It was very difficult to form an avatar. Now that he had destroyed an avatar, his heart must be bleeding. Qing Feng also said that he underestimated his opponent. The two of them were talking about what was ahead. Lin Xian frowned. So it's just an avatar. He looked at the sky and said coldly, a mere avatar dares to fight against me? Wait until your real body comes. The toad sighed. The Crimson Dragon also snorted. It would be too easy for this guy to die like this. Don't worry, we'll play with him slowly in the future, the others also exclaimed. So it's an avatar. However, it was much stronger than a clone. The avatar was equivalent to the opponent coming in person. Even so, it was still killed. Moreover, the Dragon Prince must have been injured by the destruction of his avatar. This Lin Xian is really terrifying. His real combat strength is definitely not weaker than the Dragon Prince. He has only been here for a year and he already has such power. Could it be that his target is the Dragon Prince? He could very well become the second Dragon Prince. The people of the Dragon Palace also heaved a sigh of relief. The Dragon Prince is not dead. However, they still gritted their teeth. The person in front of them is a peerless enemy. The Dragon Palace will be in trouble in the future. Leave quickly. The people of the Dragon Palace have lost a lot of face this time. A stars-ranking genius was crippled, Lan Jilu was killed, and even the avatar of the Dragon Prince was killed. They will probably become a laughingstock. Therefore, they were too ashamed to stay here. The group hurriedly packed up and fled in panic. Ha 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 ha, get lost. The toad laughed behind them. Lin Xian led the group back to the third palace. In the third palace, the spirit snake youth woke up again. When he saw Lin Xian return, he immediately prostrated himself on the ground and begged for mercy. Xianxia also said respectfully. Previously, I had eyes but failed to see. I didn't know how strong young master was. I hope young master can give me a way out. There was nothing he could do. Although he was also a proud genius, in front of Lin Xian, he had no choice but to lower his head. Lin Xian didn't care about this at all. These two people were like air to him. He looked at Yan Ruyu, smiled, and said, "How is it? Are you tired from sitting?" Yan Ruyu stood up with a smile after watching a wonderful performance. The people outside were also preparing to leave, but at this moment, a roar came from afar. Amidst the endless changes in the wind and clouds, a powerful figure charged over. There was still blood on this person's body. It was obvious that he was injured. After he arrived, he roared angrily. "Despicable ant, you dare to kill my incarnation? I'm going to send you to the 9 layers of hell." Everyone's blood froze. Had the Dragon Prince come in person? Could it be that a great war was about to break out? Countless people stopped and looked up at the sky. Inside the palace, Xianxia and the others nearly fainted from fright. Lin Xian's eyes shone with a cold light. He strode out and said coldly, "Why? Do you want to be killed by my sword, ant, with just you?" He roared, and with a stomp of his feet, thousands of dragons roared, and the sky fell and the earth cracked. Lin Xian snorted coldly. "Wasn't your incarnation killed by my sword? How much stronger can your incarnation be? It's easy to kill you." Lin Xian's words completely angered the Dragon Prince. Long Ao rushed down. "Then come, I'll suppress you." Killing intent surged from his body. At the same time, he held a dragon hammer in his hand. The terrifying aura made countless people's scalps go numb. "Do you think I'm afraid of you?" Lin Xian took a step forward, and his body also emitted a terrifying killing intent. There was a terrifying dragon shadow sword chi circling around him. Countless people were shocked. Is there really going to be a battle? Even Qing Feng and Bai Lifei in the distance became nervous. The Dragon Prince's true body wasn't weaker than them. In fact, he was even stronger. "Long Ao, stop." At this moment, a voice rang out. "Who dares to stop me?" Long Ao roared and turned his head to look. In the next moment, he was stunned. He saw a woman in a snow-white robe standing beside Lin Xian like the goddess of the 9 heavens. "Who are you?" He frowned. He felt that the other party was unfathomable and mysterious. The woman in white said, "I'm Yan Ruyu, I told you to stop." Who is this woman? How dare she speak to the Dragon Prince like this? The surrounding people were shocked. Even Xianxia was stunned. Could it be that this woman has a great background? Previously, he only thought that Lin Xian was powerful. But now, it seemed that wasn't the case. This was the first time they had heard of this name, but when this name fell into the Dragon Prince's ears, it was like thunder. Long Ao's pupils constricted. "It's you." Although he had never seen her before, he had heard of the name Yan Ruyu. When he came out to train, his father had told him that there were some people that he couldn't provoke. Among those names, one of them was Yanruyu. He didn't know her true identity, but it was said that she was not weaker than the emperor, so he couldn't provoke her. He didn't expect that she would appear here and stand beside Lin Xian. It really made him gnash his teeth. Although he really wanted to make a move, his father's warning kept echoing in his mind. He snorted coldly. "Kid, you're very lucky. This time I'll give face to the fairy. But the next time we meet, I'll personally send you to hell. You're the one who's lucky." Lin Xian also sneered. "I'll let you live for a while longer." "Damn it, just you wait." Long Ao shouted coldly. He rushed into the sky and disappeared. Is he going to leave just like that? Countless people were shocked and looked at Yanruyu. Who is this woman? She can scare the dragon prince away with just a few words? He Yinzhao fell to the ground with a plop. How dare I have such thoughts about such a person? He's too reckless. Thinking of this, he wished he could find a hole to hide in. That woman and Lin Xian were listed as existences that he couldn't provoke in his life. In the future, he would respect them as if they were gods. Lin Xian looked around and said loudly again. The spiritual abode had been opened and he looked forward to all the powerhouses and geniuses joining. The spiritual abode will definitely not treat you unfairly. After saying that, he led Yanruyu, the Crimson Dragon, and the others into the sky and returned to the spiritual abode. Both sides left, but the matter didn't calm down. Instead, it quickly spread. For a moment, the entire Path sect was incomparably shocked. Everyone was talking about this battle, especially about Lin Xian's 3 shocking moves. The people on the star list were stunned. They could only look up to such a person. The people on the jade list felt their scalps go numb. Lin Xian and the others couldn't fight against him. However, the people around Lin Xian made them feel like they were facing a great enemy. Even the people on the Xian list personally came out to investigate. It wouldn't be long before such a person challenged the Xian list. After returning, Lin Xian, Lu Yuan, and Hongya had a good gathering. After all, they hadn't seen each other for a long time. A small banquet was held in the divine abode. Lin Xian and the others took out supreme-grade spirit fruits and spirit wine. The Crimson Dragon even went out to hunt a few demon sages and came back to make barbecue. Good wine, good food, and peerless fairies. Yanruyu sat there like a fairy who had fallen into the mortal world. She was beautiful. There was a smile on her lips as she quietly watched Lin Xian. Lin Xian, on the other hand, was talking with Fu Hongya and the others. How long have you been out? Where are the others? Are they still in the Shantian pavilion? Fu Hongya said that the 2 of us came out to train first. We haven't been to the Shantian pavilion for a long time. However, we agreed that when we were strong enough, we would leave the Shantian pavilion to train. It's about time. They should have set off too. By the way, Uncle Master, is there any news about Master? Fu Hongya asked. Lin Xian said that there was no news for the time being. However, with the laws that senior brother had grasped, he could protect himself. That was indeed the case. Unparalleled Sage King cultivated the law of devouring and inherited it from Lord Alcohol. Ordinary Sage Kings were no match for him. He probably had a fortuitous encounter and had grown to an unknown extent. Lin Xian believed that there would be a day when they would meet again. Next, everyone discussed some matters regarding the divine abode. Lin Xian planned to let Lu Yuan, Fu Hongya, and the others run it. He was mainly in charge of cultivation to fight against the Dragon Prince and even the Dragon Prince in the future. The Crimson Dragon and the others were in charge of the challenge. Nailin Liang, Yu Ren, and the others would also fight with all their might. Although there weren't many people now, they believed that the divine abode would definitely grow into a towering tree in the future. They would even trample everything under their feet. The divine abode was filled with joy, but the atmosphere in the Dragon Palace was oppressive. Everyone's scalps were numb. They didn't dare to speak. There were 2 figures in front of them. One was the crippled Wang Zhongluo, and the other was the fallen Lan Zilu. This was something that had never happened since the establishment of the Dragon Palace. More importantly, there was a crazy roar coming from the palace in the valley ahead. That voice made everyone feel as if their bodies were about to split open. They knew that the Dragon Crown Prince was angry. There were a few crystal dragon palaces in the valley. They were magnificent. However, cracks had appeared on them. Even the void in the valley was shattering into nothingness. The dragon prince stood in the crack and roared towards the sky. He was really mad. In his opinion, other than the dragon prince, he was not afraid of anyone. Even the experts on the Xian ranking didn't dare to challenge or offend him. But now, a person who had just joined the True Path sect a year ago had slapped Dragon Palace in the face and killed his incarnation. He even had Yan Ryu's help, he couldn't do anything. He was about to go mad with anger. He swore that one day, he would personally capture the other party and let him know what despair was. Not only did the news spread widely among the disciples, even the elders were alarmed. The place where the elders were at was the core area of the Dao sect. At this moment, several elders were playing chess. A red-clothed elder said that he heard that an incredible little fellow had appeared recently. He had even killed Long Ao's clone. Looks like he's also a heaven-defying genius. Another elder put down a chess piece. He wore a black robe and smiled faintly. Now, martial Dao is flourishing. Our Dao sect has produced talented people. A green-clothed elder who was watching the game said. However, this person's talent was only on par with Long Ao. He was still a little lacking compared to Long Wui. The future of our Dao sect still depends on Long Wui. As soon as he said that, the other elders nodded. Indeed, an emperor's son was enough to suppress everything. The red-clothed elder smiled. With Long Wui as the leader, together with the Dragon Prince and Lin Xian, they could form a powerful young team. They had a chance to surpass the others. Don't underestimate others. Kuanpingzi is very strong. I heard that the other two orthodoxies had also recruited many amazing people. For example, the Yi family's sacred body. And the ancient desolate body of the other ancient families. Those people were all very talented. This is a world of great competition. The black-clothed elder said. I heard that in Taiching ancient city, after the recovery of the Purple Mansion, the geniuses from thousands of years ago also revived. There were even experts from tens of thousands of years ago who appeared. It was said that it was related to the opportunity to become an immortal. No one knew if it really appeared this time. Hearing this, the elders all sucked in a breath of cold air. Their eyes were burning with passion, and they began to discuss again. On the other side, Qing Feng and Bai Lifei came to the outside of the divine mansion again. They wanted to see Lin Xian. In the end, they were directly rejected. Their faces were ugly. Bai Lifei gritted his teeth. Damn brat, why are you so arrogant? Although he lost to Lin Xian, so what? This time, the one who favored Morong Qingqing was the most powerful genius of the Heavenly Pun clan. He was comparable to an emperor's son. It would be a piece of cake for him to defeat his opponent. Just wait, you'll regret it. Bai Lifei gritted his teeth and left. Qing Feng also snorted coldly. She had never been rejected before. Their faces darkened as they left. Lin Xian didn't care at all. He looked at Yan Ryu in the mansion and said, "Are you leaving? It's about time. I have to go back." "Don't worry, we'll meet again if fate wills it. I'll be in the Demon Emperor Mountain. I also know that you're in the Dao sect. I'll let you know if there's anything." "Okay, take care." Lin Xian nodded. After that, Yan Ryu left, and so did Lin Xian. After absorbing the Khanate spirit fire, his strength had increased again. He was preparing to go to the Sacred Abyss Tower to cultivate again. But before he left, Nalan Liang and the others came back to talk about something, so they had to start accepting missions. If they didn't take the initiative to accept, they would be assigned a mission by the Dao sect. Lin Xian said, "Okay, you do as you see fit. Let me know when you've chosen a mission." With that, he left and went to the Sacred Abyss Tower. There weren't many people in the Sacred Abyss Tower, but every one of them was a peerless expert. At this moment, the discussion about Mad God gradually died down. First of all, they had investigated everything but didn't find any clues. Secondly, after Mad God reached the 3000th rank, he didn't make any more moves. Therefore, everyone thought that he wouldn't be able to increase his ranking in a short period of time. Therefore, the discussion died down. However, there were still a few people talking about him. When Lin Xian entered the main hall, he heard two people talking next to him. They were guessing who Mad God was. Lin Xian smiled. These people probably wouldn't have thought that the famous Mad God had walked past them. Not long after Lin Xian entered the sacred abyss tower to cultivate, a cry of surprise came from the main hall. "Look, there's a change in the honor roll." "And it's a huge change," countless people exclaimed and looked over. Someone had reached the 2300th rank. Who was it? Was it Mad God? The change in the glory leaderboard made them want to go. They realized that it wasn't Mad God, but Six Paths. They were familiar with this name. He was ranked around 2500 before, and now his strength had increased by leaps and bounds. This Six Paths must be a great sage from the Six Paths Gate. He was a very young great sage. This person was very strong and might become a sacred leader in the future. Many people were talking about him. Someone said, "Look, his ranking is still changing. Is he trying to get to the top 2000? Countless people were shocked. On the 40th floor, a man used the Six Paths Divine Fist and fought in all directions. Around him, the sky shook. There were 6 shadows around him, as if they were connected to 6 worlds. His fists were unstoppable. Finally, he successfully reached the 40th floor. On the 41st floor, he was defeated and ranked 2000. The scattered cultivator of Six Paths smiled. This was beyond his expectations. He was very happy to be ranked 2000. He walked out proudly. When he came to the main hall, he saw countless people looking at him with admiration and exclaiming. Six Paths was very satisfied. He didn't leave immediately. Instead, he asked for a cultivation room in the main hall to recover. At the same time, on the 31st floor, Lin Xian's figure appeared. This was where he left last time. Now, he wanted to fight again. Lin Xian was stronger than before, so he quickly broke through. 31st floor, 32nd floor, 33rd floor. The higher he went, the more shocked he was. One had to know. In the past, Lin Xian would break through 10 floors at a time, but now, he was breaking through 1 floor at a time. His speed was very slow. He didn't know how terrifying the top few floors were. Even so, his speed was enough to shock everyone. Outside, countless people in the main hall were shocked. Look, the leaderboard is changing again. What? That's impossible. Another expert has appeared? Who is it? They all looked over. Then, they exclaimed, Mad God, it's that Mad God again. How did his ranking rise so quickly? He was breaking through to the 40th floor. Oh my God, how long has it been since the last time? This guy can improve so much. Did he improve by leaps and bounds recently? Or did he hide his strength last time? No one knew. But this kind of rapid change in the rankings was really shocking. It was even faster than when the Six Paths loose cultivator broke through. He was already in the 2300th position. Was he going to aim for the 2000th position? It was too unbelievable. Look, he's now ranked 2001st. Countless people became nervous. Then, their eyes widened as they realized that Mad God's ranking had finally risen to the 2000th place. Six Paths, who was originally in the top 2000, was pushed down. He became number 2001. This Mad God was simply too heaven-defying. They all knew how powerful the Six Paths loose cultivator was. After all, he practiced the Six Paths fist and had a terrifying physique. But even so, he was still squeezed out by the Mad God. They were getting more and more curious. Who exactly was this Mad God? The 40th floor. Lin Xian's eyes flickered as he heaved a sigh of relief. This time, he was under a lot of pressure, especially from the 40th floor onwards. Lin Xian did not continue. He had already seen that his ranking had risen by 1000, which was enough for now. This time, he would be able to exchange for even more resources. If he took out these resources, even a great sage would be jealous. But for Lin Xian, it was only enough for him to maintain his normal cultivation. Both the 9-yang divine body and the great dragon sword soul required too much. If he could not obtain so many resources, his cultivation speed would be greatly reduced. But fortunately, with the existence of the Sacred Gulf Tower and some cultivation resources from the True Path sect, Lin Xian could handle it for now. After collecting all the resources, Lin Xian left. There was a huge difference between the 2000th place and the 2000th place. Every 1000th place was a gradient. Lin Xian's 2000th place was the beginning of a gradient, so he received an additional reward. He could use his identity token to exchange for the reward at the Sacred Origin Tower. Sure enough, he exchanged for a generous reward. Ancient movement technique, Skywalk Step. After cultivating it to greater mastery, one's speed would be extremely fast. Lin Xian was surprised. This was good stuff. After deactivating the Skywalk Step, Lin Xian arrived at the main hall. At this moment, countless people in the main hall had gone crazy and were discussing everywhere. They all felt that the Mad God was definitely a great sage, and an extremely terrifying one at that, so, when Lin Xian's young face appeared, they all ignored him. It was impossible for him to be a young man. Lin Xian shrugged. Well, let these people guess. It would save him some trouble. He used Saint Crystals to exchange for a cultivation room and began to recover while cultivating the Skywalk Step. At the same time, in another cultivation room, the 6 Paths itinerant cultivator opened his eyes and stood up. He had finished recovering and was about to go out to exchange for a reward. He was ranked 2000th, so he could exchange for a special reward. He wondered what it would be. He was looking forward to it. After coming out, he frowned slightly because he realized that the people in the main hall were very crazy and were shouting something. Was it because of the change in his ranking? The 6 Paths itinerant cultivator was pleased. But when he listened, he realized that they were not shouting for him, but for the Mad God. Who was the Mad God? The 6 Paths itinerant cultivator frowned. He felt that the Mad God could not be compared to him at all. A bunch of ignorant people. He sneered and went to the Holy Gulf Tower to exchange for a reward. But when he arrived, he found that the reward had already been claimed. How is that possible? The 6 Paths itinerant cultivator exclaimed. I didn't claim the reward. Did someone pretend to be me and claim the reward? You must look into it. The person in charge of exchanging for the reward was also a divine general. He frowned slightly and waved his hand. The glory leaderboard appeared. The divine general said, "You are not qualified to exchange for a reward, so there is no need for us to investigate." Not qualified? How is that possible? I am ranked 2000th. Logically speaking, I am qualified to receive a special reward. Divine General Xingyuan shook his head. No, you are ranked 2000th. Alright, leave now. Keep working hard and you will reach 2000th one day. When the time comes, you will be rewarded. With that, the Divine General closed the door. How is that possible? I am ranked 2000th? The 6 Paths itinerant cultivator was stunned. He remembered that he was ranked 2000th before he went into seclusion. There was no mistake. Could it be that the Divine General lied to him? He wanted to enter, but he did not dare to. Divine General Xingyuan's strength was too terrifying. If he offended the Divine General, he would offend the Holy Gulf Tower. I want to see who it was that made a mistake on my name list. The 6 Paths itinerant cultivator turned around and rushed to the main hall below. There was a complete list there. At that moment, countless people were still exclaiming and discussing. They could not believe what had just happened. Get out of my way. 6 Paths roared as soon as he entered the hall. His murderous aura surged. The people around him felt their scalps go numb. They automatically opened up a path for him. At the same time, they were surprised that 6 Paths had arrived. They knew why he was angry. He was originally in the 2000th place, but now he was pushed down by someone else. How could he not be angry? The 6 Paths scattered cultivator came to the front and looked at the glory board. He looked around and soon, he saw the 2000th place. Suddenly, his pupils constricted. He realized that the 2000th place wasn't his name. It was someone called Mad God. And he was pushed down by that person. He was now in the 2001st place. Damn it, what's going on? He grabbed someone beside him and said, "Who can tell me what's going on?" That person's scalp went numb. He said in horror, "Not long after you left, this Mad God became the 2000th place." Damn it, who is he? When did he appear? That person said in horror. This mad god. He appeared about a year ago. He went from the last place to the 3000th place. Now, a year later, he went from the 3000th place to the 2000th place. Six Path's pupils constricted when he heard the shocking change. Who is this person? He was too shocked. He had never heard of such a speed of improvement. No one knew. Some people said that he was a disciple of another monarch race. There were also some who said that he was a mysterious great sage, but no one knew who he was. That person's scalp went numb. He said, "Can you let me go? You can't fight here." Six Paths snorted and threw him to the side. Then, he said, "I don't care who this mad god is. I don't care who he is. Whoever can find him, tell me where he is. I'll reward you handsomely." After that, Six Paths gritted his teeth and left. Lin Xian didn't know about this. He was still practicing the heaven walk steps. This was an extremely fast movement technique that had been passed down since ancient times. With every step, there would be extremely terrifying Dao patterns flickering. Later, Lin Xian started to cultivate in the cultivation room. However, he felt that the room was too small to unleash such power. He entered the mysterious world within his body and began to cultivate. The pressure inside the mysterious world was different from the outside world. It was about 100 times greater than the pressure outside. Therefore, Lin Xian had a hard time moving around inside. But under such circumstances, the effects of cultivation were surprisingly good. Now that Lin Xian's cultivation had improved again, he could now walk 1,000 meters. This time, he finally made a discovery. Other than the withered old trees, there were also some withered plants. There were even some plants that bore fruits, but they had already withered and could not be eaten at all. What kind of world was this? Lin Xian was shocked. It was clear that this world was extremely mystical. Back then, when it wasn't damaged, it was definitely extremely terrifying. This place was definitely filled with spirit fruits, but for some reason, this world had withered. However, these spirit fruits were not completely dead. Lin Xian wondered if they could recover if they were given enough power. He was not sure, but he felt that he could give it a try. He was someone who had been abandoned by the immortals. Every time he broke through in the outside world, he would be punished by the heavens. Therefore, this mysterious world would become more and more important to him in the future. Thinking of this, Lin Xian took out the resources he had obtained in the sacred abyss tower and placed them in this mysterious world. He buried a large amount of dragon marrow and divine crystals in the ground to provide power to the withered spirit fruit. He stood there and waited quietly, wanting to see if there were any changes. Finally, there were changes. Lin Xian saw that about half of the withered spirit fruit had begun to recover. It was even glowing. This shocked him. It was indeed effective. This was not a real death, but a fake death. It had been sucked dry, but if you provided it with power, it was very likely to recover. However, this shocked him. What kind of fruit was this? It required too much power. After giving so many resources to it, it had only recovered a little. Lin Xian felt that even if he gave it all, it would not be enough. Therefore, they were trying to find more precious resources and spirit veins in the future. Lin Xian's eyes shone brightly. He was looking forward to that day. How terrifying would this world be after it recovered? After retreating from the mysterious world, Lin Xian left the cultivation room. When he arrived at the hall, he found many people in the hall discussing. Most of them were about Mad God and the unrestrained Six Paths. After listening for a while, Lin Xian understood. It turned out that something had happened before. He had pushed the unrestrained Six Paths down. The unrestrained Six Paths did not get the reward, which caused the unrestrained Six Paths to hate him. The unrestrained Six Paths was now looking for him all over the world. The unrestrained Six Paths and the Six Paths Gate. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He better not meet them. Otherwise, he could guarantee that the unrestrained Six Paths Gate would suffer. The Six Paths Gate had chased after him before. Back then, he was unable to fight against a great sage. The other party had sent a great sage to the Xiantian pavilion. Fortunately, the pavilion master of the Xiantian pavilion had blocked it for him. Otherwise, he would have been in danger. Lin Xian was also very cautious about the Six Paths Gate. After all, it was the sect left behind by the great sage Kuan. It had the Six Paths body. Lin Xian had the heavenly secret god eyes, which could evolve into the Six Paths eye. He was afraid that there would be a battle in the future. Shaking his head, Lin Xian ignored them and returned to the Dao sect. When he returned to the god's residence, the Crimson Dragon and the others were waiting. Nalan Liang walked over and said, "Brother Lin, we have inquired about the missions. We have chosen 2 missions. We don't know what to choose. You decide." Lin Xian looked at them and was greatly shocked. These 2 missions were not on the buried Emperor star. They were on other worlds. However, he soon understood. At this stage, the things controlled by these family orthodoxies were not just limited to 1 or 2 worlds. Moreover, even if they were doing missions, they would be searching for them across the universe. Of the 2 missions, one was to find a precious spirit vein and bring it back. The other was to go to the medicine star and find 3 stalks of 10,000-year-old herbs. The toad said, "We originally wanted to go to the medicine star. The extra spirit herbs can be ours." However, Nalan Liang received news. This time, not only us, but also many people from the Dao sect will be going to the medicine star. In addition, the Heaven sect, Earth sect, and other remote antiquity families will also be going. At that time, there will probably be a great battle. Why? Lin Xian was shocked. Logically speaking, such a mission should not have caused such a commotion. Nalan Liang said, "It is said that a medicine king will appear on the medicine star." Medicine king, the king of medicine. It is extremely rare. That was why so many experts and geniuses were alarmed this time. Lin Xian thought about it and said, "How about this? You guys go and do the first spirit vein mission. I'll go to the medicine star alone and see if I can get anything." The Crimson Dragon nodded. They naturally recognized Lin Xian's strength. If he went alone, it would be convenient for him to retreat. They weren't worried. Just like that, the 2 sides agreed. The Crimson Dragon and the others would go and do the first mission, while Lin Xian would go to the medicine star. The medicine star was another star world. Thus, to go there, one had to use a world-grade teleportation formation. Fortunately, the Dao sect had such a teleportation formation. Moreover, some of the missions were carried out in other spheres. There were quite a few of such teleportation formations. Following the flickering of the formation's light, Lin Xian felt the world spinning. He saw spatial channels forming on both sides, and he was quickly teleporting. When he came back to his senses, he discovered that he was surrounded by a boundless starry sky. There was a star world in front of the universe. Lin Xian took a deep breath and flew towards the medicine star below. He landed in a forest. Upon arriving at the medicine star, Lin Xian felt the blood and qi in his body boil. This world was truly too strange. Spirit herbs grew everywhere. The entire world was filled with spirit Dao aura. Walking in the forest, Lin Xian discovered that other than him, there were many people who had descended from the sky. Thinking about it, they should have been teleported over from other worlds. These people were vigilant against each other. They were separated by a long distance as they set off. However, when they were about to leave the forest, they discovered that there was an endless amount of ice in front of them. It formed a frost cage that firmly trapped them. Outside the frost cage stood a few figures. The cold qi on their bodies was incomparably terrifying. They said coldly, "This area is under the control of the blue race. If you want to leave, you have to hand over 500 drops of dragon marrow." Hearing this, the expressions of the descenders in the forest became unsightly. "Damn it, the blue race is too arrogant." Some people also said, "This is the medicine star, not the buried emperor star. What right do you have to take it?" At the front, an expert from the blue race sneered. "What? You're not convinced? Let me tell you something. The blue race has always had a cooperative relationship with the medicine star. This time, there was nothing wrong with helping them collect some dragon marrow. Also, don't even think about leaving in another direction. The entire exit is divided between the 4 of us. Our blue clan is only one of them. If you go anywhere else, you will also be followed by the dragon search. damn it, those who had descended were gnashing their teeth. Some of them had extraordinary statuses and were extremely powerful. But she's alone. If the situation was slightly better, it would be a small team, but generally, it would not exceed 10 people. At the front, the Blue clan formed a powerful Saint Battle team. The difference in numbers between the two sides was simply too great. Lin Xian also frowned. He was no stranger to the Blue clan. He had just killed Lan Zilu. These people shouldn't be able to recognize him. Thinking of this, their auras changed slightly. After all, he had just arrived and did not want to fight with these people. It was better to find out more about the King of Medicine first. The others couldn't do anything about it. Although 500 dragon marrow wasn't a lot, the other party's tough attitude made them furious. But at this moment, they had no choice but to lower their heads. Each of them was prepared to hand over 500 dragon marrow and enter. After all, once they could enter completely, they could find a lot of spiritual herbs. At that time, the loss of 500 dragon marrow would be quickly recovered. Lin Xian naturally hid in the team. He also planned to enter first. If there was a chance in the future, he would not let the other party go. Finally, they left the ice prison. These people flew in all directions. Lin Xian also soared into the sky and came to a mountain peak in the distance. He looked in all directions. At the same time, he summoned Whitey. "Little guy, it's up to you." Whitey's eyes lit up. "Yeah, this is really a good place." He was so happy that he wanted to stay here forever. "Let's go, let's do it." With Little White's treasure hunting ability and Lin Xian's extreme speed, he executed the skywalk steps and was like a deity traveling. His speed was so fast that no one could see him clearly. They only felt a flash of lightning. Everyone was shocked. The entire medicine star was filled with spiritual herbs. However, Lin Xian and Whitey didn't care about the ordinary ones. The ones they were looking for were incomparably precious. Such things were very rare. After searching for a few days, they only found 2. Whitey was furious. He directly grabbed a bunch of spiritual herbs and placed them in the treasure basin. Below, the hand of fortune began to condense and refine them. Soon, thousands of spiritual herbs melted quickly and formed a drop of spiritual liquid. This drop of spiritual liquid was definitely much more effective than those spiritual herbs. However, it was still not enough. After all, spiritual herbs that could be seen everywhere didn't have much value. As for places with precious spiritual herbs, they were all occupied by powerful clans and families. There were many clans and sects on the medicine star. Among them, there were 2 biggest ones. One was the medicine sect, and the other was the alchemy kingdom. Sure enough, there were experts who descended and started a battle with the clans and sects of the medicine star. The battle was earth-shattering. Lin Xian didn't take action. Instead, he relied on the treasure basin and Whitey's power to secretly find a few spiritual herbs. Gradually, they collected more and more spiritual herbs. In a valley, an array formation flickered. Lin Xian sat there. There was an extremely terrifying light on his body. In the next moment, he entered a mysterious world. He placed some of the spiritual herbs he had obtained into the mysterious world. Lin Xian wanted to see if these spiritual herbs could grow in the soil here. He found that they couldn't. This was because a 5,000-year-old spiritual herb instantly withered and turned into dust as soon as it was planted. Was its power absorbed? Was there a problem with this land? Lin Xian's eyes emitted an extremely terrifying aura. However, this land was really terrifying. There was a mysterious power that directly blocked his detection. It even threatened him. Lin Xian retracted his gaze with a look of surprise. It was so strange. However, he found that the land where the spiritual herbs were planted had some changes. Even the withered spiritual herbs in the surroundings had recovered a little. From the looks of it, this piece of land was lacking too much power. If he wanted to completely recover, he was afraid that he would have to provide an endless supply of power. Thinking of this, he walked out of the mysterious world. At the same time, Whitey also returned. This time, it had collected quite a lot. The little guy was very happy. In front of Lin Xian, it kept cheering. At that moment, Lin Xian furrowed his brows as he discovered a shocking scene. In the treasure basin, of the dozens of spiritual herbs that were originally collected, one of them jumped up, turned into a stream of light, and ran away. Lin Xian was stunned. This guy could run? Had it become a demon? Whitey also angrily waved its little claws. Stop, don't run. However, that spiritual herb didn't listen to it and disappeared without a trace. Lin Xian's figure flashed, and he instantly appeared in the distance with the celestial steps. The 5 elemental laws shot out a 5 elemental mountain and pressed down. It formed a cage, and the spirit herb was knocked back. It returned and drilled into the ground. Lin Xian's eyes shone. With a wave of his hand, a sword chi flew down and directly cut off the other party's path. The spirit fruit instantly escaped and flew to the other side. In the next moment, he disappeared. In front of him, on the forest ground, countless spirit herbs were everywhere. There were all kinds of colors, but there was no longer the black spirit herb from before. Little White flew over with a face full of confusion. Why was it gone? Its little claws kept scratching its head as it looked at Lin Xian. The golden light in Lin Xian's eyes shone again, piercing through everything. He was also stunned. Even with his heavenly secret divine eyes, he couldn't see which one was the one he was looking for. This made him puzzled. Did it run away? Forget it, I'll just burn it. Lin Xian waved his hand, and the 9 suns divine fire appeared, covering the entire world. This was a divine fire. It was as if the sun had descended. The surrounding spirit herbs instantly withered, and one of them directly jumped up. It kept shaking at Lin Xian, as if to say, "Why are you so crazy? You're too ruthless." Then, it fled into the distance again. This time, how could Lin Xian let it escape? He used the yin-yang image, but it didn't work. Lin Xian had no choice but to take out the heaven-devouring jar, and a black vortex appeared. Finally, the black spirit fruit was frightened. It swallowed the tablet into the heaven-devouring jar. Lin Xian grabbed it and formed a seal with his dragon-shaped sword chi, sealing it within. Mine, mine. Xiaobai jumped over and hugged the spirit fruit, not letting go. He had never seen such a fun thing before. Don't worry, no one will snatch it from you. Lin Xian smiled. They prepared to return. At this moment, there were many figures in the surroundings. Someone said, "Young master, don't worry. The transformation fruit is nearby." Someone was coming. Lin Xian brought Little White and prepared to leave. However, a mirror fell from the sky. At the same time, someone in the distance snorted coldly. "Who are you? Stay here." A terrifying aura appeared in the surroundings. There was even ice that sealed the world. The speed of these people was very fast. They arrived nearby in an instant. When they saw Lin Xian, they immediately frowned. "Kid, did you find any other elixirs here before?" Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He noticed that the person in front of him was covered in ice. He was obviously from the blue race. "What was the fruit of transformation? Did you hear us?" The person on the other side was surprised. The leader of the group snorted coldly. "Don't you need to know what the fruit is? I only asked you if you saw it." Lin Xian smiled. "You didn't even tell me what it was like, so how would I know if I saw it or not?" The man frowned. He felt as if he had dug a hole and jumped into it. His expression was cold and gloomy. Someone walked out from the side. That woman wanted to explain. But in the next moment, she caught sight of the black spirit fruit in Xiaobai's hands. Her eyes turned red instantly. The fruit was in his hands. Countless gazes were fixed on Little White in an instant. The space around Xiaobai started to shatter. Xiaobai jumped in shock and hurried to Lin Xian's side. "Kid, hand over the fruit." The man in blue robes shouted coldly. The woman's eyes shone brightly. She said, "That little monkey is not bad. I want it too." A bunch of bad people. Xiaobai made a funny face at these people. Lin Xian was shocked. So the black spirit fruit was the fruit of transformation. However, he had never heard of it. What was the use of the fruit of transformation? Lin Xian asked. Seeing how nervous these people were, it seemed to be very useful. The man in blue robes snorted. "Can't you do anything about it?" The woman in red laughed. I advise you to hand it over obediently. Do you know who we are? I am the Dragon Lady of the Fire Dragon race, and he is the young master of the Blue race. Be it the Fire Dragon race or the Blue race, they are not people you can offend. So, just hand it over obediently. The man from the Blue race snorted coldly. Kneel down and hand it over. Otherwise, you will die without a burial ground. Lin Xian laughed. Blue race, are you courting death? Is the Fire Dragon race very powerful? If you want it, let's see if you have the ability. You are courting death. Men, kill him for me. The man in blue robes waved his hand. Behind him, 3 figures rushed over. They were 3 late-stage Saint Kings. They had already checked. Lin Xian was only a mid-stage Saint King. They could kill such an existence in an instant. But the result was completely different. Lin Xian looked over and the souls of the 3 late-stage Saint Kings were destroyed. They fell from the sky. Then, Lin Xian used the hand of creation to draw the 3 of them into 3 drops of blood essence. This method stunned the people on the other side. So strong. The Dragon Lady said that he should be an expert who can fight above his level. The man in blue robes snorted. Who are you? Tell me your identity. Trash like you don't have the right to know. You dare to say that I am trash? The man in blue robes was angry. Attack immediately. Behind him, 8 people walked out. Half of them were Saint Kings at the peak of the Saint Plain. They attacked forcefully, freezing the world. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He condensed a divine eye in the sky like the eye of a god, looking down on the world. At the same time, he used the celestial walk. His speed was extremely fast. Even in the sky full of snow, he was like lightning. Rock seal, every attack was like a rock spreading its wings, shattering a Saint King. In the blink of an eye, 6 of the 8 figures were beaten into a bloody mist. The other 2 also fled in fear. He was too strong. They were no match for him at all. The man in blue robes had an ugly expression. He didn't expect Lin Xian to be so strong. He gritted his teeth and snorted. Good boy, just you wait. After saying that, he turned around and wanted to leave. You want to leave now? Lin Xian sneered. The Taiji diagram flew out. Yin and Yang aura descended, forming a yin-yang world that enveloped everyone. You dare to stop me? The man in blue robes was angry. Don't you know my identity? Also, let me tell you, my 6th uncle is nearby. He is a great saint and is on the Holy Gulf Glory board. Can you fight against him? Kneel down obediently and accept your death. Otherwise, when my 6th uncle comes, you will definitely die. Oh, someone on the Holy Gulf Glory board? Is he very powerful? Lin Xian sneered. Fire Dragon Girl was also stunned. Then she said, didn't you come from the buried Emperor Star? Don't you know how terrifying the Holy Gulf Glory board is? Lin Xian said, so what if I know? What is your 6th uncle's ranking? The man in blue said proudly, my 6th uncle is ranked 10,000. Ant. Lin Xian snorted coldly with his hands behind his back. Boy, are you an idiot? The man in blue robes roared crazily when he heard that. Fire Dragon Girl sneered. It seems that you really don't know anything. Although he was ranked 10,000, that was the Holy Gulf Glory board. This board was enough to suppress everything. So what? Lin Xian sneered. He must be trash to be ranked so low. The man in blue went crazy. Fire Dragon Lady could not believe it either. How could someone say that the people on the Xingyuan honor list were trash? This guy was definitely dead. Dragon Lady Fairy, help me hold this guy back. I'll definitely get my 6th uncle to come. As the man in blue spoke, he took out a matrix and began to transmit his voice inside. 6th uncle, come quickly. There's a guy who doesn't know what's good for him. He actually called you trash. You must kill him. Fire Dragon Lady also walked over. Her eyes shone with a cold light. She was also at the peak of the Saint King realm. She was also a genius who could fight against a supreme saint. She would definitely be able to hold the other party back. However, Lin Xian had no intention of doing anything. Fire Dragon Lady was the only one who didn't want to run away. When the blue-clothed man saw this, he sneered even more ferociously. When his sixth uncle came, the other party would be dead. He really wasn't lying. His sixth uncle was nearby. And he would be here soon. A middle-aged man descended. The ice power on him froze the entire world. Even the spiritual herbs below were frozen. The world seemed to have turned into a world of ice and snow. Who dares to challenge the Blue Clan? Who is so reckless as to question me? There was a cold snort. Even the flames on Fire Dragon Lady's body became very faint. Although she was a genius who could fight against a supreme saint. Compared to the people on the honor list, she was much weaker. She was no match for them at all. Sixth uncle, it's him. This guy who doesn't know what's good for him. Quickly suppress him. When the blue-clothed man saw this, he cried out in joy. He pointed ahead. The Blue Clan's sixth uncle frowned and looked ahead. The next moment, he was surprised. The other party was only a mid-stage Saint King. Such a young man dared to question the Xingyuan honor list. You're his sixth uncle, right? Someone on the Xingyuan honor list? Lin Xian looked at him and said lightly. That's right. The middle-aged man said proudly. Lin Xian shook his head. You're indeed trash. You're even weaker than I thought. What did you say? Lan Mingtian's eyes exploded with terrifying ice. Challenge the honor list, kill. As an expert on the Xingyuan honor list, he was so proud that he didn't even care about a supreme saint of the same level, let alone a young man. He stretched out a finger. Lin Xian's sixth uncle. The people from the blue race sneered. The other party was dead for sure. Lin Xian also snorted coldly and threw out a punch. The golden fist was like a golden crow, dancing between heaven and earth. The terrifying flames instantly melted the ice in the sky, turning the world of ice and snow into a world of the sun. Lan Mingtian's finger was broken and he retreated. His face was full of shock. Fire Dragon Lady and the blue-clothed man were stunned as well. They widened their eyes in disbelief. What did they see? Lan Mingtian was injured. This was a powerhouse on the honor roll. How could he be injured? Not even great sages of the same level could defeat him. There was a hint of fear in Lan Mingtian's eyes. The other party was able to injure him so easily. He was definitely not a nobody. I have a title, Mad God. Mad God. What an arrogant name. The Blue Clan was surprised. Even Fire Dragon frowned. This guy dared to call himself a god. To them, this name was just arrogance. But when Lan Mingtian heard it, it was like being struck by lightning. His body trembled, and shock appeared in his eyes. You're Mad God, that's impossible. He roared in horror as if he had heard the most unbelievable thing. Sixth uncle, what's going on? Is he very powerful? The man in blue asked. He's more than powerful. Lan Mingtian was shocked. Impossible. How can Mad God be so young? Don't try to lie to me, he roared and threw out his strongest attack. Apocalyptic ice dagger axe, endless frost condensed into an icy dagger axe. It slashed down as if it could destroy a world. At this moment, the entire medicine planet shook violently. Countless people were terrified. What happened? Lin Xian snorted. Rock seal, rock wing spread. Endless divine fire merged with the rock phantom. It was as if a divine beast had been resurrected and swept across the world. The apocalyptic ice dagger axe was shattered in an instant. Lan Mingtian retreated and vomited blood. It's true. You're really Mad God. He shouted in horror. Only Mad God could defeat him so easily. Fire Dragon Girl gasped in disbelief. The people of the Blue Clan were even more frightened. Even their great sage was defeated. The man in blue asked, Sixth uncle, who is this kid? He was also alarmed. Even his sixth uncle wasn't a match for him. The other party was too terrifying. Could it be that he was an old monster? Do you believe it now? Lin Xian said indifferently. After Lan Mingtian heard this, he stood up and bowed respectfully to Mad God. The people of the Blue Clan went crazy. What did they see? Their great sage was actually bowing respectfully. And the other party was just a young man. Sixth uncle, you didn't lose. You were just careless. You killed him. You can still kill him, Lan Mingtian frowned. He raised his hand and slapped the man in blue to the ground. He shouted coldly, "Stupid thing, how dare you provoke Mad God? Do you want to die? How was that possible?" The man in blue was stunned. The other people of the Blue clan were also so frightened that they knelt on the ground. "No, sixth uncle, why didn't you help me?" The man in blue roared crazily. Fire Dragon Girl also frowned. She said, "Senior, who is this guy?" Lan Mingtian sighed, "Dragon Girl, you really made a wrong decision. Mad God is ranked 2000 on the Holy Gulf Glory list. I'm ashamed of my inferiority. How would I dare to fight with him?" "What?" Firelinger was stunned. The people of the Blue clan were even more shocked. The man in blue trembled in fear and knelt on the ground. He finally knew why his sixth uncle didn't help him. Because the other party was too powerful. His sixth uncle was ranked 10,000 on the glory list, so he could show off. And the other party was ranked 2000 on the glory list, far above his sixth uncle. He couldn't provoke such a person. "Mad God, please spare my life. I didn't recognize you. Please spare my life." The man in blue quickly knelt and begged for mercy. The people of the Blue clan kept kowtowing. Even Fire Dragon Girl was stunned. In the next moment, she also said respectfully, "I didn't know you, sir. Please have mercy." Lan Mingtian also said, "Mad God, my nephew is too useless. He has offended you. The Blue clan is willing to pay any price. Please have mercy." "Any price?" Lin Xian smiled. "Are you sure? Even if it's your life?" Lan Mingtian's pupil shrank. He took a deep breath and a cold murderous intent appeared in his eyes. He said, "I know." After saying that, he slapped the man in blue, turning him into a bloody mist and destroying his soul. In addition, the 3 people of the Blue clan who were kneeling were also killed by him. Looking at this scene, Fire Dragon Lady sucked in a breath of cold air. Her face was full of shock. She really didn't think that Lan Mingtian would actually kill someone directly, and it was against someone from his own clan. She quickly retreated and put up a defense. Lan Mingtian didn't attack again. Instead, he said in a low voice, "My nephew and clan have offended you. Mad God, you deserve to die. I will personally send them to hell. As for this dragon lady, she is from the Fire Dragon clan. I have no right to attack her. How you punish her is up to you. Goodbye." With that, he turned and wanted to leave. To be honest, he didn't want to attack, but the other party was too strong. If he didn't give him a satisfactory explanation today, he was afraid that the other party wouldn't let him go. Therefore, he could only kill these people. Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. He had to admit that this person was really ruthless. He could even kill his own people and nephew. If such a person returned, he would definitely be a disaster. Thinking of this, he snorted coldly. "Stop, did I say you could leave?" Lan Mingtian stopped and turned his head. His face was cold. "Mad God, what else do you want?" He was also angry. He had already killed his own people and apologized. What else did the other party want? What else? Lin Xian snorted coldly. There was an extremely terrifying light in his eyes. He said, "What did you say when you faced me before? Those who challenge the glory, kill." Lan Mingtian's pupil shrank. These words were said to the others. No one could challenge the Holy Gulf glory list. Now, he was also on the glory list. Did the other party want to kill him? He snorted. "Mad God, don't be too arrogant. You are strong, but you are too young and inexperienced. If we really fight, you can't do anything to me. If I want to leave, you can't stop me. Is that so? It seems that you still don't understand the glory list. Let me tell you the difference between us." Lin Xian walked forward. At the same time, a sword appeared in his hand. It was the unparalleled sword. Damn it. Lan Mingtian was angry and quickly fled into the distance. "Mad God, I will remember you. No matter how strong you are, you can't fight against the entire Blue clan. When I return, I will let you know the strength of the Blue clan." He naturally didn't dare to fight with Lin Xian, but if he wanted to escape, no one could stop him. Lin Xian slowly raised the sword in his hand as he spoke in a cold voice. Those who challenge glory, kill. Along with the voice, the sword chi also descended, turning into an azure dragon, splitting the heavens and splitting the earth. The sky was cleaved in two, and the earth split open. Lan Mingtian fled into the distance. However, he could still sense how terrifying this sword was. He went berserk and unleashed countless ice shields to block it. However, after that sword strike, he despaired. His body was split into two halves. Not only that, his broken body was unable to heal. This sword contained an extremely sharp aura. It was too terrifying, as though it was undying and indestructible, making it difficult for him to recover. Damn it, his soul flew out, fleeing into the distance. This time, he really did suffer serious injuries. However, it also let him know how terrifying the other party was. The 2000th place on the glory roll was too terrifying. He was no match for him. However, he still underestimated Lin Xian. Even though he used the broken sacred blood in his body to perform a secret technique and ignite his bloodline, allowing his soul to move at an extremely fast speed. However, he still couldn't escape Lin Xian's gaze. Lin Xian formed a seal with his palms, and his heavenly secret god eyes released the power of reincarnation. The fire of reincarnation. The terrifying eye technique flames instantly enveloped the other party's soul. Lan Mingtian's soul burned in the flames, roaring crazily. No. Lord Mad God, please spare me. I was wrong, he was finally terrified. Lin Xian looked at this scene expressionlessly and said indifferently. Since you were wrong, go to hell and repent. In the end, Lan Mingtian's body was burned to ashes. Lin Xian waved his hand and grabbed the other party's storage ring. At the same time, the storage rings of the blue-clothed man and the others were all collected by him. In the next moment, Lin Xian looked at Fire Dragon Lady. Fire Dragon Lady was so scared that her body trembled and she knelt on the ground. Even someone as powerful as Lan Mingtian had fallen. If the other party wanted to kill her, it would be a piece of cake. Please spare my life. I'm willing to pay any price. Any price? Lin Xian smiled. Raise your head. Fire Dragon Lady raised her head, and a touch of red appeared on her face. She seemed to have thought of something. However, she gritted her teeth and nodded. Anything. Even if she had to serve the other party, she had to admit that such an expert was worthy of her lowering her head. Lin Xian said in her ear, "All right, give me a world. I'll spare your life." What? Fire Dragon Lady was stunned. She didn't expect the other party's request to be different from what she had thought. He wanted a world. She sucked in a cold breath. Why, can't you do it? A trace of killing intent appeared on Lin Xian's body. Fire Dragon Lady hurriedly said that she could do it. Although giving a world to someone else made her heart bleed, she had to do it in order to save her life. However, she said, "Young master, a world belongs to our family. I don't have the strength to control it, so the world is not in my hands. Come back to the family with me. I'll give it to you with both hands." There's no need. A month later, wait for me outside the Holy Gulf Tower. I hope to see the heart of the world then. Also, don't think about escaping, and don't think about using your family's power to fight against me. I'll only give you one chance. If you dare to betray me, I'll let you know what despair is. Don't worry, I won't. Fire Dragon Lady was terrified. The other party was too terrifying. At such a young age, with such a cultivation, he was ranked 2000 on the glory board. The other party's strength and cultivation would increase in the future, and his ranking would be even higher. She knew that this was an existence comparable to a prince. How could she dare to provoke him? Therefore, she could only agree quickly. Lin Xian retracted his gaze and said coldly, "Get up. Remember to respect me in the future." Yes. Fire Dragon Lady became extremely obedient at this moment. Yeah, it tastes terrible. At this moment, Little White spat out. It turned out that during the fight just now, Little White had already unlocked the seal and began to eat the fruit. Lin Xian was stunned when he saw this. Even Fire Dragon Lady's expression changed. She ate it just like that. Seeing the other party's surprised expression, Lin Xian asked, "Tell me, what's the use of the fruit?" Fire Dragon Lady said respectfully. This kind of spirit fruit was very rare. It only appeared once in tens of thousands of years. Once it appeared and was obtained by someone, it would be divided into many portions and refined into pills to be consumed. It was said that as long as one ate the fruit, they would have the ability to transform. Some people could turn from humans into demons, and some beasts could turn into humans. It didn't even have the aura of a demon. It could be said that it was very strange. However, he had never heard of swallowing the whole fruit. Lin Xian finally understood. The transformation fruit, as its name implied, allowed one to transform into different forms. He looked at Little White and asked, "How is it?" He was also a little nervous. After all, according to Fire Dragon Lady, no one would eat so much. Would there be any mutation? Little White was confused. He said, "I feel like I've grown wings and am about to fly." In the next moment, he waved his hands and turned them into wings. He flew up and turned into a butterfly. The white butterflies kept fluttering in the air. "Oh, I can't take it anymore. I want to drink water." Little White flew into the distance. There was a lake there, and he turned from a butterfly into a giant. He was like a giant mountain. He lowered his head and drank all the water in the lake in one gulp. Then, he turned into a bee, ant, leopard, all kinds of forms. In the end, the little guy fell asleep in a daze and returned to his monkey form. "Is there a problem?" Lin Xian frowned. Fire Dragon Girl said carefully, "There shouldn't be. Maybe it's because the medicinal effect is too strong. It'll be fine after it's digested. Alright, go and prepare the heart of the world. Don't miss it in a month." After Lin Xian finished speaking, he waved his sleeve and left with Little White. Outside the forest, one of the elders in the area frowned as he realized that a great sage might have perished. How is that possible? The people beside him were shocked. Who dares to attack the blue race? Go and investigate. They all moved. Because not only did a supreme sage die, but a young master also died. This was a big deal. Lin Xian didn't know that the blue race had already begun to search. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care. At this moment, he was searching in another forest. Since he was here, he was prepared to complete the mission. He would give 3 stalks of 10,000-year-old herbs to the Taoist sect and let the supreme sages of the Taoist sect refine them into pills. When the pills were refined, he would be given a third. This was a very good deal. At the same time, he also looked for some spirit veins and kept them in the mysterious world in his body to see what effects they had. Boom, boom. A spirit vein soared into the sky like a dragon. Countless people were shocked. A 10,000-year-old herb even flew out. It attracted many people's attention. Some people were shocked. Who is this? His methods are too terrifying. Isn't he afraid that the people of Medicine Star will fight back? Most of the people who came to Medicine Star were looking for spirit herbs. However, they didn't dare to do such a thing directly. They were afraid that they would gang up on them. Countless gazes looked over. In the next moment, they saw a figure in the distance. He was walking through the air and charging towards the 10,000-year-old medicine. Humph. Many people around snorted coldly and attacked one after another. A 10,000-year-old medicine was also a necessary cultivation item for them. How could he let him go? Someone reached out a large palm, someone brought out a precious bottle, someone condensed a large cauldron, slaughtering their way over. However, they all missed. A figure was even faster than them, directly arriving in front of the 10,000-year-old medicine. His 5 fingers formed a seal, directly enveloping it. Who was it? This speed was too fast. Countless people were shocked. Were they from the Light Clan? They took a closer look and realized that it was the guy who had collected the spirit vein. How arrogant. You won't even let the old medicine go? These people were enraged. Up above, Lin Xian didn't pay any attention to these people. He turned around and left. Suddenly, a cold light streaked across the sky and turned into a heavenly saber that descended from the sky, cutting off Lin Xian's path. Lin Xian came to a stop. He narrowed his eyes and looked ahead. In the next moment, someone walked out and said coldly, "Kid, you've gone too far. Hand over that 10,000-year-old spirit herb." This man was wearing battle armor and holding a battle saber. He had short hair and a biting cold aura. It was as if he wanted to tear the world apart. There was an order in his words, and he didn't take Lin Xian seriously at all. He was from the Heavenly Saber sect. Lin Xian recognized him in an instant. The other party's saber technique was very similar to the one from the Heavenly Saber sect, except that he was more powerful. "Get out of here before I get angry, or you'll die a terrible death," the surrounding people exclaimed. Who is this person? How dare he be so arrogant in front of Saber Saint Tianfeng? The man in front also had the same expression as Qin Shao. If you don't know what's good for you, then there's no need for you to exist. An extremely terrifying killing intent bloomed from his body. However, at this moment, another cold snort was heard. He's right. You don't have the right to take the 10,000-year-old spirit herb because it's mine. Someone stepped in the air. It was very terrifying. Countless people turned to look and exclaimed. It's him, Mo Duxing. This is a genius on the Daoist sect's stars ranking. He's an expert who can fight beyond his level. Countless people were terrified. Saber Saint Tianfeng also frowned. Mo Duxing, do you dare to fight with me? So what if I fight with you? Mo Duxing snorted coldly. Then, he looked around and said coldly, the rest of you, get out of here. The surrounding people felt their scalps go numb. Those who could enter the stars ranking were extremely powerful figures in the three orthodoxies. Oh, you want me to get out? Are you sure? At this moment, a cold sneer was heard. Lin Xian asked with a smile. The others were shocked. Does this guy want to fight with Mo Duxing? Mo Duxing was also angry. Who dares to go against my orders? He turned to look. In the next moment, his scalp went numb. It's you. He looked as if he had seen a ghost. He was so scared that he almost fell from the sky. Lin Xian sneered. That's right, it's me. What did you just say? Say it again? I don't dare. I didn't know you were here. Please spare my life. I'll leave now. After that, he bowed deeply and turned to leave. He looks like he's afraid of something? The surrounding people were all stunned. They looked at Lin Xian with faces full of shock. Who is this guy? How can he make Mo Duxing so scared? Could it be that he's an even more powerful expert from the Dao sect? That can't be. He's a stranger. I don't know him. The surrounding people were discussing. Saber Saint Tianfeng was also stunned. Then, he sneered. Mo Duxing is a genius on the stars ranking. He's just a coward. Kid, hand over the 10,000 years elixir quickly. Otherwise, you'll end up badly. Lin Xian looked at him and sneered. Even Mo Duxing doesn't dare to attack me. You dare to attack me? Saber Saint Tianfeng laughed. Do you really think he's afraid of you? He's afraid of me. It's just that he's embarrassed to say it out loud. What an ignorant ant. Lin Xian sneered. Then, he slapped his palm forward. You dare to attack me? Sky shaking 8 Saber. Saber Saint Tianfeng was enraged. He attacked crazily. The saber in his hand split into 8 and slashed down. It's Saber Saint Tianfeng's ultimate technique. Countless people exclaimed and retreated quickly. They also wanted to see if Lin Xian had the strength to make a stars ranking expert fear him. Facing the 8 heavenly sabers, Lin Xian didn't care. His palm swept across and arrived in front of his opponent. A slap landed on his opponent's face. Then, Saber Saint Tianfeng was sent flying. Half of his face was smashed. The surrounding people were stunned. What did they see? The powerful Saber Saint was sent flying with a slap. Mo Duxing, who was watching from afar, narrowed his eyes and felt his scalp go numb. Fortunately, he had a good attitude and apologized in time. Otherwise, he would be the unlucky one. A crazy roar came from the front. Saber Saint Tianfeng roared at the sky, and his broken face quickly recovered. However, his face was terrifyingly black. "Damn it, you dare to hit my face? I will make you wish you were dead." His killing intent swept out, and endless heavenly saber runes appeared on his body, forming a heavenly saber totem. When the others saw this scene, their scalps went numb. They knew that Saber Saint Tianfeng was going all out. "Kill!" Saber Saint Tianfeng roared, and a saber light pierced through the sky, turning into thousands of light beams, slashing forward. It enveloped Lin Xian. A terrifying aura burst out, and the entire sky shattered. 1,000,000 miles turned into a whirlpool, and there was no place left intact. It's over. That person was hit. Even if he didn't die, he would be severely injured. Saber Saint Tianfeng laughed at the sky. "Ha ha ha ha, kid, what do you have to fight with me?" He walked over proudly. He wanted to take the 10,000-year-old ancient medicine from Saber Saint Tianfeng. "Is this your strongest attack? It's pitifully weak." A figure walked out from the saber light that filled the sky. Golden light filled the sky, and there was not even a crack on his body. How could it be? Countless people were dumbfounded. Saber Saint Tianfeng stopped, and his face was full of fear. Saber Saint Tianfeng was not injured at all. Could it be that he dodged all the attacks? Impossible. Saber Saint Tianfeng was just a mid-stage Saint King. How could he have dodged all the attacks? Unless he was a great saint, in other words, Saber Saint Tianfeng had used his physique to block all the attacks. Saber Saint Tianfeng's attacks could not even break through Saber Saint Tianfeng's physique. Thinking of this possibility, he broke out in cold sweat. What kind of physique was this? He definitely could not provoke Saber Saint Tianfeng. Who exactly are you? Saber Saint Tianfeng only remembered to ask about Saber Saint Tianfeng's identity now. At the same time, he also knew why Mo Duxing wanted to escape. It was not because he was afraid of Saber Saint Tianfeng. Lin Xian waved his hand and smashed Saber Saint Tianfeng's face again as if he was swatting a fly. Saber Saint Tianfeng crashed into a few mountains and fell to the ground, screaming crazily. Lin Xian smirked coldly as he stomped the other party's head into the ground. "Don't you think that it's too late to know who I am?" Blade Saint Tianfeng said. "You can't kill me. My brother is called Small Blade God. If you kill me, he will not let Saint Tianfeng ask. Can I understand that you are threatening me?" A cold killing intent appeared in Lin Xian's eyes. Damn it. Blade Saint Tianfeng was terrified. He could no longer move his body. He could feel death approaching him. "Show mercy." At this moment, a cold shout was heard. Then, a palm fell down and enveloped Lin Xian. Lin Xian frowned. He raised his hand and punched out. A golden fist shot up into the sky and knocked the palm back. After that, the golden fist did not disappear. Instead, it went straight for the figure. That figure was horrified. He executed a secret technique and instantly dodged. However, his face soon turned pale. "Stop," she shouted angrily, "I have no intention of attacking you. I just want you to hold back and not kill him." "Who are you? How dare you meddle in my business?" Lin Xian glanced at him. The surrounding people cried out in alarm. Heavens, if it was Nailin Yanran, this guy was actually able to force Nailin Yanran to retreat. It was too unbelievable. Saber Saint Tianfeng's eyes were filled with hope. He cried out, "Sister Nailin, save me." Lin Xian frowned. "Nailin Yanran, is she from the Nailin family?" "That's right, I am from the Nailin family." Nailin Yanran nodded. "He offended you before. You can teach him a lesson, but please don't kill him." The surrounding people were shocked. Saber Saint Tianfeng was stunned too. He knew how prideful Nailin Yanran was. She was like a queen who ordered others around. But now, Lin Xian used the word please. One could imagine how terrifying this young man was. He knew that he had kicked an iron plate this time. Hence, he could only lower his head. "Young master, please spare my life. I won't dare to do it again." Lin Xian ignored him and looked at Nailin Yanran. "For Nailin Liang's sake, I will give you face and spare his life. But if there is a next time, don't blame me for being merciless." With that, Lin Xian waved his hand and left with the 10,000-year-old ancient herb. No one dared to obstruct him anymore. The power that Lin Xian displayed was truly shocking. They were all stunned. Not to mention the stars ranking experts, Nalan Yenran was a heaven sect expert and a Xian ranking expert. One could imagine how terrifying Lin Xian was. Sister Nalan, thank you for saving me. Saber Saint Tianfeng stood up and cupped his fists in gratitude. Nalan Yenran looked at him and said, don't cause trouble in the future. There are too many experts here. Maybe some of them are top experts. Don't think that your brother, Small Knife God, can protect you forever. Take care of yourself in the future. After that, Nalan Yenran turned and left. But she was still confused. Lin Xian stopped not because of her or Small Knife God, but because of Nalan Liang. She and Nalan Liang were from the same family. But in the family, she was the most dazzling genius. And although Nalan Liang was talented, he couldn't be compared to her. She was a Xian ranking expert in the Heaven sect. Nalan Liang participated in 2 tests but didn't enter the Dao sect. The difference was huge. One was in the sky and the other was on the ground. When did Nalan Liang know such an expert? She had to go back and ask. On the other side, Lin Xian also left. It seemed that these big families were indeed not ordinary. Their disciples were sent to the 3 major orthodoxies. And the 3 orthodoxies were probably inextricably linked to these ancient families and great sections. If the Nalan family was like this, the nest of 10,000 dragons background was probably even more terrifying. Who knew how many terrifying forces and families would be involved when the Dragon Prince was killed? Lin Xian took a deep breath and a look of determination appeared in his eyes. No matter what, he had to get rid of the other party. Even if he had to become enemies with all the worlds in the universe, he wouldn't hesitate. For the next period of time, Lin Xian continued to look for ancient herbs. In the end, he collected the 3 10,000-year-old ancient monsters and the storage rings that he had obtained before. He collected everything that could be used in the storage rings. As for the other resources, he threw them all into the mysterious world. Now, he used all his strength to open up a small piece of land, which was about the size of a flower pot. He wanted to see what kind of changes would happen to the soil with enough power. Inside the mysterious world, Lin Xian quietly watched as the energy surged into the soil the size of a flower pot. Then, it bloomed with a trace of light and fell silent again. The spiritual herb he planted also became dim and lifeless. Lin Xian was surprised. What kind of things had happened in this world to have become so strange? However, although he couldn't do anything, Lin Xian could cultivate himself here. He could even use it to avoid danger. He was curious. Did this world have a world core? He could only walk 1,000 meters now. If he wanted to go further, he would have to wait until his strength increased again. Returning to the withered tree, Lin Xian sat down cross-legged and started to cultivate. The laws around him gathered. With a wave of his hand, 10 spiritual herbs appeared. Then, Lin Xian used the hand of creation to gather them and swallow them into his body. He started to dissolve the medicinal effects. The immortal indestructible technique started to operate. Outside, a huge battle broke out. It seemed like everyone was fighting for something. Nalan Yenran attacked aggressively. Her palm turned into a sky as she attacked continuously. Behind her was the illusory image of an orchid, standing tall and upright. The leaves turned into divine knives and swords, stabbing at her continuously. The person fighting with him was also a woman. She was dressed in black and held a thin sword in her hand. The woman in black was forced to retreat. It seemed like she was no match for Nalan Yenran. Other than here, there was another battle in the distance. The woman in black escaped quickly. Nalan Yenran snorted coldly. Put down the 10,000-year-old ancient herb or don't blame me for being impolite. She chased and finally came to a valley. The two fought and half of the valley was destroyed. Moreover, this was because they were far away. Otherwise, with a single sword strike, the entire land would have been reduced to ashes. In the mysterious world, Lin Xian opened his eyes. In the next moment, he walked out. When he saw the broken valley, his face darkened. Who was it? Who dared to disturb his cultivation? He snorted coldly and the 9 heavens' divine thunder trembled. The 2 people fighting were stunned. Nalan Yenran frowned. It's you. She met this mysterious guy again. The woman in black looked over and exclaimed. You're a disciple of the Tao sect, right? Come and help me. The people of the Heaven sect bullied us. You're from the Tao sect? Lin Xian was shocked. How did you know that I'm the same? The woman in black said. You have the Tao sect token. Of course, I can sense it. Come and help me. Lin Xian looked at Nalan Yanran and said. I gave you face before. Now, give me face too. Let him go. All right. Nalan Yanran turned and left. The woman in black was shocked. You can let her leave? Who are you? Is there someone like you in the Tao sect? Nalan Yanran was a heavenly sect master. She was on the Xian ranking. If she was on the same level as her, she should be on the Xian ranking. However, she had never heard of such a person in the Xian ranking of the Tao sect. Lin Xian laughed as well. You're so weak, yet you still dare to provoke him. Aren't you afraid of being killed? The black-cloaked woman replied, Who said I'm weak? Wasn't he looking for news about the Medicine King? So I spread out my power. No. You haven't told me who you are. How come I didn't know that an expert like you had appeared in the Tao sect? My name is Lin Xian. So it was you. The black-robed woman was surprised. So you are the brat who slapped the Dragon Palace's face. Although I didn't see the battle with my own eyes, I heard about it. You heavily injured Wang Zhongluo, killed Lan Zilu, and even killed one of Long Ao's incarnations. No wonder Nalan Yanran had to give you face. Lin Xian shrugged and looked at him. What's your name? I'm Bai Susu. Lin Xian was stunned. It couldn't be related to Bai Jin, right? You know my brother? Bai Susu was shocked. Lin Xian was also shocked. You're Bai Jin's sister? His expression became strange. One must know that he had beaten up Bai Jin before. Moreover, Bai Jin was from the Dragon Palace. Didn't that mean she was also from the Dragon Palace? Bai Susu didn't know that Bai Jin had been taught a lesson by Lin Xian before. However, she could tell that he was worried. Bai Jin said, Don't worry. Although Bai Jin joined the Dragon Palace, I'm not from there. I'm not interested in the Dragon Palace, so I won't participate in the battle between you and the Dragon Palace. Bai Jin, is he your brother? Lin Xian asked. Bai Susu rolled her eyes. What kind of joke is this? How can trash like that be my younger brother? He's just a disciple from the Bai family. He's a distant relative. After he came to the Tao sect, I gave him a mansion. Since then, we haven't interacted much. However, I heard that after he joined the Dragon Palace, he bullied the weak and feared the weak. He's not a good person. If I meet him, I'll teach him a lesson. That's good. Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief. He had nothing to do with the Dragon Palace. He hated Bai Jin. That was enough. At least Bai Jin wouldn't be hostile to him, let alone seek revenge. Bai Susu didn't plan to attack Lin Xian. Instead, she looked at Lin Xian with interest. You're a middle sage king, but you're so powerful. Not bad. Are you interested in getting the King of Herbs? Do you know where the King of Herbs is? Lin Xian was surprised. He didn't have any information at all. Bai Susu said, Of course, the King of Herbs is staying at 3 places. 2 of them are fake, and 1 of them is real. I know where it is. Why don't we work together? If we really get it, we'll split it equally. Sure. Lin Xian nodded. However, he added, I want to take the root part. Bai Susu didn't mind. Could it be that you want to replant it? Such spiritual herbs of heaven and earth were nurtured by the heavens and earth, and only formed by chance and coincidence. It wouldn't be easy to plant it, and it would take a long time. The Taoist sect had specially opened up a field for spiritual medicine. It was very effective, but it couldn't grow the King of Herbs. I want it to be useful. Lin Xiaoxiao didn't elaborate. He wanted to see if he could provide enough energy to the soil of the mysterious world to restore it. What would happen if he planted the King of Herbs? Where did you say the King of Herbs was? Lin Xian was curious. Bai Susu said, Give me half a day. She should be here soon. Lin Xian didn't know what she was waiting for. However, he was stunned after half a day. He saw another young lady dressed in black jade flying over. Her appearance was identical to Bai Susu's. A clone? Lin Xian was surprised. However, he soon realized that something was wrong. It wasn't a clone, but an avatar. An avatar. Moreover, her avatar seemed to be more terrifying than Long Ao's. The two Bai Susu walked together, and their bodies fused together to form one. Their power also increased exponentially. How is it? Are you surprised? I have more than one avatar. Otherwise, do you think Nailin Yanran would be able to hunt me down, and more than one? Lin Xian was stunned. How many avatars did this girl have? Let's go. Bai Susu waved her hand and said. The two of them flew into the distance. Along the way, they flew past countless mountains and rivers. Finally, they heard the sound of an intense battle in front of them. Is it here? Lin Xian asked. Bai Susu shook her head. It's fake. Follow me. As she said that, she flew to the right. After flying for a while, they saw a valley. There were people fighting there too. However, Bai Susu shook her head. It's fake too. It's at the last place. The last place was a valley. There were people fighting there too. It seemed that someone had found all three places. However, they couldn't be sure where the King of Herbs was. Bai Susu pointed at the canyon and said. It's in there. That shouldn't be the case. If it's in the canyon, these people would have found it long ago. Lin Xian frowned. Bai Susu did not say anything. She flew out of the canyon and a figure that looked exactly like her appeared. It was also a clone of Bai Susu. After Bai Susu merged with her clone, a cold light flashed in her eyes. The King of Medicine was protected by several spirit veins. Those spirit veins had already cultivated into demons and were extremely terrifying. They had hidden their auras, so it was normal that these people could not find them. If it weren't for the fact that I could create multiple clones to investigate carefully, I probably wouldn't have found them either. Lin Xian activated his heavenly secret god eyes and looked at the canyon. He realized that there was a mysterious force shrouding the canyon, preventing him from investigating. He snorted coldly, and an extremely terrifying light of reincarnation appeared in his eyes. He finally passed through the mysterious aura. He saw that there were 4 spirit veins protecting the King of Medicine below. The King of Medicine was crystal clear and was even more terrifying than a 10,000-year-old herb. Roar! Suddenly, one of the spirit veins roared at the sky and charged at Lin Xian. Lin Xian was shocked. This spirit vein has really cultivated into a demon and has such intelligence. Where did this dragon come from? The people fighting in the surroundings were also puzzled. They looked in all directions. Lin Xian stretched out his hand. His 5 fingers turned into 5 divine swords and charged to the ground, tearing the canyon apart. You're making a move right away, aren't you going to investigate further? Bai Susu was shocked. She originally wanted to discuss how to lure the people here away and then act in secret. She did not expect Lin Xian to be so direct. Lin Xian said as he attacked. For spirit veins that have cultivated into a demon are terrifying. No matter how they hide, they will be discovered. Since that's the case, why don't we attack directly? Before the people in the other 2 places react, we'll get the King of Medicine and leave quickly. All right. Bai Susu gritted her teeth and attacked quickly. At this moment, her strength was much stronger than before. She was not inferior to Nailin Yanran at all. With a palm strike, it was as if it had turned into a waterfall, charging towards a spiritual vein. The spirit vein turned into a spirit tiger and charged over. The 4 spirit veins turned into a spirit dragon, a spirit tiger, a spirit turtle, and a spirit sparrow. Just like the 4 great spirit beasts, they were extremely powerful. What is this? Demonic beast? The surrounding people were shocked. They looked carefully. Suddenly, they were shocked to find that a stock of spiritual medicine was being protected by the 4 spirit veins. It was releasing an extremely terrifying radiance. The laws on the tree had materialized and were hanging on the tree trunk. King of Medicine. It was the Medicine King. Countless people cried out in alarm, their eyes turning red. They didn't expect their luck to be so good. The king of medicine was right beside them. Attack! In an instant, these people rushed forward. The spirit turtle walked forward, its body continuously expanding until it turned into a towering mountain that cut off everything. The divine abilities that filled the sky slammed into its tortoise shell, creating a deafening sound. However, he was unable to break it. Was this guy really just a spirit vein? Everyone was shocked. This was even more terrifying than a top-notch demonic beast. Lin Xian also frowned. He could tell that the spirit turtle was indeed a spirit vein. Moreover, this spirit vein was very bright and spread for tens of thousands of miles. In other words, the power of the entire world had been absorbed by the spirit vein. The power condensed by the other party was so terrifying that it couldn't be resisted head-on. Little guy, it's up to you. Lin Xian summoned Little White again. Little White was still a little confused at this moment, but it nodded. Alright, what should I do? Lin Xian said, I'll take that spirit dragon away later. You can transform into the spirit dragon and go back. They shouldn't suspect anything since you've eaten the transformation fruit. Find an opportunity to take the king of medicine away. Then we can leave. Okay. Little White nodded. Lin Xian slapped the spirit dragon with his palm. His 5 fingers formed a claw and enveloped it, bringing it into the distance. The spirit dragon roared at the sky, its body transforming into tens of thousands of miles long. As it swayed, the sky and earth cracked, but it couldn't break through Lin Xian's palm. Kid, where are you going? Baisusu was shocked. Lin Xian sent a telepathic message. When Baisusu heard the plan, she was stunned as well. She looked at Little White and exclaimed. Can this little monkey really do it? That's a spirit dragon transformed from a spirit vein. Who can impersonate it? Lin Xian chuckled. Don't worry. Others can't do it, but this little guy can. Alright then. Baisusu could only wait on the spot. She was nervous as she fought against the spirit tiger. On the other side, Lin Xian brought the spirit dragon and charged into the distance. No one chased after them. Lin Xian took the opportunity and swallowed it into the mysterious world. The spirit dragon was still arrogant and wanted to fight back. But after entering the mysterious world, its body suddenly trembled. It was pressed to the ground by an invisible force. It cried out in pain, its expression turning into one of fear. Damned human, where is this place? Let me go. It spoke in human language and roared crazily. Lin Xian was shocked. You can speak? Seems like you've been born with intelligence. Since that's the case, it's easy. Stop struggling because you won't be able to escape. Do you think that your sacred domain can trap me? The spirit dragon roared into the sky. It waved its terrifying dragon claws and tore the world apart. But here, it couldn't tear the void apart at all. This made it terrified. What kind of sacred domain is this? Lin Xian laughed. This isn't a sacred domain. This is a world, a very mysterious world. How is this possible? How can there be such a world? The spirit dragon was terrified. Even the buried emperor star is terrifying. Suddenly, he roared in horror, because he realized that his body was shrinking, and his power was disappearing. The ground below was absorbing its power. No. The spirit dragon begged. Spare me. I won't dare to do it again. I don't want the king of herbs anymore. I'll give it all to you. Let me go. It was truly afraid. Lin Xian's eyes shone with a terrifying light. The spirit vein was terrifying, but it couldn't fight against this mysterious world at all. This world is too terrifying. At the same time, he was overjoyed. The spirit dragon was so powerful, and the other 3 spirit beasts were also formed from spirit veins. If he devoured them all, would this world be able to? Would there be some changes? Thinking of this, he was very excited and couldn't wait to go back and try. When this spirit dragon disappeared, Little White transformed into a similar dragon and flew back. It arrived beside the king of herbs. The king of herbs didn't notice it, and the other 3 spirit beasts didn't recognize it either. Baisusu was stunned. This is really possible. How did this little monkey do it? She didn't know that Little White had eaten the transformation fruit. moreover, it had eaten the entire fruit. In the past, when the transformation fruit appeared, those people would be able to transform after getting a bit. Not to mention now, Little White had eaten the entire fruit. No one would be able to tell the difference between the real and fake forms. Little White approached the Medicine King and suddenly attacked. The treasure basin covered the Medicine King. The Medicine King wanted to escape, but he was sealed in an instant. The treasure basin was extremely mysterious. He could not escape after entering. Last time, the transformation fruit was also covered by Little White with the treasure basin. Later on, when he took out a large number of spiritual herbs in the valley, the transformation fruit was able to escape. Otherwise, he would not have been able to steal it. With the spiritual herbs in hand, Little White was happy and flew into the distance. Roar! Roar, roar! The other 3 spirit beasts realized that the Medicine King was gone and immediately roared. They stared at the spirit dragon and roared non-stop. At the same time, they charged over. Oh no, the Medicine King disappeared. The others also charged over. Someone said, "Hurry up and inform our people to hurry over." Array formations were formed one after another. These people were notifying the others. The spirit dragon turned into Little White and flew into the distance with the treasure basin. At the same time, Lin Xian also walked out of the void. Little White jumped in front of him and handed the treasure basin over. In the next moment, the void fluctuated. A palm blocked it and directly enveloped Little White and the treasure basin. Then, it disappeared. What was going on? Bai Susu was stunned behind him. Lin Xian's pupils constricted as well. Terrifying light burst from his eyes as he unleashed spatial powers. He saw a figure fleeing into the distance. Gu Feng, he was instantly furious. Only Gu Feng could use such a spatial ability in the younger generation. With a wave of his hand, a dragon-shaped sword chi with the power of the great dragon sword soul slashed the void. Heaven and earth shattered, and the figure was forced out. However, he soon disappeared. Want to leave? Lin Xian locked his gaze on the other party. At the same time, he summoned the void beast and traveled through space. The two opened a space tunnel and disappeared. In front, Gu Feng's palm formed a space that completely enveloped Little White and the treasure basin. The corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. Lin Xian, no matter how powerful you are, you still fell into my hands. He was too proud. Previously, the ancient race helped Lin Xian and he was imprisoned. Later, he was able to leave. Then, he came here. He joined the Earth sect. This time, when news of the Medicine King spread, he naturally came with the people from the Earth sect. As a genius of the Ground clan, Gu Feng's space bloodline was extremely terrifying. After he arrived, he hid himself and waited in secret. Finally, the day he had been waiting for had arrived. Although he didn't know how Lin Xian managed to fool those spirit beasts, it wasn't important anymore. Little White struggled, wanting to resist. Gu Feng snorted coldly. It's useless. You can't escape at all. Suddenly, he frowned and looked behind him. Damn it, he was actually able to catch up. It was a void beast, damn it. Since the other party had snatched the heavenly void beast away from him, he would definitely be able to use many spatial abilities. However, no matter how strong the heavenly void beast was it comparable to the heavenly void scripture of his martial monarch clan, spatial exile? A large crack opened up in extra-dimensional space and enveloped Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He had been exiled, but not long after, he broke through the air and arrived. A terrifying dragon-shaped sword aura surrounded his body. Gu Feng frowned. Damn it, the great dragon sword. If it was someone else, he could completely exile them and not even return for hundreds of years. However, the other party was the successor of the great dragon sword. The great dragon sword's attack was unparalleled. It was simply his nemesis. He attacked with his sword. The yin-yang image covered heaven and earth. The yin-yang aura carried an extremely terrifying power. Among them, the power of death erupted. Gu Feng felt his hair stand on end. At the same time, Lin Xian transmitted his voice to Little White. After Little White received the news, she also quickly resisted. Boom, taking this opportunity, Lin Xian slashed out with a powerful sword. Gu Feng was furious. He used the Great Void Transference. He also attacked powerfully. An illusory image appeared, and his real body appeared on the other side. Between the two, the combination of the illusory and the real, making it impossible for others to kill him. However, this sword strike had shattered the entire void, and the sealing barrier in his hand had also shattered. Little White fled. Her figure flashed and disappeared. Gu Feng didn't care. The little monkey grabbed the treasure bowl in the air. The treasure bowl shook violently, and the Medicine King rushed out. Lin Xian reached out, and a large golden hand enveloped it. Gu Feng's pupils shrank, and the void changed. In an instant, his body and the Medicine King switched places. At the same time, the void finger attacked the golden hand, blocking Lin Xian's attack. Gu Feng executed the great void shift again, disappearing from sight. He grabbed the Medicine King and laughed proudly. Lin Xian, you did have the upper hand before, but now I have begun to cultivate the void scripture. This is the ultimate technique created by the great emperor. You are no match for me at all. From now on, the gap between us will only increase. After saying that, his figure completely disappeared. Lin Xian's eyes flickered, but he didn't chase. This Gu Feng's strength had become much stronger than before. It turned out that he had learned the void scripture. The ancient scripture created by the great emperor was indeed extraordinary. He knew that in addition to Gu Feng, Yi Wudao also cultivated the heavenly emperor scripture. It was equally terrifying. These two people weren't imperial princes yet. He didn't know how strong imperial princes like the Dragon Prince and Kuan Pengzi would be with the great emperor's ancient scripture. It was probably unimaginable. Thinking of this, he clenched his fists. There was still a long way to go. Behind him, Bai Susu flew over and said, "Why aren't you chasing? There's no need to chase." "What do you mean? Don't you want the Medicine King?" Lin Xian smiled. He didn't take the Medicine King. As he said that, he waved his hand. The void split open, and the treasure bowl appeared. A Medicine King appeared in it. Bai Susu's eyes widened in disbelief. It was the Medicine King. What did he take? He took it. Lin Xian smiled. Bai Susu was stunned, but she soon understood that it was the little monkey. Previously, Little White could transform into a spirit dragon. It wouldn't be a problem for her to transform into a Medicine King at a critical moment. No wonder Lin Xian wasn't nervous. That's right, he took Little White. Don't worry, he won't let it run away. However, let's put on a show first. Lin Xian split the world with his sword. At the same time, he shouted angrily, "Gu Feng, you actually defeated me and took the Medicine King. Damn it." Bai Susu also roared crazily at the side, "Gu Feng, don't be arrogant. The people of the Path sect will be here soon. You definitely won't be able to escape." Their voices were like thunder. In addition, Lin Xian's sword shattered the sky within a million miles. Gu Feng's figure also appeared. Although it was only for an instant, he disappeared without a trace. However, everyone in the surroundings heard it. Some of them even saw that figure. All of them were shocked. Gu Feng had obtained the Medicine King. Who was he? Was he very powerful? Someone said, "I know. He's from the Earth sect. He's a disciple of the ancients." Was he from the Gu family? Then he must know spatial magic. No wonder he could obtain the Medicine King. So what if he was from the Gu family? Are we the weak ones? In an instant, countless figures rushed out. At the same time, the people from the other two battlefields also charged over, covering the sky and earth as they chased after Gu Feng. Looking at this scene, Lin Xian smirked coldly. He was still far from being able to fight with him. Go. Go and devour the three spirit beasts. Turning around, he dashed towards the other three spirit veins. The three spirit beasts wanted to give chase as well. They had been guarding the King of Medicine for so many years, all for the sake of devouring him and turning him into a living being. But who would have thought that the King of Medicine would be taken away by someone else? Intolerable. The three spirit beasts soared into the air and chased after him. But just then, a figure stopped them. "The three of you, stay. Human ants." Get lost. Anyone who blocks my way will die. The three spirit beasts were enraged. Bai Susu was terrified as well. What was this Lin Xian trying to do? Lin Xian's body shone brightly. Endless flames covered the entire world, forming a furnace that covered everything. In the next moment, he dashed towards the three spirit beasts. Opening the mysterious small world, the three spirit beasts roared and slashed their claws. But in an instant, they were swallowed into the space. When they appeared, they were immediately pressed to the ground by an invisible force. Damn it, who dares to plot against me? Damned human, what kind of despicable method did you use? Get out here, the three spirit beasts roared. Why are the three of you here too? Just then, a voice rang out. The spirit tiger was stunned. Then, it roared, Spirit dragon, damn it, you still have the cheek to come out? You're the one who took the king of medicine. You broke our rules. The spirit dragon gritted its teeth. It wasn't me. I was trapped by this human brat. Hurry up and break out. This place is terrifying. I've already absorbed a lot of my energy. I don't have much left. The spirit turtle looked around and asked, Where are you? He looked around. It was a desolate scene. There didn't seem to be any spirit dragon. I'm here. The voice rang out. The spirit sparrow spread its wings and flew. It could only fly a few meters high, which shocked him. The spirit tiger exclaimed. It looked at a small mound in front of it and asked in shock, Could it be you? The spirit dragon's voice rang out. That's right, it's me. How is that possible? The three spirit beasts were stunned. Their bodies were supreme-grade spirit veins that spanned millions of miles and contained endless energy and spirit chi. How could it be a small mound? They felt like they had been tricked. This was an illusion. The three of them roared. Lin Xian walked over and said. There was no need to be shocked. He was indeed your companion. Not only that, the three of you will also have to obediently turn into three mounds here. Lin Xian waved his hand. He stretched out his hand and grabbed at the space in front of him. The three spiritual beasts wanted to resist, but their powers were already being devoured by the earth. It was rapidly weakening. All three of them had spirit beasts that had turned into spirit veins. When they landed on the ground, they let out terrified cries. No, Lin Xian smiled and placed the four spirit veins in a square, which could be used as a valley. From now on, all of his experiments could be carried out in this valley. The valley wasn't big, but it was formed by four supreme-grade spiritual veins. The soil in the valley should have changed a little. Lin Xian chuckled before turning around to leave. You guys can slowly get used to this place. He turned to Bai Susu and said, Let's go and chase after that fellow. Bai Susu was stunned. What was going on? Where were the three spiritual beasts? She was surprised. She couldn't see through the furnace of heaven and earth. Lin Xian smiled mysteriously. They had gone to where they should go. The two of them rose into the air and flew into the distance. On the other side, Gufeng was in a bad situation. His face was dark. Damn Lin Xian. He gritted his teeth at the thought of Lin Xian. He had already defeated Lin Xian, but Lin Xian revealed his identity at the last moment, causing countless people to chase after him. He was a genius of the Gu family. He had mastered spatial powers and cultivated the scripture of the void. He was extremely powerful and should be able to defeat everyone. Unfortunately, none of the people here were weak. They were all top powerhouses of the three great orthodoxies and the clan of the ancients. Fortunately, he cultivated the scripture of the void. Otherwise, he would have been defeated long ago. Leave the king of medicine here. At this moment, a cold shout was heard. A figure flew over from afar and turned into a peerless saber. He slashed down with a force that could destroy heaven and earth. The power was so strong that it made Gu Feng's hair stand on end. He thought that Lin Xian had come. However, it wasn't Lin Xian. It was a peerless saber wielder. Gu Feng used the Great Void Shift and dodged the attack. His face turned cold. He was already surrounded by people. The peerless saber wielder in front of him was extremely terrifying. It was Small Saber God. He was here too, countless people exclaimed. Gu Feng frowned. He had heard of small saber god before. He was a peerless saber wielder of the heavenly saber mansion. The other party was given the title of saber god. One could imagine how terrifying his saber techniques were. Void exile. He created a terrifying spatial crack and banished himself into a dimensional space. He wanted to leave. Small saber god shouted angrily and displayed a few sabers. At the same time, another person attacked from the other side. A golden fan made of intertwined feathers burned like the sun. It shrouded the area below. You want to leave? Leave the king of medicine here. A cold voice sounded. Gu Feng's face turned ugly. This person was an expert from the Golden Crow race. Damn it. The weapon he used was refined from the wings of an ancient golden crow. It was extremely powerful. Gu Feng used the Great Void Shift and moved the terrifying flame to the other side. Seal him. He couldn't be allowed to escape. Nalan Yenran also walked out. The orchid behind her froze the area. Orchids were extremely tough. Ordinary orchids could grow on mountains, not to mention such a natural phenomenon. The entire area seemed to be sealed. In addition, the people from the Tao sect and the Heaven sect also came. There were also the clan of the ancients and the great factions. There were many people. Gu Feng's face darkened. With so many people attacking together, even if he could escape, he would be injured. It was very likely that he would be surrounded by everyone. These people had strong identities and methods. If he took out a few more powerful trump cards, he would be in danger. He looked into the distance and said, "Fellow disciples of the Earth sect, help me." Someone from the Earth sect walked over with a smile. "Junior brother Gu, we are from the same sect. Naturally, we will help. However, after this, will we share the Herb King? Of course. How can I take such a thing for myself? I will definitely share it with my senior brothers." Gu Feng smiled. However, he gritted his teeth in his heart. Who cares about the oath? He had to get through this first. All right. The people from the Earth sect laughed. They waved their hands and walked over. Everyone, Gu Feng is from the Earth sect. We have already obtained the Herb King. Could it be that you want to snatch it? Cut the crap. Everyone who saw the treasure has a share. Nalan Yenran snorted coldly. The others also had cold expressions. They were going to give away the treasure just like that, they were unwilling. At this moment, someone screamed. Countless people turned their heads in shock. In the next moment, they saw an expert from the Earth sect being beaten into a bloody mist. Who was it? The people from the Earth sect were furious. They saw a figure that looked like a god of war walking over. The power on his body was so terrifying that it brought about a vision of heaven and earth. Yi Wudao, seeing this, Gu Feng's face turned cold. The others were also shocked. Was he the Yi family's holy body, so strong? On the other side, endless light flashed, and someone roared. Everyone was shocked. What fast speed? Could it be someone from the Light Clan? These were all ancient desolate physiques, after all. It seemed that the Heaven sect had become stronger. Countless ancient families and sects were shocked. Even the people from the Earth sect looked cold. Attack, the man in the lead roared, and then a great battle broke out. Light was extremely fast, and he charged towards Gu Feng. In an instant, he was beside Gu Feng. Gu Feng's pupils shrank. It was indeed fast. It was close to teleportation. But so what if it was fast? Could it be compared to his space mystique? His body turned illusory, and he dodged the attack. Then, he sent out a palm strike. On the other side, Yi Wudao also charged towards an expert. It was an expert from the Earth sect who had been famous for a long time. However, Yi Wudao was also terrifying. A great battle broke out in an instant. It was terrifying. In the void far away, two figures stood, looking into the distance. Bai Susu said. She found it hard to believe that so many experts had come this time. Two of them even possessed the ancient desolate body. Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile. Old friends, then, he looked at the experts from the Earth sect and Heaven sect. His eyes were also shining. He looked at Bai Susu and said, "Wait here. I'll go and meet them." Are you going to fight? Baisusu was shocked. Lin Xian nodded. In the next moment, a terrifying flame burst out from his body, illuminating the entire world. He charged forward. The people fighting in the front were stunned. They sensed the arrival of a powerful figure. Who was it? Many people looked over, but they couldn't see the face. All they saw was a golden fire god charging towards them. Boom, he threw a punch at one of the figures. That person tried his best to resist, but he was still sent flying by the punch. A black hole appeared in the sky. Countless people were shocked. How terrifying. Who was it, who wants to fight me? After Lin Xian arrived, he was incomparably domineering, like a god. Gu Feng's expression was cold. Was this guy here again? His body became dim as he prepared to teleport. Leaf Dao Denier's eyes glittered as he could sense Lin Xian's physique. No one dared to? Lin Xian looked around and stared at a figure. The saber light on that person's body was biting cold. Small Knife God also frowned. His eyes shone with a cold light. Did the other party want to fight him? This was especially so after Xiaochen discovered that the other party had the aura of the Heavenly Saber Mansion's blood. You've killed people from the Heavenly Blade sect. He slashed out with his saber. They quickly retreated. Countless people were terrified. Although there were many geniuses here, including those with the ancient desolate body, Dagger God was probably the most terrifying one. Although he didn't have the ancient desolate body, he had been famous for a long time and his saber technique was extremely powerful. If the saber slashed down, the flaming figure would definitely die. What a sharp saber. Lin Xian laughed. This time, he was here to fight to his heart's content. The Nine Suns' divine fire on his body condensed into a flaming divine sword. He held it in his hand and slashed forward. With a clang, the saber and sword collided. The sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Boom, saber light and sword shadows flashed between heaven and earth. Lin Xian sneered. Show me your full strength. He slashed out again. It was like 9 suns opening the sky. Boom, Dagger God was furious. His eyes shone with a terrifying light as he held the saber with both hands. The peerless saber. He was really angry. Did the other party dare to challenge him? A sky-shattering sound was heard, and the void shattered. The destructive power swept through the 9 heavens. After the attack, a figure was sent flying. Countless people were shocked. Their faces were filled with horror because they realized that it was Dagger God who was sent flying. Dagger God's face was pale, and there was blood at the corner of his mouth. Who was this flaming figure? It was unbelievable that he could injure Dagger God. Interesting. Let me try. At this moment, another person walked out. It was the same person from before. The leader was a powerhouse from the Earth sect. He had fought with Yi Wu Dao before. Now that he saw Lin Xian, he turned around and strode over. With every step he took, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Countless people exclaimed. The Overlord. Was he going to attack too? The Overlord's eyes were filled with a terrifying light. Take my punch. His fist bloomed with an unparalleled light as if it had turned into the fist of the war god. Wherever it passed, the entire world was shattered. The flaming sword in Lin Xian's hand disappeared. At the same time, he clenched his fist and punched out, turning into a golden crow that roared between heaven and earth. With an earth-shaking sound, the 2 fists collided. Then, they each took 3 steps back. Millions of miles below, the mountains and rivers shattered and turned into nothingness. What was going on? Not only was this guy's sword technique powerful, but his physique was also so strong, he could actually fight against the Overlord. One had to know that only Yi Wu Dao, a sacred physique, could fight against the Overlord. However, the person in front of him did it. What kind of physique did he have? Behind them, Baisusu was stunned. Wow, this guy was actually so powerful. No wonder he dared to challenge the Dragon Palace. The Path sect would probably not be peaceful in the future. In front, the Overlord was also stunned. In the next moment, an extremely bright light burst out from his eyes. I thought you were a peerless swordsman, but now it seems that your physique is also very powerful. It's not weaker than the Yi family's sacred physique. I don't know where your limit is. I was just being casual just now, but I'm going to be serious now. At this point, he laughed loudly. The mountains in the distance kept shattering. No one could withstand his power. He had the strength to lift mountains and his aura was unparalleled. At this moment, the Overlord was really powerful to the extreme. As one of the three great orthodoxies, the Earth sect did not have princes like the Dragon Prince and the Kuanping Child. However, the experts in the sect were not weak at all. The Overlord was one of the representatives. He was very terrifying. On the other side, Lin Xian's blood was boiling. He did not expect that other than Yu Wudao, he would meet an expert with such a terrifying physique. This made him very happy. Good, I didn't use my full strength just now. Now let's see if you can make me use my full strength. Lin Xian laughed and waved his fists. The entire sky turned into a sea of fire, forming an endless sun that descended. It was too terrifying. Countless people looked at this scene with shock. This mysterious flaming man was very powerful, far beyond their imagination. They wondered how the battle would end. Who would be stronger? Some people said, "What are you thinking?" Of course, the Overlord was stronger. Didn't you see how Yu Wudao was suppressed in his battle with Yu Wudao? Others said that Yu Wudao was young. Otherwise, his saint physique would definitely be very strong. The Overlord was also from the tyrants. Although the tyrants had never produced a great emperor, they could be called the uncrowned king in terms of strength. Even if Yu Wudao really had a greater mastery saint physique, a greater mastery tyrant physique was definitely not weak. As soon as he said that, everyone nodded. Indeed, in the past, there had been greater mastery saint physiques and greater mastery tyrant physiques. Both sides had won and lost. Now, the Overlord was taking it seriously. The flaming man. He was afraid that he was in danger. The Overlord's fists had the power to split open the sky, making Lin Xian feel the pressure. Lin Xian also shouted wildly. His fists turned into the only thing in the world, and he kept waving them. Every time the two of them collided, his arms would go numb, and his blood would boil. However, his strength was getting stronger and stronger. An expert, Lin Xian admitted that his opponent was definitely a top expert. His blood was boiling. Only by fighting such a terrifying expert could he improve faster. The two of them fought from the sky to the ground, like the earth to the sea. Everywhere they passed, everything turned to ashes. Countless people retreated, their faces filled with fear. The flaming man was too extraordinary. He could exchange more than 1,000 moves without being at a disadvantage. What kind of physique did he have? It must be the legendary physique in the starry sky. Who was it? Sounds of discussion could be heard. At that moment, the Overlord roared angrily. His aura could swallow mountains and rivers. He struck out with a peerless attack. The victor was about to be decided. Lin Xian roared as well, using the 9 yang divine physique to the extreme. Phantoms of 9 suns appeared on his body, surrounding him like a sun god. Fury of the 9 yang, both palms struck out together, and a sea of fire filled the sky. Countless rays of light intertwined in front of them, and everyone could not open their eyes. They could feel that the power was about to tear them apart. Quickly, defend! Countless people opened their saint domains to defend themselves. Some people who did not have time to escape vomited blood. Some people even turned half of their bodies into a bloody mist. The attack of the two was so terrifying. Damn it, has this guy become so terrifying? In the sky, a dimensional space appeared. Gu Feng's face was cold. 9 suns circling around him was the 9 yang divine body, Lin Xian. Damn it, the other party's growth had exceeded his expectations. Did you see that? The others also cried out in alarm. 9 suns surrounded him. This was the legendary 9 yang divine body. This kind of physique had disappeared for many years. And now, he had appeared on the buried Emperor Star again. The great success of the 9 yang divine body was not weaker than the sacred body or the Overlord body. No wonder he could compete with the Overlord. Countless cries of surprise rang out. Many people's eyes turned red. The reputation of the legendary physique was not in vain. How is the battle going? Everyone looked over carefully. Amidst the shattered mountains and rivers, a figure retreated, leaving endless cracks in the ground. The Overlord retreated. His clothes were in tatters, and there were even tears in some places. One of his hands was also trembling nonstop. Although he tried his best to control it, it seemed that he could no longer control it. The overlord's eyes erupted with a cold radiance as he said through clenched teeth. The 9-yang divine body had reappeared in the world. This is truly unexpected. I did not expect you to be able to cultivate the 9-yang divine body to such a level. To think that he could even suppress me. Countless people went into an uproar. Did this mean that the overlord was at a disadvantage in the previous exchange? This is truly inconceivable. Many shocked gazes looked at Lin Xian. You are very strong. Lin Xian nodded. I can only suppress you with just my physique. Indeed, if he only used the 9-yang divine body to suppress the other party, it would be easy to injure the other party. However, it would not be easy to kill the other party. Of course, if it was a life and death battle, it would be different. Lin Xian had many trump cards, so the other party must also have some trump cards. These geniuses could not be underestimated. Therefore, no one would know until the final moment. However, in terms of physique, Lin Xian had one 9-yang divine body? This is truly unexpected. I will also experience it. Another cold voice sounded. Endless frost condensed in the distance, forming an ice river that hung in the sky. Above the ice river, a figure streaked across at high speed. Then, she stood at the top of the ice river and looked down. The ice wings on her body made everyone freeze. Bing Ling, she is here too? Nailin Yenran frowned. Yi Wudao, the overlord, and the others squinted their eyes. This woman was from the Blue Clan. Her bloodline was extremely terrifying. It was said that she had a great opportunity. When she was training outside, she met a Nirvana Ice Phoenix and obtained the Ice Phoenix Divine Fruit. This made her ice bloodline even more terrifying. Bing Ling waved her hand and endless frost flew over, trying to freeze the world. Illusory sun circled around Lin Xian's body, and boundless divine fire clashed with it. The two of them collided in a silent confrontation. They melted and then froze. This was a bizarre scene, and everyone was dumbfounded. Lin Xian was also surprised. He did not expect the Blue Clan to have such a genius. She was much stronger than Lan Ziyu and Lan Zilu. No wonder the Blue Clan could stand tall in St. Origin Ancient City and become one of the top clans. Frost Sword. In the sky, Bing Ling waved her hand and the frost in the sky turned into a divine sword and fell. Heaven and earth were sealed in ice, and then shattered into pieces. Lin Xian snorted and waved his hand. The 9-yang fire turned into the 9 heavens. Flames danced in the sky and turned into a fire dragon that roared between heaven and earth. The collision between the ice sword and the fire dragon spread out in all directions with them as the center. Lin Xian's eyes shone brightly. Since you want to experience my 9-yang divine body, it is not as simple as just flames. He moved his feet and used the skywalk step. Together with the strength of his physique, he turned into a peerless divine sword. Instantly, he split open the void and rushed forward. Not good. Countless people exclaimed. Bing Ling was in danger. The 9-yang divine body had endless vitality and a terrifying physique. In close combat, Bing Ling did not have the advantage. Lin Xian advanced courageously, crushing everything in his path. Bing Ling roared and froze. She stretched out her hand and slapped forward. In the palm of her hand, a beam of cold light flew out and froze everything. Layers of ice appeared all over Lin Xian's body. There were thousands of layers, freezing him in the air. However, in an instant, those layers of ice shattered. Lin Xian charged forward like the sun again. What a terrifying power! Bing Ling frowned. She tapped her feet and floated backward. At the same time, she waved her hand and a snowstorm gathered in the sky. Once he entered her domain, everything would slow down. As expected, Lin Xian was not as fast as before. However, he still charged forward with an astonishing momentum. Finally, he arrived in front of her and punched. Bing Ling did not panic. Instead, a smile appeared on her face. Ice barrier. She opened her palms and a barrier instantly enveloped Lin Xian. The power of ice inside was much stronger than before. Obviously, she had been waiting for a killer move. She was sealed. Countless people were shocked. It seemed that the ice spirit sect was better. Bing Ling laughed. Looks like you're the one who lost. But in the next moment, she was stunned. She realized that the enchantment was breaking quickly, and a figure was gradually becoming clear. Then, a fist came towards her. Retreat. With a bang, the enchantment was broken, and Bing Ling was pushed back by the punch. Crack, crack, crack. She retreated far away, and then countless cracks appeared on Bing Ling's body. With a crack, she broke into countless ice cubes. Countless people were shocked. She lost? No, it was an ice clone. In another place, Bing Ling's figure appeared. Her face was a little pale. Although she used the ice clone to dodge the fatal blow, but it still hurt her a little. Should she continue? The ice on Lin Xian's body melted. He stood there, shining in all directions like the sun war god. There's no need. Bing Ling said coldly. She felt that the other party was very strong. If she didn't pay a price, she wouldn't be able to defeat him. Moreover, the main target now wasn't Lin Xian, but Gu Feng. The others were also silent. Lin Xian had shown his strong physique and terrifying swordsmanship in 3 attacks. For a moment, no one dared to come forward. Everyone, ignore this kid. Our target is the Medicine King. Bing Ling raised her head and looked at Gu Feng in the distance. There was ice everywhere. The others were also moving. Attack. The battle broke out again. The great conqueror led the people of the Earth sect to fight back crazily. At the same time, he shouted, Gu Feng, you go first. Gu Feng gritted his teeth, formed a space tunnel, and disappeared. However, there were many experts here. He was chased all the way and fought with them. It had to be said that Gu Feng was also very strong. Although he had just started cultivating the void scripture, he could already display great power. The Great Void Shift and Void Conversion were 2 absolute arts that allowed him to escape every time he was in danger. Surrounded by more than 10 top experts, he still let the other party escape in the end. However, more and more people came later. In the end, dozens of people came. Gu Feng's scalp was numb. No matter how strong he was no match for these dozens of experts. In the end, he exiled himself. At the same time, a mirror appeared on his body, shattering the world, and he escaped. Replica void mirror. Countless people gnashed their teeth in anger. This was an imitation of an extreme Dao weapon, and its might was no weaker than a great saint artifacts. Damn it, did he let him escape? They hurried to look for him. Soon, countless people were on the move. Within the vast snowy mountains, a figure appeared. He then spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Detestable. Gu Feng clenched his teeth. Fortunately, he had a treasure to protect him at the last moment. Otherwise, he would have been in real danger. But soon, he began to laugh proudly. So what if there were dozens of top-notch experts? Didn't he still manage to escape? At this moment, a voice behind him laughed. It seems that you are very happy. Who was it? Gu Feng's hair stood on end. He had already escaped, so how could there still be someone who could catch up to him? He turned around and attacked with a finger in the air. A terrifying sword light came from behind, shattering the void around him. It's you. Gu Feng gritted his teeth. He did not expect it to be Lin Xian again. Beside him was a woman in white. It seemed like he was an expert from the Dao sect. Brat, how did you find this place? Gu Feng was really shocked. It would have been very easy to find him. Did he think that he could hide from everything with his void divine ability? It was useless. Gu Feng gritted his teeth and took out a replica of the void mirror. If I want to leave, you can't stop me. Lin Xian said, I don't want to stop you. I'm just here to take back something. Do you want the Medicine King? Don't think about it. You're dreaming. Lin Xian shook his head. Are you sure that you got the Medicine King? After saying that, Lin Xian waved his hand, and a spirit medicine appeared in his hand. It was surrounded by the great Dao. It was abnormally terrifying. How was that possible? Gu Feng's pupils constricted. That was the Medicine King. Then what did he get? He took out the Medicine King that he had obtained. However, in the next moment, the Medicine King in his hand turned into a little white monkey that made a face at him. Its body flashed and disappeared. When it reappeared, it was already beside Lin Xian. Damn it, it was actually a damn monkey. How was that possible? He knew Little White. It was the monkey by Lin Xian's side. But how could it turn into the Medicine King? How could it fool him, damn it? Gufeng roared angrily. He wanted to attack. However, Lin Xian retreated with Little White, and Bai Susu had already flown into the distance. Lin Xian used all his strength and roared, "Gufeng, don't even think about escaping." As he said that, he shot out a bolt of lightning that turned into a lightning dragon that tore through the sky. "Quick, don't let them escape." Those people in the distance quickly charged over. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian smiled. He came to Bai Susu's side and summoned the dimensional beast. The two of them gradually disappeared. "Damn it, where do you think you're going?" Gufeng shot out a spatial canyon that enveloped Lin Xian and Bai Susu. However, he was still a step too late. The two of them disappeared. In the distance, a few figures came over. "It's really Gufeng. Come quickly. I can't let him escape this time." Gufeng's expression was ugly. He turned around and disappeared. What followed next was a huge pursuit. Finally, Gufeng was surrounded by more than 10 people again. This time, Bing Ling personally took out a frost enchantment barrier. This barrier was even more terrifying than the one that sealed Lin Xian in ice. This was because Bing Ling took out the scepter of ice. This was a great sage artifact formed from the bone of an ice phoenix. It was extremely powerful. "Damn it, the Medicine King isn't with me. I've been deceived. It's useless for you to look for me again." Gufeng snorted coldly. "Are you kidding me? You've been deceived? Then who has the Medicine King?" The Ice Phoenix asked. Lin Xian had the Medicine King. Who was Lin Xian? The others frowned. They had never heard of him. Lin Xian had swept through the Path sect before, but that was only within the Path sect. People like Bing Ling and the Overlord had already spread their aura to other sects and families. Lin Xian had not reached that stage yet, so it was normal that these people had not heard of him. It was the flaming figure from before. Gufeng gritted his teeth. He was the mastermind behind the scenes. It was him. Countless people were shocked. They thought of the flaming figure. The other party was indeed very strong. Was he also a new genius? It was really too shocking. Bing Ling snorted coldly. "Stop lying. If he was the mastermind, why didn't you say so at that time? Do you think we're easy to fool? Attack." After a huge battle, Gufeng was so angry that he vomited blood. He was telling the truth, but he could not explain. Because everyone saw that he had taken the Medicine King. But the Medicine King was fake, and he could not produce any evidence. Small Knife God charged over and slashed out. He said, "If you want us to believe you, take out your storage room. We want to search your soul." "Impossible." Gufeng roared. There were many treasures in there, and even his family's secrets. How could he allow others to search? Since that's the case, you're lying. Attack. Those people attacked again. End of chapter 48:16. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.